John Shafiq, the son of a nun, a unique sorcerer capable of devouring magical power. From the moment he acquired his abilities, he became acutely aware of the envy and malice that permeated the world around him. Yet, every fledgling must eventually spread its wings, and every hidden dragon shall one day leap from the depths. When that day arrives, what form shall the dragon take as it surges forth from the abyss? Chapter 1. Saint Brélade. In June 1991, within the sacred confines of Saint Brélade Church, a group of young boys and girls clad in choir robes busily prepared for the impending worship ceremony inside the small chapel. Among them, a particularly striking youth with a tall stature, dark eyes, and raven hair stood out prominently. He darted about the chapel with agility, occasionally lending a hand to others, and at times issuing commands, directing everyone to tidy and arrange the church. Strangely, despite the presence of several older youths among them, all complied with his orders, showing no sign of defiance. Indeed, he possessed a certain talent. In a matter of moments, the previously chaotic chapel began to take on a semblance of order under his guidance. Every action of his did not go unnoticed by the nun. Her lips pursed slightly, hands clasped before her, she beamed at the young man, her eyes filled with admiration. "Nun, John is truly the most handsome and capable youth I have ever encountered. Mr. Oliver, you are indeed the first to arrive. It is my duty as a faithful servant," Mr. Oliver proclaimed, making the sign of the cross. "Surely, it is time for John to be sent out for further education." "That is evident." Mr. Oliver gazed at the industrious boy not far away, his face aglow with admiration. "I'm contemplating sponsoring him to attend Jersey School for advanced studies after this summer." The nun's expression flickered with surprise. Jersey School was the finest institution on the island. Only the most exceptional children were granted the opportunity to receive an education there. Indeed, due to its outstanding faculty, many from beyond the island sought to enroll. Corresponding with its excellent academic reputation, the tuition fees were also exorbitantly high. Realizing this, the nun hastily inquired, "Mr. Oliver, do you intend to adopt John?" "I would like to, but I suspect you and the pastor may not be entirely agreeable, Mr." Oliver replied with a smile. "After all, John is truly a child of remarkable talent, and it seems you wish to cultivate him as an heir." At Mr. Oliver's praise, the nun's smile widened, and she nodded. "We do not insist that he must inherit St. Brélade in the future, but rather wish to nurture him into an exceptional clergyman. I believe you understand that John has shown astonishing aptitude in theology. Of course, as a child of God, he also possesses the right to choose his own path. Mr. Oliver erupted into hearty laughter. As a devout believer, he shared the same sentiment. It would undoubtedly be a blessing if such an outstanding child could become a clergyman. His talents and qualities in this regard were truly remarkable. However, should John harbor other aspirations, they would not hinder him. Instead, they would wholeheartedly support him. That is the essence of his faith. After laughing for a while, Mr. Oliver finally composed himself. Just as he was about to speak again, a voice with an unrefined tone suddenly interrupted. "Esteemed Mr. Oliver, and the nun, do not be deceived by that scoundrel John Shafiq." Mr. Oliver and the nun turned in surprise to see a young man, barely in his 20s, with an anxious expression and a gaunt face, standing beside them. This young man had only 4 fingers on each hand, severely deformed, spreading outward like scissors or resembling lobster claws. "Glar, do you understand the words you speak?" The nun furrowed her brow and scolded him. Glar recoiled slightly, appearing somewhat intimidated, yet still gritted his teeth and declared, "The Lord commands us not to deceive, so I speak only the truth. John Shafiq is a rogue bully. Do not be fooled by his charming facade. He is filled with malice. He is unworthy of the education provided by Saint Brélade Church." The nun's expression hardened further, and Glar, aware of his dwindling time, quickly grasped Mr. Oliver's pristine sleeve, pleading, "Mr. Oliver, you must not adopt or sponsor John Shafiq. Otherwise, your household shall know no peace." "Silence, Glar," the nun rebuked sharply. "You have truly disappointed me. We have all witnessed John's exceptional performance as his companion. You have benefited from his kindness. Yet now, you dare to slander him." "I did not," Glar attempted to protest. "I do not wish to hear your excuses. I ask you but one thing. It is labor time now, and John and the others are diligently assisting. Where are you? Have you completed your tasks?" Glar clenched his fists, speechless. Laziness and slander against a companion. "Is this how God teaches you?" The nun continued, and Glar's head drooped lower until Mr. Oliver, shaking his head with a smile, intervened. "Enough, dear nun. Do not be upset. This is merely a trivial dispute, not a grave matter." The nun, clearly still irate, refrained from continuing, only casting a fiery glare at Glar as a concession to Mr. Oliver's presence. Glar, sensing the atmosphere, quickly withdrew. He needed to return to his duties. As the nun had previously stated, it was indeed time for labor. Failure to complete his tasks would not only anger the nun, but the pastor would also impose strict punishment. Watching Glar's figure vanish into the chapel, Mr. Oliver could only shake his head in resignation. As a renowned entrepreneur on the island, he had encountered many like Glar. Such individuals were prone to petty schemes, born to calculate, appearing clever yet ultimately foolish. When confronted with someone more accomplished, their jealousy would inevitably ignite. To describe them, they resembled crabs that only hinder their companions, eliciting disdain and ridicule. While Mr. Oliver pondered this, the nun appeared still agitated. Taking a deep breath, she beckoned. "John, come here, I have something to ask you." Chapter 2. The mysterious guest at the ceremony. Upon hearing the nun's call, John nodded and addressed the busy youths with a commanding voice. "Everyone, put in your utmost effort. Once we tidy up this place, ensure that your appearances are presentable. The ceremony is the most significant event at Saint Brélade Church each month, and we must showcase the splendor of our Saint Brélade choir, making your parents proud of you." Some of the more perceptive boys approached and gently patted John's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. They were acutely aware that John was the only orphan in the St. Brélade choir and one of the 2 children sheltered by the entire Saint Brélade Church. However, John seemed indifferent to this, offering a shy smile to the group before he jogged over to the nun. "Good morning, sister and Mr. Oliver." With John's arrival, the tension stemming from Glar's presence dissipated, akin to a ray of sunshine piercing through darkness. Mr. Oliver's face instantly brightened with a warm smile, and the nun's previously furrowed brow softened. "Good to see you, John," Mr. Oliver said, ruffling John's dry, soft hair with delight. The nun crouched down to meet John's gaze and inquired, "John, please be honest with me. Have you had any disagreements with Glar recently?" A hint of helplessness crossed Mr. Oliver's face. While the nun meant well, her rigidity and sternness often complicated matters. To him, this seemed like a trivial accusation, yet the nun insisted on questioning John. However, he refrained from interjecting, recognizing the nun's duty as an administrator of the Galena orphanage. In response to her question, John glanced towards the direction Glar had departed and smiled. "Glar has been speaking ill of me again, hasn't he? It's not surprising. After all, we have been at odds since the incident with Michelle." "Michelle?" Mr. Oliver instinctively exclaimed, his mind conjuring an image of a golden-haired girl with a radiant smile. Did Glar have a conflict with Michelle? Indeed, Michelle once injured Glar's brother, Greer, just a few months ago. "How is that possible?" Mr. Oliver replied incredulously. "Michelle is a good child. She could never do such a thing. Besides, hasn't she only recently turned 11? How could she harm an adult?" John responded with quiet dignity. "In fact, Michelle did just that, but I do not believe she was in the wrong. It was Greer who first called Michelle a witch and threatened to harm her." Mr. Oliver gasped in shock. In this nearly 21st century, how can there still be people who believe in witch hunts? This is utterly outrageous, truly demonic behavior. Those brothers are akin to Judas and Cain. The nun cast a complex glance at Mr. Oliver before turning back to John. "Then how did he come to harbor such hatred for you?" "Because Glar sought revenge for his brother and continued to trouble Michelle, but I intervened." Hearing John's words, the nun could no longer contain herself and softly chided. How could he act in such a manner? The mediation has clearly concluded, and his brother has received a satisfactory compensation. Such wickedness is marked by greed and insatiability. Mr. Oliver, filled with indignation, interjected in the face of such a scoundrel. "Dear nun, I believe it is imperative that you impose a punishment to ensure he does not stray further down the wrong path." Taking a deep breath, the nun replied, "Rest assured, I shall address this matter." Mr. Oliver nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he tucked a paper bag into John's embrace, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Oliver." "No need for thanks, my dear." Mr. Oliver affectionately ruffled John's hair, his happiness evident. John, smiling, carefully stowed the paper bag away, and the nun then drew John closer. She closed her eyes, resting her forehead against his, and fervently prayed, "Thank God for bringing you into my life." John dutifully shut his eyes as well, and Mr. Oliver, witnessing this tender moment, once again made the sign of the cross with a sense of comfort. The nun's prayer lasted but a brief moment, as their preparations proceeded swiftly. The modest chapel required little adornment. Once everything was in order, an elderly, benevolent-looking priest entered the chapel accompanied by a congregation of faithful. Like John and the choir members, the aged priest donned an elaborate gold and white vestment, exuding an air of grandeur that rivaled even that of the Archbishop of Canterbury. The attire of the congregation varied widely. Many were clad in loose, inexpensive formal wear or work uniforms, appearing as though they had just come from labor. Those of greater means, akin to Mr. Oliver, wore crisp, white shirts. A small portion, however, adorned themselves in lavish, classical garments, their faces hidden behind masks of various designs, resembling not participants in a worship service, but rather attendees of a masquerade ball. The most peculiar aspect was that these enigmatic guests were notably diminutive, resembling dwarfs. Truth be told, such individuals could hardly be deemed devout parishioners, nor should they be present in this humble, somewhat dilapidated chapel. Yet, all the islanders, including Mr. Oliver, felt no sense of disquiet. It was a considerable sum of money that was required. According to the priestess' plans, a pure gold cross was to be crafted for Saint Brélade Church. Among the many attendees, it was only these elegantly attired, supposedly affluent guests from across the sea who possessed the financial means to contribute. Thus, despite their peculiar and even haughty demeanor, the islanders continued to regard them with profound respect. The sole curiosity among Mr. Oliver and the other islanders was how the priest had managed to gather such a multitude of wealthy dwarfs and persuade them to donate. Unfortunately, the priest appeared unwilling to address their inquiries. As the last mysterious guest took their seat, the pastor swiftly commenced the ceremony. Under John's direction, the choir solemnly began their chanting, while the pastor and the congregation devoutly closed their eyes, hands clasped in prayer at their chests. The only ones unfazed by the proceedings were the mysterious guests, who engaged in hushed conversations, occasionally exchanging sinister smiles. At last, the hymn concluded. The mysterious guests, led by a nun, eagerly gathered around the pastor, chattering animatedly while casting furtive glances toward the church's rear courtyard. John knew that at that very moment, more than a dozen homeless souls, sheltered by Saint Brélade Church, awaited them outside. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the mysterious guests made their way to the courtyard, seemingly oblivious to the onlookers. Most were engrossed in interactions with the choir children, whose recent performances had captivated everyone present, particularly their parents, who were on the verge of tears with pride. The thunderous applause and cheers from the audience brought immense joy to the children, while beads of cold sweat began to form on John's forehead. His gaze was fixated on the retreating figures of the mysterious guests, every scar on his body igniting with intense pain. This agony gradually spread, permeating every inch of his flesh and bone. Images flashed incessantly through his mind, vivid and haunting, evoking a maddening sense of anguish. Chapter 3. Escape is imperative. It was not until the mysterious guests vanished from sight that John began to recover from the overwhelming pain and fear. The haunting images that had surged through his mind were not mere figments of imagination. They were the lived experiences of the original soul inhabiting this body. St. Brélade Church is one of the oldest churches on Zephyr Island, cherished by the islanders. The elderly pastor is known for his unwavering acceptance of all who come seeking assistance. He even travels far and wide to seek out the homeless, inviting them to settle at Saint Brélade Church, where he provides shelter and sustenance. In return, these individuals are expected to embrace faith in God and study the scriptures. The original occupant of John's body was one of the two children at Saint Brélade Church, both of whom were adopted by the nuns, who purportedly made considerable sacrifices to ensure their residence there. After all, Saint Brélade Church is not an orphanage, and it is generally unsuitable for children to reside there long term. As a child, the original owner of John's body was also intrigued by the mysterious guests, particularly their peculiar habit of retreating to the courtyard after each grand ceremony to meet with the homeless in a secluded room. This was undeniably strange. Having lived at St. Brélade Church for over a decade, the original owner, though still young, had gathered some understanding of human nature. He did not believe that these mysterious guests were merely there to bestow alms upon the homeless. This curiosity compelled him to trail the enigmatic visitors after the conclusion of a grand ceremony. Subsequently, tragedy struck. When John, as a transmigrant, arrived in this body, he found himself sprawled at the entrance of Saint Brélade Church, his form marred by numerous wounds. The excruciating pain nearly rendered him unconscious at once. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the nun and Michelle, who treated and cared for him, John might not have survived the first week following his arrival. During this week, he managed to consolidate and absorb the remnants of the original owner's memories. These recollections were predominantly fragmented, especially those pertaining to the original host's capture by the mysterious guests, which were shattered into chaotic images due to the body's protective mechanisms triggered by overwhelming pain. Nevertheless, from these fragmented memories, John drew a startling conclusion. That group of mysterious guests were ruthless demons. Each grand ceremony involved some form of transaction with Saint Brélade Church, the commodity being the homeless individuals. The original host had fortuitously stumbled upon their sinister plot. Although he was still alive and active within Saint Brélade Church, it was evident that the mysterious guests harbored other, more perilous intentions towards him. This was glaringly apparent, for each time the guests appeared, they cast upon John either greedy or excited glances, akin to watching lamb slices simmering in a hot pot, waiting for the moment to devour them. Therefore, escape was imperative. He must flee from this place at once. John silently roared within himself, his fists clenched tightly. Following yet another formal ceremony conducted by the old pastor for the islanders. This month's grand event was deemed concluded. This was not due to the choir children bullying John, but rather because it was a rather advantageous task. Each time St. Brélade Church held a grand ceremony, it prepared communion for the faithful. Some benevolent islanders chose to partake symbolically, leaving the remainder behind. This allowed John, who was responsible for cleaning the church, to gather a considerable amount of food. Of course, the quality of the communion was not exceptional, merely bread, jam, and water. Yet for John, it constituted a satisfactory lunch. "John, hold on for a moment," the nun's gentle voice broke through. He immediately set aside his tasks and turned to her. "Sister, how may I assist you?" A warm, dry hand was placed upon John's forehead. The nun, gauging his temperature, expressed her concern. "I noticed your pallor during the ceremony. Are you feeling unwell?" John forced a smile, replying, "Not at all. I'm merely a bit anxious and uneasy. After all, my appetite is growing, and staying in Saint Brélade Church may become a burden for you and the pastor. Thus, I contemplated whether to venture forth as an apprentice." John's words, tinged with a blend of truth and falsehood, elicited a somewhat awkward smile from the nun, who perceived him as a child concerned about his future. With a hint of compassion, she enveloped John in an embrace, saying, "My child, do not worry. In fact, we have already made arrangements for you. By the time of the next grand ceremony, a bright future awaits you." Images of the enigmatic visitors suddenly flashed in John's mind, causing his heart to race with nervous anticipation, though he feigned excitement as he replied, "Really? I am immensely grateful to you. Such is our duty," the nun responded. Rising to her feet, "Your body is not yet fully recovered. Let Grellard undertake the labor this afternoon as a form of penance. You should rest for another day." "Yes, I understand. Once again, I sincerely thank you, sister. And of course, I am grateful to God," John said, bowing his head in devout appreciation. The nun was thoroughly pleased and gently exited the church. In the rear yard of Saint Brélade Church lay a vast expanse of farmland, where numerous vagrants toiled. Most of them were gaunt elderly men or pitiable souls with severe disabilities. Upon John's arrival, they instinctively halted their work, their eyes greedily assessing the burlap sack filled with food in his possession. Some bolder individuals even stealthily inched closer, their faces betraying malicious intent. However, John merely cast them a cold glance, which was sufficient to send them scurrying away, even causing those in the fields to lower their heads in fear. Indeed, they trembled at the sight of this boy. This was not solely due to John's status as the nun's adopted child, but also because, in recent months, he had bested each of them in combat as child. This may seem cruel, for these vagrants were truly wretched beings. Yet, John felt no remorse or pity. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for them, recognizing that most were individuals whose minds had been thoroughly tainted by the sordid realities of society's underbelly. Their propensity to bully the weak while cowering before the strong was ingrained in their very DNA. The beatings and exploitation they had inflicted upon the original owner of his body had long since stripped them of any claim to humanity in John's eyes. Therefore, as they regarded him, John remained unperturbed, even contemplating a scornful chuckle. He quietly traversed the fields, stepping over the cracked stone path, ultimately pushing open a black wooden door. The golden sunlight pierced through the gloom, bathing John in warmth. In the corner of the small cottage, a golden-haired girl floated in the air, idly toying with a sunflower. Upon seeing her, John could not help but smile. He lifted the burlap sack and gently called out, "Michelle, it's time for dinner." Chapter 4. Michelle. The blonde girl, named Michelle, exclaimed in surprise, and then, like a cannonball, she floated into John's embrace. "How was today's ceremony? Were there many attendees? What delicious treats have you brought me?" John chose to disregard the first two inquiries of Michelle and smiled as he opened the cloth bag. "Wow, it's white bread and orange jam. How delightful," Michelle exclaimed, her hands instinctively reaching out, and miraculously, the bread and jam flew into her grasp. John paid no mind to this supernatural spectacle. Instead, he produced a paper-wrapped parcel, revealing a generous chunk of butter, which made him smile even wider. Mr. Oliver truly understood their needs, knowing they seldom indulged in good food, hence gifting them such a substantial piece of butter. John, taking a slice of bread and scraping it generously with butter, began to devour it with the same fervor as Michelle. However, unlike Michelle, who was lost in her meal, John's gaze was fixed upon Michelle's profile. chewing thoughtfully as if her presence enhanced his appetite. In truth, this was indeed the case. The accusations made by the younger Growler regarding Michelle were not entirely unfounded. She was, in fact, a witch who possessed genuine supernatural powers. Yet, this power was not entirely stable. It manifested only when Michelle was completely relaxed or intensely focused, yearning to achieve something. As Michelle put it, this power resembled a mischievous little sprite, occasionally playing pranks and disrupting affairs, but would fulfill wishes when sincerely requested. When John first traversed into this realm, he survived thanks to the supernatural healing that Michelle bestowed upon him. Since that moment, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he too seemed to possess a form of supernatural ability, namely, the capacity to absorb the magical essence radiating from Michelle. This ability operated passively. Whenever he was in proximity to Michelle, he could absorb her magic, which had the warmth of sun-dried blankets. Under normal circumstances, this absorption was exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible. However, when Michelle actively released her powers, or when John was eating, the efficiency of this absorption could amplify by hundreds or even thousands of times. Nonetheless, even at this heightened efficiency, it was far from complete consumption. Fortunately, the magic absorbed by John obeyed his commands, proving to be far more stable than Michelle's own, as if it had been purified, stripped of its self-awareness. This manner of absorption resembled the act of chewing sugarcane. While one could not swallow it whole, one could extract its sweetest essence through mastication. Thus, John aptly named this ability chewing. Regrettably, John himself did not possess the true capacity for sustained production or the interminable, damage-free energy storage akin to many gaming blue bars. Thus, the energy he absorbed would naturally dissipate if left in use for an extended period, somewhat akin to a battery losing its charge, albeit at a faster rate. Nonetheless, John felt a sense of contentment. After all, the external threats he faced had escalated to an almost unbearable level, leaving him with little room for complaints. Michelle consumed her food with remarkable speed, finishing a hearty meal within mere minutes. She then curled up, hugging her knees, gazing at John with her large, amber-eyed stare. Not from hunger, but simply from craving. To be honest, Michelle was quite the beauty. Similar to a nun, she possessed long, flowing golden hair and a delicate visage. The only distinction between them was that the nun exuded a sense of sanctity, while Michelle, due to her youth, radiated a charming innocence. Under the scrutiny of such an adorable girl, even John, with his thick skin, felt somewhat overwhelmed. As he continued munching on his butter bread, he sought to change the subject. By the way, today Growl informed the nun and Mr. Oliver about my situation. It seems he has yet to abandon his thoughts of revenge against us. Upon hearing this, Michelle's smile vanished. Her complexion paled slightly, and she looked down, dejectedly remarking, "Growl has every right to hate me. I nearly killed his brother. It's all my fault. I wish I could have controlled myself better back then." John refrained from offering the usual platitudes of "it's not your fault" or "the Growl brothers brought this upon themselves." Fully aware that such reassurances would be of no solace to someone as kind-hearted as Michelle, he simply continued, "Speaking of the nun," Michelle's eyes lit up as she replied, "The nun arrived immediately after the incident. She first saved Greer and then comforted us. As for the mediation, I am not entirely certain. I haven't seen Greer since. I only heard that the nun seemed to have contacted some mysterious benefactors to secure him a high-paying job, which I assume is the compensation you mentioned." John paused momentarily, taken aback. The conflict between Michelle and Greer occurred prior to John's arrival. Now, based on Michelle's account, it seemed Greer's fate had been sealed. John remained silent for a while, his expression peculiar as he remarked, "Poor Greer. Indeed, Greer is truly unfortunate." Michelle sighed in agreement. The nun mentioned that the damage I inflicted was particularly severe, and it may leave him with lingering effects. John stared at Michelle in exasperation. Unable to respond to her statement, he had already revealed the truth about the mysterious benefactors to her, yet she remained incredulous. However, this was to be expected. Michelle habitually viewed others in a favorable light. With a sigh, John extended his hand, and a sunflower planted in a pot in the corner immediately flew into his grasp. "Oh, are we about to play a game?" Michelle exclaimed with delight upon witnessing this. "Of course, that is precisely why I came here," John replied, placing the potted sunflower in a sunlit spot before pulling open an empty wooden crate. A deep, dark tunnel immediately unfolded before them. In recent months, John has not remained idle. He commenced an extensive exploration of the Galena orphanage's surroundings and devised an escape plan. The tunnel they are currently working on represents the most crucial element of his strategy and the culmination of his and Michelle's efforts over the past few months. According to their timeline, the tunnel will be fully excavated within 2 days. at which point he will be able to lead Michelle away from the perilous confines of Saint Brélade. Contemplating this, John's gaze towards the tunnel entrance ignited with fervor. Chapter 5. The Tunnel's End. Is this yet another excavation game? In contrast to John's excitement, Michelle's spirit dampened at the sight of the tunnel's mouth. I'm rather tired of this game. Perhaps we should play hopscotch instead? The nuns just taught me how, she suggested. John's brow furrowed momentarily before he sighed. Just bear with me a little longer. The tunnel will be completed in a couple of days. Once we escape, I will earn a considerable fortune, and then you can play whatever you desire. John was not merely attempting to placate Michelle. Having confirmed the year and general conditions of this world, and possessing newfound abilities, he felt confident that wealth would not pose a challenge for him in the future. All right, thank you, John. Michelle stood up, her demeanor half-hearted as she gestured towards the window. I'm just curious. If you wish to flee Saint Brélade, why not simply exit through the back door? Why dig a tunnel? Instinctively, John glanced outside. From his vantage point, he first observed the vagrants laboring in the fields, followed by the array of gravestones, and finally, the towering, interconnected walls, topped with barbed wire. Based on John's experience, these walls were insurmountable and indestructible, even for Michelle's extraordinary capabilities, which struck him as profoundly peculiar. As for the back door, it simply did not exist. John was certain of this. He had thoroughly familiarized himself with every aspect of Saint Brélade. The sole exit was the front gate, a massive iron door that remained locked year-round, only opening for ceremonial occasions. Michelle took a deep breath, seemingly poised to argue further with John. Yet, in the end, she merely slumped her shoulders and crawled into the tunnel. John hurriedly followed, carrying a cloth bag and a candle. After crawling nearly 100 meters through the tunnel, they finally reached its end. John placed his hands on the earth, and as he began to channel the magical energy he had recently absorbed, the soil beneath his hands rapidly dissolved and vanished. Within a mere 5 minutes, the tunnel extended nearly another meter. Ah, your turn, John gasped, retreating to the rear, his magical energy nearly depleted. Michelle stepped forward to take John's previous position and continue the excavation. In terms of both the quality and quantity of magical energy, Michelle surpassed John significantly. However, her magical energy's compliance was considerably lower, which rendered her tunneling efficiency slightly less effective than John's. John was not in a hurry. He leisurely munched on bread, absorbing the magical essence that emanated from Michelle, which would otherwise have been wasted, while trailing behind her. Once Michelle grew fatigued, he would take the lead, allowing her to replenish her strength and magic by eating behind him. It was through this remarkably efficient method of alternating excavation that the two unarmed children managed to carve out such an extensive tunnel beneath Saint Brélade. However, even with this strategy, digging the tunnel was an arduous task for both John and Michelle. It was no wonder that Michelle lost interest in playing the tunneling game. After months of such a grueling endeavor, it indeed became rather monotonous. Yet, upon entering the tunnel, Michelle refrained from any complaints, diligently working alongside John. Though she appeared somewhat subdued, lacking her usual vivacity, this was a rare and commendable quality. To remain entirely complaint-free in a state of extreme impatience speaks to either tremendous self-discipline or an extraordinarily kind disposition. Michelle was clearly the latter. A girl so pure and gentle deserved a better life. John resolved to help Michelle escape this perilous place. Moreover, her hallucinations must be treated. He would seek out the finest psychologist for her care. Taking a hearty bite of bread, John repeatedly reassured himself. Just then, the girl ahead at the tunnel's entrance let out a startled cry. What is it? What happened? I'm sorry, John, but I think I dug off course. How could that be? John instinctively replied. To ensure the tunnel maintained its intended direction, he had undertaken extensive preparations, even crafting a rudimentary compass and level. According to his calculations, if they dug another 20 meters forward, they would emerge directly into a small river south of Saint Brélade. At that moment, they would escape, as described in the Shawshank Redemption. However, when John squeezed beside Michelle, what lay before him was not a tranquil lake and sun-drenched golden earth, but a chilling underground chamber. This space was roughly 30 square meters, with wooden racks in the corners laden with numerous jars and various bizarre biological specimens and organs. In the very center of the chamber lay a gruesome pile of corpses, illuminated by the dim glow of a blue gemstone embedded in the ceiling. John could clearly see that not all the bodies were human. Among them were many small, furry, grotesque remains that were unmistakably not human. They were haphazardly piled together, some even grotesquely stitched together, creating a horrifying scene. As John gazed upon this chamber, inhaling the familiar scent of blood in the air, the scars covering his body throbbed painfully once more. He recognized this place. The original owner had once been among that heap of corpses. This was the lair of the mysterious cult. In that instant, John felt as though he had truly become the original owner, experiencing the agonizing pain in a visceral way. A profound agony descended upon John, causing his veins to bulge and his mouth to involuntarily part, emitting deep, resonant growls. At that very instant, as John opened his mouth, the azure gem erupted with brilliant light. A surge of frigid, pure magic poured forth, rushing directly into John's mouth. The magic that had been entirely depleted within him was instantaneously replenished and began to surge at an astonishing rate. John felt akin to a balloon, inflating continuously with the influx of magic. If this continued, he would inevitably burst like a balloon. Yet, as despair threatened to overwhelm him, the immense magic within him rapidly collapsed, ultimately transforming into an indescribable new substance. This essence coursed through his veins. With its emergence, John astonishingly discovered that he possessed the ability to generate magic autonomously. He had become a true sorcerer, akin to Michelle. Chapter 6. The Path to Salvation. The sudden influx of magic overwhelmed John in an instant. Meanwhile, Michelle finally became aware of the situation in the basement. Her pupils constricted, her body trembled, and her hands instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a scream. Creak! The sound of a door opening echoed through the air, followed by the noise of something heavy being dragged. John instinctively turned his head, noticing a passageway at the side of the basement. At that moment, a beam of white light pierced through the dimness, illuminating the swirling dust in the air. This was bad. Someone was coming. A surge of peril gripped John, sending a wave of intense dread coursing through him, as if a sharp blade were pressed against his forehead. Stimulated by this alarming sensation, John disregarded everything else and grabbed Michelle, urging her to retreat into the tunnel. Contrary to his expectations, the 11-year-old Michelle was not paralyzed by the terrifying scene before her. As John reached out, she too extended her hand. In that moment, their singular thought was to seal the breach. They could not allow the impending intruder to discover them. As the magic surged within them, the previously open gap swiftly closed, as if someone had pressed a rewind button, restoring it to its original state. Only after blocking the entrance with an empty wooden crate did John and Michelle collapse onto the floor. They were drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps due to the overwhelming fright, Michelle soon crawled to John's side, clutching his arm tightly. Her embrace felt like an iron vice, causing him pain that nearly escaped his lips. John was utterly perplexed. They all lived under the same harsh conditions in Saint Brélade. Although Michelle's regular meals were somewhat more generous due to the care provided by John and the nun, one could not help but marvel at her extraordinary strength, which seemed almost on par with that of an adult. Could this be attributed to the innate gifts of a witch? John grimaced as he struggled to free his arm from Michelle's grip, exerting considerable effort before finally succeeding. Realizing she had inadvertently harmed him, Michelle expressed her remorse by gently blowing and caressing John's arm, her face reflecting a mixture of concern and disbelief as she exclaimed, "John, could it be that everything you said is true?" Understanding that she sought conversation to alleviate her fears, John, despite the discomfort in his arm, replied, "I have assured you, I would never deceive you. But fret not, I will ensure your escape. Even if this tunnel fails, I have alternative plans." As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly fierce. To be candid, he had indeed prepared a backup escape route. However, it was evident that the mysterious figures possessed formidable magical powers and had cast a supernatural barrier over the orphanage, rendering his plans futile. Yet, he could not disclose this reality to Michelle. Her spirit was already stretched to its limits from recent events. If he failed to offer her some semblance of hope, she might very well collapse under the weight of her despair. Nevertheless, John underestimated Michelle's psychological resilience. No sooner had he finished speaking than she responded, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "No. What will happen to the others at Saint Brélade if we escape? We must take them with us, or they will perish." Instinctively, John was inclined to refuse. He was the type of person who reciprocated kindness. Thus, he felt no emotional attachment to the homeless at Saint Brélade and had never aspired to be a savior. In that moment, as Michelle voiced her concerns, he felt a surge of resentment towards her. His deepest aversion was towards the self-righteous. Yet, this feeling quickly dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness. What right did he have to resent Michelle? She was, after all, an exceptionally kind-hearted child, embodying the compassion of her namesake, the Archangel Michael. This was a truth he had long recognized. It was precisely because he understood Michelle's genuine kindness that he had confided in her about the sinister conspiracy of the mysterious figures, requesting her secrecy while enlisting her help to excavate the tunnel. Even in her disbelief, she had exerted herself to aid him. Now, was he truly to despise her for her benevolence? It was worth noting that, in a strict sense, he had also taken advantage of Michelle's kindness. Was this not akin to eating from the bowl and then cursing it? John prided himself on not being capable of such shamelessness. However, did he genuinely intend to rescue the other homeless individuals? Was such a feat even remotely feasible? In a moment, John was engulfed in contemplation. Time slipped by silently, and Michelle realized that she was indeed making things difficult for him. With reddened eyes, she weakly knelt on the ground and said, "I'm sorry, John. I have been unreasonable. Please do not be angry with me. If you are, then go ahead and strike me." John cast a glance her way and slowly raised his hand. Upon noticing this, Michelle emitted a small whimper, closing her eyes and recoiling as if bracing for an impending blow. However, the anticipated pain never came. John merely rolled up his sleeve and gently wiped the sweat from her brow. "I am not angry with you, so please do not fret. It is getting late. Let us have dinner first and not keep the nuns waiting. As for the matter of rescuing everyone, we need to deliberate further. You know I am clever. I will always find a way," John said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Michelle could no longer contain herself and burst into tears in John's embrace. He comforted her by patting her back, his words tender and warm, yet his expression remained frigid. He had not promised Michelle that he would save all the homeless souls of Saint Brélade. His foremost concern was the safety of both himself and Michelle. He might assist others to fulfill Michelle's wishes, but if their own safety was at stake, well, that was a different matter. With such thoughts, a slight smile curled at John's lips, and he felt a surge of magical energy within him, causing the sunflower in the corner to sway joyfully in response to his emotions. Meanwhile, outside the small cabin stood a youth with a sharp face, his fists clenched tightly, and an unmistakable excitement etched across his visage. Moments ago, it seemed he had overheard something of great significance. The young man spoke fiercely, his eyes gleaming with malice. Chapter 7. Within it all. After a night of deep reflection, John arrived at the cabin early the next morning. At that moment, Michelle had yet to make her appearance. As a member of Saint Brélade, even though Michelle was a perilous witch unable to fully control her powers, she was still expected to contribute. However, considering her unique circumstances, the nuns had assigned her a relatively light task of cleaning the entire living area alone. As for why John could afford to avoid work early in the day, it could be said that just as Greer had not slandered Michelle, neither had Glar misrepresented John. Having successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain at Saint Brélade, John naturally had others who would willingly assist him with his labor. This was one of the unspoken rules of Saint Brélade. He tidied up the cabin a bit more and then closed his eyes, extending his palm. With the stretch of his will, a layer of frost began to coalesce slowly from his palm, and John could distinctly feel its bone-chilling cold. As he gathered the frost, the mass of ice began to spin and twist, transforming into ice spikes one moment and an ice mirror the next. The process, in truth, has not been smooth. The frost often inexplicably shatters during its transformation, causing John to begin anew. Nevertheless, despite these setbacks, as he sensed the changes occurring within his palm, John could not help but smile. The power he had just utilized was not drawn from Michelle, but rather belonged to him alone. Ever since he was struck by the magic contained within that gem in the basement, he felt as though he had acquired the ability to generate magic autonomously. This experiment had confirmed his suspicions. In other words, he had truly become a wizard. Although the magic he produced lacked the refinement and obedience of Michelle's and was significantly lesser in quantity, it was nonetheless his own. Relying on others can be precarious. John had no intention of depending solely on absorbing Michelle's magic for the rest of his life. Most importantly, he discovered that his ability to refine magic remained intact. After gaining the capacity to generate his own magic by consuming other magical energies, John could not only wield an additional portion of magic that was entirely under his control for a brief period, but also experience a subtle yet permanent enhancement in his own magical abilities. This was immensely good news for John. Just imagine, he would no longer need to engage in any other form of training. He could simply remain in the company of a wizard like Michelle, indulge in feasting and merriment, and watch his magical talents soar. Is there anything more splendid in this world? John, I'll come to find you. Just as John was lost in these delightful thoughts, Michelle pushed open the door and entered the small room. Upon seeing her charming face, John's smile instantly soured, for he suddenly realized that there might indeed be something more wonderful than his newfound abilities. Michelle herself. This girl, who didn't even need to consume magic, saw her own powers grow rapidly even in her sleep. John, who often absorbed her magic, felt this truth deeply. "Hey, John, why do you look so glum?" Michelle, shedding the anxious demeanor she had shown when they parted yesterday, placed her hands on her hips and beamed. I understand now. You're still worried about how to save everyone, aren't you? Fear not. I have devised a solution. Oh, you found a way? John gazed at Michelle with surprise. In his recollection, she had never been particularly renowned for her intellect or strategy. What kind of plan could she possibly have? Curiosity piqued, John listened intently. Michelle, unable to contain her excitement, sat beside him and declared, "My plan is simple. We escape first, then we seek out Mr. Oliver to enlist the help of other adults to rescue those poor souls in Saint Brélade. You see, John, you're worried that bringing too many people might increase the risk, while I want to save everyone in Saint Brélade. With my approach, you won't need to worry about that anymore. After all, by that time, even if unforeseen circumstances arose, the two of us would be safe." Upon hearing this, John felt a tinge of sentimentality. Compared to yesterday, Michelle appeared notably more listless today, with dark circles under her eyes. Clearly, she had spent the entire night contemplating this matter. Among her proposed solutions, not only did she devise a plan to rescue other homeless individuals, but she also took into account John's feelings and emotions, which was truly commendable. Yet, it was evident that she had neglected to consider her own well-being. "And what about you, Michelle?" John sighed. "If the plan goes awry and we are unable to rescue anyone, you would likely feel utterly despondent, wouldn't you?" Michelle's expression initially darkened, but then she rallied her spirits. "I'm fine, John. You are my friend, and I would much rather see you happy. Besides, even if things would turn out that way, I would still be alive, wouldn't I? That is already quite fortunate." John continued to shake his head. Noticing this, Michelle eagerly sought to voice her thoughts, but John gestured for her to pause. "I'm not concerned about your distress. Rather, I am skeptical of Mr. Oliver. But Mr. Oliver is a good man. Have you forgotten? He gave us butter yesterday, and previously, he provided us with candy and beautiful toys." Michelle counted off on her fingers. But after a while, realizing that John remained unmoved, she expressed her frustration and anger. "What about the nun? Surely we can ask her for assistance? She has always taken great care of us and even bestowed her surname upon us." John's expression faltered. According to the customs of the island, for nameless orphans like them to acquire a name, the only option was to randomly create one for themselves while ensuring it did not resemble those of others on the island. The islanders placed significant importance on surnames, and adopting someone else's surname could lead to trouble. John and Michelle were exceptions. The nun had requested the priest to baptize them and grant them Christian names, also bestowing her own surname upon them, John Shafiq and Michelle Shafiq, without a doubt a sign of the nun's affection for them. However, this did not imply that John trusted the nun. His willingness to share secrets and collaborate with Michelle stemmed from his profound understanding of her purity and kindness. As for the nun and Mr. Oliver, regrettably, John's knowledge of them was far less comprehensive. In their current perilous situation, he could not extend the same level of trust to them as he did to Michelle, particularly to the nun. After all, she was a member of the management at Saint Brélade Church. Who could know if she, like the priest, was in league with the mysterious guests? Shaking his head, John furrowed his brow. "Let us set aside the question of whether the nun and Mr. Oliver are trustworthy. I simply wish to inquire why your plan lacks any details regarding how we are to escape, as if you are entirely confident that we can safely leave this place. What gives you such certainty? Because the back door is wide open." Michelle boldly pointed at the window and declared, "We can certainly walk out in broad daylight." John nearly gasped for breath. He rose and, in irritation, approached the window. "How many times have we confirmed this? There is absolutely no back." John's voice abruptly ceased, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape in sheer astonishment. This time, he truly beheld the so-called back door. Chapter 8. The Traitor Judas. John found it hard to believe his own eyes. No matter how many times he rubbed them, the iron door remained ajar, firmly set within the wall. He could even see the winding path of Saint Brélade beyond it. John furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently outside. The backyard of Saint Brélade also housed a vast expanse of cultivated farmland, where numerous homeless individuals toiled diligently to plant carrots. Many of them passed through that grand door while working, yet they completely ignored its wide-open presence. In fact, each person who walked by instinctively veered off in a small circle, as though some barrier had been erected before the door, compelling the laborers to unconsciously disregard its existence. Wait a moment, a barrier? John felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Upon reflection, the only difference between today and yesterday was that he had become a wizard, just like Michelle, and Michelle had always been able to see that door. Did that mean the door indeed possessed a barrier, one that only wizards could perceive? John's heart raced, a surge of excitement coursing through him, urging him to cheer and shout. With this door, his escape plan seemed far more feasible. John, believe me, there's truly a door. Although you cannot see it, I have personally tested it. One can indeed pass through that door to the outside. Just follow me, and you will surely. Michelle interjected as she noticed John's prolonged silence. No, I saw it. Huh, what did you say? I said I saw the door. It's right there, rusted and wide open. Michelle, you are a genius. You have been immensely helpful, John exclaimed, grasping Michelle's hand in excitement. In response, although Michelle felt somewhat bewildered, her heart swelled with joy at John's praise. Tilling the earth has never been a task of bliss. In the absence of efficient fertilizers, achieving a bountiful harvest of quality carrots demands meticulous cultivation, breaking apart every clod of soil and clearing away every weed to ensure the earth remains loose. This labor is far too burdensome for the homeless, especially since they lack adequate tools. Many must stoop in the fields, using their hands to dig. It is easy to imagine the unimaginable suffering inflicted upon these individuals after toiling under the relentless sun for an entire day. Thus, every vagabond laboring in the fields appears utterly despondent, their vitality seemingly drained, as if they might collapse at any moment. Occasionally, they even gather to murmur their grievances against the pastor, for their current existence starkly contrasts the promises made by him. Regrettably, it is far too late for change. Unlike other regions of Ingwa, Saint Brélade is an entirely enclosed sanctuary. Here, all individuals, including nuns, vagabonds, and John and Michelle, are forbidden from leaving at their own discretion. Previous attempts at escape have ended in failure, with none succeeding to date, and those who faltered faced severe consequences. This means that these sheltered vagabonds find themselves trapped, with the only means of temporary respite being the occasional visit from mysterious patrons who would hire a few of them for labor. The notion of leaving is, therefore, a mere fantasy. However, not all vagabonds are engulfed in despair. Grayler stands as a notable exception among the throng. Compared to his fellow wanderers, Grayler exhibits a remarkable vitality. While toiling, he not only smiles but also works with remarkable efficiency, surpassing his companions in productivity within a short span. This elicits quiet amusement among the surrounding vagabonds, who are acutely aware that Grayler's fervent efforts are aimed at garnering the nuns' and pastor's favor, hoping to secure a contract from the enigmatic patrons. Yet, what purpose does this serve? Do these patrons truly embody benevolence? Despite their alluring promises, once on their territory, they wield total control. Such experiences are all too familiar to them, which is precisely why many have chosen to oppress the previous John. Nevertheless, Grayler's perspective diverges significantly from that of his fellow vagabonds. In truth, he harbors no desire to leave Saint Brélade. If possible, he would cherish the opportunity to remain there for a lifetime devoted to serving the nuns. For he possesses an immense love for the nun, one that transcends romantic affection, resembling a child's adoration for a mother. This may seem peculiar, as Grayler is already in his 20s. Yet, the nun has been the sole individual throughout these years who has treated him without prejudice, offering him equality and special care. In her, Grayler sees the comforting shadow of a mother for the very first time. This is precisely why he feels such disdain towards John and Michelle, who are, after all, the nun's adopted son and daughter. However, this situation is destined to change. Just yesterday, he successfully uncovered a secret involving John, Michelle, and that witch. They were conspiring to escape from Saint Brélade. Upon learning this news, he instinctively felt the urge to inform the nun, eager for her to recognize him as the most trustworthy and cherished child. In contrast, John and Michelle are merely treacherous ingrates. The mere thought of such a scenario filled Grayler with exhilarating anticipation, causing him to tremble with excitement. Yet, he quickly subdued this impulse. The nun possesses an extraordinary kindness. Each individual in Saint Brélade has been genuinely blessed by her heartfelt benevolence. Could such a compassionate soul truly inflict severe punishment upon John and Michelle? Surely, matters would eventually be downplayed, trivialized, wouldn't they? Thus, the target of his complaints cannot be the nun. It must be the priest. Moreover, it must be done publicly, under the witness of all, to ensure the situation escalates dramatically, subjecting John and Michelle to authentic consequences. It was with such thoughts that Grayler has endured until now. And now, the moment for action has arrived. With this in mind, Grayler could not resist lifting his gaze once more towards the staff building. There resided the small abode of the priest, who, each morning, would emerge to pray in the church. This was one of the rare occasions when the priest would present himself before the congregation. To seize this opportunity, Grayler had glanced in that direction countless times throughout the morning. At last, he beheld the priest, clad in a black cassock, stepping out from the building. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Grayler's veins. He dashed out of the line, tumbling towards a priest not far away, shouting, "Father! Oh, Father, there is trouble! John, and that which are preparing to flee Saint Brélade." The sudden turn of events startled the priest. Instinctively, he began to retreat back into the building. But his aged frame stumbled, nearly causing him to fall. However, he soon discerned Grelard's words. Observing Grellard, who was gasping for breath, the priest's brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. Grellard noted that the priest did not chastise him for his reckless interruption, but rather inquired about John and Michelle. He realized that the situation was already leaning in his favor. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he relayed all that he had discovered the previous day to the priest. In response, he witnessed a chilling grin emerge on the priest's face. Chapter 9. The Plan Unveiled. Grellard could not suppress a shiver. Though everyone in Saint Brélade was well aware that the old priest was not the benevolent figure that the island's faithful believed him to be, many of the homeless sheltered there secretly cursed him, alleging that he preyed upon their misfortune. Yet, at least in everyday interactions, the priest maintained a semblance of amiability. Now, however, a truly fearsome expression marred his countenance, evoking the terrifying demons described in the scriptures. This, however, indicated that the priest was indeed infuriated beyond measure. Did this not imply that John and Michelle would face even harsher repercussions? With this thought, Grellard felt a rush of excitement. Simultaneously, the priest's menacing demeanor softened, and he donned a congenial smile. Glar, our Lord, imparts to us the lesson that deceit is an abomination. Thus, you must be aware of the dire consequences of transgression. Correct? Standing tall, Glar solemnly vowed, "I possess ample evidence and can lead you to it at any moment." "Excellent. Then you shall guide the way." The priest replied with a cheerful grin, simultaneously gesturing to the curious throng of vagabonds in the field to accompany them. The wanderers immediately set aside their tasks, eagerly following the priest. For them, the specific purpose of their journey mattered little. Anything was preferable to the relentless toil in the fields, which was truly excruciating. However, not all the vagabonds were so compliant. A few feigned interest in joining the larger group, only to quietly slip away towards the office where the nun was stationed. The priest, fully aware of their ruse, feigned indifference and continued onward with the remaining dozen or so wanderers, guided by Glar towards the cottage. The cottage was not far from the fields, and shortly, Glar arrived first at the door, pointing inside. "We have arrived, esteemed priest. The evidence lies within." The priest nodded, and without hesitation, Glar, with a wicked grin, pushed open the door. Glar's abrupt entrance startled Michelle, who gasped and instinctively hid the half-eaten buttered bread behind her, an indulgence recently bestowed upon her by John. Observing this, Glar licked his lips in excitement. He had not expected John and Michelle to be present at this hour. Nonetheless, this was fortuitous, as it allowed him to catch them red-handed, yielding even greater results. "How dare you, in broad daylight, abandon your duties and secretly conspire to flee? Despicable witch, you court death!" Glar bellowed at Michelle. In response, Michelle's fear intensified. Her free hand flailed about aimlessly, her eyes reddening, as if she wished to protest but found herself at a loss for words. This scene brought Glar immense satisfaction. However, his elation was short-lived upon noticing that, in stark contrast to Michelle's reaction, John displayed an astonishing calmness. He showed no sign of surprise at Glar's arrival, as though he had anticipated this moment entirely. Has he completely disregarded my presence? This thought ignited a furious ire within Glar. He pointed an accusatory finger at John, poised to unleash his wrath. Yet before he could utter a word, the priest pushed him aside, blocking the entrance. "Good morning, esteemed priest," John said, rising serenely and bowing respectfully to the elder clergyman. The old priest smiled and nodded, surveying the interior of the cottage before addressing John. "Mr. John Shafiq, Glar has just informed me that you wish to escape from Saint Brélade. Do you have anything to say regarding this matter?" "That is utter nonsense," John declared resolutely. "It is well known that Michelle and I are like rootless reeds, relying solely on God's grace for our shelter. Saint Brélade is our home. Here, we indulge in plentiful sustenance and bask in the divine radiance, absorbing sacred knowledge. I cannot fathom any reason we would wish to depart." He genuinely holds a fondness for John. In fact, every believer on Cesar Island who has encountered John adores him. After all, individuals as charming and articulate as John, who can speak to the depths of your heart and evoke genuine joy, are exceedingly rare. However, despite this affection, the pastor is evidently more concerned about the possibility of someone fleeing. As John himself recently articulated, from the perspective of an ordinary person, neither John nor Michelle possesses any motive to escape. If they truly wish to flee, it would surely be because they had uncovered something significant, something that must never be revealed. The pastor nodded, yet the smile upon his face gradually faded. Glar, you just informed me that you possess substantial evidence. If so, present it to me. However, I must caution you. The accuser shares the guilt of the accused, and false accusations will lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, Reverend. Glar gritted his teeth, declaring, the evidence I speak of is the tunnel excavated by John Shafiq in collaboration with that wicked sorceress. I heard it clearly yesterday. That tunnel lies within this very room. Upon hearing this, Michelle's delicate visage turned ashen. She stared at Glar in disbelief, shocked by his maliciousness. This only served to heighten Glar's excitement. Without awaiting the pastor's command, he rushed into the room, commencing his search. The small cottage had originally been a storage space for Saint Brélade, filled with various half-abandoned furniture and farming tools. The task of clearing out those items to search the floor was one that Glar, with his lobster-like hands, should theoretically be incapable of accomplishing. Yet, propelled by sheer determination, he unleashed a remarkable potential, swiftly rummaging through the small cottage, directing his efforts toward the empty wooden crates used by John and Michelle to conceal the tunnel's entrance. Observing this, Michelle trembled uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth, resolved to step forward and take full responsibility for the matter concerning the tunnel. However, before she could act, John abruptly pulled her behind him. It must be right here. The vile sorceress and her pagan acolyte. Your doom is at hand. Glar's bloodshot eyes bore down on John and Michelle as he panted heavily, reaching for the empty wooden crate. Chapter 10. The Covenant, 4,700 words. A tense atmosphere enveloped the cottage. Every individual present held their breath. Michelle, in particular, closed her eyes in fear. In her mind, all was lost. Their plan would be exposed, and both she and John would face dire repercussions. Perhaps even death. With a creak, the empty wooden crate was finally pulled open. Yet, what lay before them was not a deep tunnel, but rather a solid, compact layer of earth, identical to the ground elsewhere in the cottage. How is this possible? Glar stared wide-eyed, exclaiming in disbelief. Even after uttering those words, he remained unconvinced and threw himself to the ground, using his lobster claws to scrape at the earth. It was only after his hands were bloodied and battered that he finally relinquished his efforts, sitting despondently on the ground. Michelle, equally astonished, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, her gaze instinctively shifting towards John, who merely offered her a faint smile. Ever since the day he decided to dig the tunnel, John had been prepared for the possibility of its discovery. Thus, he had strategically placed a pot of sunflowers near the tunnel's entrance, intending to use his magical abilities to manipulate the surrounding soil and the roots of the sunflowers to seal the entrance in a critical moment. He chuckled softly. Glar was far too inexperienced to challenge him. To Glar, that soft chuckle was laced with derision, igniting an unquenchable rage within him as he charged at John with his lobster claws raised. However, in his fury, Glar overlooked a crucial detail. Could he truly match John, the one feared by all the adult vagabonds of Saint Brélade? John's expression sharpened, a surge of magic coursing through him, targeting Glar's right calf. Thud! Glar fell to the ground, as if he had tripped over his own feet. As onlookers observed, it appeared as though Glar had simply stumbled and toppled over. Moaning, Glar attempted to rise and continue the fight, but suddenly the cold voice of the old priest pierced his ears. Glar, is this the evidence you speak of? At the sound, Glar trembled, his courage evaporating, prostrating himself like a puddle of mud at the priest's feet, pleading, please grant me another chance. The tunnel must be here. It must have been hidden by them. You know, Michelle is an evil witch. She must have used sorcery. She deserves to be burned alive. A soft chuckle echoed once more, this time from the group of vagabonds standing behind the priest. They wore expressions of schadenfreude, pointing and occasionally bursting into laughter at Glar's expense. The entertainment in Saint Brélade was scarce, and Glar had unwittingly provided some amusement. Enough. There is no need for further discussion, the priest declared coldly. Glar, your accusations against your companions are unequivocally proven, although this is your first offense. Your actions are particularly egregious. Esteemed priest, Glar is not a first-time offender. John interjected with a smile. You may not be aware, but Glar has always been at odds with me. And just yesterday, before the grand ceremony, he discreetly neglected his duties to slander me to the nuns and Mr. Oliver. Oh, is that so? The priest narrowed his eyes, a deep shade of anger washing over his face as he directed his impassive gaze towards Glar. John, Michelle, and the vagabonds are strictly prohibited from entering the church in the front yard without permission. This is the ironclad decree of Saint Brélade. It serves not only to prevent these individuals from escaping, but also to shield them from encountering any potential believers in the front yard unprepared. After all, in the public image of Saint Brélade, these individuals, especially the vagabonds, are portrayed as those who can freely come and go, living in comfort. Should the faithful discover the true plight of the vagabonds, the very foundations of this church might tremble. The mere thought of such consequences darkened the pastor's countenance. Glar, for falsely accusing your companions, I hereby sentence you to 2 days of fasting and prayer in the punishment chamber. Furthermore, you have violated the prohibition against entering the church, and shall receive 60 lashes, to be administered by John. The pastor declared from his elevated position, his face a mask of ferocity. Upon hearing this, despair washed over Glar completely. 60 lashes, and to be carried out by John, just as he had shown no mercy to John. He was certain that John would show him none in return. With John's prowess, those 60 strikes would leave him either dead or grievously injured, and afterward, he would endure 2 days of fasting and prayer, deprived even of water, confined within that small, dark room of the punishment chamber. This entire ordeal would surely lead to his demise. As he gazed at John, who was smirking at him with eager anticipation, tears streamed down Glar's cheeks. He had ruined everything. For this, he would pay with his life. Wait, Pastor. At that moment, a familiar voice, tinged with irritation, broke through the tension. John and the others turned to see a crowd parting at the door of the small room, allowing a nun to step directly inside. It is the nun, the pastor remarked coldly. Surely, you are aware that the penalties I have just imposed were in accordance with the regulations of Saint Brélade and are entirely justified. Of course, your knowledge of the scriptures far surpasses mine, the nun retorted with a hint of sarcasm. The pastor's expression darkened further at her words. Setting that aside, there's a question I have long wished to ask. Pastor, why do you not permit the vagabonds to leave Saint Brélade? It seems to me that many of them are truly ill-suited to life here. The pastor gestured towards the vagabonds, prompting those who had previously brightened at the nun's remarks to lower their heads in shame. In a certain sense, they were indeed the kind of wretches the pastor described. Yet, the nun's smile only grew more radiant in response. What a compassionate heart you possess. So, Pastor, may I inquire what you are doing at this moment? The punishment you have imposed on Glar clearly indicates an intent to destroy him. Is this your definition of compassion? The pastor faltered, realizing he had been ensnared by the nun's words. The atmosphere in the small room turned awkward as silence enveloped them. Fortunately, the priest possessed a thick enough skin, and the prolonged silence was ultimately shattered by his boisterous laughter. My dear nun, I must confess that I was momentarily overwhelmed with anger. Thankfully, you were present. Otherwise, I might have committed a grave error. The priest then turned his attention back to Glar. Glar, I hereby announce that your punishment is commuted to a day of fasting and prayer in the penitential chamber. Furthermore, the flogging shall be halved to 30 lashes, which I shall personally administer. Upon hearing this, Glar, who had previously been engulfed in despair, immediately fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing to the priest and the nun, especially putting extra fervor into his reverence towards the nun. He had come perilously close to death. However, it was evident that the priest would not let Glar off so easily. His wrath had only intensified with the nun's arrival. Under the priest's command, Glar was taken away on spot. Saint Brélade suspended all daily activities that day, gathering everyone in the dining hall for a moral education session centered on Glar's misdeeds. This process lasted a full afternoon. The homeless individuals were deprived of their lunch, which was indeed a devastating blow. Considering that they typically subsisted on only 2 meager meals a day, the loss of half their rations would leave many of the already frail homeless reeling from hunger. Moreover, they were subjected to the torturous mental anguish of being continually berated by the priest on stage. Naturally, the homeless dared not revolt. Many among them were under the priest's control. If anyone dared to raise a call to action, it would not result in a wave of supporters, but rather a frenzy of individuals eager to apprehend the dissenting voice to claim their reward. Thus, they could only cast furious glances at Glar. Had the priest and nun not been present, the famished homeless might have resorted to devouring Glar. After all, he was still flesh. However, to everyone's astonishment, when the evening's moral education session finally concluded, what awaited the throng of homeless was not additional labor, but a sumptuous dinner. Mashed potatoes, a fresh lettuce salad, and a hearty, well-stewed meat broth awaited them. In an instant, the homeless erupted in joy. Meanwhile, John felt a heightened sense of vigilance towards the priest. He was certain that the effects of the priest's educational session would be remarkably successful. It was likely that no one would dare to violate the rules and approach the church again. Most importantly, through the strategy of reducing the midday meal and enhancing the evening feast, the priest had deftly redirected all resentment towards Glar. rendering the true architect of their suffering into an object of their gratitude. Indeed, those who managed to navigate this harsh world were far from simple. Now, everyone, please enjoy your meal at your leisure, the priest said with a smile as he observed the individuals devouring their food. Glar, come with me to the penitential chamber. In a state of stupor, Growl shuddered at the words and unsteadily approached the priest, his steps slow and feeble, his entire being swaying precariously. It was evident that the rigorous trial of the afternoon had thoroughly drained him of vitality. His disheveled appearance elicited laughter from several onlookers. The priest's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded towards the crowd, before leading Growl away from the dining hall. They walked in silence through the night. Yet the world outside was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. Growl was unable to discern the sound of his own footsteps or heartbeat. The dim moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint glimmer that approached the ethereal. In the distance, a small building loomed indistinctly, appearing as a monstrous entity hidden in the shadows, its gaping maw seemingly awaiting his surrender. A profound sense of dread enveloped Growl, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin, his scalp feeling as if it might burst. At that moment, every cell in his body screamed for him to flee. Adrenaline surged through him, and he suddenly felt the strength returning to his sore and aching muscles, sufficient to facilitate his escape. However, just as the thought of fleeing arose, he sensed a terrifying gaze fixed upon him from behind. Instinctively, he turned to look, only to find the priest staring at him from the darkness. Though cloaked in shadows, Growl could distinctly sense the smile on the priest's face, a smile reminiscent of the malevolent grin he had worn when Growl had reported John and Michelle, filled with terror and malice. A heavy hand struck Growl's shoulder, and he felt the hard-earned strength within him dissipate instantly, leaving him as pliable as a marionette, being coerced by the priest into the building that resembled the gaping maw of a beast. They traversed a corridor akin to the entrails of a monster, ultimately entering a small chamber of punishment. With a snap, the light was turned on. The pale illumination burst forth, causing Growl to instinctively shut his eyes. As his vision gradually returned, he beheld the priest brandishing a black whip, grinning menacingly at him. In that moment, Growl finally emerged from his daze, his voice a pained roar. "This is unfair. I have not slandered anyone. This world is inherently unjust. You must learn to endure, for you are but a weakling," the priest replied, raising the whip high. Suddenly, Growl's expression hardened, and he lunged at the priest, clinging to his leg. "I beg you, please spare me. Punish John Shafiq instead. He is the true demon, the one who truly deserves punishment. I would do anything for that. Please." The priest halted his motion, intrigued. "Oh, is that so? Yes, I swear, I would do anything. And what if the price were your soul?" At these words, Growl was momentarily taken aback. The voice was not that of the priest. Instinctively, he turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a mysterious figure draped in a purple robe. Slowly entering through the door, Glar stared blankly at the newcomer, who produced a piece of parchment and unfurled it before Glar. He signed it. This was against the rules. If the nun were to notice. The priest's voice abruptly ceased as a gold ingot was tossed by the mysterious guest, landing squarely in his arms. Quietly, he pocketed the ingot and retreated 2 steps in silence. Meanwhile, Glar fixated on the parchment, hesitantly murmuring, I cannot read." As he spoke, he cast a glance at the priest, who remained silent and turned his head away. Glar realized that consulting the priest was futile, even if the priest could read. He would not comprehend the contents of the parchment, for it was inscribed with symbols not belonging to humanity. "Did you not claim you would do anything?" the mysterious guest inquired gently, his tone neither harsh nor unappealing. At this, the hesitation in Glar's eyes dissipated. "Indeed, as long as it leads to the demise of John Shafiq, I am willing to do anything." His expression hardened, and biting his finger, he pressed it upon the parchment. A hum resonated as his blood seeped into the paper, and a crimson rune gradually emerged from its surface. "The pact is sealed." Chapter 11, A Complete Forgetting. In another section of the dining hall, John, Michelle, come here. After dinner, as John and Michelle prepared to leave, they heard the nun's call. They exchanged glances and approached her. "How do you feel?" Before John and Michelle could offer their greetings, the nun interjected. John understood she was inquiring about the events of the morning and recognized the implication behind her question. He nodded and smiled, replying, "There is no significant harm. Glar has received the punishment he deserved, and I will not dwell on it." The nun nodded with a sense of relief, clearly grasping that John would not seek revenge against Glar in private. Meanwhile, Michelle, oblivious to the cryptic exchange, chuckled while patting her stomach. "I am quite full. It feels wonderful. All right, let us speak of happier matters," the nun said with a smile. "John, Do you remember I previously mentioned that you would have a bright future? John's heart skipped a beat, though his demeanor remained composed as he nodded. I have contemplated this matter at length. I initially intended to wait before sharing it with you, but I believe it is best to inform you now. The nun appeared genuinely delighted as she addressed John. You are now 12, John. It is time for you to embark on your secondary education. Regarding your future, I have prepared 2 paths for you. The first is to attend Jersey Academy for your education. Oh my, is this true? Michelle exclaimed, visibly thrilled. It was no surprise. Everyone in Saint Brélade was acutely aware of the prestigious reputation of Jersey Academy. However, John did not exhibit much enthusiasm upon hearing this. He merely gazed at the nun with a questioning look. Sensing his uncertainty, the nun continued with a smile. Mr. Oliver holds you in high regard, John, and he is willing to sponsor your education at Jersey School. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and from what I gather, he seems inclined to adopt you as well. Yet, personally, I would prefer you to pursue a different path. What alternative path? To Canterbury. I have established contact with a boarding church academy in Canterbury that is eager to assess your capabilities. Should you excel, they are even willing to waive all your fees. I have complete faith in you, John. I'm certain you will impress them. You are truly a prodigy, especially in theology. Upon hearing this, Michelle nodded earnestly. To them, John indeed appeared to possess innate talent. The nun took a keen interest in the studies of John and Michelle. To that end, she even personally funded the hiring of educators from the island to teach them at Saint Brélade. Furthermore, the nun often imparted theological knowledge to the two herself. In this process, John exhibited remarkable academic prowess. He grasped ordinary knowledge with ease, even demonstrating the ability to draw connections. At times, his inquiries would stump the very teachers who came to instruct him. This led those educators to sing his praises, even declaring him a natural-born scholar. Given a conducive learning environment, it seemed highly probable that John could one day add doctor to his name, becoming a bona fide doctor. John's performance in theological studies was equally commendable. He could effortlessly reference various scriptures, giving the impression that he had memorized the entire Bible. Yet, as he observed Michelle's adoring gaze, John wore a bittersweet smile. Those close to him understood his circumstances well. He did not consider himself a genius. The abilities he displayed stemmed merely from a combination of an adult's self-discipline and a child's capacity for learning. Such traits were commonplace and hardly deserving of commendation. Regrettably, the nun held a differing opinion. She was already lost in her fantasies for John's future, her gaze distant as she murmured, "Ah, Canterbury, John. Once you enter that school, you will be able to pilgrimage to Canterbury Cathedral each week. With your gifts, you are destined to enter the finest seminary, graduate with distinction, and become an exemplary monk. Subsequently, you will serve in a parish, labor diligently, and illuminate the lives of others with your knowledge and virtue, ultimately being elected as a pastor." Amidst the nun's dreamlike musings, John shook his head. The education he had received in his previous life forbade him from believing in God. Rather than attributing everything to divine influence, he preferred to forge his own future with his own hands. That was his true faith. Casting a glance at the nun, who remained lost in her own world, John softly inquired, "And what about Michelle? Will she also go to Canterbury?" "No, she will not." Michelle chuckled and said, "The nun wants me to attend Hogwarts." "Hogwarts?" John echoed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. For some reason, he found the name strikingly familiar. Meanwhile, the nun was roused by the voices of John and Michelle. Smiling at John, who appeared contemplative, she remarked, "You guessed correctly. Hogwarts is a school specifically designed for individuals like Michelle." "A witch school?" John inquired. "No, it is a school of magic where both male and female wizards study. Michelle will receive excellent care and educational opportunities there. You need not worry." John nodded, while Michelle, seemingly struck by a thought, excitedly exclaimed, "John, did you know? It was Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts who invited me. She is a genuine witch. I remember when she came to deliver my acceptance letter, I called her a fraud. And guess what? With just a wave of her hand, she transformed into a little cat." Michelle animatedly mimicked Professor McGonagall's gesture, making sound effects as she did so. John, however, stood in stunned silence. Professor McGonagall? Turning into a cat? So, I've crossed into the world of Harry Potter? This revelation struck John profoundly. Admittedly, his understanding of Harry Potter was limited to watching a few short video explanations and knowing some plot points. He was far from an expert. What a missed opportunity. I should have read some books earlier, John lamented internally, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, what had happened. Complaining now would be futile. "All right, Michelle. Do you remember what I said? We mustn't discuss this matter at Saint Brélade." As John was lost in thought, the nun suddenly interjected, "You too, John. You know about this but do not mention it to anyone. Those wizards do not wish for their existence to be discovered by muggles. And if they find out that you are aware of them, they may come to harm you. Muggles? John nodded in understanding, satisfied with his response. The nun embraced both of them, resting her head against theirs as she prayed. Thank God for bringing you to my side. The nun departed in haste, as though some crucial task awaited her attention. Michelle was assigned a single dormitory, a privilege that was far from ordinary. However, considering her unique risk, the nun had moved her to a solitary room following the Greer incident to prevent any potential harm akin to a nightmare. As for John, he shared a communal sleeping area on the third floor with other homeless individuals. This so-called common lounge was rather dismal. Essentially a dilapidated living room crammed with a few iron-framed beds and makeshift wooden bunks. Even a character as formidable as John, when placed in such an environment, could only expect the modest comfort of a somewhat intact iron bed. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm, so much so that John's arrival did not prompt any cessation of their activities. Unperturbed, John reclined on the bed, his thoughts occupied by matters concerning Hogwarts. If this Hogwarts was indeed the magical institution from the Harry Potter series, it would be teeming with wizards, including the formidable headmaster, Dumbledore. Should he manage to gain entry, it would be akin to a mouse falling into a granary, with the opportunity to absorb magical energy to his heart's content. However, the pressing question remained. Could he truly enter Hogwarts? Theoretically, it was feasible. After all, he now shared the magical aptitude to become a wizard, much like Michelle. Yet, in reality, he lacked the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Did this mean he would have to linger with Michelle and await Professor McGonagall's arrival to advocate for himself? John harbored reservations about this approach, uncertain of Hogwarts' stance towards him. As he meandered through these thoughts, time slipped away unnoticed until he suddenly realized that the common room had fallen into an unexpected silence. Curiously, he rose to investigate, only to find Growl stumbling in. Limping noticeably, the remaining occupants of the common room regarded Growl with expressions of disbelief. A flicker of surprise crossed John's face. Under normal circumstances, Growl should have been confined to the detention room at this hour. Unfazed by the gazes of others, Growl struggled through the crowd and approached John, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "John, the priest wants to see you." At these words, John's eyes narrowed as he stood to meet Growl's gaze. Under the intensity of John's stare, Growl trembled, his legs buckling as he nearly fell to the ground. Yet, fueled by a potent mix of animosity, he straightened and glared at John, declaring, "You were absent without reason this morning. The priest intends to punish you." John remained silent, holding Growl's gaze for a moment longer before calmly making his way outside. The instant their eyes parted, Growl slumped, resembling a fish out of water, gasping weakly on the floor. Meanwhile, John stepped into the darkness, but his destination was not the priest's quarters, but rather Michelle's room. He would not be foolish enough to approach the priest. The old man never summoned him or Michelle at night. It was said that this distance was a result of the nun's efforts. Now, the priest unexpectedly demanded him for punishment in the dead of night. This could very well be a plot orchestrated by the mysterious guests. He was certain that if he ventured alone, Michelle might very well have to retrieve his lifeless body the next day. In light of the current circumstances, it would be wise to hastily escape with Michelle. Although it seemed somewhat hasty to initiate an escape plan at this juncture, there was no alternative. It was precisely due to the urgency that John had refrained from confronting Growl. Otherwise, given Growl's persistent demeanor, even the intervention of a nun would not have spared him from doom. Taking a deep breath, John quickened his pace, making his way through the corridor with a brisk jog, bounding up the stairs in haste. However, as soon as he reached the fourth-floor landing, he was met with the astonished gaze of the nun. "Why haven't you taken a rest?" They both exclaimed in unison. John was the first to regain his composure, recounting Growl's words to the nun verbatim. While speaking, he subtly increased the distance between them. Although he had a degree of trust in the nun, it did not extend to the level he had for Michelle. A necessary caution remained. After all, the mere fact that she was present indicated that she had no intention of heading directly to the priest's quarters. To John's surprise, the nun reacted with unexpected fury. Her body trembled as she exclaimed, "They have violated the pact. Oh God, they have truly laid hands on you." A pact? John furrowed his brow. This sounded as if the nun had made some sort of agreement with someone. But what could its specifics entail? Who were they? The mysterious figures? A wave of unease washed over him. While the nun embraced him, her voice choked with emotion. "I'm so sorry, John. You have suffered so much. I truly apologize. If only I had discovered it sooner. I have sacrificed so much, yet they..." Seeing the nun in tears tugged at John's heart. He began to believe that she was indeed trustworthy. The profound sorrow emanating from her was utterly unfeigned. He sighed, yearning to offer her a comforting embrace. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback to discover a scar nestled within the collar of her garment. Unlike the incision scars on his own body, her injury appeared more akin to one inflicted by a whip. Moreover, her wounds seemed to be recent. "None, your injuries?" John instinctively inquired. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the nun abruptly rose, concealing her collar, and addressed him with gravity. "This is not something you ought to know, John. All you need to understand is that Saint Brélade is perilous." "But there are no buts, John. Saint Brélade is exceedingly dangerous. Do you understand?" "All right, I understand. But you must also tell me, who are they, and who inflicted this injury upon you?" "I must." John gestured with his arms, his frustration reaching its peak. He was genuinely incensed. It was evident that the nun held a clear position now. She was genuinely caring for him, as if he were her own child. However, before he could complete his thoughts, he noticed the nun had retrieved a short wooden stick from her bosom. The slender, jet-black staff, smooth and elongated, was adorned with a multitude of golden runes that emanated an aura of profound mystery. Upon witnessing it, John's pupils dilated in shock. Even with his limited understanding of Harry Potter, he recognized it as a wand wielded by sorcerers for casting spells. Thus, was the nun also a witch? There was no time for further contemplation, as instinctively he attempted to evade. Yet it was far too late. With the staff whirling rapidly in the nun's hand, a blinding white light erupted from its tip. "Fear not, dear child. There is no need to see the priest. Everything will be all right." Oblivion. Chapter 12. The Red Hat. John stood before his bed, a look of bewilderment etched across his face. He could only recall his visit to the priest's small abode, and then an eerie voice suddenly resonated within John's mind. A multitude of familiar scenes began to reconstruct and fill the voids in his memory, as if these events had truly transpired. Yet, an unsettling disquiet lingered in his recollection, a peculiar sensation that was difficult to articulate. It resembled the moment one steps outside and suddenly questions whether they had locked the door or turned off the television, though it was far more intense. "Are you all right, sir?" A gaunt, one-armed vagabond cautiously approached him. "How long have I been gone?" "About 5 to 10 minutes, I suppose." "Did you not meet with the priest?" John cast a glance at the vagabond, aware of the man's curiosity. Furthermore, he felt no pain from being whipped, although the strangeness in his memories persisted. John had begun to accept this as his reality. His gaze sharpened, and he coldly addressed the surrounding vagabonds. "I have confirmed with the priest. He did not summon me." Thus, it is clear that Glar has lied. At this revelation, the vagabonds around him displayed expressions of sudden understanding, while Glar, who had been lurking in the shadows, stiffened in shock. After a brief moment of paralysis, Glar's face flushed with rage as he charged at John, bellowing, "You lie." However, Glar's outburst was abruptly cut off, replaced by the sounds of painful retching. John, anticipating the attack, landed a powerful punch to Glar's abdomen. This strike combined his physical strength with magical energy, accelerating upon impact. The force was so immense that it rendered Glar instantly incapacitated. As Glar curled into a lobster-like position, hanging from John's fist, the surrounding vagabonds were overcome with terror. This was not the first time John had displayed such prowess. Many of the vagabonds present had previously fallen victim to his formidable technique. It was through the seamless integration of magical and physical might that John had risen to become the leader among the vagabonds after his arrival in this world. As for why this young boy possessed such strength, the vagabonds unanimously deemed it unnecessary to question, for since the Glar incident, the name of Michelle, the witch, had become infamously notorious in Saint Brélade. As John's closest confidant, it was only natural for others to believe he could derive some extraordinary powers from the witch, Michelle. Casting Glarel to the ground, a flicker of disdain crossed John's eyes. Glarel was indeed a persistent nuisance, always pushing boundaries. Such a person, even with a nun interceding on his behalf, would not escape John's wrath. "You may handle it as you wish," he remarked. The other vagrants exchanged glances and promptly extinguished the lights, dragging Glarel out of the communal lounge. Soon, muffled wails emanated from the adjacent room. John nodded in satisfaction. The vagrants of Saint Brélade were precisely like this. Intimidated by the strong, yet bullying the weak, their own oppression in Saint Brélade necessitating an outlet. Glarel was doomed. Having offended both John and the nun, his survival in Saint Brélade was impossible. This was merely the beginning. Even if John chose to remain silent or forgot about Glarel's existence, the vagrants would inevitably target him for their bullying and frustrations. He would become the punching bag for all. The following day, John was roused from sleep by the blaring alarm. He opened his bloodshot eyes and began to massage his temples. He had not rested well at all the previous night. The urgency of being pursued by monsters, His life in peril lingered even after waking. Taking a deep breath, John rose and donned his attire, preparing to join the assembly downstairs. However, just as he stepped out of the communal lounge, he was met by Michelle, who had been waiting in the corridor. Her eyes were also tinged with redness. But unlike John's, which were veined with blood, Michelle appeared to have been crying. "John, the nun mentioned that you didn't rest well last night, so you needn't work today. She asked me to look after you," Michelle whispered as she approached him. John's brow furrowed at her words. It seemed rather perplexing that the nun could foresee his troubled dreams. Although confused, seeing Michelle's distressed expression prompted him to softly inquire, "What's the matter? Did you not rest well either?" "John, the nun told me everything. Glairal tricked you into seeking the priest again last night, didn't he?" Michelle replied, her words straying from the topic. "I'm so sorry, John, truly sorry. What are you apologizing for? This has nothing to do with you. But it was my desire to escape with everyone." "John, you are so kind. You agreed to my unreasonable request, and yet Glairal treated you like that." Michelle's voice quivered with emotion as she spoke. She genuinely felt remorseful for the distress her impulsive request had caused John. This was the essence of empathy. Michelle, with her kind heart, valued her friends in Saint Brélade dearly, even holding no grudge against Glairal, who had once attempted to harm her. In her view, enduring Glairal's relentless traps would undoubtedly be tormenting, and she believed John would feel the same. Thus, she was overwhelmed with guilt, convinced that she had brought misfortune upon him. However, John's perspective on these so-called friends diverged sharply from hers. He felt no remorse over Glar's betrayal. After all, vengeance had already been exacted. Observing Michelle, who was in tears, John approached her and offered a comforting embrace, whispering gently, "It's all right, Michelle. Let us not weep. We shall simply leave him behind when we escape tonight." "Tonight? Are we truly escaping tonight?" Michelle lifted her tear-streaked face, disbelief etched across her features. "Isn't that a bit hasty? Others are still unaware of what has transpired." John shook his head, his expression impassive. "They need not know anything. The back door is wide open. We merely need to shepherd everyone through it and exit via the front." Michelle blinked, seemingly torn, but after a brief moment, she resolutely nodded. "All right, I will follow your lead, John, but I still cannot fathom why you have suddenly decided to act tonight. After all, Saint Brélade is truly perilous." John spoke in a dreamy tone. "Ever since I found myself in this body, I have been enveloped by a sense of urgency. The threats posed by the mysterious figures loom large. Generally, this urgency has been bearable, but now it has escalated." John suspected something significant had occurred the previous night. Otherwise, the pressure, which had merely been a persistent discomfort, would not have intensified to such an extent that it haunted his dreams. Thus, despite not having perfected their preparations, they had to flee. "Otherwise, I genuinely fear something dreadful may transpire." John sighed softly, and, at his words, Michelle seemed to sense the urgency, trembling as she nestled deeper into his embrace. "Rest now. Get a good night's sleep to prepare for our endeavor tonight. Fear not. I shall remain by your side." John reassured her, guiding Michelle to the most comfortable bed in the communal lounge while he laid down on a makeshift bunk nearby. Before long, John succumbed to sleep once more. This time, nightmares did not plague him. Instead, he was burdened by a palpable weight. Initially, he attributed it to the responsibility of leading Michelle to safety manifesting in his subconscious. But as time passed, he realized something truly pressed upon him. Awakening with a start, John flung aside the covers, only to discover that Michelle had somehow climbed up onto the bunk and was clinging to him like an octopus. The night had deepened, and John's exhaustion from the previous day's labors had caused him to sleep through the entire day. After a long day of toil, they had lost the leisurely banter of the previous night, each now lost in sweet slumber. John reached out and gently shook Michelle awake. Upon awakening, Michelle found herself still somewhat dazed, her lips glistening with remnants of drool. However, as she became aware of her surroundings, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her gaze, shyly twisting the hem of her garment. The previous night, her anxiety had prevented her from sleeping, leading her to seek comfort by resting beside John, believing it would afford her a greater sense of security. Contrary to her expectations of waking before John, she had succumbed to slumber, lulled by scent, and even found herself embracing him. The realization of her recent actions intensified the warmth in her cheeks. Although they occasionally shared hugs, those were typically ceremonial or expressions of joy. The intimacy of sleeping together felt entirely different. "Michelle, gather your wits. We must commence our mission," she reminded herself, fully cognizant of the night's significance. With a couple of affirming sounds, she forced herself to temporarily dismiss the vivid images from her mind and hurriedly followed John down the large bunkhouse, preparing the supplies needed for their escape. Meanwhile, John issued a sharp reprimand to the homeless individuals in the lounge, startling them awake with a series of slaps. "Everyone, remain silent and follow me," he instructed in a hushed tone. In the darkness, the group of homeless individuals nodded in response, some rubbing their faces, still reeling from John's abrupt awakening. Despite the roughness of his approach, there were no complaints. A few even appeared quite exhilarated. The homeless were no strangers to nighttime escapades, often sneaking into the kitchen for food. With John, the son of a nun, leading the way, they felt emboldened. Together, they made their way out of the lounge, a group navigating the shadows with surprising ease as they descended the stairs, reaching the ground floor. Standing at the staircase's edge, John caught sight of the exit not far ahead, causing a smile to involuntarily grace his lips. If they could just pass through that door, the subsequent events would surely unfold more favorably. However, the smile soon faded from John's face. The door at the exit had swung open, revealing two figures cloaked in red hoods, stealthily entering the building, reminiscent of assassins. These diminutive yet sturdy figures bore the appearance of the elderly, their faces obscured by white beards that concealed a pair of menacing red eyes, exuding an aura of ferocity. John's expression grew increasingly grave as he recognized their identities. The Redcaps. These brutal creatures were drawn to any place where blood flowed, lurking in the dungeons of castles and the trenches of battlefield ruins, waiting to ambush lost souls, relishing in soaking their hats in blood. The existence of such beings was common knowledge among the people of Saint Brélade, not only due to their roots in Celtic legend, but also because priests frequently warned against venturing out at night for fear of being devoured by the Redcaps. Certainly, the clergyman spoke these words with a tone that was largely jestful. Yet, John had already confirmed during his initial nocturnal exploration of Saint Brélade that the clergyman did not fabricate a monster to frighten them. The Redcaps truly existed and were being utilized as night watchmen under the control of Saint Brélade. Through his keen sense of smell, John could detect, even from considerable distance, the repugnant, sanguine aroma that exuded from the Redcaps. They were not the same creatures as the gnomes that often appeared during grand ceremonies. Comparatively, their intellect was markedly inferior, yet they were far more ferocious and cruel. Beneath the moonlight, the two Redcaps approached the staircase, conversing in an unintelligible and peculiar tone. John's breath quickened. To avoid an encounter with these monsters, he had meticulously designed his route, specifically opting for this path. However, the worst-case scenario had indeed transpired. They had encountered the Redcaps, and not just one, but two. These were the mythological beings that reveled in slaughter, true supernatural entities. With his meager magical prowess and underdeveloped physique, could he truly prevail? John was filled with doubt. Yet, at this juncture, there was no turning back. He had brought too many vagabonds with him tonight, and he could not guarantee that none would report to the clergyman come morning. Taking a deep breath, John steeled his resolve, bending his body into a bow shape, as the magic within him surged in response to his emotions. Chapter 13, Is That All? Unlike John, the vagabonds were not particularly anxious, especially the group of relatively healthy individuals who trailed closely behind him. They had often ventured out at night and had naturally encountered these watchmen before. Of course, they did not equate these sentinels with the legendary Redcaps. Instead, they perceived them as mere compatriots sent by the mysterious gnomes to keep watch. After all, they had long suspected that the gnomes harbored ill intentions towards them. Thus, it seemed reasonable for them to send a few of their own to observe. Therefore, upon discovering the Redcap sentinels, their feelings leaned more towards disappointment. Based on their prior nocturnal escapades, they knew they should retreat upon encountering the watchmen. Otherwise, the risk of capture would escalate significantly, which would render their efforts for the night futile. A few disheartened murmurs were exchanged among them, and they prepared to withdraw. However, at that moment, they were taken aback to find that John, who stood directly before them, showed no inclination to leave. Not only that, John even exhibited a conspicuous preparatory stance for an attack. John, you wouldn't possibly be one of the one-armed vagabonds, tentatively inquired. But before he could finish his sentence, John suddenly darted from the stairwell like an arrow, yanking back his right arm, twisting his torso, and then his dagger brutally sliced across the neck of one of the Redcaps. Blood splattered as the girl in the red had stared at John in disbelief, instinctively reaching out to cover her wound. However, it was far too late. John's blade, propelled by a surge of magic, had penetrated deeply into the nape of her neck, severing a significant portion of her throat. The girl convulsed and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth and soon staining the floor crimson. The scent of blood filled the air, momentarily stunning John. The girl in the red hood was a malevolent, supernatural creature from myth. As he fled the stairwell, he had even resigned himself to the possibility of sacrifice. Yet, could it be that he had dispatched one of the red hoods with a single strike? Was this the true nature of the supernatural? Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, and John instinctively jumped back, only to see a glint of cold steel flash before him. A claw grazed his chest, leaving 5 shallow gashes. The remaining red hood cackled as it licked the blood from its claws, roaring and lunging at John once more. In that moment, pain ignited John's ferocity. Instead of retreating, he advanced, reaching out to seize the red hood. To an observer, it appeared as if John were courting death. The red hood was far swifter, its claws creating a blurred silhouette that threatened to rend John asunder in an instant. Yet just as the claws were about to strike, a blue light flickered in John's eyes, and the red hood seemed to be halted by an unseen force, momentarily frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, John summoned all his strength, bellowing as he forced the creature to the ground, pressing its head down and beginning to slam it against the floor. The pain jolted the red hood back to reality, and it flailed desperately, trying to retaliate. However, with its limbs pinned, it could only scratch at John's thigh, leaving shallow wounds. Undeterred, John increased his ferocity. With each violent blow, 1, 2, 3, he crushed the red hood's skull until it lay lifeless beneath him. At that moment, the vagabonds at the stairway erupted into chaos, their faces a mask of terror as they gazed upon John, drenched in blood and resembling a demon. From their perspective, John had just slain 2 night watchmen of Saint Brélade, a grave sin. They had no desire to be implicated in his misdeeds. Their best course of action was to flee. After a brief standoff, nearly all the vagabonds began to sprint frantically up the stairs. The staircase of the main building was narrow, and in their panic, they became disorganized, causing a bottleneck that slowed their escape significantly. Yet, John showed no inclination to pursue or detain them. Instead, he calmly wiped the blood from his hands, taking a moment to regain his strength. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled thuds of fists striking flesh echoed from the second floor, mingled with the anguished cries of many. The homeless individuals, trapped at the stairwell on the first floor, were bewildered and continued to push forward. Yet, no matter how hard they strained, the line would not advance. It was as if the vagrants on the second floor had suddenly changed their minds and were now rushing downwards. This left those at the stairwell in a state of acute anxiety, desperately straining on their toes to discern what was transpiring ahead. Upon catching a glimpse, despair enveloped them entirely. For there, descending from the second floor, was Michelle. In the darkness, her eyes glimmered with a terrifying blue light. Magic surged around her, almost crystallizing into a palpable wave. A satisfied smile crept across John's lips. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Michelle might show mercy. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed her kindness had not reached the level of saintliness. The force of her strikes was even more ferocious than when John had previously dealt with the Red Hats. At that moment, Michelle finally noticed John, bloodied and battered, and her stern expression instantly softened into one of concern. "John, are you all right?" she called out anxiously. They had all huddled together in the stairwell, the darkness barely concealing the faint sounds of sobbing, appearing small, pitiful, and helpless. John produced a bottle of murky liquid and addressed the 20 or so homeless individuals. "Take a sip." The vagrants exchanged glances, none daring to take the bottle. In response, John delivered a punch to the stomach of one man, bending him over in pain before prying his mouth open and pouring some of the liquid inside. He then turned to another nearby vagrant. I'll drink, the man exclaimed, hastily grabbing the bottle and trembling as he took a swig. The remaining homeless individuals, witnessing this, relinquished their resistance and complied, recognizing the futility of defiance against John. It was far better to cooperate and potentially avoid a beating. At last, the entire contents of the bottle were consumed. "What did you make us drink?" one of the vagrants asked weakly. Hearing this, a wicked smile spread across John's face. "Poison," he replied, "specifically crafted by the witch Michelle. If you do not consume the antidote within 3 hours, your insides will gradually rot away." Chapter 14. An escape to freedom? The homeless individuals gaped in shock, their expressions vacant. Michelle, equally astonished, could not recall concocting any poison. Instinctively, she sought to protest, but upon meeting John's gaze, she swiftly closed her mouth. John nodded with satisfaction. The liquid he had given them was merely a mixture of expired milk and water, enough to induce a bout of diarrhea, but not lethal. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As with a genuine witch like Michelle present, the vagrants had no choice but to believe. "You need not worry excessively. I possess an ample supply of antidotes. However, I truly wish to avoid having anyone stray from our ranks this evening. John cleared his throat and raised his voice, insisting that everyone promptly rise and continue on their journey. Those who disobey shall face a grim fate. With that, John strode purposefully towards the exit. Though the vagabonds were reluctant, the looming threat of death compelled them to rise and follow in John's wake. The terror of the witch's poison had been vividly depicted in many tales they had read, a fate they were desperate to evade. Upon exiting the small building, a vast expanse of flat cornfields unfolded before them, although the crops were not yet ripe. The diligent care of the vagabonds had allowed them to grow over a meter high, providing just enough cover for their forms. This was precisely why John had chosen this route. While other paths may have been shorter, they were mostly exposed terrain, lacking the safety offered by this cornfield. A gentle evening breeze swept through, causing the corn stalks in the darkness to undulate like waves, accompanied by eerie rustling sounds. The vagabonds hesitated, unsure about venturing into the field. Yet, under John's insistence, they ultimately bent low and made their way through the corn, traversing a small stretch of Saint Brélade until they reached the back door. It stood there, ajar and covered in rust, giving the impression of long abandonment, as if no one had utilized it for ages. John exhaled in relief. Truth be told, he had been unable to scout this location beforehand due to time constraints, and thus he was uncertain whether the door would close automatically at night. Fortunately, the heavens seemed to have spared him such a cruel jest. Beside him, Michelle appeared quite exhilarated, while the other vagabonds remained utterly bewildered. Like the John of the past, they could not perceive the existence of the back door, subconsciously overlooking it entirely. Their confusion about John's late-night endeavor to bring them here was palpable. John had no intention of offering explanations. As he had previously mentioned to Michelle, these individuals needed to remain oblivious to the details. You, come here. After taking a moment to compose himself, John called to one of the vagabonds. The man, still dazed, pointed to himself for confirmation before reluctantly approaching John's side. John positioned him accordingly and, without hesitation, delivered a swift kick to his lower back, propelling him through the door. The remaining vagabonds gasped in horror. From their perspective, the man had collided with the wall and vanished. What sorcery was this? Was John leading them here merely to execute them one by one with magic? Panic ensued once more among the vagabonds. But John would not permit them the same chaotic opportunity as before on the staircase. He and Michelle, using both hands and feet, forcefully drove the remaining homeless individuals out the door. Subsequently, John, with Michelle by his side, crossed through the back entrance. Before him lay a winding path. Gazing down this road into the distance, he beheld a town bathed in the glow of lights. Though it was somewhat afar, upon closer inspection, John could even see the townsfolk reveling in a night of celebration. He gazed longingly at the town, refraining from further aggression towards the homeless, and softly uttered, "Do not linger. If you wish to live, follow me swiftly and remain silent. Do not forget the poison you just consumed." With that, he averted his eyes from the homeless and took Michelle's hand, beginning to sprint. Behind them, the homeless, filled with exhilaration, felt they had finally achieved their desire, successfully escaping Saint Brélade. They no longer resisted John's command, leaping and bounding in pursuit of him. The cool night breeze brushed against John's face, filling his heart with immense joy. For nearly half a year, he had been imprisoned within Saint Brélade, constantly threatened by the mysterious guest and the priest. But now he was finally free. Unable to contain his elation, John looked up at the night sky. Perhaps influenced by his emotions, he felt as though the crescent moon hanging high above was a smile from the heavens. The twinkling stars surrounding it appeared to shimmer with festive cheer. John could not help but exclaim, "Look, Michelle, even the stars are congratulating us." "Yes, we did it." Michelle nodded vigorously, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Under the hazy moonlight, John thought Michelle even more beautiful than the Milky Way above. Yet at that moment, an inexplicable sense of eeriness surged within John. It was as if someone had struck him sharply on the head. He halted, the smile on his face vanishing in an instant. Michelle nearly stumbled from the sudden stop. Scratching her head, she said, "John, what's wrong? Don't you think it's eerily quiet around here?" Upon hearing this, Michelle first paused, then her expression turned grim. It was now nearing summer, in the nighttime wilderness. There ought to be at least some sounds, like the chirping of insects. Yet, since they had crossed through the back door, they had heard nothing at all. Everything around them felt as if it had succumbed to silence. Crack! A series of sharp cracks echoed, and Michelle, in terror, discovered that the space around her was emerging with dense fissures. These cracks rapidly spread across the entire landscape, and then, with a sudden explosion, they burst forth. Boom! John and Michelle felt as though the world was spinning, and when they regained their footing, the familiar cornfield appeared before their eyes once more. Michelle spoke, somewhat in disbelief. As her words hung in the air, a throng of red-capped figures erupted from the cornfield. A resounding thud echoed, the sound of a blunt instrument striking flesh. A homeless man, positioned near the cornfield, collapsed in response. Chapter 15. The Pursuit. Unlike the redcaps they had encountered earlier in the small building, this new assembly appeared far more ferocious and robust, wielding weapons such as knives and hammers, clearly prepared for confrontation. The unfortunate homeless man had been struck on the back of the head by one of these redcaps. As the scent of blood permeated the atmosphere, he gradually succumbed to silence. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd. None dared to confront such a monstrous horde. The homeless began to frantically flee toward the small building. The events of the night had been overwhelmingly bizarre, surpassing their psychological endurance. After all, in comparison to the nightmare unfolding before them, the relentless toil in Saint Brélade felt like paradise. As they scrambled, the redcaps roared and surged forward, their faces alight with excitement, moving with a primal fervor. Some even panting with their tongues lolling out, reveling in the hunt. Notably, despite their aged appearances, they possessed remarkable physical strength and agility. Soon, several frail and disabled individuals at the rear of the fleeing group were overtaken. A chilling blade sliced through the darkness as one redcap brandished its knife, leaping towards the nape of a fleeing man's neck. Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air. A stone struck the redcap squarely on its forehead, sending it flying backward. "Run! Everyone run! Do not stop!" Michelle shouted with unwavering resolve, weaving against the tide of the panicked crowd. Beside her floated a myriad of stones, varying in size. As she waved her arms, one stone, propelled by her magic, shot forth and struck another redcap. Meanwhile, John let out a deep sigh. From their recent experiences, it was evident that the so-called back door was nothing more than a trap. Fortunately, he had a contingency plan. Shaking his head, John reached out to restrain Michelle, who continued advancing toward the redcaps. "John, don't worry about me. You need to escape. Hurry before it's too late." Michelle yelled desperately, her eyes reddened, body trembling with palpable fear, yet her gaze remained resolute. As she spoke, she reached out to push John away. Michelle possessed immense strength. Without using magic, John stood no chance against her. Thankfully, he had no intention of using brute force against her. He pressed his hands firmly on her head, compelling her to meet his gaze as he implored, "Even if you sacrifice yourself to save everyone, it will be in vain." Tonight's events have stirred the monstrous guardians of Saint Brélade. This is tantamount to exposing the greatest secret of Saint Brélade. In light of this chaos, do you truly believe the priest will spare us? Michelle's body stiffened, and the resolute expression on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a pallor of despair. She was not naive. She could discern the veracity of John's words. Observing her reaction, John continued, "So, heed my words, I have a contingency plan. Trust me, I can lead everyone to safety." With that, he released Michelle, pivoted, and sprinted toward the group of homeless individuals. After a moment's hesitation, Michelle did as John anticipated and followed closely behind. The two of them ran to the forefront of the fleeing crowd. John showed no mercy as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the leading homeless, compelling them to alter their course toward the storage shed. This was the simplest and most efficient method to regain control over the disoriented throng. The homeless had completely lost their wits. They resembled a flock of goats pursued by wolves, instinctively following the main group. Once the direction of the leaders shifted, the entire following would naturally change course as well. Under John's guidance, the crowd surged chaotically into the storage shed, without the need for any further commands. Driven by fear, the homeless immediately began to barricade the door with the shed's contents. Seizing this moment of urgency, John yanked open an empty wooden crate in the corner. "John, do you intend for everyone to escape through the tunnel?" Michelle exclaimed, her eyes wide with incredulity and concern. They were all too aware of the dangers lurking in that basement. If they dashed in there, it would be akin to lambs entering a den of lions. John glanced at Michelle, a smile gracing his lips. "Did you not notice? The person we nearly collided with in the basement entered through a door from another location. When he opened it, a rush of air flowed into the basement from outside. This indicates that there is indeed an exit that connects the basement to the surface." Michelle's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Even as she coordinated her escape with John, it was instinctual. Of course, the method of using the basement was fraught with peril, as they remained oblivious to the precise circumstances outside. But what did it matter? Things had reached this point. It was better to take the risk. John spoke, his face flashing with determination. Michelle, sensing his resolve, responded boldly, "All right. I trust you, John." A sinister smile curled at the corners of John's mouth as he turned to lead Michelle toward the homeless. At that moment, the homeless remained in a dazed state, overwhelmed by fear. The small storage shed offered them little solace. Under the relentless assault of the red-capped assailants, the structure began to tremble precariously. Consequently, John and Michelle expeditiously ushered the entire group into the tunnel. John sealed the tunnel entrance once more, urging the homeless to continue onward. After a grueling crawl of several hundred meters, they finally reached the end of the tunnel. John pushed his way to the forefront of the line, placing his hands firmly against the earth before him alongside Michelle, uncertain of whether a mysterious figure might be lurking in the basement. It was entirely possible that we would encounter such a presence upon entry. With a grave expression, John remarked that when the time came, we would have to fight with all our might. "So, Michelle, are you prepared?" Michelle remained silent, but her resolute nod in response to John spoke volumes. 3, 2, 1. Crash. The earth collapsed instantly under the influence of their magic, revealing a spacious basement beyond. Chapter 16. The Dark Sorcerer. John and Michelle swiftly emerged from the tunnel, warily surveying their surroundings. Fortunately, they found no trace of the mysterious figure. The basement appeared largely unchanged since their previous visit, cluttered with various enigmatic instruments and biological specimens, casting an eerie green glow that rendered the atmosphere both sinister and terrifying. The massive pile of corpses remained heaped in the center of the room, and it seemed that in recent days, the mysterious figures had engaged in further grim activities, resulting in the addition of several fresh bodies. This left the entire basement suffused with a horrifying stench, a blend of blood and decay. The homeless individuals present witnessed the scene before them. Yet, perhaps due to the extraordinary and bizarre events of the night surpassing their capacity for shock, they exhibited little reaction. This was a fortunate turn of events. Had they been paralyzed with fear in such a place, John would have had no time to attend to them. Utilizing the dim light emitted from the azure gemstones embedded in the ceiling, John quickly located a passageway. This passage led them into a new room, slightly smaller than the previous basement, yet furnished with all manner of household items and furniture, equipped with various cauldrons and peculiar instruments. "John, look over there. That must be the exit," Michelle exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward an iron door on the opposite side of the room. Through a small crack, they could see a tranquil river flowing outside, confirming that John's plan was indeed correct. This basement concealed a route to the outside world. They were on the brink of success. Ecstatic, Michelle was about to continue speaking when John abruptly covered her mouth. "Don't make a sound. Something's not right," John whispered, his gaze fixed intently on a coffee table in the room. There, a half-filled cup of steaming coffee was still emanating warmth, clearly indicating it had been recently enjoyed by someone. If that were the case, then where had the owner of the coffee gone? Creak! A wooden door on the side of the room swung open. John and the others instinctively turned towards the sound, only to find an elderly man in a black robe staring at them with a bewildered expression. A flicker of surprise crossed John's eyes. The figure before him was not the enigmatic presence he had anticipated, but rather an ordinary old man. However, now that he has appeared here, it matters little whether he is human or monster. "Run!" John bellowed, dragging Michelle towards the iron door. The other vagrants, now startled, became a flurry of chaos. As John's actions unfolded, they too fell into disarray. The old man in the black robe finally reacted, exclaiming in ecstasy, "By Merlin! So many materials have come to me unbidden. How splendid!" A wand flew to his hand from a short stick on a coffee table, and with a swift flick, he commanded, "Quickly bind them." With a snap, the half-open iron door slammed shut and locked, and John and Michelle, propelled by inertia, collided with it but could not break through. The door, forged of solid iron and 3 inches thick, was secured with a locking bar 1 inch thick. The old man, wand in hand, smiled and said, "Don't waste your effort. It will be better to surrender peacefully." John and Michelle exchanged a glance, instantly reaching a consensus. With their combined magical strength, breaching the iron door was feasible, though it would require some time. The old man, however, would not allow them that opportunity. Thus, they resolved to fight. In unison, they turned, their feet striking the ground as they lunged towards the black-robed figure. Michelle, faster than John, surged ahead, seizing a nearby chair to hurl at the old man. "Oh my, such a brutish little girl. With behavior like this, you may find it difficult to marry," he teased. Yet his wand moved with merciless intent, unleashing a crimson light. "Disarm." With a thunderous crack, the chair was sent flying from Michelle's grasp, and the force of the impact nearly toppled her. The old man raised his wand once more. Fortunately, John had arrived. Seizing the moment when the old man's attention was diverted by Michelle, he stealthily maneuvered into the blind spot and delivered a powerful punch to the old man's waist. John's strike was charged with magical energy, surpassing even the strength of many adults. The old man emitted a sharp cry of pain as he crumpled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, John aimed to deliver another blow to the old man's head. A flash of blue light sparkled in John's eyes as a blade of magic formed around his fist. A direct hit could cleave the old man's skull in two. Yet at that moment, the old man raised his wand without uttering a spell, unleashing a surge of pure magical energy that sent John hurtling backward. Michelle leaped forward to catch him, urgently asking John, "Are you all right? It hurts. Damn that guy. I was planning to capture you alive and let you linger a while longer." The old man, now rising with a hand on his waist, the pain on his face gradually fading, declared, "But now my focus has shifted. Avada Kedavra." Boom! A jade-green lightning bolt cleaved through the fabric of space, surging with a torrent of malevolence, leaving an elongated emerald scar upon John's retina. In this dire moment, an overwhelming surge of magical energy coursed through John. With the aid of this magic, he executed a sidestep, grasping Michelle, narrowly evading the devastating strike. As he beheld the gaping crater in the ground wrought by the jade lightning, John's countenance darkened, and he bellowed, "Do not stand there foolishly. If you wish to survive, act swiftly. Do not forget that you have ingested poison." At these words, the expressions of the gathered vagrants shifted dramatically. A few even bore a sinister glint in their eyes as they stealthily approached the old man in the black robe. Observing this, a cold smirk flitted across the old man's face. He did not believe that these muggles and two fledgling wizards could inflict any significant harm upon him. The only aspect that piqued his curiosity was John. He retained some recollection of John. If his memory served him correctly, just a few months prior, John had been a mere muggle, and now he had unexpectedly transformed into a young wizard with magical potential. Was this an inherent awakening of latent magical talent? Or was it something else? A thunderous sound abruptly interrupted the old man's thoughts. Frowning, he turned his gaze towards the source of the noise and beheld a gaping hole in the iron door leading to the outside. A woman clad in a nun's habit was slowly emerging through the opening. The nun had arrived. Chapter 17, A Perilous Situation. Amidst the swirling dust, the nun surveyed the basement, her expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. However, upon discovering John and Michelle's presence, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped her. This intense malice was something John had never witnessed emanating from the nun before. The old man in the black robe was equally taken aback by her arrival. He pointed at her, his lips parting as if to inquire something, but the nun did not grant him the opportunity to speak. Avada Kedavra! With a swift motion, another flash of green light surged forth. The old man's expression shifted drastically. He flicked his wand, unleashing a red beam that collided with the green light. Sparks flew. Flames ignited, and the two energy beams became locked in a fierce contest. Yet, this stalemate did not endure for long. The energy of the green beam was distinctly superior to that of the red, and as the nun flicked her wand once more, the green light began to overpower the red, advancing towards the old man. A chill crept into the old man's eyes. "Disarm you." With a resounding boom, another red beam joined the fray. This time, the convergence of the three forces erupted into a powerful explosion. The resulting shockwave hurled nearly everyone in the vicinity away, with some unfortunate vagrants losing their lives upon colliding with the sharp edges of nearby metal instruments. Meanwhile, John had already stealthily maneuvered with Michelle to a corner, thus eluding the catastrophe. The battle between the nun and the old man in the black robe raged on. A torrent of spells erupted from the hands of the two individuals, their frequency alarmingly high, with explosive sounds reverberating from a basement. Numerous homeless souls, who had dared to appear during this chaos, were struck by stray bullets. However, overall, the nun's prowess surpassed that of the cloaked elder. This superiority was not merely evident in the power of her spells, but also in her remarkable accuracy and agility. In the face of the elder's assaults, she often needed only the slightest shift of her body to evade them effortlessly. At times, she didn't even need to dodge, for the incoming attacks veered off course on their own. Conversely, the situation for the cloaked elder was entirely different. Despite executing a series of desperate and exaggerated evasive maneuvers, the nun's strikes appeared to possess an uncanny ability to track him, consistently predicting his movements and landing precisely where intended. This predicament led the elder to abandon his attempts at evasion altogether, opting instead to stand his ground and engage the nun directly, unleashing more potent and rapid-fire attacks to counter her incoming spells. However, this strategy proved unsustainable. Mere seconds later, After unleashing another green flash, the elder made his escape. Panting heavily as he exclaimed, "Ariana Shafiq, are you seeking death? You were the first to violate the pact." As the nun spoke, she glanced towards John and Michelle huddled in the corner, urging, "Now, quickly flee." John nodded in understanding. The intensity of the battle between the nun and the cloaked elder was far beyond his capabilities, rendering him too fearful even to attempt to assist, let alone escape. This was not due to cowardice. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that many homeless individuals had previously attempted to flee amidst the turmoil, only to be cut down by the stray bullets resulting from the fierce confrontation. Clearly, this was the elder's cunning design. Though he appeared to be on the defensive against the nun, his true might was formidable, with both spell intensity and combat experience reaching an extraordinary level. For him, using stray shots to claim lives was a trivial task. Now, however, the elder seemed to be entering a state of exhaustion, presenting a rare opportunity. "Wait, John, we cannot leave the nun to fight alone," Michelle implored anxiously, clearly still concerned for the nun's solitary struggle. Yet, John chose not to entertain her further. In the recent clash, he had absorbed a significant amount of magical energy through his ability to chew, which now surged within him, granting him immense strength. He swiftly swept Michelle into his arms and darted towards the iron door. In his assessment, there was no necessity to aid the nun, given the current circumstances. She would inevitably prevail against the cloaked elder. Their presence would only hinder her efforts. John surmised this to be the very reason the nun had urged their departure. Only when they were safely away could she unleash her full potential without restraint. Seeing this, a flicker of anxiety crossed the elder's eyes. With a flick of his wand, 2 crimson beams spiraled towards John. "Don't dream. I shall not allow you to harm them." Perhaps due to the uncontrollable nature of the rebound, the elder in the black robe merely leaped to evade the attack. "Since you remain obstinate, then meet your demise." As the elder spoke, the urgency on his face vanished, replaced by an icy malevolence. He shattered a vial containing a dark green reagent. As the potion flowed, it released a pungent, foul odor. John was particularly sensitive to this scent, for it was not merely an odor. It was steeped with potent magical energy. This evoked a sense of foreboding within him. He hastened his steps, eager to escape this place. However, as they approached the exit, several familiar diminutive figures emerged from the ground. It was the Redcaps. John shouted, transforming his finger into a sword and thrusting forward with vigor. With a sickening squelch, a beam of concentrated magic shot from his fingertip, piercing through the head of the foremost Redcap. After executing this maneuver, John felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This true magical attack, detached from his body, proved too burdensome. He was better suited to close combat, augmenting his physical strikes with his limited magic. The recent attack had consumed a significant portion of his magical reserve. Nevertheless, it was worth it. The instantaneous death of his companion stunned the other Redcaps. Seizing this opportunity, John released Michelle and, with a surge of speed, seized one Redcap and hurled it at another. With a resounding thud, the two were knocked down by the sheer inertia. John swiftly grabbed the Redcap's dagger and dispatched the 2 fallen foes. Michelle, discerning the urgency of the situation, assisted John in eliminating another Redcap. With all 4 Redcaps vanquished, they exchanged a glance. Just then, a violent explosion erupted behind them. Amidst the swirling smoke, a multitude of Redcaps wielding short weapons began to emerge from the corners, sniffing eagerly as they advanced towards the nun. The nun's staff shimmered with white light, and the floor around her twisted and morphed, causing numerous stone spikes to erupt violently, piercing through the bodies of the Redcaps. This tactic proved highly effective, as the stone spikes not only inflicted damage, but also acted as a barricade, hindering the advance of the Redcaps. Yet, the elder in the black robe would not simply stand by. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing wind echoed as several spells shot forth from the smoke towards the nun. She waved her staff frantically, managing to deflect the incoming attacks. Simultaneously, the surrounding Redcaps seized this opportunity to close in on her. One Redcap leapt forward, swinging a hammer towards the nun. Chapter 18. Thank the heavens for bringing you to my side. Be careful, Michelle cried out. The nun seemed to heed her warning, twisting her body just in time to narrowly evade the strike. Subsequently, the wand gently struck the red-capped figure, shattering it in an instant amidst a burst of magic. Yet, this was merely the beginning. An increasing number of red-capped beings surged toward the nun, while the distant figure of the cloaked elder took advantage of the smoke and chaos to launch attacks from various deceptive angles. In an instant, the tide of battle turned, and the nun found herself at a disadvantage. Observing this, John instinctively clenched his fists. The exit of the basement was now less than 3 meters away. He could even breathe in the fresh air from outside through the opening. Just 2 more steps forward, and he would attain his freedom. From then on, the vast sea would be open for the fish to leap, and the high skies would grant the birds their flight. But the question remained, could he truly walk away like this? The nun was risking her life to save them. "John," Michelle softly called, her expression resolute. Upon seeing her, John was momentarily taken aback. Then he clenched his teeth in determination. How foolish. Indeed, how foolish. He vowed never to act so recklessly again. John fervently reprimanded himself inwardly. Yet in reality, he nodded vigorously at Michelle, and together, propelled by the surge of magic, they dashed toward the battlefield like cannonballs. No communication was necessary. Both John and Michelle aimed their weapons at the red-capped figures surrounding the nun. With a powerful swing of his blade, John unleashed a strike, the enchanted force amplifying his attack, causing blood to splatter as the blade passed through. Even those red-capped beings struck directly by John did not perish immediately. They merely sustained grievous wounds. Nevertheless, this assault forced back some of the encroaching redcaps. Meanwhile, Michelle employed her magic more extravagantly. Her magical strength surpassed John's by a considerable margin, so although she too wielded a weapon, she primarily relied on her magic to strike. With a sweep of her magical prowess, a throng of red-capped figures was instantaneously repelled. Not only them, many of the homeless, instead of fleeing, re-engaged in the fray, assisting in driving away the redcaps. This was not out of goodwill, but rather because they had not forgotten the poison they had consumed. If John and Michelle were to perish, their own survival would be in jeopardy as well. United, they carved out a small area around the nun. At this moment, the nun no longer urged John and Michelle to flee hastily. She seized the opportunity they had created for her. After a brief moment of gathering strength, her wand was thrust skyward. Whirlwind cleansing. Boom! A tempest erupted from her center, sending a multitude of red caps flying while simultaneously dispersing the smoke and magical flames that filled the room. With a veil of smoke lifted, the cloaked elder's figure reemerged. He was huddled in a corner of the room, desperately pouring potions into his mouth. His condition had long reached its limit. He could only sustain his combat ability through incessant consumption of magical potions, which was why he had summoned the red caps in the first place. Now, his last line of defense had been breached. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light shot forth like lightning towards the cloaked elder. Beneath the gleaming green light, the aged figure in the black robe stood rigid, his body bristling with fear. Instinctively, he raised his wand, channeling every ounce of his dwindling magic into it. A resounding explosion echoed as a similar green beam shot forth, colliding in midair and creating a stalemate. The nun, too, was in a precarious state. Yet, she was not fighting alone. With a sudden thrust, John emerged from the shadows, his blade piercing deep into the old man's back. The black-robed figure trembled violently, his face etched with disbelief, twisting his neck as if to discern the identity of his assailant. Alas, as John withdrew the blade, the last remnants of vitality escaped the old man's body. The black-robed elder was no more. John, pallid and breathless, gradually sank to the ground, clutching his chest. The earlier battle had left him battered. The red-cap foe had struck him fiercely with a hammer, and now his chest felt as though it were collapsing, possibly with broken ribs. To make matters worse, the depletion of magic within him rendered him utterly exhausted, his head spinning as if he had endured a week of sleepless nights. "John! John!" A familiar voice called out. Struggling to open his eyes, the hazy scene before him began to sharpen. He beheld Michelle supporting the nun as they approached. As they passed, the remaining vagabonds in the vicinity collapsed, as if under the influence of a sleep spell or a memory-erasing enchantment. The others lay lifeless. I'm fine," John managed to utter. Upon hearing his words, the worry etched on Michelle's face dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. "John, we have triumphed. Yes, we have prevailed," the nun echoed with a smile, adorning John and Michelle with silver cross necklaces. The gift ignited a spark of joy in Michelle, while John's gaze remained fixed on the nun. Through his heightened senses, he could discern a potent surge of magic emanating from her, a force neither of her own making nor conventional, but an extraordinarily pure and powerful essence. Noticing John's stare, the nun beamed. "Do not fret. Those who betray their unbreakable vows meet such a fate. I was prepared for this." At that moment, Michelle sensed something amiss. The formidable magic had fully erupted from the nun, manifesting as golden chains that ensnared her. "Nun, you shall." She silenced them both, drawing them into her embrace and praying. "Thank the divine for bringing you to my side. You shall have bright futures, I vow. Oblivion. A flash of white light enveloped them, and in an instant, the unsuspecting Michelle and John collapsed, perhaps due to an acquired resistance from their recent encounter with a similar spell. John did not succumb immediately, but instead fell into a state hovering between consciousness and slumber. He witnessed the nun cautiously conceal a package along with her wand deep underground through magic. John, if you have the chance, come and retrieve it. This is my final gift to you and Michelle. The nun seemed to recognize that John had not entirely succumbed to unconsciousness. She smiled radiantly at him and then rose to venture deeper into the basement. With her movements, the golden chains entwined around her began to tighten incessantly, as if they were erasing her very essence, rendering her into nothingness. Nun, John called out with great difficulty, yearning to extend his hand to stop her. But his body was devoid of any strength. A wave of profound fatigue enveloped him, and he slowly closed his eyes. In his final moments, a tabby cat entered his line of sight, its eyes gleaming with an extraordinarily human-like urgency. Chapter 19, Professor McGonagall. The tabby cat nimbly navigated the corpses and various stone spikes strewn across the ground, ultimately leaping towards John and Michelle. Midair, her form began to contort and ultimately transformed into a woman adorned with square glasses, her dark hair styled into a high bun, clad in a deep green robe. Merlin, children, are you all right? She exclaimed anxiously, reaching out to check on Michelle and John. Only after confirming that they were merely unconscious and in no mortal danger did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Talp, talp, talp. Another set of hurried footsteps approached. An elderly man with long, silvery white hair rushed in. His gaze swept over John and Michelle before he spoke with a degree of gravity. Who is Michelle Shafiq? Professor McGonagall pointed to Michelle and then turned to John. This must be John Shafiq. I recall hearing Michelle mention her brother during my last visit, a muggle child. No, you are mistaken. He is not a muggle, but a young wizard. Dumbledore, are you serious? Indeed, I can sense the essence of magic within him. But why is he not on the student roster? Perhaps his magical prowess manifested later, or... Dumbledore paused, his eyes scanning the myriad of crimson-capped corpses and various instruments strewn about, eventually settling on the dark-robed man. Tony Gray, a level 2 wanted dark wizard by the Ministry of Magic, responsible for the deaths of 12 muggles in Liverpool. This must be his stronghold. Professor McGonagall, noticing Dumbledore's gaze, frowned and remarked, are you suggesting that John is connected to the dark wizard? Who knows? Those dark wizards are often reluctant to allow their children or apprentices to enter Hogwarts, frequently attempting to obscure their presence from the student roster. Dumbledore replied with uncertainty. Yet I can sense that his magical essence is quite normal, devoid of any dark magic. Moreover, it appears that he and Michelle collaborated to dismantle this dark wizard's lair. Thus, it seems he should not be closely associated with dark wizards. As Dumbledore spoke, Professor McGonagall had already commenced preliminary treatment for John and Michelle. She carefully cut open John's shirt, intending to ascertain the number and severity of his rib fractures to determine the appropriate dosage of bone-mending potion. However, she soon gasped in shock, for John's chest was marred with a myriad of scars, both old and new. Merlin, this poor child. McGonagall covered her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. Observing this, Dumbledore shook his head and remarked, Minerva, there is no need for medication. The Aurors will treat him after they take their statements. Aurors? You intend to leave him in their hands? Professor McGonagall gazed at Dumbledore incredulously. She was all too aware of the Aurors' methods. These individuals had transformed from the valiant defenders against dark wizards over a decade ago into relentless hounds chasing accolades. If John fell into their grasp, while he might not face severe torture, he would undoubtedly endure torment. This was utterly cruel for a child of 11 or 12. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, her expression grave. I cannot fathom why. Dumbledore's initially solemn countenance softened somewhat. He regarded Professor McGonagall, tentatively suggesting, are you implying? Indeed, I wish for John to attend Hogwarts. She interjected, but he is connected to a dark wizard, Dumbledore replied. You also stated that he bears no trace of dark magic. Indeed, it was he and Michelle who dismantled this dark wizard's stronghold. Perhaps he merely experienced a delayed surge of magical power? Such occurrences are not unheard of, she argued. Dumbledore lowered his gaze slightly, replying, that is not appropriate. What is inappropriate about it? And dare you assert that your judgment is infallible? McGonagall retorted. How highly did you regard Sirius Black back in the day? And what did he ultimately do? Was he truly suited for Gryffindor House? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. In terms of bravery, one might argue that his capacity for such wickedness indeed demonstrated considerable courage. Dumbledore, all right, All right, I was merely jesting. There's no need to be so upset. Dumbledore chuckled in a conciliatory manner. Since you are so resolute, let us proceed with your plan. I consent to his enrollment at Hogwarts for the next term. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall fell silent, though her lips remained tightly pressed, betraying her anger. Dumbledore sighed helplessly, sharing a few chuckles with McGonagall as they departed the basement with John and Michelle. Dumbledore shook his head, stating, "No, Hogwarts is not yet prepared. We cannot accommodate students at this time. Thus, you must find another place to house them, allowing for further observation." Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that I handle this all by myself? And what about you?" I need to notify the Aurors to come and manage this mess. Then, I must visit an old friend in France. "Yes, I'm rather busy," he replied. At this, Professor McGonagall's lips tightened further, for she recognized that Dumbledore was once again shirking responsibility. It is indeed a pivotal moment before the new student's enrollment. And Dumbledore's departure at this time amounts to entrusting a considerable amount of work regarding the newcomers, along with John and Michelle, into her hands. The sheer volume of such an absurd task is utterly maddening. Professor McGonagall instinctively wished to refuse, but before she could voice her objections, Dumbledore winked at her and vanished amidst a cacophony of crackling sounds. With a deep sigh, Professor McGonagall took several deep breaths to quell her rising fury, grasping John and Michelle as they moved further away. Chapter 20. The Admission Letters. More than half an hour later, at the Leaky Cauldron, accompanied by a burst of eerie green flames, Tom, the slumbering proprietor of the bar, was startled awake, raising his head to scold. Merlin's beard. "Ought to throw all you drunken louts out, you pathetic dregs of the magical world, so utterly forsaken." However, Tom's tirade was abruptly halted when he realized that the disturbance was not caused by the snoring patrons in the corner, but rather by the roaring fireplace within the establishment. At that moment, a significant amount of magical flames surged forth, and shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall emerged, leading John and Michelle. "Professor McGonagall, what a surprise to see you." Tom's demeanor shifted dramatically as he grabbed a feather duster and hurried over to assist her in clearing the soot, his gaze naturally shifting to John and Michelle. "And who might these young ones be?" "They are the new students of Hogwarts, set to enroll in 2 months, though they have encountered a slight mishap," Professor McGonagall replied as she made her way up the stairs. "Tom, could you kindly prepare a room for them?" Tom, moving even more swiftly than Professor McGonagall, retrieved the keys and hurried upstairs to open the door before she could even reach the staircase. He presented them with a spacious room, furnished with the essential amenities and 2 single beds. Upon entering the room, Professor McGonagall nodded her gratitude to Tom, then placed John and Michelle on their respective beds, commencing a further examination of their conditions. Michelle was the first to undergo the examination. However, as time passed, Professor McGonagall's brow furrowed increasingly. This was not due to the severity of Michelle's injuries. Rather, it was because Michelle appeared astonishingly healthy. This was quite unreasonable, especially after having endured a fierce battle with a dark wizard. Hadn't John sustained several broken ribs? By normal conjecture, Michelle ought to bear at least some bruises. Yet, the stark reality was that Michelle bore no marks whatsoever. After multiple examinations, Professor McGonagall could only conclude that John had protected her exceedingly well. At that moment, John awakened with a start. "Ah, sister," he exclaimed, sitting up in bed, drenched in sweat, a dull ache resonating in his head, as though someone had just struck him with a hammer. Shaking his head vigorously, John struggled to maintain his consciousness. He then beheld a witch adorned with a pointed wizard's hat, seated gracefully beside Michelle, her wand emanating a soft glow as it danced around Michelle. "You shall not harm her." John felt a surge of fervor rush to his head, erupting in a furious shout as he extended his right hand. In the throes of this intense emotion, some of the magic that had seemingly been depleted within him was rekindled. This magic coalesced in his palm, forming a luminous blade poised to be unleashed. Observing this, Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together, acutely aware of John's chaotic state, and with a flick of her wand declared, "All petrified, rejoice." 2 beams of light, one white and one pink, struck John in succession. He felt his body stiffen, as if turned to stone, unable to move. Yet, from the depths of his heart, a wave of profound joy surged forth. This emotion countered John's tension, gradually bringing him back to a state of calm. Once she confirmed John's recovery, Professor McGonagall released the binding spell on him and introduced herself with a serious demeanor. "I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and Professor of Transfiguration. I am aware of you. Michelle has spoken of you." As John spoke, his gaze kept darting toward Michelle. "How is she? Is she all right?" Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's expression grew even more stern as she raised her voice. It is not yet your turn to inquire. I ask you, what transpired tonight? What was the situation in that basement? All he recalled was leading Michelle and the others into the basement as per their plan, encountering the dark-robed elder, engaging in a fierce battle, and then successfully defeating the dark wizard and escaping. This was clearly amiss. John sensed that he had forgotten some crucial person or event. But what could it be? John clutched his head, lamenting once more. Professor McGonagall, witnessing this, was visibly alarmed and approached him to administer a dual treatment of potions and spells. After a good half hour, John began to regain some semblance of composure, and Professor McGonagall had gleaned the general sequence of events from him. So it was you and Michelle who vanquished that dark wizard, and your memory appears to be compromised? Professor McGonagall inquired, a look of intense confusion etched on her face. That dark wizard was a notorious fiend. Could it truly be that John and Michelle, mere young witches accompanied by some muggles, had managed to defeat him? It seemed absurd. Could they have been subjected to a memory-altering spell? After a moment of contemplation, Professor McGonagall used magic to awaken Michelle and began to question her. However, Michelle's responses nearly mirrored John's. Her words flowed effortlessly, betraying no sign of memory loss. Professor McGonagall did not believe Michelle could lie under such circumstances. With a long sigh, she addressed John. It appears your memory is intact. Perhaps the trauma you experienced has caused you to feel disoriented. John nodded in acknowledgement of this conclusion. However, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Michelle, leading him to suspect that she had never truly awakened, but was merely speaking in her sleep. Observing this, Professor McGonagall slowly rose and stated, Michelle is in excellent health. She has no issues whatsoever. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall placed a piece of parchment on John's bedside. Furthermore, in my capacity as Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, I extend to you an invitation to commence your studies at Hogwarts this September. This is your acceptance letter. John gazed at Professor McGonagall in astonishment. Just the day before, he had been troubled by how to gain entry into Hogwarts, and now, not only had he managed to escape the hellish confines of Saint Brélade with Michelle, but Professor McGonagall had delivered his acceptance letter directly into his hands. It was indeed a double blessing. Of course, whether you wish to attend depends on your own desire. Professor McGonagall seemed to misinterpret the expression on John's face, continuing, if you do not wish to. I do wish to. I absolutely wish to. John interrupted. It's a school of magic, and I can be with Michelle. At this, the corners of Professor McGonagall's mouth lifted slightly, though she quickly suppressed the smile. Very well, you both should rest well tonight. I shall return tomorrow to assist you in procuring the necessary items for your enrollment and to introduce you to the magical world. With that, Professor McGonagall stepped out of the room, leaving John to watch her departure. An exceptionally talented child, came the voice of old Tom, and, at this, Professor McGonagall's smile could no longer be contained. She carefully closed the door behind her, a look of satisfaction on her face as she mused. Indeed, truly remarkable, particularly John. Not only is he intelligent and wise, but he possesses the courage to devise and execute a plan for his own rescue. Such traits are rare. Most children his age would merely weep in the face of adversity. Furthermore, John is exceptionally kind-hearted. He did not think only of himself, but instead chose to save Michelle and those unfortunate souls still trapped in Saint Brélade. What a noble quality. Additionally, judging by his spontaneous use of magic in a moment of heightened emotion, it is likely his magical aptitude is quite substantial. Should I fail to enroll such a child in Hogwarts, I would surely regret it for the rest of my life. Taking a deep breath, Professor McGonagall, still smiling, made her way to the fireplace downstairs, where a myriad of tasks concerning new students awaited her attention. Given the current circumstances with Dumbledore's negligence, if she did not work diligently, it seemed likely that the incoming students for September might not be admitted at all. Moreover, she had plans to take John and Michelle to Diagon Alley the following day. What a busy day it would be, Professor McGonagall reflected, yet a smile lingered on her lips. Chapter 21. The Magic of Gingerbread. The next morning, John jolted awake with a gasp, sitting upright in bed. His body was drenched in cold sweat, and he was gasping for air. The nightmare had once again descended upon him. Fortunately, it was all merely a dream. In the realm of reality, he remained ensconced in a secure environment. Michelle was also present, sprawled across another bed, softly snoring. With a sigh of relief, John reached for the parchment resting on his bedside. This was the acceptance letter bestowed upon him by Professor McGonagall the previous night, serving as his passport to Hogwarts. Exhausted from the events of the evening, he had succumbed to slumber shortly after Professor McGonagall's departure, without the opportunity to examine it closely. Now was the perfect moment to indulge in it. However, Just as he adjusted the acceptance letter, Professor McGonagall entered the room, catching John by surprise. The sky outside was still shrouded in the faint light of dawn. Moreover, Professor McGonagall was still clad in the attire from the previous night, hat unaltered. Had she truly gone without sleep? John was uncertain. Yet, this seemed of little consequence to him, so he merely rose to offer a respectful greeting. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." "Good morning to you as well, John. I must admit, I did not expect you to rise so early." There are few children nowadays who maintain the habit of early rising. As she spoke, a subtle smile graced Professor McGonagall's lips, clearly pleased with John, especially as he clutched the Hogwarts acceptance letter, appearing as if he had been engrossed in its contents. However, upon noticing Michelle still asleep in an unseemly position, her smile faltered. "Wake up!" A brief flash of red light flickered, and Michelle slowly opened her eyes, clearly still in a state of drowsiness. She rubbed her eyes for a moment before grasping the situation, then began to beam foolishly at John and McGonagall. Professor McGonagall tightened her lips, adopting a more serious demeanor. Almost stern. "You must awaken fully. Laziness is humanity's gravest vice. The rules at Hogwarts are exceedingly strict, should you arrive at Hogwarts still exhibiting such lethargy. The only fate awaiting you will be detention, or even expulsion." Upon hearing this, Michelle's previously languid expression vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Detention at St. Brigid's was the most dreaded punishment. She had once been confined in the punishment room, and the memory was still vivid. "No, I refuse to be put in detention. John, help me." Michelle instinctively leapt onto John's bed, hiding behind him and refusing to emerge. Observing this, Professor McGonagall's irritation grew. John sighed and spoke. "Professor McGonagall, Michelle merely overslept due to her exhaustion from last night. It was an unusual circumstance. In fact, during our time at St. Brigid's, we rose early every day and had formed a habit." Professor McGonagall appeared unconvinced. Yet, for John's sake, she reluctantly replied, "Spoil her if you wish." John chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Having shared experiences at St. Brigid's, John had long regarded Michelle as akin to a biological sister. Who else would he indulge if not his own sister? Professor McGonagall did not dwell excessively on the topic. She instructed old Tom to deliver 3 breakfasts and proceeded to dine with John and Michelle in the room. Throughout the meal, silence enveloped them, save for the sounds of Michelle devouring her food with remarkable fervor. The arrival of the meal seemed to instantaneously alleviate her previous discontent, transforming her into an ultimate eating machine. Meanwhile, John and Professor McGonagall epitomized the art of savoring their food with grace and restraint. Naturally, Professor McGonagall refrained from reprimanding Michelle for her lack of decorum at the table. After all, the little lions of Gryffindor were often more boisterous and uncouth than Michelle. As the head of Gryffindor, she had long grown accustomed to such behavior and was disinclined to intervene. Nonetheless, this did not hinder her appreciation for John's refined chewing and polite demeanor. Particularly charming was the way John occasionally glanced at Michelle and her, his face adorned with a sincere and joyful smile, as if their enjoyment of the meal brought him happiness as well. What a kind-hearted and genuine boy he was. Professor McGonagall mused. She genuinely cherished him, even contemplating extolling the virtues of Gryffindor to him. If she could persuade John to join, it would bestow Gryffindor a dignified and reliable representative. The allure of such a prospect was significant. Surely an entire house could not consist solely of boisterous eaters, or it would become the so-called Foolish Lion Academy in the eyes of some. However, after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose not to voice her thoughts. She did not wish to influence John's decision with her own desires, adhering to her professional ethics as a professor. Were John aware of the multitude of thoughts swirling in Professor McGonagall's mind during their meal, he would likely be unable to suppress a chuckle, for he was merely engaging his chewing faculties to absorb magic. As for the sincere and joyful smile upon his face, it seemed rather absurd. The essence of Michelle's magic resembled that of sun-dried linens, evoking an irresistible impulse to draw nearer. Yet, when considering the quality and quantity of magic, it was rather modest, given Michelle's youth. Professor McGonagall, however, was quite different. Her magic bore a flavor akin to gingerbread, albeit with a unique twist, reminiscent of a slight reduction in sweetness or a dash of chili powder, imparting a mild spiciness. This magic was not only abundant, but of exceptional quality. Within mere minutes, John found himself filled with a considerable amount of this magic, which transformed into a unique substance, continuously and permanently enhancing the quality and quantity of his own magical essence. The magical growth he experienced during this single meal surpassed what he might gain over several days in St. Brendan's. It was truly difficult for John to suppress his laughter. And this was merely the magic derived from Professor McGonagall alone. The rate of magical growth was nothing short of extraordinary. Alas, John sighed wistfully. He has indeed endured much suffering. Yet now he finds himself reaping the rewards of his perseverance. His trials at Saint Brélade were not in vain. John is convinced that the nun would be pleased for him if she were aware of everything. Wait, Anun. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck John's mind. Michelle. He pushed Michelle with urgency, inquiring about the nun's whereabouts. Caught off guard, Michelle coughed a couple of times before managing to swallow her food, bewilderedly responding. Chapter 22. You have a major problem. Following Professor McGonagall down the stairs. John's expression was one of confusion and peculiarity. Is it even permissible for a nun to marry? After repeated inquiries yielded no answers, John reluctantly accepted this conclusion. But where was the nun's hometown? John, we have arrived. Professor McGonagall's voice broke through his reverie. They now stood in a small courtyard surrounded by walls, devoid of anything save for a garbage bin and some weeds. Perhaps once we reach Hogwarts, you should consult Madame Pomfrey. She is an exceptional healer, hailing from St. Mungo's, the largest magical hospital in the wizarding world. Professor McGonagall spoke sincerely, her heart aching for John. She suspected that he had suffered a significant injury to his mind, leading to a disarray of his memories. Such a pitiable child. John nodded silently in response. Observing his demeanor, Professor McGonagall raised her wand and tapped the wall several times. An astonishing scene unfolded before them. The brick she had struck began to tremble and shift, revealing a small hole that gradually expanded, ultimately forming an archway wide enough for them to pass through. Noticing the look of astonishment on John's face, Professor McGonagall smiled and said, "Welcome to Diagon Alley." They proceeded through the archway, soon arriving at a cobblestone commercial street. Due to the early hour, the street was sparsely populated, with some shops yet to open. However, the peculiar signs hanging outside hinted at the strange wares within: cauldrons, herbs, dragon blood, and various animal parts, alongside flying brooms and an assortment of quills and globes. Upon entering, Professor McGonagall fell silent, adopting a stern expression. Even when greeted by passers-by, she merely nodded indifferently, maintaining her aloof demeanor. In stark contrast, Michelle was utterly ecstatic. Having been confined to Saint Brélade for as long as she could remember, she had never even visited a mundane marketplace, let alone a magical one. Thus, upon entering Diagon Alley, she entered a state of sheer exuberance, darting into the cauldron shop, then pressing her face against the window of the broom shop, chattering away incessantly. This behavior earned her high praise from Professor McGonagall. After all, Michelle's actions were truly embarrassing, within just a brief moment. No fewer than 5 shopkeepers had begun to point and whisper, occasionally breaking into laughter. The trio continued their walk and soon arrived at a towering, pristine white edifice that loomed above the surrounding shops. "Gringotts, we have arrived," Professor McGonagall announced, gesturing toward the gleaming bronze entrance. "We need to come here first to withdraw some funds before we can procure the necessary items for your enrollment." John nodded in understanding. "I see. This is the bank for wizards." "Not quite," Professor McGonagall clarified. "Gringotts differs significantly from a typical bank. It possesses the authority to mint currency, and indeed, wizards can store their wealth here. However, in a strict sense, Gringotts serves merely as a depository for riches. Wizards wishing to store their belongings must rent a vault or safe deposit box. There are no interest earnings, and a rental fee applies. Of course, unlike Muggle banks, Gringotts does not arbitrarily inspect or utilize the contents of your vault for investment purposes." John grasped the gist of it, but at that moment, Michelle tugged at his sleeve, urging him to look at the bronze door. Following her gesture, John soon spotted a figure clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. The figure was quite diminutive, resembling a gnome, with features distinctly unlike those of a human. "House elf," John remarked coldly, his face contorting in distaste. "Not a house elf, but a goblin," Professor McGonagall corrected. "While they both belong to the magical creature category, they are fundamentally different beings. House elves are mere dark magic creatures, whereas goblins possess far greater intelligence. You will learn more detailed knowledge once you enter Hogwarts. For now, just understand that they are responsible for operating Gringotts and are managed by the Goblin Liaison Office of the Ministry of Magic." "Oh, the Ministry of Magic is the governing body for wizards," Professor McGonagall explained thoroughly, ensuring that John and Michelle grasped the distinction between house elves and goblins. Regrettably, this knowledge did little to alleviate their aversion to goblins. They bore too close a resemblance to house elves, almost as if they were distant relatives. Professor McGonagall did not press the matter further, fully aware of John and Michelle's backgrounds. The group entered Gringotts under the guidance of the goblin at the entrance. Considering John and Michelle's sentiments, Professor McGonagall seemed to exercise some privilege, shortly retrieving 2 bags of gold coins from the counter and leading John and Michelle out of Gringotts. This sum constitutes your special student stipend, 20 galleons each, dispersed once a year specifically for Hogwarts students with unique family circumstances. Professor McGonagall explained as they strolled down the street. The galleon is the magical currency of wizards, along with the sickle and the canute, with an exchange rate of 1 galleon equaling 17 sickles, or 493 nuts. Upon hearing this, John nodded silently, while Michelle fidgeted with her fingers, murmuring calculations under her breath. This scene elicited a chuckle from Professor McGonagall. However, she quickly suppressed her smile and led John and Michelle into a quaint shop. The bell at the entrance chimed cheerfully. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from within. "Welcome to Ollivander's wand shop." An elderly man with light-colored eyes emerged, panting as he spoke. "Oh, it's Professor McGonagall. Have you begun assisting the Muggle-born wizards? I seem to recall that the school year does not commence for another 2 months." At this, McGonagall pressed her lips together, seemingly on the verge of voicing a complaint. Yet, glancing at John and Michelle, she ultimately refrained. She did not wish to tarnish Dumbledore's esteemed image before the students. "Ollivander, please select wands for them." "Of course, no problem at all." Ollivander casually handed 2 wands to John and Michelle. "Take these, children, hold them, and feel their essence. These wands are certainly not suited for you, but that is of no consequence. I merely need you to experience the sensation of resistance from a wand. Only by truly feeling that palpable defiance will you comprehend that a wand is not merely a tool, but rather our companion. The entire selection process is not about the wizard choosing the wand, but rather the wand choosing." Ollivander's words faltered abruptly as he was astonished to discover that John had already grasped the wand he had offered. Yet, instead of exhibiting the expected vigorous resistance, the wand lay quietly in John's hand, devoid of any opposition or the joyful demeanor typically displayed when a wand meets its new master. It was as if John had wielded that wand for an eternity. This was inconceivable. The fluidity of his movements belied his age. Nevertheless, it bore no consequence. The second wand placed in John's hand remained utterly unresponsive. Observing this, Ollivander narrowed his eyes and addressed John. "Child, there is something amiss with you. You carry a significant problem." At these words, John's heart raced, and his gaze towards Ollivander shifted. Chapter 23. Ollivander in doubt, John felt a twinge of anxiety. He was acutely aware of his uniqueness, both in how he became a wizard and in possessing 2 distinct magical systems within him. According to his knowledge of Harry Potter, these attributes were unprecedented in this world. What would be the ramifications if Ollivander truly discerned these traits and they were spread? Would he find himself on a dissection table? After all, among wizards, there were certainly many who were fervent researchers. As John was lost in his thoughts, Michelle, standing nearby, began to show her displeasure. With her hands on her hips and an indignant expression, she exclaimed, "On what grounds do you assert that the problem lies with John? Could it not possibly be your own fault? Are you suggesting that there is something wrong with the wands I crafted?" Ollivander's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can it be impossible? To err is human, and there is no shame in such a truth." Michelle's intent in uttering those words was to soothe Ollivander, who appeared overly agitated. However, her statement pierced his heart like a dagger. He nearly roared, "My family has been crafting wands since 382 BC. Are you suggesting that I would make a mistake? If that's the case, then you should demonstrate for yourself." As he spoke, Ollivander thrust another wand into Michelle's hand, declaring, "Behold, this one is made of willow, contains a phoenix feather, measures 9 inches in length, and possesses almost no elasticity. It is an exceedingly stubborn combination, the most unruly of my creations. I assure you, the moment it falls into your hands, it shall sprout thorns, compelling you to relinquish it." Ollivander was momentarily taken aback, for at the instant the willow wand touched Michelle's palm, a brilliant golden spark erupted from its tip. This phenomenon occurs only when a wand is perfectly attuned to its wielder. An awkward atmosphere began to permeate the small shop. In the midst of this eerie silence, Michelle reached for another wand on the counter, igniting yet another burst of golden sparks. Once again, a flawless match. "How can this be?" Ollivander murmured, his tone now considerably subdued. Yet, a greater despair loomed ahead, for at that moment, John had emerged from his reverie. He extended his hand, taking the wand from Michelle. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the wand sprang from John's grasp, landing precisely in Michelle's hand. As if possessed by its own will, unwilling to part from her, Ollivander was struck as if by lightning. This scene signified a profound misjudgment on his part. The issue lay not with John, but rather with the wands he had forged. Meanwhile, a smile graced John's face. He possessed two distinct reservoirs of magical energy, one inherent to him as a wizard, and the other acquired through his unique ability residing within his body. The magic from the first reservoir remained constant, yet was somewhat unruly, akin to Michelle, or rather, to any typical young wizard. Conversely, the magic from the second reservoir diminished over time without recharging, but was entirely obedient to John's commands, as it had been purified through his ability. Since the second reservoir was prone to rapid depletion, John typically preferred to draw from it to conserve energy. When he initially grasped the first and second wands, he had utilized the magic from the second reservoir. This magic, being entirely compliant to John's will, influenced the wands to respond to his commands. However, when John switched to the first reservoir while holding the third wand, it immediately exhibited a strong repulsion. This revelation thrilled John immensely. One must understand that a wizard's casual use of foreign wands can significantly diminish both the potency and speed of their spells. However, he remains entirely unaffected by such limitations. Nevertheless, John's excitement was fleeting as thoughts of Michelle quickly invaded his mind. Unlike him, Michelle did not possess a secondary reservoir of magical energy. Yet those wands seamlessly adapted to her touch. This was a true testament to her innate talent, contrasting fundamentally with his own extraordinary capabilities. I still find it somewhat hard to believe. Perhaps Ollivander hesitated, clearly yearning for another attempt. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Professor McGonagall frowned and interjected. Ollivander, be mindful of the time. Upon hearing this, Ollivander promptly fell silent. Acutely aware that Professor McGonagall was indeed quite busy and had no time to indulge him in such matters. Dejectedly, he retrieved a lengthy tape measure adorned with silver markings, beginning to take John's and Michelle's arm lengths and other measurements. This was a standard procedure for wand selection, although both John and Michelle clearly did not require this process. Ollivander insisted on adhering to his professional principles. After a protracted 20 minutes, John and Michelle emerged from Ollivander's wand shop, each grasping a wand. In the end, Michelle chose the stubborn wand made of alder, citing its beautifully floral wood grain as the reason for her selection. As for John, he acquired a wand crafted from blackthorn. Measuring 13 inches in length, with a moderate degree of flexibility, its core made from the heartstring of a fire dragon. This wand was among the few that matched John's primary reservoir of magical energy. In Ollivander's words, this indicated that John's magical talent was, in fact, rather mediocre, as both blackthorn and dragon heartstring were not particularly discerning in their choice of master and exhibited low loyalty. The only advantage was that its power would greatly amplify when casting combat spells. Professor McGonagall and Michelle both scoffed at Ollivander's assessment. They had witnessed John's prowess firsthand and were unwavering in their belief that his magical aptitude was truly exceptional. Yet, John was well aware that Ollivander's words held no fallacy. The magical energy within his primary reservoir, in both quality and quantity, paled in comparison to that of the secondary one. However, he remained undeterred, knowing that as long as he possessed the ability to adapt, this would not pose a significant issue. After selecting their wands, the sun had risen considerably higher, and the streets began to teem with people. Professor McGonagall was indeed pressed for time. She took hold of John and Michelle's hands, quickening her pace as they navigated to the farthest depths of Diagon Alley. Entering a second-hand shop, the youthful shop assistant appeared to be a former student of Professor McGonagall's, displaying great enthusiasm, offering tea and even presenting his breakfast as a gesture of goodwill. Unfortunately, McGonagall did not entertain his kindness. She plunged directly into the storeroom, swiftly selecting school supplies for John and Michelle. Her movements were remarkably swift, and within 10 minutes, she approached the checkout with 2 large heaps of items. A discount. That will be a total of 25 galleons. As the coins were taken away by the shop assistant, John's expression became somewhat awkward. The cost of living in the magical world was far higher than he had anticipated. He and Michelle's combined allowance amounted to merely 40 galleons. Professor McGonagall noticed the change in John's demeanor, but chose to remain silent. The 2 wands, priced at 7 galleons each, along with other items, totaled 39 galleons, leaving them with just 1 galleon. I have converted all of it into silver sickles for you. Do not squander your money, and refrain from buying unnecessary food. Save it for emergencies, Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Her demeanor resembled that of John's former guidance counselor. Nevertheless, John nodded earnestly, aware that this solitary galleon would need to last them an entire year. Although Hogwarts provided free accommodation and meals, unforeseen expenses could arise at any moment. Satisfied with John's response, McGonagall nodded approvingly and produced 2 ice creams, handing them to John and Michelle before hastily making her way towards the fireplace. Observing McGonagall's retreating figure and the ice creams in hand, John felt a wave of gratitude. These ice creams were from Florin's ice cream parlor, where Michelle had drooled over the enormous ice cream sign until she was reprimanded by McGonagall and reluctantly left. Little did they expect that the seemingly stern Professor McGonagall had ultimately purchased them, and evidently with her own money. "You say I spoil Michelle. How can you possibly compare to me?" John chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to ascend the stairs with Michelle. Now that they had both their spellbooks and wands, he was eager to experiment with casting magic. Chapter 24, John's Magic. The equipment Professor McGonagall procured for John and Michelle was comprehensive. A cursory glance revealed that it almost perfectly matched the item list provided in their acceptance letters. Not only did it include various robes and gloves, but also cauldrons, glass crystal potion bottles, and telescopes, constituting a complete set for potion making and astronomy. Of course, the most significant items were the 8 spell books allocated to each student, which represented the most expensive portion of the entire ensemble. According to the receipt left by Professor McGonagall, the price for these 8 books reached an astonishing 10 galleons, and they were secondhand. However, the quality of the secondhand items was not lacking, especially since they had been meticulously selected by Professor McGonagall herself. For instance, the cauldrons and glass potion bottles appeared almost brand new. The bottoms of the cauldrons bore scarcely any signs of scorching from flames. One could only wonder how their previous owner had managed their studies. The spell books, on the other hand, were not in pristine condition. Their physical state could be described as complete pages with standard quality. Yet, upon opening the books, John was greeted with a delightful surprise. Almost every page was densely filled with annotations and class notes, rather than the typical doodles one might expect from students. This was indeed a rare treasure, as it would greatly assist John and Michelle in their future studies. Among all things, what astonished John the most were the 3 sets of clothing. The primary issue with second-hand garments lies not in their condition, but rather in their sizes. Selecting attire that fits amidst such a vast array of pre-owned clothing is no simple task. Yet Professor McGonagall accomplished this feat, indicating that she had meticulously noted their measurements during their visit to Ollivander's wand shop. Such attentiveness is truly commendable. John exhaled deeply and turned to Michelle, exclaiming, "Professor McGonagall has been exceptionally kind to us. Indeed, Professor McGonagall even treated us to ice cream." Michelle replied, savoring her ice cream, "I shall surely repay her in the future." Observing her, John smiled but remained silent. The professor's kindness extended beyond mere ice cream and school supplies. John was acutely aware that their stay at the Leaky Cauldron also necessitated funds. Remarkably, Professor McGonagall had covered this expense from her own pocket, never once mentioning it to John or Michelle. This accumulation of favors created a considerable debt of gratitude. John was a person of discernment. He would not take the kindness of others for granted. Thus, he felt compelled to reciprocate, even if he could not fully repay her. He believed it essential to express his gratitude in some manner, as it was a matter of principle. However, the challenge lay in determining how to do so. They possessed merely 1 galleon, insufficient to procure a suitable gift. Should he seek summer employment? He had noticed several advertisements for temporary work while strolling through Diagon Alley, though he was uncertain if they employed minors. Shaking his head, John decided to temporarily set aside that dilemma and concentrate on mastering spellcasting. With excitement, he grasped his wand and opened the book's standard spells, beginner to study it closely. He soon found himself perplexed. The book indeed contained a wealth of foundational magical theory and spells suitable for novices. Among the spells, he discovered a particularly harmful incantation known as the Shattering Curse. This spell had the capacity to cause an object to fracture, and if directed at a person, it would inflict lacerations. To cast this spell, one must perform a specific wand movement while simultaneously articulating the incantation at a precise pitch. Most importantly, one must clear their mind of distractions and resolutely focus on the intent to break the targeted object. This process would determine the strength of the spell. The greater the will and emotion behind it, the more potent the effect. Naturally, there exists a limit, dictated by the wizard's own magical capacity and quality. Standard spells. Beginner also included various illustrations outlining the casting process, which appeared quite considerate. However, it unfortunately obscured some crucial information. For instance, in its descriptions of wand movements, it utilized vague terms such as slightly 4 times and somewhat 7 times. This bears a striking resemblance to many Chinese culinary recipes. John could guarantee that merely practicing from books would render him unlikely to master spells, unless he was willing to invest considerable time and effort into trial and error. However, as the introduction of standard spells, beginner elucidated, casting spells is a perilous endeavor, with any misstep potentially leading to unforeseen and dire consequences. Thus, in the unprotected confines of the Broken Cauldron, John found himself ill-equipped for such experimentation. Nevertheless, he ultimately raised his wand, driven by a singular thought. The magical energy from his second reservoir was entirely obedient to his command, enabling him to perform supernatural feats akin to magic even without prior study of spells. What if he were to channel this purified energy into legitimate spellcasting? With a sharp crack, a bright flash illuminated the room, followed by the unmistakable sound of paper tearing. The cowhide parchment, which had served as a target, was effortlessly sliced in two, with not a single fray at the edges. "Oh, John is truly remarkable," Michelle exclaimed joyfully, her voice brimming with admiration. Ever since John had successfully rescued her and the homeless from Saint Brélade, she had regarded him as an omnipotent being in her heart. At that moment, John closed his eyes once more. This experience differed from his earlier use of magic at Saint Brélade. Back then, lacking a wand and any knowledge of spells, his magic simply erupted from him, producing the desired effect. In contrast, while casting the shatter spell, just now he distinctly felt his magic flowing into the wand, which, through its amplification and focusing, ultimately manifested the shatter spell. In this process, the wand acted as both an enhancer and a collector, augmenting the spell's efficacy, preventing energy waste, and minimizing the cost of casting. The recitation of the incantation and the wand's movements guided the magic in a specific rhythmic pattern necessary for the shatter spell. John had miscalculated several aspects of the incantation's rhythm and the wand's motion. However, the high obedience of his second reservoir allowed for self-correction, resulting in a flawlessly executed shatter spell, just as he had achieved precise cuts in the parchment without damaging the wall behind it. As long as John desired, he could control the shatter spell to carve any shape he envisioned, and its power could be elevated to his personal limits. Of course, this was not solely the merit of the second reservoir. John's resolute will played a crucial role as well. After all, he had successfully cast spells at St. Brélade relying on emotion and determination, areas in which he excelled. What truly intrigued John was that, through the second reservoir, he could fully perceive the workings of his magical energy during the casting process. This signifies that he possesses not only the ability to swiftly grasp and wield magic, but also the capacity to engage in meticulous contemplation of the arcane processes by observing and deducing the workings of magical energy. He can discern intricate incantations and the precise movements of his wand, enabling him to cast spells even in the absence of a mentor. Utilizing merely his initial reservoir of magical power, should he delve deeply into a particular spell, he might even achieve the remarkable feat of casting without a wand or utterance. John opened his eyes and, speaking to himself, approached the window. Through the thin pane of glass, he beheld the bustling throngs in Diagon Alley, igniting a spark of fervor within him. Soon, he would embark on his journey to Hogwarts. What tales awaited him at Hogwarts, armed with such extraordinary abilities? John was filled with anticipation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, two figures, one large and one small, traversed Diagon Alley, burdened with a plethora of packages. This peculiar duo was strikingly mismatched in stature. The adult, carrying the majority of the load, stood over 3 meters tall, resembling a giant, while the child appeared diminutive and frail. "Harry, I sincerely apologize for not visiting you last month. Dumbledore had some matters that required my assistance," the giant expressed with genuine remorse. No, Hagrid, your surprises have been more than sufficient. I am truly grateful," the child, referred to as Harry, replied with a smile. Until that day, he had merely been a pitiful orphan, residing with his aunt, subjected to the cruelty of his cousin, and confined to a cupboard. Hagrid's arrival, along with the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, had transformed his life, opening a gateway to the enchanting realm of magic. "May I inquire, Harry?" Hagrid continued. "What task did Dumbledore assign to you?" "It concerns a dark wizard's hideout. Dumbledore discovered and reported it to the Ministry of Magic 2 months ago. But despite the passage of time, the Aurors have neither clarified the matter nor preserved the evidence. Dumbledore requested that I appeal to the Ministry, though it seems unlikely to yield any results." Harry nodded, though he scarcely comprehended Hagrid's words. Terms like dark wizard and Auror were entirely foreign to him. He hesitated to probe further, not wanting to overwhelm Hagrid with questions, as he had already asked quite enough for one day. Despite its dilapidated appearance, The leaky cauldron served as a crucial nexus between Diagon Alley and the Muggle world. Harry vividly recalled his entry earlier that day, when the wizards inside had eagerly rushed to shake his hand, reverently dubbing him the boy who lived. He had never experienced such attention before, and it filled him with both trepidation and exhilaration. However, the leaky cauldron appeared quite different now. The enthusiastic patrons had mostly departed, leaving the establishment eerily quiet. Aside from the innkeeper, Tom, who remained behind the bar, only a boy and a girl of similar age to Harry lingered, leaning over the counter as they dined. The boy ate with remarkable diligence and care, savoring each morsel with a poised demeanor, exuding an air of refined elegance. In stark contrast, the girl embodied an entirely different extreme. She resembled a prehistoric beast, famished for centuries, fiercely attacking a plate of meat. To be frank, her manner of eating was rather uncouth. Yet, when paired with her delicate features and endearing gestures, it evoked no disdain, but rather a sense of charm. In fact, witnessing her voracious consumption stirred Harry's own appetite. A rumble echoed from within him, prompting him to lower his gaze in embarrassment. Hagrid, however, merely smiled knowingly. "We still have time to eat something," he said, turning to Tom. "Tom, bring us some food." "Oh, is our savior feeling hungry?" Old Tom bellowed from behind the counter, glaring at the pair of children. "John, we have business. Get to work." The girl remained unmoved, while the boy set down his half-eaten meal and made his way to the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged, balancing a tray laden with an array of steaming dishes. "Please, gentlemen," John said as he arranged the food before Harry. This left Harry somewhat perplexed. He had assumed that the boy and girl were patrons of the leaky cauldron. Yet, given the current circumstances, they were evidently workers there. Observing John and Michelle, Harry was instantly reminded of the various tragic tales of child labor he had heard at school. Recalling the grim history of child labor in Britain, anger surged within him as he took a liking to the pair, despite this being their first encounter. Their inherent qualities drew him in, yet now they were subjugated by the stern proprietor. This evoked a sense of empathy within him, as he too had endured a similar plight at his aunt's home. "Old boss," Harry summoned his courage to speak loudly. "How can you still employ child labor here? It's illegal." The moment his words pierced the air, every gaze in the leaky cauldron converged upon him. Even the girl, engrossed in her meal, looked up in surprise. This startled him, but for the sake of the boy and girl, he mustered the courage to meet the bar owner's gaze. Harry," Hagrid's voice suddenly chimed in, sounding somewhat troubled. "There's no child labor law in the magical world." Harry's expression froze in disbelief as he turned to Hagrid. He remained in shock for nearly 10 seconds before his face flushed with indignation as he continued addressing the bar owner. "That is unacceptable. You cannot exploit these siblings. It is immoral." Tom couldn't help but chuckle at this. Meanwhile, the girl at the counter, her face filled with anger, retorted, "I won't allow you to say that. Mr. Tom, he is a good man who helps us by letting us work here." Harry fell silent. He lowered his head, his eyes tinged with red, feeling a profound sense of grievance. "Michelle, one must not be discourteous to our guests." John interjected, halting Michelle, who was about to say more. He sauntered over to Harry and Hagrid, offering an apology. "I beg your pardon. She is rather blunt and forthright, which can indeed be quite troublesome. However, I feel it is imperative to clarify something. Tom, our employer, is genuinely a good man. As Michelle mentioned, he hired us to assist us, 2 orphans without kin." "Is that so? You're orphans too?" Harry exclaimed with a hint of excitement, only to quickly realize his faux pas, awkwardly adding, I'm also an orphan, so I meant no offense." As he spoke, Harry once again cast his gaze downward. "Do not speak so," Hagrid encouraged. "First, allow me to share my culinary creations. I assure you, they will not disappoint." He had recognized Harry immediately. This young boy was none other than the protagonist of this world, Harry Potter, and the giant beside him must surely be Hagrid. At this, Harry finally redirected his attention to the dishes before him. He soon discovered that although the food lacked refinement, it emanated a tantalizing aroma. Tentatively, he sampled a bite, and thereafter, he could not restrain himself. Observing his voracious consumption, Hagrid beamed with delight. John too smiled. Though unlike Hagrid, whose gaze was fixed upon Harry, John's attention was riveted on Hagrid, or rather, on Hagrid's pocket. He could distinctly sense an overwhelming surge of pure magical energy emanating from it, the most delectable magic he had ever encountered. Having worked as a temporary help at the Leaky Cauldron for nearly 2 months, John had seen hundreds of wizards. Yet he had never before encountered such exquisite and potent magic. In no time, a full plate of sweet and sour ribs along with a large bowl of borscht was entirely consumed by Harry. Realizing what he had done, Harry felt a wave of embarrassment, Not only had he left nothing for Hagrid, but John had been watching the entire time. Hagrid, noticing John's keen observation, perceived the deeper focus in his gaze, particularly fixated on his pocket, revealing a look of eager longing. He quickly surmised that John must be hungry, considering they had interrupted his meal earlier. "Huh, do you smell that? What an astute child you are." Hagrid chuckled heartily as he reached into his pocket, pulling out a grease-stained paper bag. In that same motion, a small, dirty brown pouch emerged. John's gaze snapped to that small pouch, for he could feel the pure, magical essence radiating from within it. When it came to intensity and quantity, the magic could not rival that of Professor McGonagall, but it was unparalleled in its purity. This bears a resemblance to the purified magic within John's second magic reservoir, which greatly benefits him as it can be effortlessly absorbed and seamlessly transformed into his own magical energy, thereby enhancing the permanent upper limit and quality of both his first and second pools of magic with remarkable efficiency. Furthermore, the flavor of this magic is simply exquisite, reminiscent of chilled cola. Upon noticing John's gaze, Hagrid's expression shifted accordingly. Indeed, this is what constitutes true sustenance. Hagrid cheerfully unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing several pastries inside. "These are the rock cakes I crafted myself. I noticed you have been gazing at them for quite some time. Surely, you must have caught a whiff of their delightful aroma? Ha ha ha. Do not be shy. It is rare to encounter someone with a similar taste. Come, indulge." Though referred to as cakes, the rock cakes are more akin to a dense confection interspersed with numerous raisins. However, their appearance leaves much to be desired, resembling bricks rather than delicacies. Harry wore an expression of resignation and embarrassment, for John was indeed a chef, and a skilled one at that. To Harry's astonishment, John drew forth his wand and with a swift motion proclaimed, "Shatter." A piece of the rock cake was cleaved into 4 neatly shaped segments. John seized a piece and placed it in his mouth, initially attempting to bite into it, but upon realizing its hardness, he opted to let it dissolve in his mouth like candy. After savoring it for a moment, John smiled and nodded, remarking, "The aroma of chocolate is rich, and the raisins add an extra sweetness to the cake. Moreover, due to the compression process employed, this confection is quite dense, providing ample calories while being resistant to spoilage, making it an excellent choice for outdoor sustenance." "Ha ha!" Hagrid exclaimed excitedly, pounding the table with laughter. "I knew you had discerning taste. You ought to share that sentiment with those at Hogwarts, who claim my cakes are unfit even for dogs. Come, do not hesitate, they are all yours." As he spoke, Hagrid pushed the remaining rock cakes towards John, who graciously accepted them. His earlier remarks were not mere flattery. The rock cakes were indeed a commendable option for outdoor provisions. Given his current appetite, consuming one would likely suffice to stave off hunger for an entire day. Meanwhile, Harry, seated nearby, was wide-eyed in astonishment. "Did you just use magic? Are you also a student at Hogwarts? My senior?" Harry exclaimed with delight. He was quite fond of John, and once again discovering a commonality between them filled him with excitement. "Indeed, I have received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. However, I am not your senior. If all goes well, I shall be your classmate," John replied. "Really? That is wonderful," Harry exclaimed joyfully. Immediately thereafter, he began recounting his extraordinary experiences of the day, along with his curiosity and speculations about Hogwarts. For an entire day, these thoughts had been bottled up within him, and now, finally presented with an opportunity to express himself, he became quite loquacious. Observing this, John was not at all annoyed. Instead, he engaged in cheerful conversation with Harry, occasionally enlightening him with tidbits of knowledge and amusing anecdotes from the magical realm. This was no challenge for John, although he had only recently entered the magical world himself. Having spent less than 2 months there, he had been working at the Leaky Cauldron during that time, listening to the wizard's banter until his ears almost grew calloused from it. After a leisurely chat among the 3 of them, Hagrid eventually excused himself, stating that the train was about to depart, and he took Harry away from the Leaky Cauldron. Michelle, who had been waiting for quite some time, promptly stepped forward to diligently clear the dishes. This was her role at the tavern, and, of course, John lent a hand as well. "John, Michelle, come here," called the tavern owner, Tom. John and Michelle exchanged glances, wiped their hands, and approached the counter. Upon seeing the pair of young individuals before him, Tom's face was adorned with a broad smile. He pulled out a pile of gold coins, counted them in front of John and Michelle, and then bagged them before pushing them towards John. "Here are your wages, 8 galleons each for 8 weeks, Tom announced. He then produced 2 additional coins, adding, "And here is your bonus, 1 galleon each." At this, John's pupils dilated, and scratching his head, he replied, "This is far too generous, Tom. Let us stick to what we initially agreed upon." Their agreed-upon weekly wage was 10 sickles. John had discussed the remuneration in the magical world with the patrons and learned that even a junior clerk at the Ministry of Magic earned only about 40 to 50 galleons a month. Holding a position there, even as a mere junior clerk, was a coveted dream for many Hogwarts graduates. This not only indicated a promising future for ministry employees, but also suggested that the salary was not insignificant. Moreover, John and Michelle were merely novice wizards, and the disparity in productivity compared to adult wizards was easily hundreds of times. This is no exaggeration. Magic is extraordinarily potent. Take, for instance, the junior clerks at the ministry. An adult wizard of such caliber could work in a factory, accomplishing the work of 100 muggle workers single-handedly with their magic, or march in a battle wielding a wand, capable of taking down dozens, if not hundreds, of muggles alone. As for roles in assassination or intelligence, the capabilities are even more outrageous. And yet, individuals of this caliber earned only 40 to 50 galleons a month. Thus, Tom's decision to employ John and Michelle, who were still fumbling with basic household spells, at a wage of 10 sickles was already an act of extraordinary kindness, verging on charitable. Now, with Tom offering them a raise and a bonus, the total amounted to 18 galleons. Tom waved his hand, halting John's further protests. Initially, his willingness to hire John and Michelle was solely out of pity for their situation. However, John and Michelle soon presented him with an unexpected surprise. This pair of young individuals exhibited astonishing talent in magic, mastering nearly all household spells in just 2 days, which subsequently deepened in complexity over the following days. Moreover, John showcased remarkable culinary skills, crafting dishes that mesmerized customers, leaving Tom in awe. He could only conclude that talented individuals never fail to impress, regardless of their circumstances. Hooray! Tom is the best, Michelle exclaimed joyfully, prompting hearty laughter from Tom. John, no longer hesitant, cheerfully gathered all the gold galleons. Tom was right. They were soon to depart for Hogwarts, and it was prudent to purchase essential items, so having extra funds was undoubtedly beneficial. Speaking of Hogwarts, John recalled the small brown pouch that Hagrid possessed. Did he have a chance to acquire it? John silently contemplated. The pouch's magic was exceptionally pure and would greatly benefit him. If given the opportunity, he would not let slip away. With such thoughts, a glimmer of desire flickered in John's eyes. Days later, John and Michelle arrived at King's Cross Station, maneuvering 2 luggage trolleys. This bustling terminus in central London, inaugurated in 1852, attracted a considerable flow of people. As they walked through the station, John and Michelle garnered significant attention, not only due to their striking appearances, but also because Michelle could hardly contain her excitement, donning her Hogwarts robe, which made her seem somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, Michelle was a quintessential extrovert. Rather than feeling discomfort by the gazes of passers-by, she enthusiastically greeted them, creating an awkward atmosphere for others, effectively demonstrating the theory that if I am unembarrassed, it is others who should feel the embarrassment. Fortunately, this situation soon improved as John took charge. Under his guidance, Michelle finally composed herself and obediently followed him to the space between platforms 9 and 10. As they approached, John distinctly felt the attention of the surrounding crowd dissipate, a result of the muggle-repelling charm in effect. The area cloaked by this spell would instinctively be overlooked and avoided by muggles. Upon learning of such a charm, John immediately thought of the back door of Saint Brigid's. It was likely adorned with a similar enchantment. Platform 9 3/4 is located between platforms 9 and 10. Michelle, you need only dash straight through if you're afraid. Before John could finish his sentence, Michelle let out a cry and sprinted headlong into the wall. John shook his head in exasperation. Since leaving St. Brigid's, Michelle had increasingly embraced her freedom, and the emotion of fear had become a rare occurrence for her. With a sigh, John followed suit and stepped into the wall. John was momentarily dazzled, and soon he beheld a deep crimson steam locomotive halting beside a platform bustling with travelers. A sign affixed to the train proclaimed it to be the Hogwarts Express. The steam engine exhaled plumes of smoke that curled above the crowd, while an array of colorful cats weaved through the legs of the people. Amidst the buzzing conversations and various clamor, Michelle stood at the train's entrance, waving at him. John, hurry up. With a smile, John maneuvered through the throng and boarded the train alongside Michelle. They casually chose an empty compartment, and after stowing their belongings, John leaned against the carriage wall and began to doze off. This had become his new habit. Ever since departing from Saint Brélade, he had been plagued by terrifying nightmares, which hindered him from achieving prolonged, deep sleep. He could only rely on fragmented slumbers to restore his energy. Michelle had long since grown accustomed to this. She extracted a blanket from her suitcase and draped it over John, then produced a large bag of cashew nuts that John had prepared for her in advance. She consumed them with meticulous care, first gently splitting each nut along its seam with her teeth, then savoring the flavor and aroma that permeated her mouth before revealing an expression of delight. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open, and Harry, accompanied by a red-haired boy, peered in. "Excuse me, is this seat taken? Every other place is full." Harry's voice trailed off as he recognized John and Michelle seated within. His eyes brightened, and just as he was about to greet them, he noticed Michelle, with a serious expression, gesturing for silence. "Shoo!" Harry immediately covered his mouth, realizing that John was asleep. Michelle nodded in satisfaction and indicated for the two boys to take the seats across from them. After settling in and arranging their belongings, Harry lowered his voice to introduce them. "This is Ron Weasley, and sitting across from us are John and Michelle." Upon hearing this, the boy named Ron nodded, appearing quite anxious and reserved. Meanwhile, Michelle pushed the paper-wrapped package toward them, inviting them to partake. Harry and Ron tentatively sampled the nuts, and their eyes soon sparkled with delight. Under the influence of the cashews, the three quickly became acquainted. The process was peculiar, as they found it challenging to converse. Communication relied solely on furtive glances and gestures. Yet, amidst these silent exchanges, their understanding flowed remarkably well. The train swiftly departed. As the quantity of cashews diminished at an alarming rate, the atmosphere among the three grew increasingly warm in silence. Just then, the compartment door was pulled open once more. This time, a young girl appeared in the doorway. She possessed a mane of thick, unruly brown hair and bright, expressive brown eyes. As she opened her mouth to speak, the trio, now well acquainted, simultaneously turned to her, placing their fingers on their lips. "Shoo!" The young girl appeared utterly bewildered by the scene before her. Her face was a canvas of confusion and disbelief, her small mouth slightly agape in astonishment, revealing a pair of prominent front teeth hidden within. "Do not block the way, Miss Rabbit." A voice, laced with a mix of flippancy and arrogance, suddenly pierced the air. Three boys, two tall and one short, sauntered in. Upon witnessing this, Michelle and her companions swiftly gestured for silence. However, the intruders paid them no heed. The short boy in the lead fixated his gaze on Harry and declared, "The entire train is buzzing with talk about Harry Potter being in this compartment. So, that must be you, correct?" Harry instinctively nodded, then furrowed his brow and asserted, "There are people resting here. Please leave." The short boy, brushing his platinum hair back, introduced himself nonchalantly. "I am Draco Malfoy. These two beside me are Crabbe and Goyle." Draco's tone dripped with superiority, prompting frowns from all present. Just as he was about to continue, the girl who had been pulled away suddenly darted back in and seized Draco's clothing, exclaiming, "Hey, you just called me a rabbit. Didn't you? That is extremely rude. You must apologize." Draco forcefully shook off her hand, retorting, "Do not touch me with your filthy hands. I am Draco Malfoy. Do you comprehend the weight of the Malfoy name? It is one of the sacred 28, a family of the purest blood. You expect me to apologize? I believe you are still half asleep." "Oh, indeed, there is someone who has awakened." Draco's gaze landed on John, who was tucked under a blanket in the corner. He reached out to lift the blanket, but Michelle pushed him back unceremoniously. "If you wish to fight, take it outside. Do not disturb John," Michelle admonished. At her words, Draco's face flushed with anger. Observing this, Ron stifled a cough to suppress a laugh. Draco abruptly turned to him and sneered, "Do you find the Malfoy family amusing? I need not ask who you are. My father has informed me that all Weasleys are red-haired, freckled, and have too many children to support." Ron sprang to his feet, his face as crimson as his hair. Draco completely ignored him and turned back to Harry, smirking, "Look at this. Potter, just what sort of company do you keep? A rude country bumpkin, an ugly rabbit-toothed girl, a foolish Weasley, and a sleepyhead. I advise you to distance yourself from such unsavory characters. They will only tarnish your reputation." Upon hearing this, all expressions in the compartment turned sour. Harry and Ron were incensed, while Michelle noticed that John, who had been peacefully sleeping, suddenly stirred. Oh no, John was awake. This was disastrous. John's morning mood could be quite fearsome. Michelle's eyes widened in trepidation as she murmured. Taking a deep breath, John slowly opened his eyes, only to find that the once spacious compartment was now filled to capacity. "Well, the sleepyhead has awakened." Before Draco could finish his words, he found himself momentarily paralyzed. At that moment, John had already risen and was gazing at him. The bloodshot eyes were simmering with fury and a chilling murderous intent, causing Draco to involuntarily shudder. His two loyal companions dutifully positioned themselves in front of him, but unfortunately, their efforts proved futile. John seized each by the collar. channeling his magical energy into his hands, and effortlessly hurled them out of the compartment. This scene left everyone in the compartment utterly astonished. Although Goyle and Crabbe were also mere children, they were remarkably robust, weighing at least 150 pounds combined, yet John had thrown them with ease. The psychological impact on Draco was profound. His previous arrogance and composure evaporated, replaced by sheer terror etched across his face. John cast a cold glance at him and said, "If you wish to live, you had better leave at once." Upon hearing this, Draco twitched and then quickly reacted, screaming as he turned to flee, abandoning his two companions, who were still writhing on the corridor floor. The atmosphere in the compartment became quite peculiar. Michelle was eagerly offering John cashews, while Harry, Ron, and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. They were, in fact, quite exhilarated and eager to inquire how John had accomplished such a feat, however. John's earlier display of temper had been so intense that it instilled a sense of fear in them. After a considerable pause, the girl previously referred to as Rabbit suddenly approached with sparkling eyes and said, "You just used magic, didn't you?" John shot her a glare and replied, "Young lady, while one may indulge in gluttony, one must not speak carelessly. Attacking a classmate with magic is a violation of Hogwarts regulations. I am a law-abiding student and would never engage in such behavior." Furthermore, John drew his wand and pointed it at Harry's glasses. Reparo, with a flash of sparks, Harry's glasses, which had barely held together with tape, were instantly restored. "Did you see that? The wand and the incantation work in harmony. That is true magic. Just now, I neither used a wand nor a spell, so how could it possibly be magic?" Upon hearing this, Michelle nodded vigorously, having grasped the essence of John's words. If a professor were to confront them later, she too would employ this line of reasoning to defend, or rather, explain herself. However, the others were evidently less astute. "Reparo, I've seen that spell in standard spells. Beginner." The girl leaned in closer. "Do you know? No one in my family understands magic. So I was absolutely astonished when I received my admission letter. But I was also incredibly delighted because, as far as I know, this is the most esteemed magic school. Oh, I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. May I ask your names?" Hermione spoke rapidly, her tone carrying a brand of pride distinct from Draco's. Most importantly, she seemed solely interested in learning John's name, her gaze fixed upon him throughout. The others merely asked out of politeness. "So, your name is John. Do you know any other spells?" What I meant to convey is that I have also attempted a few simple spells at home, merely for practice, and they all worked. Upon hearing these words from Hermione, Harry could no longer contain himself. "That is hardly impressive. John knows far more spells than you do. I have witnessed him use magic to divide a cookie into 4 equal pieces, just like this. By UBU, Harry exclaimed, animatedly gesturing while mimicking the sound. "You must be referring to the splitting charm, right?" Hermione tilted her head, addressing Harry with a dismissive tone. "I can do that too. It's not remarkable." "Not remarkable? Huh, what audacity," Harry retorted, while Ron chimed in, and soon the three of them were embroiled in a spirited debate. Michelle, munching on cashews, watched the spectacle with keen interest. Meanwhile, John cast a glance out the window. The sky outside had completely darkened, with distant lights twinkling. "Michelle, we're almost there," John remarked, donning his school robe. Michelle perked up, her eyes shining as she tucked away her paper-wrapped snack. She had heard patrons at the Leaky Cauldron mention that the food at the Hogwarts first-year banquet was truly exquisite, and she needed to save some room. The two of them tidied up their belongings and left the compartment, entirely unconcerned with the escalating debate among Harry and the others. Such disputes seemed juvenile and trivial, akin to children arguing about which Ultraman is superior or whose brother is more formidable. John surmised that by the end, they might even resort to saying something as absurd as "my brother can eat poop." As John anticipated, the Hogwarts Express was indeed nearing its destination. With the final boarding announcement sounding, the train slowed to a halt. Passengers jostled one another as they hurried towards the doors, stepping onto a dark and cramped platform. The chill of September had settled over England, and everyone rubbed their hands together, exhaling clouds of mist into the cold night air. First-year students, over here," a familiar voice called out. John and Michelle turned to see Hagrid, his bearded face beaming at them above the throngs of people. They made their way toward him, just as Harry and the others disembarked, trailing behind. The trio moved amusingly, nudging each other playfully, clearly still undecided in their debate. Once all had gathered, Hagrid jovially led the group to the edge of the Black Lake. The new students were brimming with excitement as they finally caught sight of the majestic Hogwarts in its entirety, a grand castle perched on a hillside, with its towering spires and windows glimmering against the starlit sky. Hagrid's face radiated joy as he pointed to a fleet of small boats moored at the shore, exclaiming, "According to tradition, the first years must cross the lake to enter Hogwarts, so everyone, please board. Each boat can hold no more than 4 people." As soon as Hagrid finished speaking, Harry leaned closer to John and said, "John, let us all 4 of us share a boat. Let us not take that guy." The individual in question was unmistakably Hermione. John nodded in acknowledgement, and soon they boarded a small boat, leaving Hermione alone on the shore, bewildered. Observing this, Harry and Ron wore triumphant smiles befitting victors. With an air of pride, they grasped the oars, and at Hagrid's command, they began to row vigorously. Alas, they had clearly overestimated their stamina. By the time they had reached the midpoint, they were utterly exhausted, succumbing to Michelle's raucous laughter as they relinquished the oars. Once John and Michelle took over, the boat's speed markedly increased. The group followed Hagrid across the Black Lake and traversed a lengthy tunnel, ultimately arriving at the platform before the castle. "Is everyone here?" Hagrid inquired, calling out names one by one. Once confirmed, he raised a massive fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The resounding thuds echoed through the air. The gates of Hogwarts swung open for them. Upon entry, a tall witch clad in a flowing emerald green robe stood solemnly in the entrance hall. "First-year students have arrived, Professor McGonagall." "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take it from here," she said, turning her attention to the newcomers. Her gaze immediately fell upon John and Michelle, the latter enthusiastically waving her arm. John smiled and bowed to Professor McGonagall, which elicited a slight upward curve of her lips. However, that fleeting smile was quickly replaced by her customary seriousness. Professor McGonagall guided the new students to an empty room at the far end of the hall, inducing a sense of tension among them, as they could hear the buzzing sound of what seemed like hundreds of voices from the Great Hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "The feast is about to commence. But before you enter the dining hall, we must first determine which house each of you will belong to. The sorting ceremony is a significant ritual." She began to elaborate on the 4 houses and the general life within them. Her explanations were thorough, yet John's mind wandered. He had already gleaned this information back at the Leaky Cauldron. Hogwarts is a school divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. The criteria for Gryffindor include bravery, adventure, and fearlessness. Ravenclaw values intelligence and cleverness. Slytherin seeks ambition, honor, and a drive for victory. As for Hufflepuff, it embodies traits of integrity, loyalty, honesty, and perseverance. New students are sorted based on their character, and thereafter, the house becomes their home. At the end of the year, an accolade known as the House Cup is awarded to the house that accumulates the highest points, necessitating the collective effort of all students to earn points throughout the year. If given the choice, John would most desire to be sorted into Ravenclaw. This academy, much like Hufflepuff, has long maintained a stance of neutrality amidst the tumultuous conflicts arising from the battle against the Dark Lord. However, in contrast to Hufflepuff's unwavering tranquility, Ravenclaw possesses the audacity and capability to confront adversities. John finds this alignment with his own character to be quite fitting, and appreciates the internal inclusivity that allows for a sense of freedom upon entry. Nevertheless, the process of sorting is not as simple as John might wish. It is governed by the sorting hat, which, according to the patrons of the Leaky Cauldron, does indeed take into account the preferences of the new students, yet ultimately decides based on their qualities and the hat's own will. For instance, a fool, no matter how fervently he desires to join Ravenclaw, will find such aspirations futile. "All right, once they are prepared, I will come to escort you," Professor McGonagall announced before departing the room. No sooner had she left than chaos erupted within. "John, how can they accurately determine which house we belong to?" Harry inquired, squeezing next to John. "There will be a test, varying from person to person," John replied earnestly. "If they perceive you as intelligent, you might receive a set of exam papers. Conversely, if they believe you excel in sports, they may very well send a few giant spiders after you." Harry recoiled at the thought, while Ron's face turned ashen as he weakly exclaimed, "Goodness, you sound just like my 2 unfortunate brothers." "Giant spiders are terrifying. I absolutely detest spiders." Observing their expressions, John stifled a laugh, having deliberately coughed to conceal his amusement. It is a long-standing tradition at Hogwarts to tease the newcomers. Although John himself is also a first year, this does not hinder his enjoyment in playfully misleading others. "All right, the sorting ceremony is about to commence. Please line up in single file and follow me." Under her direction, the first years queued through the entrance hall and into a grand dining hall. Despite having heard countless descriptions of Hogwarts' Great Hall at the Leaky Cauldron, John was still awestruck upon entering. The hall was extraordinarily spacious, with 4 long tables set within, each flanked by students on either side. Towering walls reached up to the ceiling, adorned with countless floating candles that illuminated the hall as brightly as day. Looking up, the enchanted ceiling mirrored the night sky, twinkling with stars against the dark expanse. At the far end of the hall sat the faculty, their gazes fixed on the new arrivals alongside the other students. Under the scrutiny of hundreds, many first years bowed their heads in trepidation. John and Michelle were among the few who maintained their composure. John was genuinely calm, while Michelle exhibited a rather foolish bravado. Now, when I call a name, that individual shall take a seat and don a sorting hat, Professor McGonagall announced as she approached a high stool. The sorting hat will determine your fates. First up, Hannah Abbott. A small girl trembled as she stepped out from the crowd. Professor McGonagall gently placed a dirty, pointed wizard's hat upon her head. With a sudden tremor, the hat opened its mouth. Hufflepuff. Ron and Harry were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in realization of having been deceived by John. Only after several students had already been sorted. Yet before they could confront John, Professor McGonagall called out, "Michelle Shafiq." "I'm up," Michelle exclaimed, making a fist and giving John an encouraging gesture before bouncing onto the high stool. Gryffindor. A chorus of applause and cheers erupted from the long table belonging to Gryffindor. Michelle herself cheered, excitedly mingling with several older Gryffindor students welcoming her into their ranks. Professor McGonagall, rare in her display of emotion, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. She turned to the line of new students and announced, "Next, John Shafiq." Taking a deep breath, John ascended to the high stool. "Don't be nervous," came Professor McGonagall's comforting voice. He nodded, closed his eyes, and endeavored to clear his mind, hoping to prevent the sorting hat from probing too deeply into his thoughts and uncovering more information. After all, he was a time traveler, and if the sorting hat were to discover his identity, it would spell trouble. However, John was perhaps overthinking this. Perhaps due to the myriad strategies and plans he had concocted, the moment the sorting hat merely grazed his hair, it shouted, "Slytherin, absolutely Slytherin." Professor McGonagall's smile froze. John felt a sense of helplessness. He descended from the high stool, first bowing to Professor McGonagall, then gazing toward Gryffindor. At that moment, Michelle was entirely immersed with her fellow Gryffindors, hugging an upperclassman's neck and waving excitedly, her joy palpable. Seeing this, John sighed deeply. Not only had he failed to join Ravenclaw, but he had also been sorted into Slytherin. This was indeed troublesome. Lost in thought, John's expression turned melancholic. Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged wizard with greasy hair from the staff table was observing him and Michelle, his heart momentarily adrift. In his eyes, John's figure seemed to overlap with that of a boy from the past. John had anticipated being sorted into a different house for Michelle. Their personalities were simply too disparate. Given Michelle's insatiable appetite, it was almost certain she would be placed in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, especially since she had grown increasingly obstinate after leaving Saint Brélade. Yet he had not expected to be sorted into Slytherin. This did not imply that Slytherin was undesirable. The Academy, having once produced an illustrious figure named Voldemort, has cultivated a rather fervent belief in pure blood supremacy, which likely renders it less than welcoming to someone of his Muggle origins. Moreover, as he has come to understand, the internal regulations of Slytherin are quite numerous, which may render John somewhat constrained upon his arrival. However, given the circumstances, there is little room for complaint. John sighed in resignation and slowly approached the long table of Slytherin. Unlike the exuberant and almost frenzied welcome extended by Gryffindor, the Slytherins simply greeted the newcomers with polite smiles and gentle applause, exuding an air of refined yet insincere courtesy. "Welcome to Slytherin, Mr. Shafiq," the Slytherin head boy said with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. He then inquired, "Might I ask if you hail from one of the Sacred 28 families?" "The Shafiq clan?" The Sacred 28 is a term introduced in the Pure Blood Directory, denoting the 28 wizarding families with the most unblemished bloodlines. John returned the smile and replied, "Regrettably, I am merely an orphan of ordinary Muggle descent." To John's surprise, the head boy did not react with the disdain or contempt he had anticipated. Instead, he offered a knowing glance that suggested understanding. "Once again, welcome, Mr. Shafiq. Please, take a seat," he said, gesturing towards a position at the table. John raised an eyebrow upon noticing that the seat was quite forward, nearly adjacent to the Slytherin prefects, a rather prestigious placement. As John settled in, Professor McGonagall, having regained her composure, continued the sorting ceremony. As names were called, the line of new students in the hall grew increasingly shorter. Notably, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were all sorted into Gryffindor. As they joined their new house, both Harry and Ron cast sorrowful glances back at John. This was hardly surprising, given Ron's repeated assertions on the Hogwarts Express that Gryffindor was the finest house, while Slytherin was merely a breeding ground for Death Eaters and dark wizards. a sentiment that undoubtedly influenced Harry. Draco and his two cronies, on the other hand, were sorted into Slytherin. Their trio was quite amusing, despite his evident nervousness. Draco wore a smug expression that rendered him rather comical. Welcome. Upon the successful sorting of the final student, Dumbledore rose from his seat at the head table and proclaimed, "Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I would like to share a few words. You fools, crybabies, dregs, twist." With that, Dumbledore reseated himself, and a vast array of food materialized before everyone, eliciting a raucous applause throughout the hall, except from the Slytherins, who remained as subdued as if attending a funeral. Dumbledore's speech was utterly ridiculous, was it not? A female prefect approached John and remarked, "This might be a riddle, and solving it could yield a blessing." John smiled, suggesting that Dumbledore likely intended to add a touch of amusement to tonight's banquet. "Oh, you are truly kind, willing to make excuses for Dumbledore. Of course, you are quite handsome." The prefect winked at John while pushing her plate towards him. "Would you care for some steak? I've already sliced it for you." "Wow, I am flattered," John replied, taking a piece of beef and savoring it. To be fair, the steak's flavor was not particularly remarkable, yet with each chew, the rich magic emanating from the thousands of wizards in the hall surged into him, creating an intoxicating sensation of growing power within. After thoroughly chewing and swallowing the beef, John remarked, "Perhaps it is due to your personal preparation, but I find the steak exceptionally delicious." The prefect giggled, clearly delighted by his compliment. The other prefects nearby were drawn to the lively exchange. John, sharing his charm, greeted everyone with a smile. Perhaps it was his handsome visage that worked wonders, as within a mere half hour, he had the group of older girls laughing heartily, creating a warm atmosphere. It was only when the final dessert pudding was cleared away that the crowd quieted and turned to the staff table. Dumbledore slowly rose and declared, "Oh, now that everyone is well fed, I must take this opportunity at the start of the term to share a few important reminders. First-year students, please heed this warning. The forest beside the hunting grounds is strictly off limits, and this applies equally to our older students. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, I must inform you all that anyone wishing to avoid unforeseen accidents and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor." The prefect beside John could not help but stifle a laugh. John turned to look at her. She explained, "Don't pay attention to Dumbledore's nonsense. He announces several forbidden areas every year and describes them in an exaggeratedly terrifying manner. In truth, there is no danger at all. This is merely one of Dumbledore's pranks. You see, some individuals like those foolish Gryffindors are only more tempted to go where they are forbidden, imagining treasures hidden within. Dumbledore simply enjoys witnessing their expressions when they find nothing." John nodded in understanding. From his previous life's knowledge of Harry Potter, it seemed that Harry and his friends embodied this very trait. Just then, Dumbledore's voice rang out once more, now, before everyone retires for the night. "Let's sing the school song together." Upon hearing this, John noticed several older students around him stiffen momentarily. The prefect quickly stuffed 2 cotton balls in her ears and, after a moment's thought, offered John 2 as well. It has proven that this decision was remarkably astute, for in the very next moment, an ear-splitting cacophony erupted within the hall. John could swear he had never before encountered such a discordant melody in his life. He nodded appreciatively at the head girl, only to notice Draco not far from him, grimacing as he clutched his ears. The instant their gazes met, Draco defiantly tilted his head back, clearly conveying the message that he would soon relish John's misfortune. As the song concluded, the expressions of those present turned somewhat pallid. "New students, please line up in the order I specify," the head boy announced loudly. Under his guidance, the Slytherin newcomers formed a long queue once again. Judging by the manner in which he arranged the order, it was evident that he employed some evaluative criteria for the lineup. Strangely, John found himself at the front of the queue, with Draco positioned directly behind him. This left John perplexed, feeling that their head boy must have misunderstood something. As for Draco, constrained by the head boy's efforts to maintain order, he restrained himself from voicing his thoughts. Yet, the fury in his glaring eyes directed at John's back, coupled with a grimace on his face, spoke volumes of his mounting frustration. John found himself at a loss for words. Since the banquet commenced, Draco had been directing malice towards him. Yet, such overt displays of hostility, devoid of any tangible actions, seemed rather juvenile. Shouldn't revenge be cloaked in patience and subterfuge until it is thoroughly achieved? Did Draco not fear that John might become alert and strike first? John surmised that Draco had undoubtedly never endured the harsh realities of life, which accounted for his naivete. While lost in contemplation, the Slytherin head boy had already ushered John and the others out of the hall. They diverged from the other houses, descending the right side of the marble staircase into a dimly lit, winding stone corridor. The further John ventured, the more he sensed something amiss. This corridor not only twisted like a labyrinth, but also housed numerous cells on either side, increasingly resembling a dungeon. This unnerved the newcomers greatly. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the head boy halted before a stone wall. He enthusiastically tapped on the wall, saying, "You should all remember the route we just took. For to enter the Slytherin common room, you must locate this wall." Pausing to observe the bewilderment on the faces of the newcomers, he continued, "And now, you must recite the password. For the next 2 weeks, the password is pure." With a resounding rumble, the stone wall slowly parted, and the bewildered newcomers were led by the head boy into the Slytherin common room, where their confusion only deepened. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of spectacular. The Slytherin common room was elongated and low, its expanse extending to the depths of the Black Lake. The emerald-hued illumination cast a mystical underwater shipwreck ambience throughout the space. While astonishingly, some materials used in the construction at the bottom of the lake were transparent. Looking up, John could even see the schools of fish and giant squids drifting along the bottom of the Black Lake. Remember the password. The Slytherin common room changes it every 2 weeks, and the new password will be announced in advance on the bulletin board within the common room. Now, I shall begin to announce the dormitory assignments. The prefect's voice roused the freshmen from their astonishment. Everyone gazed at him with eager anticipation. However, the prefect rummaged through his pockets for quite some time without producing anything, ultimately wearing an awkward expression as he said, "Well, it seems I have forgotten the list outside. Please bear with me for a moment." With that, the prefect hurriedly exited the common room. His departure infused a spark of vitality into the line of freshmen. No longer standing stiffly, they began to engage in casual conversation. John, uninterested in their topics, continued to survey the common room. Just then, he felt a poke in his lower back. Turning around with an impassive expression, he found Draco regarding him with an air of utmost arrogance. "You're done for," Draco declared emphatically. "I am Draco Malfoy, and the Malfoy family is not only one of the Sacred 28, but has been Slytherin for generations. Slytherin House feels as familiar to me as my own home. It would be one thing if you had gone to another house, but you chose Slytherin. Huh. I have 1,000 ways to make your life miserable." Hearing this, John let out a deep sigh. Draco's words implied that he intended to harass John indefinitely, which was undeniably bothersome. Thus, John resolved to handle the situation decisively and once for all. "Let me tell you, my father is Lucius Malfoy, and our estate is far larger than Hogwarts, with galleons that could nearly mildew in Gringotts." Draco continued to prattle on, with his 2 lackeys occasionally chiming in. But soon, he halted mid-sentence upon noticing John slowly stepping back, drawing his wand. "Let us duel." "What did you say?" Draco responded, somewhat perplexed. "Since entering Hogwarts, you have continuously insulted me. Out of good upbringing and adherence to Hogwarts rules, I refrained from retaliating, yet you have only escalated your provocations. I do not know how your parents raised you, but my elders never taught me to endure humiliation repeatedly. Therefore, for my dignity and honor, I challenge you, Draco Malfoy. Let us engage in a wizard's duel." With that, John raised his wand and struck a pose inviting a duel, a gesture he had learned from a pair of drunken, down-and-out aristocratic wizards who had resorted to dueling to settle their disputes. What John was unaware of was that wizard dueling had gradually transformed into a sport reminiscent of Muggle boxing in modern times. Aside from a few antiquated pure-blood wizarding families, it had become rare for anyone to genuinely employ it to resolve disputes. Thus, when John assumed his stance, the students in the common room, both new and old, were left utterly astounded. "Surely you jest?" Draco stammered, his resolve wavering. In principle, he was inclined to accept the challenge. However, the impression John had left on him during the Hogwarts Express journey was indelibly etched in his mind. The strength capable of tossing both Crabbe and Goyle was evidently the result of some arcane magic. Faced with John, who wielded such mysterious powers, Draco found himself devoid of confidence in his ability to prevail. "Are you perhaps afraid?" John intoned gravely. "Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius. Do you wish to bring shame upon the Malfoy name?" John's final exclamation drained the color from Draco's face. At that moment, the upperclassmen who had been observing the scene sensed something amiss. Several male upperclassmen attempted to intervene, only to be halted by a few female upperclassmen who had dined with John earlier. They had long harbored a dislike for Draco. Just a little brat. What was there to be so arrogant about? Is the Malfoy family truly that remarkable? Ever since their investment in Voldemort backfired, the Malfoy family has long since lost its former power. The atmosphere in the common room became increasingly charged. A group of upperclassmen, having silently conferred, did not step in to stop the altercation. Instead, they began to jeer from the sidelines, causing Draco's pale face to flush crimson. Just then, the door to the common room swung open. The previously departed upperclassman entered, leading a middle-aged wizard with greasy hair. Professor Snape, head of house. The students bowed in greeting, while the man known as Snape fixed his gaze intently upon John. Under his scrutiny, John returned the bow. He recognized this man, Severus Snape, the potions master of Hogwarts, head of Slytherin House, and a former Death Eater of notorious repute. This was beyond dispute. Nearly everyone John had encountered at the Leaky Cauldron displayed a peculiar expression upon hearing Snape's name. In his early days as a Death Eater, he had been exceedingly ruthless. By the time he reappeared, he had become the potions master at Hogwarts. Remarkably, after all these years, his reputation had improved significantly. Many parents of Hogwarts students and members of the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association regarded him as a responsible and highly skilled professor. Snape raised his arm slightly, and the Slytherin common room fell silent in an instant. He regarded John and Draco with an impassive expression, and after a protracted silence, he spoke in a low voice. Professor Snape, it is he. This wretched country wizard dares to provoke me. He wishes to duel. Draco exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. His father, Lucius Malfoy, shared a commendable camaraderie with Severus Snape during their time as students in Slytherin, to the extent that rumors suggested Snape might even be Draco's godfather. While such claims remain speculative, it is undeniable that Draco was well acquainted with Snape. Thus, upon the arrival of Snape, Draco perceived him as a beacon of hope. However, Snape's demeanor soon left him disheartened. With a piercing gaze, Snape commanded silence. Draco instinctively recoiled, rendered speechless by the reprimand. It was only then that Snape turned his attention to the other prefects nearby. Those prefects, cognizant of the gravity of their head of house's presence, recounted the events that had transpired. Nevertheless, during this narration, the female prefects employed their eloquence to portray John as the victim, despite objectively recounting the facts. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression grew even colder. As he strolled between John and Draco, he spoke with a chilling indifference. Slytherin is the finest house at Hogwarts, reserved for the most exceptional students, those imbued with ambition, honor, and a yearning for victory. I am well aware of your natures. You may appear shrewd, yet you are fundamentally foolish, brimming with crude schemes. Ever eager for fame and fortune, I do not intend to alter your dispositions, for they are a reflection of your ignoble essence. However, there is one principle that must never be transgressed. Snape's grip tightened on John's and Draco's arms as he seethed. No use of force against your fellow house members. No bullying of Slytherins. Should you contravene this command, you shall be expelled from this institution. Draco's face, which had just turned crimson, paled in an instant. His fair skin betrayed him, revealing the slightest emotional fluctuations. Meanwhile, John wore a contemplative expression. He had initially feared that, as a muggle-born wizard entering Slytherin, he would face ostracism from the pure-blooded Slytherins. Yet, Snape's stern prohibition seemed to suggest that such behavior would not be tolerated. This made sense, as John had heard whispers of Snape's own less-than-privileged background, leading him to believe that his own experiences of hardship during school had inspired a crackdown on misconduct once he became head of house. Snape appeared disinclined to prolong the conversation with John and Draco. He swiftly released them and glanced at the prefect who had escorted him. The prefect, promptly understanding, produced a piece of parchment and, clearing his throat, began to announce the dormitory assignments. This process was brief, given that Slytherin's new intake numbered only a few dozen. However, what transpired next was unexpected. John, along with Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe, was assigned to share a dormitory. Upon the announcement, even the prefect reading the list momentarily faltered, while the expressions of the others transformed into one of amusement, fully aware that this situation was far from resolved. It seemed that John was truly destined for a challenging time ahead. After all, although Slytherin forbids bullying, the reality is that it is ultimately humans who execute such actions, leaving room for maneuverability. Draco was clearly aware of this. Just moments after being chastised, his face pale, he turned to John with a cold smirk. John, feeling quite helpless, followed the upperclassmen along with the other new students and soon found his dormitory. Good luck, the upperclassman said, patting John's shoulder, his eyes glinting with a hint of schadenfreude. John nodded silently and entered the dormitory first. Though referred to as a dormitory, it resembled more of a suite. The living area, small lounge, and bathroom were all present, and the overall decor echoed that of the common room, particularly the beds. 4 antique 4-poster beds draped with green silk curtains and adorned with silver thread embroidered sheets awaited them. Their sleeping arrangements had clearly been predetermined, as each of their belongings was already placed beside their respective beds. As John surveyed the room, the dormitory door shut behind him. Draco and his 2 lackeys glared menacingly at the solitary John, contemplating how to torment this country wizard. Fortunately, they were now roommates. Akin to John having stumbled into a den of tigers, he had ample time to deal with John, such as by collectively ignoring him or making a ruckus the moment he fell asleep, only to accuse him of being too noisy upon waking. Such disputes, though stemming from differing lifestyles, were trivial enough that Professor Snape would not intervene. With this thought, a slow smile crept onto Draco's lips. At that moment, Draco noticed John turning around, a smile on his face that was even more sinister than his own. This startled Draco momentarily, and he experienced an unsettling sensation, as if it were they who had stumbled into a tiger's den instead of John. In the next instant, Draco realized with clarity that this was no mere illusion. Now, let us resume the duel that was so rudely interrupted. What do you want? Draco squeaked, his voice rising in pitch from fear. His loyal companions once again positioned themselves protectively in front of him, but it was to no avail. As John's eyes shimmered with a blue light, he unleashed 2 punches, and Goyle and Crabbe fell to the ground, much like they had on the Hogwarts Express. John advanced step by step, while Draco retreated, until his back collided with the wall, leaving him with no escape. He hunched his shoulders, terror etched on his face, and stammered, "My father is a board member." "Silence," John declared, delivering a punch that struck the wall beside Draco's head. A gust of wind brushed past Draco's face, and upon turning, he realized John had dented the wall. "If you are afraid, I can forego the duel," John said nonchalantly, "but considering we are to live in the same house, in the same dormitory for the next 7 years. Thus, I believe there are certain matters that must be clarified beforehand. Do you not agree?" Upon hearing this, Draco covered his mouth, nodding incessantly. John smiled with satisfaction. "From this moment forth, this dormitory shall be governed by my decree. I am fully aware that some of you harbor discontentment. However, fret not, for should I witness any more of your sardonic antics, or any mischief, the consequences will be well within your understanding." As John spoke, he tightened his fist, causing a few pebbles to bounce off Draco's face. Yet, unlike before, Draco seemed somewhat more composed. He swallowed hard, arching his neck defiantly, and declared, "You may indulge in your daydreams. I have come to realize that you dare not act against us." Professor Snape had made it abundantly clear that the use of force against fellow students within the same house would be met with. "Surely, you do not believe he would expel a student, do you?" John scoffed, revealing that he had perused the Hogwarts student registry over the past decade. A span of 10 years had seen fewer than 10 students expelled, and their offenses were of a grave nature. If Professor Snape spoke the truth, could it be that the atmosphere within Slytherin had become so congenial that no instances of violence among students had occurred? Do you recall how Snape reacted upon learning that I had issued a duel challenge to you? He imposed no punishment, merely offering a few warnings. Moreover, the subject of those warnings was not I, but you. John was not fabricating this claim, although Snape appeared to reprimand both. He had spent the majority of his discourse glaring at Draco, indicating a clear bias in John's favor. John could not fathom the source of Snape's benevolence towards him, yet it did not hinder his exploitation of the situation. Indeed, Draco seemed to grasp this realization, becoming momentarily dazed. "What do you suppose would transpire if I were to give you a good beating and you reported me?" Upon hearing this, Draco gazed at him in confusion. "Without the use of wands, Professor Snape would not deduct house points. At most, I would receive a few days of detention. And you? You would become the jest of Hogwarts. Can you imagine what others might say? Oh, the illustrious heir of the Malfoy family, bested by a muggle-born wizard on his very first day of school. What a disgrace. They might as well strip him of his pure blood status." John mimicked Ron's voice. This tactic proved remarkably effective. Draco instantly became agitated. He could vividly envision how the red-haired Weasleys would revel in his humiliation. The Malfoy family and the Weasley family were, after all, arch-enemies. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, Draco feigned bravado, retorting, "And so what?" "So what indeed? But what if I were to emerge from detention only to thrash you once more?" John replied with a smile. "I would perpetually repeat this cycle. Each time Professor Snape fails to eliminate me, the first thing I shall do upon my release is to render you half dead. But fret not before I depart from Hogwarts. I shall seek out the opportune moment." John whispered softly into Draco's ear, "I will kill you." Draco's body trembled violently, and he exclaimed in panic, "No! You wouldn't dare. As soon as the words left his lips, the seemingly downed Goyle and Crabbe sprang up, hurriedly scrambling to tidy their uniforms on their beds. This infuriated Draco, for it implied that Goyle and Crabbe had merely feigned being knocked down by John. These two clumsy-looking oafs were no fools. Draco's face alternated between crimson and pallor, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, he shakily made his way toward his bed. He was prepared to submit, for he could not risk a gamble with John. The life of the Malfoy heir was far too precious. Oh, Draco, before you retire for the night, don't forget to mend the wall. Surely you know the repairing charm? After all, you are a Malfoy. Draco glared, ready to explode, but John's audacity was unbearable. Yet, after a mere glance exchanged with John, he quickly cowered, gritting his teeth as he reluctantly cast the repairing charm. Observing this, John nodded in satisfaction. Such is the nature of human interactions. To many, it seemed Draco had not committed any egregious acts against John, but in John's eyes, Draco was merely subjecting him to a pressure test. Once he endured this initial trial, a second and third would inevitably follow, leading to a situation spiraling out of control. This was a certainty, as there exists a phenomenon known as the foot-in-the-door effect. In life, instances of such incremental demands abound. Many, like Draco, may be unaware of the underlying theory but instinctively achieve this outcome. And now, John had not even passed the first round of pressure testing. Thus, tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. The following morning, John awoke from a nightmare. At that moment, Draco and his companions were still ensconced in slumber, Goyle and Crabbe mumbling in their sleep, drooling onto their pillows. Draco, however, appeared pallid, his brow furrowed, occasionally twitching, a clear sign of his own troubled dreams. John chose not to disturb their rest. After organizing his belongings, he proceeded to the second floor to meet with Michelle. This day marked their appointment to repay Professor McGonagall and express their gratitude. John regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, especially since he had been sorted into Slytherin, which had a contentious history with Gryffindor. He felt it necessary to convey his sentiments to Professor McGonagall to dispel any potential misunderstandings. However, this endeavor proved far from simple. Merely exiting the labyrinthine Slytherin common room consumed a considerable amount of time, and he soon encountered the enchanted staircases. Hogwarts boasted a total of 142 staircases, each uniquely shaped, with many subject to spontaneous transformation. Even more absurd was the presence of numerous magical doors within Hogwarts. These doors appeared ordinary. Yet if one did not employ the correct method to open them, one would likely be met with only a solid wall. Ascending merely to the second floor poses a considerable challenge for newcomers. Fortunately, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, numerous enchanted portraits and spirits exist, through whom John was able to navigate with some difficulty. Michelle had been waiting there eagerly. Upon John's arrival, she rushed towards him. "John, Hogwarts is absolutely marvelous. You cannot fathom what I encountered last night," Michelle exclaimed with exuberance. As they walked toward Professor McGonagall's office, John engaged her. "Oh, what did you experience?" "I shared a dormitory with Hermione, and she treated me to a licorice wand-shaped candy. Then, other roommates and some upperclassmen offered me moving and jumping chocolate frogs, an array of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and pumpkin pasties." Michelle began to count on her fingers. This left John somewhat speechless. He could not comprehend how Michelle had managed to become so familiar with everyone so quickly, as if she were already partaking in their camaraderie. However, after a moment of contemplation, John spoke again. This inquiry was merely a casual remark. He had no intention of taking it upon himself to manage Michelle's finances. After deducting the 5 galleons owed for accommodation to Professor McGonagall, he divided the remaining money equally with Michelle. This meant she should still possess 7 galleons, a considerable sum for a young wizard. To John's surprise, Michelle replied, "That should be sufficient. I still have 2 galleons." "What?" John turned abruptly. "You only have 2 galleons left? Where did the other 5 go?" "I spent on a gift for Professor McGonagall," Michelle asserted defiantly. This statement left John momentarily speechless. They had agreed to keep their gift purchases for Professor McGonagall a secret from one another. John had not anticipated that Michelle would be so generous. He had only spent 2 galleons himself. With a sigh, he softened his tone. "Keep that 2 galleons for emergencies and do not spend it recklessly. As for the money for treats, I will lend you 1 galleon shortly. That should suffice for some snacks." Upon hearing this, Michelle cheered, while John shook his head and knocked on the door to Professor McGonagall's office. Despite it being early morning, Professor McGonagall had already immersed herself in a mountain of paperwork. The arrival of John and Michelle brought her great surprise, although she concealed her delight and inquired about their purpose in a somewhat aloof manner. John placed a prepared bag before Professor McGonagall, saying, "Thank you very much for your care. This is a token of our appreciation." He refrained from mentioning any words indicating debt, thus conveying that they were not there to repay a favor, but rather to express their gratitude, ensuring that this kindness was not forgotten. The message, though subtly conveyed, was clearly understood by Professor McGonagall. She unfastened the bag, gazing at the 5 gleaming coins within, alongside a packet of flower tea meticulously selected by John, crafted from magical ingredients such as daisies and white herbs. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. One could easily imagine the arduous effort John and Michelle, as novice wizards, must have undergone to amass such a sum. They must have toiled relentlessly over the past 2 months, enduring countless hardships, all to present a gift to their benefactor. The gift was accepted, and their heartfelt intentions were acknowledged. John smiled with satisfaction. Receiving the gift signified that Professor McGonagall had not altered her perception of him merely because he had entered Slytherin, a most fortunate circumstance. At that moment, Michelle exclaimed, "I have a gift too. For you, Professor McGonagall." Without hesitation, she thrust a large bundle toward her. Initially, Professor McGonagall had anticipated receiving but a single gift. Upon realizing the truth, she was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, murmuring praises for the children as her trembling hands unwrapped the parcel. However, she soon froze in disbelief. For Michelle's offering consisted of a complete set of cat toys, accompanied by a collar. These toys are enchanted to move on their own. I have tested them. They work splendidly, and this collar possesses an automatic alarm feature capable of... Michelle, evidently oblivious to the absurdity of her actions, continued her enthusiastic explanation. As Professor McGonagall's expression darkened, John, in a state of panic, covered Michelle's mouth. "This is disastrous." While Professor McGonagall could transform into a cat, it did not imply that she had any fondness for cat toys. John silently screamed in his mind, firmly pressing Michelle's head down as he bowed to Professor McGonagall, exclaiming, No, it's nothing. Yes, I understand." After a few polite remarks, he hastily departed the awkward office with Michelle in tow. There was no denying that Michelle had acted far too recklessly. Yet, it was clear that Michelle had not absorbed the lesson, for as soon as John paused, she gleefully remarked. At this, John instinctively felt his temper flare anew. The essence of Professor McGonagall's magical aura resembled that of gingerbread, notably the spicier variety. This indicated that while she appeared to uphold the rules and valued order, a wild spirit lurked within her. Thus, the idea of transforming into a cat to play with cat toys, an act that could be deemed exceedingly wild, might not be entirely out of the realm of possibility for Professor McGonagall. John nearly succumbed to laughter, shaking his head to dispel the amusing images that flooded his mind. Now was not the time for such thoughts. There were far more pressing matters awaiting his attention, such as his charms class. Due to their differing schedules, John soon parted ways with Michelle and made his solitary way to the charms classroom. This course was of utmost importance for the first-year students at Hogwarts, and was the one John had eagerly anticipated. For charms were the very essence of this magical realm, the foundation upon which wizards earned their esteemed title. The course was taught by Professor Flitwick. He was an elderly man, standing just over a meter tall, and his appearance suggested he might possess some fairy lineage. Due to his experiences in Saint Brélade, John had never harbored much fondness for those of such diminutive stature. However, Professor Flitwick was an exception. He first captivated the students' attention by performing acrobatics with a textbook, levitated by a silent floating spell, and then swiftly delved into the foundational theories of spells. This segment should have been rather mundane, yet Professor Flitwick delivered it with wit and humor. By the end of the class, while the young wizards had not truly mastered any spells, they had gained a comprehensive understanding of magic and the fundamental principles of spellcasting. Notably, the principles of spellcasting aligned closely with what John had previously discovered on his own. Unlike most of the students present, Professor Flitwick placed particular emphasis on the emotional aspect of spellcasting. He even asserted that emotion and willpower were the very essence of all magic. A wizard, he claimed, could wield magic even without incantations or wands, albeit with diminished effects. However, without a resolute emotional state and will, their attempts at magic were destined to fail. As for magic itself, Professor Flitwick elucidated that this power, which wizards took pride in, was essentially a unique energy generated from the amalgamation of physical and mental strength. Magic did not manifest as a fixed blue bar stored within the wizard's body, as seen in games. Instead, it predominantly existed as ordinary physical and mental stamina. Only when a wizard prepared to cast a spell did their physical and mental energies merge significantly, forming magic. This rapid fusion of physical and mental strength was what constituted magical talent. Typically, such talent was fixed, barring a few exceptional cases. Most wizards could not enhance this gift throughout their lives. Consequently, a wizard's peak power generally occurred around the age of 30. Beyond that, two extremes emerged. The weak would succumb to decline, their abilities waning day by day. Yet this principle clearly did not apply to John. He possessed two distinct reservoirs of magic. The first indeed conformed to Professor Flitwick's description, representing a conventional magic pool that fluctuated with one's physical and mental state. However, his second reservoir contained pure magic, unaffected by physical and mental conditions. Moreover, John possessed a unique ability to assimilate magic. Initially, he had mistakenly believed this ability merely allowed for the absorption of magic, permanently enhancing the quantity and quality limits. After listening to Professor Flitwick's explanation, he realized that this ability actually elevated his overall magical talent. Furthermore, this enhancement applied to both of his magic reservoirs. This signified that John's potential for growth was limitless. Given sufficient time and a conducive environment, he could undoubtedly reach or even surpass the realms of legendary wizards like Dumbledore and others. John, having truly comprehended the terrifying potential of his own abilities, was filled with exhilaration. Fueled by this fervor, he embarked on an intense quest for knowledge within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts over the ensuing days. Even the most mundane of classes, such as the history of magic, captured his earnest attention, an anomaly within the walls of Hogwarts. After all, the professor responsible for this course was a ghost, the rather befuddled Professor Binns, who paid little heed to classroom decorum and never took attendance. He merely droned on in a monotonous tone, occasionally mispronouncing names and places. Consequently, his lectures became a playground for students who freely indulged in slumber and merriment, dismissing the notion of magical history as utterly meaningless. As the saying goes, the only lesson humanity learns from history is that it learns nothing at all. Yet, John held a different perspective. He subscribed to the wisdom of another great thinker who proclaimed that history is the foundation of reality. Everything we encounter today is rooted in yesterday. Only by studying and understanding the history of magic could John attain a comprehensive grasp of the magical world surrounding him. To this end, he diligently completed the extensive assignments set forth by Professor Binns and even ventured into the library to peruse a plethora of supplementary historical texts. This behavior left his fellow Slytherins somewhat bewildered. While Slytherins, being refined in their upbringing, did not display the same overt disregard for classroom decorum as their Gryffindor counterparts, they were nonetheless pragmatic. They traditionally held a disdain for Professor Binns, a ghost who eschewed granting points in class and offered no networking advantages. Instead, they preferred to showcase their prowess before more influential professors, such as McGonagall and Snape, to garner points and small privileges. This strategy proved exceedingly effective, leading Slytherin to establish a significant lead in house points within mere days of the term's commencement. Simultaneously, the new Slytherins, having acclimatized to the Hogwarts environment, began to engage in an unending series of feasts and gatherings, guided by their older peers, as they sought to form alliances and vie for power, a time-honored tradition of Slytherin. Ultimately, Snape was unable to unify Slytherin, preventing infighting from being completely eradicated. Instead, overt conflicts were relegated to the shadows, with numerous skirmishes occurring under the radar. Adhering to the unspoken rule of slap, but do not injure, keeping the official scrutiny at bay. The series of edicts issued by Snape merely served to temper these conflicts and render them more equitable. Such moderation was, in itself, commendable. At the very least, no student would face mortal peril or endure a fate worse than death in the throes of these rivalries. Nor would members of prominent families resort to external means to exert dominance over their competitors. This shift provided many less fortunate Slytherins with a chance to rise. John observed all of this with clarity, and the more he witnessed, the more intrigued he became by the enigmatic figure of his house's head. Severus Snape, though he may appear to be merely a brooding middle-aged man with greasy hair, is far from ordinary. Fortunately, this Friday's potion class arrived swiftly, allowing John to satiate his curiosity. The potion classroom is situated in a subterranean chamber not far from the Slytherin common room. It is considerably chillier than other parts of Hogwarts, not only due to its underground location, but also because of the numerous specimens of animals steeped in unknown liquids lining the walls. Even John, who had long grown accustomed to the Slytherin aesthetic, felt a twinge of discomfort here, as the surroundings reminded him of that dark den beneath Saint Brélade. Upon entering the classroom, Michelle eagerly approached John. "You absolutely won't believe what I saw," she exclaimed excitedly. "Last night, I went to Professor McGonagall's office to seek clarification on some questions, and I saw her transform into a cat, wearing the bell collar, I gifted her. At this revelation, the oppressive feelings that had lingered in John's mind dissipated entirely, replaced by an amusing image of Professor McGonagall adorned with a cat collar, which inexplicably brought him joy. However, amidst their conversation, John could distinctly sense the peculiar glances directed at them from both Slytherins and Gryffindors. For these two factions, the peaceful coexistence exhibited by John and Michelle seemed almost impossible. The veiled mockery and sarcastic jibes exchanged between them had become the extent of their mutual restraint. Draco, in particular, was casting glances their way while chattering away with Goyle and Crabbe, a scornful smirk plastered across his face. John could easily surmise that Draco's words were far from complimentary. As previously mentioned, the various factions within Slytherin had already begun to convene and host gatherings, attempting to draw strength from the new students and form alliances. John had resolutely declined all such invitations, holding a deep-seated disdain for the Slytherin mindset. To him, in this extraordinary world, personal strength was the ultimate measure of worth. Just observe Quidditch, the most renowned sport in the wizarding realm. No matter how skilled the other players may be, if the seeker is strong enough to catch the golden snitch early on, victory is assured. This principle holds true in reality as well. Draco, however, clearly held a different view. He and John were polar opposites. In recent days, he had been fervently attending various gatherings, ingratiating himself with influential figures within Slytherin, subtly indicating his ambition to become the leader of the newcomers. This newfound confidence emboldened him to challenge John openly. Draco has truly inflated his ego, John mused inwardly. At that moment, the classroom door swung open abruptly. Snape strode to the podium, his dark robe billowing behind him, resembling a colossal bat. The classroom fell into an instant hush. The art of potion-making is an exceedingly intricate and rigorous craft. Severus Snape intoned softly, his icy gaze sweeping over the assembly below, compelling all to avert their eyes in a display of trepidation. I do not expect you to grasp the sublime essence of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors. You cannot comprehend the significance of potions to wizards and to the world at large. What I require of you is to understand that what I can impart is the knowledge to elevate your stature, brew glory, and even stave off death. Naturally, to achieve all this, it is imperative that you are not the imbeciles I often encounter. As he uttered the final phrase, Snape's gaze fixed intently on Harry, instilling within him a vague sense of foreboding. His apprehension was soon validated when Snape continued, "Ah, behold, is that not our illustrious savior, Harry Potter? Given your renown and prowess, I presume you possess a profound understanding of potions, requiring no further guidance from me?" Harry's lips pursed in dismay as he fervently shook his head. He had no knowledge of potion-making whatsoever. Until today, he had scarcely even heard the term. Yet, Snape clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook. "Potter," Snape's voice suddenly escalated. "If I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort, what would result?" I don't know," Harry stammered, a look of distress crossing his face. Snape, observing this, scoffed. "It seems our savior is not omniscient after all. He has failed to complete even the preparatory assignment, which is truly disappointing." At this proclamation, laughter erupted throughout the room. Even some Gryffindors could not suppress their amusement. Clearly, there were those in Gryffindor who harbored disdain for Harry's ostentatious heroism. Harry's face flushed crimson, his indignation causing him to rise slightly from his seat. However, Snape paid Hermione no heed. His gaze roamed the crowd, eventually settling on the solitary Slytherin who remained unamused. Harry's heart sank. He felt certain that John was now entangled in his predicament. Yet John remained remarkably composed. He rose slowly and replied, "Daffodil root powder and mugwort combined yield the elixir of life, a potent sedative." A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's features, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding in acknowledgement. Instantly, apart from Draco and his companions, the other Slytherins in the room erupted in applause for John. Snape's attention shifted to Michelle, who was positively radiant, clapping and cheering, her adoration evident. She was the only Gryffindor present who championed John. John smiled and waved at Michelle, and at that moment, Snape found himself momentarily lost in thought. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he recalled the poignant image of John gazing wistfully towards Gryffindor during the sorting ceremony. And the memory of that small boy flooded back to him. A faint blush of excitement crept onto his pale visage. The scene before him evoked an inexplicable sense of empathy. "Potter," Snape suddenly turned his gaze upon Harry. "If you were in search of Bezoar, where would you go to find one?" I don't know," Harry replied. Snape, observing his response, swiftly redirected his attention to John. This time, without needing Snape to call upon him, John promptly stood and spoke. A bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a goat, known for its potent antidotal properties. Excellent. 5 points to Slytherin. Snape's excitement intensified as he posed another question to Harry. Now, what is the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane? Potter. Surely you cannot be ignorant of this. Harry, feeling despondent, lowered his head in silence. Snape, grinning wickedly, gestured grandly, and John seized the opportunity to respond. Though they bear different names, they are, in fact, the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Snape's voice intertwined with the jubilant cheers of the Slytherins, effectively masking his own exhilaration, as the Slytherins were already beside themselves with delight. That's 20 points. Absolutely astonishing. At that moment, it was evident that Snape was not yet ready to let Harry off the hook. A glint sparked in his eye as he swiftly devised a new scheme. Snape turned and retrieved a vial of pitch-black potion. Do not accuse me of favoritism towards Slytherin, nor say that I do not offer you a chance. With a sinister smile, Snape uncorked the potion and placed it before Harry. Take a whiff. If you can identify any ingredient within this potion, I shall award Gryffindor an additional 20 points. But should you fail to discern it, well, then you may as well drink it. At that moment, Harry was on the verge of losing his composure. The thought of consuming that potion, with its potential horrific effects, was unbearable. Gasping for breath with red-rimmed eyes, he retorted, I don't know. However, I believe Hermione should know the answer. She has had her hand raised since the beginning. Why don't you ask her? At this proclamation, a few Gryffindors could not stifle their laughter. Harry's words seemed to imply that Snape was indeed biased towards Slytherin, revealing a hint of his own sardonic wit. Yet, Hermione could hardly find humor in this moment. She had not raised her hand this time. Upon reflection, it was evident. She had merely memorized magical potions and elixirs, but had never actually brewed a potion herself, making it impossible for her to identify the components of that inky concoction. She shot Harry a glare, her face tinged with a nervous blush. How embarrassing. Fortunately, Snape appeared to have no such intent. Under the peculiar spell of empathy, rather than becoming enraged at Harry's retort, Snape found himself increasingly delighted. Severus Snape relished the sight of Harry, bearing the visage of his father, James Potter, displaying an expression of indignation mingled with helplessness. A soft chuckle escaped Snape's lips as he remarked, Detention for you, Mr. Potter. 1 point deducted from Gryffindor. Harry, infuriated, felt his chest heave violently, yet words eluded him. Snape, witnessing this, found amusement in Harry's plight. He turned to John, holding the potion aloft, and said, Why not give it a try, Mr. Shafiq? Do not fret. Even if you fail, it is merely an experiment. John accepted the potion, though he could not discern its ingredients. Nevertheless, he sensed a potent magical essence within, akin to what he had felt in Hagrid's small brown pouch, capable of being ingested and transformed, albeit of a lesser quality and quantity. Regrettably, he realized he could not absorb the magic simply by inhalation. Thus, the only means of assimilation was to consume the potion. Contemplating this, John felt an urge to proceed. Meanwhile, Harry was in complete disarray. Snape's preferential treatment had plunged him into an emotional abyss. Under the weight of such turmoil, he even found himself harboring resentment towards John. Thus, John was at fault too. With clenched fists that creaked with tension, Harry glared at John and Snape, brimming with indignation. Yet in the next instant, the ire drained from his face, replaced by sheer astonishment. For John had tilted his head back and drained the opaque potion in one swift motion. John smacked his lips, finding the potion's taste rather unpleasant, reminiscent of herbal medicine. Yet it mattered little. A portion of the potion's magic had been absorbed and transmuted into his second reservoir of magical energy, continuously enhancing his magical aptitude. The remaining magic further catalyzed the potion's effects. This single vial had the potential to elevate his magical talents beyond what he could achieve in 2 days at Hogwarts. The sensation was invigorating. As John reveled in the state of his magical reservoir, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed upon him with a peculiar intensity. After an agonizing silence of several seconds, Snape bellowed, Fool! Idiot! Who permitted you to consume that? Are you a troll, indiscriminately devouring everything in sight, treating the restroom as if it were a banquet hall? John remained silent, continuing to savor the taste, lingering in his mouth. Beside him, Harry wore a mask of regret and guilt. He believed he had misjudged John. To him, John's silent act of drinking the potion was a protest against Snape, a gesture of solidarity on his behalf. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that John had been compelled by circumstance. John was inherently kind. He was a good friend. How shameful that he had entertained such thoughts just moments ago. As Harry mentally berated himself, his eyes glistened with emotion while he gazed at John. Meanwhile, Severus Snape's tirade showed no signs of abating. A torrent of exquisite yet venomous metaphors poured from his lips, leaving one astonished at the extraordinary capabilities of the English language. Observing this, Draco smirked in delight, further intensifying Harry's feelings of guilt. If not for him, John would never have had to endure such scorn. Yet, unbeknownst to them all, John had not comprehended a word of Snape's diatribe. At that moment, his entire being was immersed in the lingering taste of the potion. He discovered that, aided by his chewing abilities, he could roughly discern its ingredients: ginger root, white fresh essence, daffodil root, aconite, and several other components. This must be a hair growth potion, he mused uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Snape's voice abruptly ceased, while Hermione sprang to her feet in excitement. "How is that possible? You must be guessing," she exclaimed. Just as Hermione's words trailed off, John's black hair began to grow uncontrollably. In mere moments, it cascaded down to his waist. "Did you taste it?" Snape inquired with a peculiar expression. John feigned a look of guilt and replied, "Not entirely. I'd already surmised it was a hair growth potion, and tasting it merely solidified my hypothesis." Snape's expression shifted repeatedly, first displaying a look of "I knew he could do it," then transforming into one of stern disapproval. After a few minutes, Snape, maintaining a frosty demeanor, announced, "Slytherin earns an additional 10 points. However, you, Mr. John Shafiq, your actions were exceedingly reckless. Due to your behavior, Slytherin loses 5 points. Furthermore, that sizable vial of hair growth potion will likely have effects lasting 3 days, during which your hair will continue to grow uncontrollably. I shall not provide you with an antidote. Consider this a lesson for the next 3 days." Perhaps shaken by John's reckless consumption of the potion, Snape promptly abandoned the original lesson plan to lecture on the safety protocols for potion making. He reiterated the rule against indiscriminately tasting or inhaling potions over 10 times. It was only near the end of the morning session that Snape introduced some snail slime, dried nettle, and fragments of venomous snake fangs for the students to handle, purportedly ingredients for a scabies treatment potion. As it was their first encounter with such materials, the students were filled with excitement and trepidation, save for John, who appeared somewhat distracted. He was preoccupied with a singular thought. If the hair growth potion contained magical properties that he could directly absorb, then might other potions possess similar, or even more potent, effects? As the bell for the end of class rang, Snape departed the classroom, visibly satisfied. John hurriedly gathered his belongings, eager to validate his suspicions. However, before he could venture far, a throng of Slytherins obstructed his path. "John, I am Glint Travers. May we reacquaint ourselves?" "Do not heed him, John. The Travers family has fallen from grace. You ought to befriend me, for my family is an emerging dynasty in the breeding of magical creatures." "And what of me, John? We have a gathering this afternoon. Would you care to join us? The prefects will be present." A throng of eager Slytherins rushed forth to introduce themselves to John, some even extending invitations to the soiree. This was not the first time John had encountered such fervor. Just days prior, his challenge to Malfoy in the common room had left a lasting impression on the Slytherins, prompting many to seek his companionship. Yet, John had rebuffed every overture. Subsequently, he dedicated himself entirely to his studies, exhibiting an almost Ravenclaw-like demeanor. As a result, the remaining Slytherins came to regard him as a mere bookworm, choosing to ignore him. A small faction, particularly those close to Draco, even looked down upon John. However, circumstances had shifted. In the preceding class, John had remarkably secured 25 points for Slytherin. Such an extraordinary score in Professor Snape's approval indicated not only John's prodigious talent in potions, but also his favor with the esteemed professor. Undoubtedly, individuals of this caliber were highly sought after by the Slytherins. Once again, John found himself in high demand. Regrettably, he remained disinterested in the camaraderie within Slytherin, dismissing all invitations with indifference as he hastened to exit. "John, wait!" A familiar voice called out, and John turned with a hint of impatience, spotting Harry and his companions, breathless as they pursued him. His expression softened slightly at the sight, and he inquired gently, "What is it? How did you discern that it was hair-raising potion? Did you truly taste it? Have you memorized the textbook as well?" Before Harry could respond, Hermione's barrage of questions erupted, her tone somewhat acerbic. She had previously believed that mastering the entire magical potions and elixirs text was a remarkable feat, especially for one willing to exert effort. Yet, in comparison to John, her modest abilities seemed trivial, igniting a sense of injustice within her, leading her to suspect he must have cheated. Harry's countenance darkened at her words. He stepped forward, pushing Hermione aside, and sincerely exclaimed, "I apologize, John. I misunderstood you in class. I even thought you were allied with those Slytherins. Oh, how foolish I was. I truly am sorry. John's reaction was one of bewilderment. He struggled to comprehend Harry's tumultuous emotional shift during the lesson. It's nothing of great consequence. Harry, we are friends, and friends need not apologize, John replied dismissively. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I have matters to attend to. After John finished speaking, he gathered his long black hair, which was almost down to his ankles, into a ponytail. Harry was deeply moved, nodding with a choked voice. Ron, on the other hand, found John's flowing locks quite handsome and urged him not to cut them. As for Hermione, her emotions were still somewhat unstable. She haughtily remarked, "This is a punishment from Professor Snape, and you cannot seek an antidote." John discerned the malice in Hermione's words and retorted, "If Professor Snape wishes to punish me, he may simply deduct my points or confine me. As for using potions as punishment, I must respectfully disagree. Such a method of discipline is not permitted at Hogwarts. Including his earlier intimidation of Harry with potions, that too is against the rules. Therefore, given that he violated the regulations first, even if this matter escalates to Headmaster Dumbledore, I remain in the right." Hermione was left speechless, her finger pointing at John, unable to form a response. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron began to support John in rebuking Hermione, as they had long found her the studious overachiever who refused to let them copy her homework, rather irksome. As the confrontation unfolded, Hermione's eyes quickly filled with tears. John, not one to indulge in pity, exchanged a brief greeting with Michelle before promptly heading to the hospital wing. He had been contemplating how to procure other potions since class, for only by obtaining them could he ascertain whether they, like the hair growth potion, contained substantial magical energy and could be absorbed through his chewing abilities. He had just startled Snape, who was unlikely to provide him with any potions now. Purchasing them was also impractical, as potions were exceedingly expensive, and he was reluctant to part with his limited galleons. After much deliberation, he concluded that the hospital wing was his only option. After all, his hair indeed required some attention. The Hogwarts hospital wing was overseen by Madame Pomfrey, the matron. Upon John's arrival, she was berating a senior Gryffindor boy while bandaging his broken leg, sustained during Quidditch practice. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey bore no resemblance to a benevolent healer. Her language was coarse, and her movements were brusque. Just witnessing the Gryffindor boy grimacing in pain made John feel a twinge in his own leg. Yet, despite the rough treatment, the Gryffindor boy dared not utter a word of complaint, continually apologizing instead. "All right, get out of here," Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, slapping the bandaged wound with force. "You lot are always injuring yourselves. If you don't start taking better care of your bodies, I will withhold all anesthetics." By the time she finished speaking, the Gryffindor boy had fled the hospital wing with remarkable speed, a gait that hardly suggested he had just suffered a broken leg. It seemed that the matron was indeed rather skilled at her profession. John pondered this as he stepped forward, preparing to explain his condition to Madame Pomfrey. However, before he could utter a word, Madame Pomfrey impatiently tossed a vial of potion at him, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you've been sneaking sips of the hair growth potion again, haven't you? Drinking this will nullify its effects. And tell me, which house are you in? I shall have to report you to your head of house." John instinctively disregarded the latter part of her statement. He uncorked the vial and downed the potion in one gulp. In the next moment, he distinctly felt a surge of liquid magic coursing down his esophagus and into his stomach. Part of the magical essence continued to activate the potion's effects, while another portion was absorbed by some substance within him, just as it had when he previously consumed the hair growth potion, transforming into magic within his secondary reservoir and beginning to enhance his magical aptitude. A slight smile crept upon John's lips. As he had anticipated, other potions would yield similar results. This meant that as long as he had a sufficient supply of potions, the process of augmenting his magical talent would accelerate once more. This was undoubtedly splendid news. The only pressing question now was where he could procure a substantial quantity of potions. After all, potions were notoriously expensive. John lingered in the school infirmary for over 10 minutes, resolving his hair dilemma and placing the blame for his accidental consumption of the hair growth potion squarely on Severus Snape before managing to extricate himself. Before leaving, he sweet-talked Madame Pomfrey into giving him 2 vials of antidote, citing concerns about the possibility of future mishaps. Yet this was still far from sufficient. John's demand for potions was nearly insatiable. In the long run, crafting potions himself would prove to be the most advantageous course of action. He felt confident in his potion-making skills, bolstered by his remarkable ability to analyze raw material components almost instinctively, which would undoubtedly take him far in the realm of potion brewing. The issue, however, was that not only were potions expensive in the wizarding world, but the materials required to create them were equally exorbitant. For instance, a common ingredient like the infusion of wormwood, magically treated, sold for a staggering 1 galleon per vial in Diagon Alley. Meanwhile, castor oil, also magically treated, a slightly more advanced ingredient, was priced at 4 galleons per vial. With such high material costs, the expense of learning potion making could become frightfully steep. If John were to follow the Hogwarts curriculum, it would be manageable, as that aspect was tuition-free and materials were provided at no cost. However, if he wished to practice on his own and brew some potions for personal use, the meager amount of galleons he possessed would be utterly insufficient. Thus, he had to find a way to earn money. Sighing deeply, John ambled slowly toward the Great Hall, mulling over how he might acquire the funds. For a young wizard like him, this presented a daunting challenge. It was worth noting that he and Michelle had worked for 2 months at the Leaky Cauldron and only managed to earn 18 galleons. And that was due to the benevolence of Tom, the pub owner, who knew how long he would have to wait to encounter another generous patron like that. A throbbing headache plagued John when a group of exuberant second-year students dashed past him, their gold and scarlet ties fluttering as they laughed. Suddenly, a spark ignited in John's eyes as he recalled that Professor McGonagall had mentioned to him a few days prior that the notice board in the atrium occasionally featured paid assistance requests from professors and upperclassmen. At the time, he had dismissed the notion, engrossed in his studies. Now, faced with a financial shortfall, the idea resurfaced in his mind. Might there be an opportunity to earn some money through these postings? Resolute, he made his way briskly to the atrium. The notice board, towering against the wall, was a veritable collage of various requests and announcements. John was taken aback to find anonymous love letters penned by students adorning its surface, a testament to the whimsical nature of Hogwarts inhabitants. Fortunately, the students had the decency not to obscure the professor's postings with their romantic missives. As he perused the board, John soon discovered a number of job opportunities listed by professors and a handful of upperclassmen. However, his brow furrowed once more after a cursory glance at the tasks. The requirements set forth by the professors and upperclassmen were exceedingly demanding. Most upperclassmen had posted requests for tutoring in relation to their NEWT courses, while the professors primarily sought assistance with high-level teaching materials related to their fields. These tasks were far beyond John's current capabilities. The only two he could feasibly undertake involved organizing the greenhouse for Professor Sprout in herbology and caring for magical creatures under Professor Kettleburn in the care of magical creatures class. However, herein lay the dilemma. Both professors were rather stingy. Professor Sprout offered a meager reward of 5 house points per day, while Kettleburn's proposition was even more absurd. He promised a flight around Hogwarts on a thestral. Upon reading this, John felt utterly flabbergasted. Who in their right mind would labor a full day for a single flight on a thestral? Wait, perhaps the Gryffindors might actually consider it. Those reckless lions thrived on adventure. Draco, too, seemed likely to be tempted, not for the thrill itself, but for the opportunity to flaunt it. Riding a thestral over Hogwarts would certainly garner attention. Could it be, then, that Kettleburn's reward was rather alluring? Shaking his head to dispel the fanciful thoughts swirling in his mind, John refocused on his immediate priority, finding a way to earn some money. Just then a voice, unfamiliar yet friendly, rang out from behind him. Turning around, John found himself face to face with a young man resembling an enlarged version of Ron, who greeted him with a smile. "You must be Shafiq. We've heard about you from Ron," came another voice from his left. John took a step back, surveying the pair of red-haired youths before him, who appeared to have been sculpted from the same mold. After a moment of astonishment, he remarked, "You must be Ron's twin brothers, George and Fred, right? Wow. Ron mentioned you were exceptionally bright. I thought he was exaggerating. I couldn't have anticipated that you would discern our identities upon our very first meeting." Fred, on the right, spoke with an expression of wonderment. No sooner had he finished than George, on the left, interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? With hair this red, any reasonably intelligent person would recognize us as Weasleys." Fred raised an eyebrow, poised to retort, but upon catching a glimpse of John, he quickly tempered his emotions and stepped forward to clasp John's left shoulder, saying, "Let us not dwell on trivialities. Young brother, let us discuss your affairs instead." George joined in, wrapping his arm around John's right shoulder. "Indeed, we noticed you standing by the notice board for nearly half an hour. What is it? Are you seeking a profitable task?" John, though not particularly fond of overly familiar individuals, managed to summon a radiant smile, one that could warm the coldest of hearts, thanks to his experiences in Saint Brélade and his exceptional emotional intelligence. "Oh, do you have a job you wish to entrust to me?" George and Fred were momentarily mesmerized by John's captivating smile. They had encountered charming individuals before. Cedric from Hufflepuff was renowned as a heartthrob at Hogwarts. Yet, John's smile was truly astonishing. How could someone so strikingly handsome still be in their first year? They pondered the potential heartbreak he would cause in years to come. After a prolonged silence, they exclaimed in delight, "Yes, my dear Mr. Shafiq, we have a job we would like to offer you. To be honest, we were initially uncertain whether you would be suitable for this task, but after witnessing your smile, wow, it's utterly enchanting. I'm confident you will excel at this job." A sense of foreboding rose within John, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Oh, what sort of job?" Fred glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and whispered, "Transporting goods from Hogsmeade to the school." John quickly grasped the situation. "So, you have discovered a secret passage to Hogsmeade and wish for me to assist you in smuggling contraband, such as butterbeer, into Hogwarts?" 5 minutes later, John scratched his head and inquired, "But if there's a secret passage, why not simply transport the goods yourselves? Why seek my assistance?" George and Fred chimed in, each taking turns to explain, "Because our supplier is at the Hog's Head Inn, and the proprietor is quite eccentric. He lacks moral scruples and is willing to sell alcohol to students. However, he doesn't seem particularly motivated to profit. Sometimes, whether he is willing to provide goods depends entirely on his mood that day, which can be quite troublesome. Moreover, the distinctive traits of the two of us are so pronounced that even a newcomer like you can effortlessly discern our identities. Naturally, the inhabitants of Hogsmeade would be equally capable of recognizing us. Consequently, if we were to engage in frequent transportation ourselves, the risk of being discovered would be exceedingly high. Thus, we find ourselves in need of someone with your talents. You possess such striking handsomeness, especially when you smile. It is utterly captivating. I dare say, the proprietor of the Three Broomsticks would be in remarkably high spirits upon seeing you. Furthermore, as a Slytherin, no one would ever suspect you of undertaking such endeavors. Entrusting the delivery to you would be exceptionally safe." John nodded in understanding, then smiled and inquired, "So, how much are you prepared to pay me?" Upon hearing this, George and Fred exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. Finally, Fred clenched his teeth and declared, "For each trip, we shall offer you 20 nuts." George added, "That is quite a sum. Just think, next year you could apply to join the Quidditch team. If you make a few more runs this term by summer, you might even be able to purchase a second-hand broom to practice with. This way, when you apply for the team next year, your chances of success would greatly increase." John rolled his eyes, too exasperated to respond, and turned to walk towards the Great Hall. George and Fred, sensing his impatience, hurriedly caught up with him, saying, "Shafiq, surely you don't find the offer too meager? Allow me to advise you, young man, do not reach for the stars too hastily. Yes, young people often have lofty ambitions while shying away from hard work. You disdain the laborious tasks, yet deem the easier ones insufficiently rewarding? Have you considered your own capabilities? Are you aspiring to soar to the heavens?" He found it incomprehensible how these two could utter such words with a straight face. 20 nuts barely amounted to a fraction of a silver sickles for a single trip. If it were merely an ordinary task, perhaps John could accept it as a menial job, but they were asking him to engage in such risky undertakings. The professors at Hogwarts are not naive. Such activities, if conducted on a larger scale, would almost certainly be discovered. In the end, while George and Fred counted their earnings, he would merely be left with a handful of galleons as a scapegoat. At this moment, George and Fred recognized that John was genuinely angry. George immediately ceased his chatter, while Fred, with a gleam in his eye, continued, "Do not be upset, Shafiq. The employment landscape at Hogwarts is as it is. We are offering you this opportunity out of respect for your friendship with Ron. If you truly do not wish to participate, there are plenty of others willing to take your place. Am I then to express my gratitude?" John retorted coldly, his hand moving toward the wand in his pocket. Fred's words reminded him of some unpleasant experiences from his past, which only served to heighten his agitation. There was no need for excessive thanks. Fred waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite magnanimous. "Very well. If you truly do not wish to engage in this task, I shall recommend you for another one." George seemed to sense Fred's intentions and chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. After a considerable amount of time, he finally pointed to an aged piece of parchment tucked away in a corner, declaring, "This is the task. It offers ample rewards and is not overly strenuous. Don't say I haven't looked out for you." John, however, paid little heed to Fred's words, his gaze scanning the parchment intently. It was an advertisement for a position as a materials assistant, issued by Professor Snape. The duties entailed assisting the professor with the preliminary magical processing of various potion ingredients on a regular basis, with rewards including scraps of potion materials and tutoring in potion-making knowledge. To claim that this work was not demanding would be a gross understatement. The preliminary magical processing of potion ingredients could be quite laborious, particularly when dealing with large quantities. Nevertheless, The rewards were indeed substantial, although the scraps were deemed leftovers. They held considerable value. In Diagon Alley, there were often individuals willing to purchase such materials, reselling them to potion shops for the production of inferior, inexpensive potions. John was uncertain of the exact profits, but they were undoubtedly greater than what he would earn assisting the Weasley brothers in their deliveries. Not to mention, there was the added benefit of Snape's supplementary tutoring. Nodding in agreement, John reached out and tore down the parchment. George's smile faltered instantly. Seeing John turn ahead towards Snape's office, he hurriedly intercepted him, exclaiming, "Hey, you can't possibly be serious about this. I just complimented your intelligence. How can you be so foolish now? Don't you realize that if this task were truly as easy as it seems, it wouldn't still be available after nearly a year?" Fred chimed in, his expression equally discontented. All right, don't get upset. We can always offer you a bit more money. This task is far more arduous than you can imagine, and Snape has a penchant for bullying. You'll end up facing his ire daily, and before long, you'll be despondent. Why put yourself through that? This is something our predecessors have learned the hard way. We wouldn't deceive you. Even the other Slytherins in your house are reluctant to take on this job. Listening to their warnings, John formed a rough estimation of the task's demands. Yet, he did not falter in his resolve, continuing his path towards Snape's office. As long as the remuneration was sufficient, he was indifferent to the arduous nature of the work or the professor's sharp tongue. After all, earning money was not something to be ashamed of. In John's eyes, it was Fred and George who were truly deceitful, attempting to lure him into becoming a scapegoat for a mere handful of nuts. Their initial intention was merely to jest at John's expense. They had no genuine desire for him to endure hardship. Although John was a Slytherin, he was still a friend of Harry and Ron, and they were not so cruel as to wish ill upon him. Little did they anticipate that John, with a stubborn nature, would disregard their counsel entirely. This could end poorly. If John were truly mistreated by Snape, Ron and Harry would undoubtedly seek retribution. It was not that George and Fred feared their younger brother. Rather, it was the potential fallout if Ron reported this incident to their mother that truly concerned them. George and Fred could hardly suppress a shiver as they envisioned the scene ahead. Exchanging glances, they gritted their teeth and followed John to Snape's office, intending to accompany him for the interview. As seniors to John, they believed their potion-making skills, albeit not exceptional, would surely surpass his, ensuring that Snape would favor their applications. Should John remain obstinate, they could simply seize his opportunity, addressing the issue at its root. Upon reaching Snape's office, John was preoccupied with adjusting his attire and hairstyle in front of a small puddle. This was not John's first interview. He understood well the significance of maintaining a polished appearance. Behind him, George and Fred wore expressions of deep concern. If given a choice, they would prefer to avoid entering Snape's office altogether. "Shafiq, I shall reiterate, this position will not be yours," George and Fred urged. "Relinquish your hopes. We do this for your own good. If you remain stubborn, we will accompany you to the interview. Snape will undoubtedly choose us, so resign yourself to the reality." John furrowed his brow and cast a bemused glance at the Weasley twins, feeling a mix of exasperation and resignation. Their antics were truly something to behold. He was well aware that his potion-making abilities did not match those of George and Fred, yet having come this far, he figured there was no harm in giving it a shot. With this thought in mind, John knocked on the stone door of Snape's office. Boom, boom, boom. On the third knock, the stone door creaked open, releasing a wave of potent herbal aromas that intensified the already pallid expressions on George and Fred's faces. They loathed the scent and detested the humid atmosphere within Snape's office. In contrast, John inhaled deeply, relishing the rich blend of magic intermingled with the herbal fragrance, invigorating his spirit as he strode into the office. At that moment, Snape sat at his workstation, stirring a steaming cauldron. Upon their entrance, he frowned, his voice icy as he addressed John. "Mr. Shafiq, what brings you here?" John flashed a charming smile, placing a piece of parchment on the table with reverence before stepping back and respectfully stating, "Professor Snape, I understand you are seeking a materials assistant. I am here to apply." "And us?" George and Fred chimed in hurriedly, eager to assert their presence. "We are here to apply as well." Snape completely disregarded the Weasley twins, his stern, frigid gaze fixed solely on John. "Do you believe you're qualified?" He certainly was not, merely a first-year student. What potion-making prowess could he possibly possess? George and Fred interjected once more, "You should choose us instead. While our grades may not be stellar, we are undoubtedly more capable than Shafiq." At this, Snape finally turned his attention to the Weasley twins. However, contrary to their expectations, his eyes were filled with a chilling menace that sent shivers down their spines, rendering them speechless. John nodded subtly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, Severus Snape undeniably stood in favor of his own students, and having such a protective headmaster was quite a comforting notion. I have committed to memory the majority of the contents of potions and elixirs and 8,000 magical herbs and fungi. And I have consulted various materials from the Book of Potions in the library, thereby acquiring a considerable understanding of the fundamentals of potion material science. Mere rote memorization does not suffice to become a master of potions. Snape disdainfully shook his head, but swiftly shifted the conversation, inquiring about the treatment of the two-eared grass. Upon hearing this, John's smile broadened. Snape's earlier question, "Do you think you are capable?" was a standard inquiry in interviews. Many inexperienced students fresh from school often find themselves perplexed by this question. To assert one's confidence can come across as arrogance, while to admit doubt may invite condescension, leading to a state of inner conflict. Although John was not an interview expert, he possessed a modicum of immature experience. He deftly redirected the topic. Snape, no longer fixated on his prior question, began to follow John's lead into a technical assessment, precisely where John's strengths lay. The two-eared grass is frequently utilized in the concoction of compound potions. The procedure requires only the leaves to be harvested, while simultaneously channeling magical energy to strip away the skin and veins, leaving only the leaf flesh for use. And what about the sleeping bean? The sleeping bean is a shriveled, pearl-white bean that can be used to brew the living hell potion. The treatment requires the removal of the shell and the extraction of its juice. Moreover, direct consumption of its silvery juice can induce amnesia. As for the poison hemlock essence, it involves harvesting the hemlock, chopping it into pieces, and distilling the hard roots for extraction, typically used in the creation of shrinking potions and allure antidotes. Snape proceeded to question John about the handling of a dozen different materials, escalating the difficulty from first-year knowledge to that of third year. John's performance was nothing short of exceptional. Such proficiency was indeed remarkable, demonstrating John's inherent talent in the field of potions, along with his willingness to exert considerable effort. It is worth noting that John had only recently entered the magical realm, less than 6 months prior. Snape was acutely aware of this, and as each question was answered by John, his demeanor gradually softened. By the end, a distinct smile had graced his features. Ahem. Snape cleared his throat twice, suppressing the smile in his eyes, and remarked, "Your grasp of theoretical knowledge is commendable. It should suffice for handling basic potions. However, I am uncertain of your practical skills. Here's what we shall do. Undertake an internship, and if you prove capable, you will be formally appointed." John exhaled a sigh of relief and bowed sincerely, expressing, "I shall not let you down, Professor Snape." Snape nodded in satisfaction, while George and Fred, standing behind John, could no longer contain themselves. The situation had evolved entirely. John had not experienced any form of oppression. Rather, Snape appeared to hold him in high regard, completely disregarding them and choosing John instead. What warranted such favor from Snape toward John? Could it be that John is the illegitimate child of Snape? Moreover, the abilities displayed by John are nothing short of remarkable. This left the Weasley brothers utterly astonished, lamenting that the new arrivals are nothing short of prodigies. Yet, they could not help but feel a sense of indignation. For does this not imply that they, two seasoned students, are outperformed by a mere first-year newcomer to Hogwarts? If word of this were to spread, their illustrious reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. No, the Weasley brothers could not tolerate such an affront. "Professor Snape, why not test us instead?" George and Fred protested. "Indeed, our skills far surpass those of Shafiq. You ought to choose us." Snape, however, was disinterested in their pleas, dismissively waving his hand and commanding, "Get out." Unwilling to concede, George and Fred continued to jump about, exclaiming, "This is blatant favoritism. You are discriminating against Gryffindor. We shall seek out Professor Dumbledore. He will certainly." Before they could finish, Snape brandished his wand, and with a tremendous force, he hurled them out of his office, simultaneously sealing the stone door behind them. John couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The Weasley brothers had brought this upon themselves. Nevertheless, he did not wish to sever ties with them so abruptly, as the scraps of information he had acquired might very well require their assistance for distribution. "Enough dawdling. You must first attend to that basket of toads," came Snape's somewhat indifferent voice. At this, John immediately composed himself, turning to the other side of the workbench. Toads are a frequently utilized ingredient in potion making. Their skin can be mixed with white fresh essence to create a salve remarkably effective for treating wounds, particularly burns. Their blood and secretions serve as key components for detoxifying agents. Their eyes are employed in the creation of love potions, while their bones, once dried and ground into powder, can be incorporated into most potions as a medium for filtering impurities. Thus, handling toads is a rather intricate process. Fortunately, Snape had provided John with an extensive array of tools, including pristine dragonhide gloves and a specialized dissection kit. With such tools at his disposal, John felt confident in his ability to fulfill this practical task. However, when he finally sat down to commence his work, he quickly realized he had underestimated the complexity of the task at hand. Too slow, too slow. Are you a slug? You fumble about, accomplishing nothing. Can't you see the blade is misaligned? You've ruined the skin. Use magic. Use magic. You fool. Relying solely on your hands will have you bleeding until tomorrow night. Did I not tell you? Do not rely on rote memorization. You bookworm. Many of the methods in those books are erroneous. You ought to follow my instructions. Snape's tirade echoed throughout the office. In truth, John's technique was already quite proficient, ranking among the best in the first to third-year students at Hogwarts. Yet, Snape, with an almost obsessive compulsiveness, could not tolerate even the slightest error in John's approach. As the session progressed, he even seized the small knife from John's hand and began to demonstrate. While skillfully dissecting the toad, he spewed forth caustic remarks that rendered John's countenance a shade of deep dismay. Were Snape merely being malicious, John would have long since discarded his dragonhide gloves and hurled them at Snape's face. After all, any deductions would only affect Slytherin's points, and John was indifferent to the prospect of detention. However, therein lay the dilemma. Despite Snape's acerbic tongue, his observations were undeniably astute, stripping away the sardonic undertones. Each of Snape's comments could accurately identify John's missteps and provide effective corrections. He even imparted numerous original techniques that John found immensely beneficial. Under Snape's rigorous tutelage, John's dissection skills advanced at an astonishing pace, and by the time twilight descended, he could dissect each toad with machine-like precision, leaving no waste behind. This, in turn, led to a noticeable decrease in Snape's verbal commentary. With the final pair of toad eyes deposited into the collection basket, John tilted his head back, glaring at Snape with bloodshot eyes, embodying an irritable demeanor. It is impossible to maintain a good mood when one is berated, even if he comprehended that the chastisement was ultimately beneficial. Snape, however, remained impervious to John's fiery gaze. His expression remained impassive as he surveyed the collection bowls, nodding slightly. Adequate, if barely at the level of my 8-year-old self. Upon hearing this, John's ire diminished somewhat. Though Snape's words retained a hint of sarcasm, John perceived them as a significant commendation. During his time at the Leaky Cauldron, he had inquired about the various professors at Hogwarts and learned that Snape was, in truth, a prodigy of potions, hailing from the illustrious Prince family, renowned for their contributions to the field. His extraordinary aptitude for potion-making, coupled with centuries of exclusive knowledge passed down through generations, had rendered Snape one of the most accomplished potion masters in all of Britain and indeed Europe at a remarkably young age. The Extraordinary Apothecaries Association had repeatedly extended invitations to Snape to serve as their honorary vice president, to which he had callously discarded the correspondence into the trash. Contemplating the fact that an 8-year-old with such prodigious talent might rival an ordinary potion maker, one could truly regard this as a substantial compliment to John. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, John inquired calmly, "So, Professor Snape, does this mean I have passed the practical assessment?" Snape cast a fleeting glance at John, casually tossing a silver serpent coin. "As long as you feel this coin grow warm, after completing your studies today, you shall report to my office." John nodded vigorously, accepting the coin. Snape then gestured towards a refuse bin. "You may select some of the waste to take with you. I shall grant you a wage of 2 sickles per hour for today." A small pouch was tossed into John's arms, and as he felt its weight, a smile finally crept upon his lips. The notice had not mentioned any monetary reward. This was purely a delightful surprise. He had spent roughly 5 hours working today, which amounted to 10 silver sickles. In addition, Snape's obsessive perfectionism had resulted in an abundance of subpar materials that were deemed unworthy, allowing him to sell the scraps for another 6 or 7 silver sickles. Thus, it could be said that his earnings for the day were nearly equivalent to a gold galleon. Of course, John could not possibly sell off all the waste. Some of the higher quality ingredients he preferred to keep for his own potion brewing in the future. Even so, this was already more lucrative than his previous job at the Leaky Cauldron. Moreover, at this place, John not only earned money, but also had the privilege of attending Snape's exclusive lessons. Despite Snape's acerbic tongue, his expertise was undeniably formidable. John estimated that if he could remain here for a full year, he would achieve OWL-level proficiency in potions by the following year. Once he had tidied up everything, John left Snape's office with a beaming smile while carrying 2 bags. The heavy stone door of the office slammed shut behind him, almost grazing his back, as if to convey its disdain for his presence. Yet, The smile on John's face remained undiminished. Snape had been exceedingly generous. For the sake of the coins and the knowledge acquired, John felt that Snape's temperament was not as foul as the rumor suggested. Cheerfully, he made his way to the Slytherin common room. Along the way, he retrieved the silver serpent coin, intending to fashion it into a pendant to hang around his neck, ensuring he would not miss any of Snape's work-related messages. This also reminded him of another pendant he wore around his neck, a silver cross that he pulled out from beneath his collar. Gazing at the cross gleaming in the torchlight, John's smile gradually faded. Each time he beheld this pendant, memories of the nun flooded back to him. Aside from the persistent nightmares that haunted him at night, he was doing relatively well. If only he could share everything with her. She was truly a kind soul, and surely this news would bring her joy. Alas, he wondered how she was faring now. With a sigh, John continued onward, only to discover that the once tranquil and harmonious common room was now abuzz with activity. Draco was animatedly recounting a lengthy, self-aggrandizing tale that captivated a crowd of listeners, including many upperclassmen. The only notable difference was that the older students wore expressions of amused mockery, while the first years listened with rapt attention. However, Draco had no intention of letting John slip away unnoticed. Spotting him from atop a chair, his eyes lit up, and with an air of haughty pride, he called out, "Shafiq, don't run away. You must listen to my story. This is advantageous for you, as we shall commence our flying lessons next week. I dare say a rural wizard like you has yet to even lay hands on a broomstick. If you do not seize this opportunity to glean some wisdom from me, prepare to face embarrassment later." Upon hearing this, John paused momentarily, turning to cast a cold glare at Draco. The moment Draco met John's icy gaze, he was suddenly jolted into awareness. The words John had once uttered in the dormitory flooded back to him, draining the color from his face and nearly causing him to topple from his chair in fright. It took him a considerable time to recover from his terror. Just as he hesitated, the upperclassmen who had been observing began to converge upon John. "Mr. Shafiq, where have you been this afternoon? We've been searching for you all day," inquired a female prefect. John recognized her. She had sat beside him at the welcome banquet and even offered him a slice of steak. The upperclassmen of Slytherin evidently knew about Snape's recruitment of materials assistant, and most displayed expressions of astonishment. One male prefect, wearing a sympathetic look, patted John on the shoulder, saying, "That must be incredibly taxing indeed. It's not a task for the faint-hearted." At this proclamation, the surrounding upperclassmen were utterly taken aback. Unbeknownst to John, many among this group had previously served as materials assistants for Snape, as it was a splendid opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the head of Slytherin. However, nearly all of them had failed to endure even the first day of their internship. Snape's formidable nature proved too overwhelming. Many upperclassmen, particularly the female students who had applied, found themselves reduced to tears by his harsh reprimands. It is important to note that the girls of Slytherin were not the same delicate blossoms as those from other houses. They were all formidable women who had emerged from an elite upbringing, hardened by a ruthless environment. Even they struggled to withstand Snape's biting tongue. Had John been privy to the experiences of these upperclassmen in Snape's office, he would have understood that the remarks Snape directed at him today were far from mere insults. They were, in fact, lessons of a remarkably mild nature. The upperclassmen of Slytherin were acutely aware of this. It was either that John's prowess in potions was exceptionally high, marking him as a true prodigy, or there existed some clandestine relationship between him and Snape that prompted the latter to extend leniency toward John, even refraining from reprimanding him. This strongly suggested that John's future was indeed promising. John, may I call you that?" inquired the earlier female prefect as she approached. "Of course, senior. You are far too gracious. The same goes for the other seniors. We are all classmates from Slytherin, so feel free to address me by my name," John replied. And with that, the upperclassmen erupted into laughter. The female prefect, radiant with a beaming smile, gracefully linked her arm with John's and led him to a small tea table situated before the fireplace. With a playful wink, she produced an array of delectable desserts and snacks from her waist pocket, as if conjuring them from thin air. "Here, try this," she said, pushing a portion of red velvet cake toward him. "I made it myself. It took quite some effort." "Indeed, John, please indulge yourself," chimed in another male prefect, adding, "And while you're at it, regale us with tales of your experiences today. We are all quite intrigued, especially since Professor Snape hasn't managed to recruit a materials assistant in a long while. Your selection is a testament to your exceptional abilities." At this remark, a chorus of agreement arose from the surrounding crowd. Momentarily, John found himself enveloped by a wave of compliments and the delightful fragrances emanating from the desserts and the charming prefect. However, he remained composed, maintaining a demeanor of humility while savoring the confections with deliberate enjoyment. John was acutely aware that the motives of those around him mirrored those of the new students after the potion class. They sought to win him over, to enlist him as an ally in their quest for power and influence, even attempting to extract benefits directly from him. Nonetheless, the upperclassmen, despite their ambitions, exhibited a level of restraint, opting initially to extend genuine goodwill rather than launching a direct assault, as the newcomers would have. Responding to an inquiry from one of the prefects, John glanced over towards Draco. Presently, only Goyle and Crabbe remained by Draco's side, with the majority of their peers drawn to John's side. This shift rendered Draco as if donned with a mask of anguish, his once commanding presence seemingly usurped by John. Upon noticing John's gaze directed towards him, Draco shuddered slightly and lowered his head in trepidation. Observing this, John shook his head, realizing there was no need for further admonishment. The scene before him had likely punctured Draco's inflated ego. However, Draco's earlier mention of flying lessons piqued John's interest. If memory served him correctly, something of considerable significance had transpired around that time. It seemed prudent to investigate further. John whispered to himself, though despite his verbal intention to look into the matter concerning the flying lessons, he had yet to take any action. He was simply overwhelmed with responsibilities. Snape, like a flower rejoicing in the much-anticipated rain, had intensified his demands on John since appointing him as a materials assistant, compelling him to labor in Snape's office every afternoon following classes, leaving him with no respite. The professor's stringent standards, coupled with the grueling workload and the rigors of Hogwarts academics, had transformed John into a figure akin to Draco of days past, wearing a mask of distress. Yet, unlike Draco's unadulterated suffering, John's experience was laced with a bittersweet joy, for Snape's teaching prowess was unparalleled. After enduring several days of torment in Snape's office, John had become adept at handling dozens of commonly used potion ingredients, many of which were exclusive concoctions devised by Snape himself. Simultaneously, John's wallet and stockpile of materials were steadily increasing. He surmised that if this continued, it would not be long before he could attempt to brew potions independently. Amidst John's bustling activities, Thursday's flying lesson finally arrived, marking a moment of glory for Draco. Thanks to Draco's efforts to build anticipation since the previous week, many of the new Slytherins had already come to regard him as a flying expert. As they arrived on the lawn, they encircled him, eager for him to impart some flying techniques, as they were keen to avoid embarrassment in the upcoming class. In the crowd, Draco held his head high, feigning nonchalance, yet the flush on his face betrayed his excitement. A similar scene unfolded among the Gryffindors, where their interest in Quidditch and flying exceeded that of Slytherin. Whenever someone recounted their flying experiences, no matter how outlandish, they garnered the attention of others. John, however, found none of this captivating. Relishing the afternoon sun, he reclined on the grass to bask in its warmth. Poor fellow, he had scarcely ventured outside Hogwarts Castle that week, spending his days either in class or toiling away in the basement. John felt it imperative to seize this outdoor lesson as an opportunity to soak up some sun and rejuvenate his spirit. Otherwise, he feared he might truly start to mold. Regrettably, just as he settled down, Professor Hogwarts arrived for the flying lesson. She was a decidedly competent-looking woman with short gray hair and yellow eyes that evoked the image of an eagle. Enough dawdling, she called out, clapping her hands with vigor. Everyone, stand by a broomstick. Hurry up, especially you, lying there asleep. Summoned by her words, John reluctantly rose and joined the other students beside their broomsticks. Professor Hogwarts did not dwell on his tardiness and commenced her lecture on the fundamental techniques for controlling a broomstick. Everyone listened intently. Even Draco appeared notably tense. The first task was to take off. She instructed everyone to extend their hands and shout at their broomsticks. At her command, nearly all began to shout chaotically. A few broomsticks flew into their hands, while many others simply failed. This resulted in some embarrassment, prompting them to attempt again, their shouts growing louder. Draco was among the few who succeeded. Gripping his broomstick, the tension on his face vanished, replaced entirely by exhilaration and pride. He tilted his head toward John. Noticing that John had yet to make a move, not even uttering a single shout, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. He squeezed his way to John's side, watching him with a provocative gaze, seemingly eager to witness John's moment of failure. This left John utterly speechless. Having been roommates for quite some time, John had gained a certain understanding of Draco. To put it plainly, he was a fellow whose exuberance could rival that of a child, utterly carefree to the point of absurdity. Take the present moment, for instance. John could not fathom what Draco was so proud of. A broomstick, after all. was merely a diminutive flying apparatus propelled by a wizard's magical energy. The essential skills lay in a mastery of magic and the control of balance. While John was no expert, he possessed a second reservoir of magical energy. With a gentle flick of his finger, the magic surged forth from his second pool, and the broomstick on the ground soared effortlessly into his hand, outshining everyone present with its grace. The smug expression on Draco's face evaporated. He gazed at John in disbelief, stammering, "This is impossible. How did you do that? Would you like to learn?" John inquired. At this, Draco's face turned pale with fury. He, Draco Malfoy, would rather starve or leap from the Ravenclaw Tower than beg for help. However, his unwillingness did not imply that others shared his sentiments. Once the news of John's appointment as Professor Snape's materials assistant spread, he had become something of a celebrity within Slytherin. Hearing John's invitation, many students flocked to him, pleading for assistance. A few Slytherin girls even clung to John's arm, playfully coaxing him. Generously, John began to teach them the techniques of focus and magical control. As he instructed, he could not help but smile at Draco, who seethed with frustration. Just then, a commotion erupted from the Gryffindor team. John and his companions turned to see a small, chubby boy had somehow mounted a broomstick and was now ascending with shouts of excitement. Madame Hooch bellowed in exasperation, but her voice only startled the chubby boy, causing him to rise even faster. Fortunately, the broomsticks provided for their flying lessons were the sort that could easily be discarded as scrap. Once the speed increased, they would begin to wobble uncontrollably. The small boy was soon unseated by the violent shaking. With a resounding thud, he landed face first in the grass, curling into a ball and howling in pain. John and the nearby Slytherins could not help but gasp in sympathy. It looked exceedingly painful. "I believe his arm is broken," Madame Hooch declared after inspecting the boy. "I will take this child to the hospital wing. The rest of you stay put and do not move. Especially, do not touch the broomsticks. Is that clear?" The crowd responded in unison, and with that, Madame Hooch hurried off, cradling the chubby boy as she made her way to the castle. As soon as Madame Hooch departed, John noticed Draco approaching the Gryffindors with a mischievous grin. "Look at this. What is that?" Draco smirked as he picked up a spherical object from the ground, raising it high to catch the sunlight's gleam. It was a memory orb. No sooner had he spoken than John observed Harry stepping out from the Gryffindor ranks, glaring at Draco and demanding, "Give it back to me, Malfoy." "On what grounds? Surely this does not belong to you," Draco retorted, suddenly feigning realization. "Ah, I see now. You wish to claim this for yourself, do you? Or perhaps you intend to barter it for a favor from Longbottom, hoping to make him your subordinate and indebted to you? TSK, TSK. So this is how you have risen to the status of the savior." Although Harry had previously displayed a hint of sarcasm during potions class, his verbal prowess was clearly no match for Draco's at this moment. Left speechless after being doused with verbal disdain, he could only repeat, "Give it to me," in a flustered manner. This brought great amusement to Draco, who reveled in the ease of tormenting Potter. As he pondered this, John's image suddenly flashed in Draco's mind. Channeling John's earlier demeanor, he mockingly declared, "Do you want it? If you wish for it, then beg me, plead with me, and I shall grant your request." Upon uttering this, Draco felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Harry's face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists and shouted, "In your dreams." The surrounding Slytherins displayed expressions of schadenfreude. They loathed Gryffindor and were particularly irked by the ostentatious demeanor of the savior, Harry Potter. John, observing from the sidelines, noted that after nearly a week in Snape's company, his resilience against trash talk had reached its zenith. To him, the exchange between Draco and Harry hardly resembled an argument, but rather a flirtation, devoid of any need for intervention. In fact, Draco's mannerisms were quite amusing, and he nearly laughed aloud at the absurdity of it all. However, his mirth was short-lived. In the next moment, Michelle emerged from the Gryffindor ranks, pushing past the furious Harry. With a serious expression, she addressed Draco, stating, "It is wrong to take what belongs to others, and it is equally wrong to falsely accuse and insult them. Therefore, I advise you to return the item and apologize to Harry." Unmoved, Draco continued to mimic John's tone, coldly responding, "And what if I refuse to return it? What will you do then?" "I fear I shall have to be rather unkind to you," Michelle replied, her fingers beginning to curl into fists. Many girls aged 11 or 12 are taller than boys, and Michelle was indeed a head taller than Draco. Yet, Draco sneered defiantly, "You dare to threaten me? Goyle, crap." His two towering lackeys stepped forward, but Michelle showed no sign of fear. Rather, she appeared excited as she began to stretch her limbs. Since leaving St. Bridget's, Michelle had become increasingly headstrong and combative, a transformation that even John found perplexing. At present, it is evident that Michelle is once again fired up, poised to embark on a significant undertaking. Naturally, Harry and the others cannot allow a mere girl like Michelle to face this challenge alone. Despite the fear gnawing at their hearts, they stand resolutely behind her, determined to share in her fate. The impending battle looms large, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Draco has even stealthily slipped his hand into his robe, preparing to draw his wand. Upon witnessing this, John could no longer contain himself. He stepped out from the crowd, raising his voice, "Michelle." His call momentarily stunned both sides. Unwilling to let her off the hook, he continued, "Michelle." In response, Michelle pouted in dissatisfaction but dared not retort, merely nodding repeatedly. This scene cast a shadow over the faces of Harry and the other Gryffindors. With one of their key members already swayed before the battle had even begun, how could they possibly fight? On the other side, the Slytherins erupted in laughter. However, before their amusement could linger, John strode toward Draco, his expression growing increasingly cold. Goyle and Crabbe dared not impede John's advance, stepping aside and leaving Draco to confront him alone. "What did you intend to do to my sister?" John asked, his tone icy. At this, Draco's heart skipped a beat, yet he feigned bravado, replying, I didn't know she was your sister, even if she is." Before he could finish, John seized Draco by the collar, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. "I don't wish to hear your excuses. Now, return the memory orb to my sister and apologize to her." As John's words fell, several Slytherins approached, smirking as they taunted Draco, that is John's sister. "They all bear the name Shafiq. How would you possibly not recognize her? You'd best comply quickly, or you'll regret it." Observing their banter, Draco seethed with frustration. In truth, he had indeed won over many Slytherin newcomers, yet none of those who had benefited from him chose to step forward now. Leading requires strength, particularly in Slytherin. Although John had no intention of competing for the position of leader among the newcomers, his recent performances had been nothing short of stellar. A considerable number of Slytherins had already begun to view him as the most promising talent among this year's newcomers. As a result, Draco found himself lacking in competitiveness. To the Slytherins, this altercation was not merely John standing up for his sister. Rather, it was a convenient pretext for him to subdue Draco and elevate himself to power. The Slytherins were more than pleased to witness this unfold. Thus, those inclined to take risks aligned themselves with John, turning their fire upon Draco, while the more cautious observers waited in silence for the conflict to reach its conclusion. Draco understood the dynamics at play all too well. In a moment of indecision, he clenched his fists, his gaze brimming with fury. He resolved to confront John head-on. Previously, Draco had endured numerous difficulties imposed by John, but he could no longer tolerate John's ambition to usurp his position as the new leader. After all, he was a Malfoy, resolute in his decision. Draco prepared to take action. However, at that moment, he felt the memory orb in his right hand suddenly vibrate. Confused, he raised his hand to discover that the once transparent orb was now enveloped in a thick, blood-red mist. This served as a reminder to Draco that he had forgotten something critical. "I came from the mire to kill you," echoed John's voice in his mind. Suddenly, it dawned on Draco that John was capable of murder. In an instant, he felt as though a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing his fury and replacing it with profound terror. His complexion paled as he instinctively shouted, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." "To whom are you apologizing?" John inquired. Michelle, I was wrong." "Em sorry," Draco declared emphatically, nearly in tears. John ceased to torment him further, coldly releasing him and tossing the memory orb into Harry's hands. Upon witnessing this, the Gryffindors erupted in cheers, believing they had triumphed over Slytherin. However, to their astonishment, a thunderous cheer arose from the Slytherin side as well. A large group of Slytherins rushed to John's side, exuberantly clapping and shouting. The outcome was clear. A new king had emerged. As the flying lesson concluded, Draco, accompanied by his 2 loyal followers, wept as he departed the lawn. Aside from a few who intended to play both sides, currying favor with John while simultaneously comforting Draco for some advantage, no one cared about his departure. Everyone, including Harry and the Gryffindors, gravitated towards John. In their eyes, it was John who had salvaged Neville's memory orb, even at the cost of his relationship with Draco from the same house. What a noble spirit! Harry truly wished to express his gratitude to John. However, they had no opportunity to approach him, as the new Slytherins surrounded their new king. Especially those who had just openly turned against Draco now behaved with remarkable arrogance. They believed themselves to be the foremost among the newcomers, second only to John. They would assist him in firmly establishing control over this cohort of newcomers while relishing the benefits and privileges that came with their status. until John began to falter or a more formidable Slytherin emerged. Such was the traditional prowess of Slytherin. Unfortunately for them, John had no interest in being their king. He truly lacked the time to engage in childish games with these Slytherin youngsters. Snape's fervor was incessantly igniting his chest through the silver serpent coin, which signified yet another night of overtime awaited him. When John awoke once more, the skies outside had already darkened. John had no intention of concerning himself with them. He focused on packing his tools, preparing to head to Snape's. That was sufficient. He had no desire to actively seek friendship with Draco. As long as the latter did not act provocatively, John was even willing to extend a modicum of goodwill. However, Draco and his companions were exhibiting rather peculiar behavior. Unlike in the afternoon, Draco seemed to have emerged from the torment of losing his throne to John. Now he was huddled with Goyle and Crabbe, engaged in hushed discussions, occasionally erupting into fits of malicious laughter, appearing quite self-satisfied. This bizarre scene captured John's attention, compelling him to listen intently. Upon doing so, his brow arched in surprise. He had overheard a remarkably familiar term, wizard duel. The reason for John's familiarity with the term was not solely due to his invitation to Draco for a wizard duel on his very first day at Hogwarts. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that over the past fortnight, John had been diligently seeking ways to enhance his dueling prowess, and he had already achieved some noteworthy progress. In this regard, he owed a debt of gratitude to Professor Flitwick. It would be hard for anyone to believe that this diminutive, humorous, and emotionally expressive charms professor, who could weep openly at fairy tales, was actually a champion of an international wizard duel competition. Ever since learning this revelation, John had been actively seeking opportunities to consult Professor Flitwick for dueling advice, as well as scouring the library for books pertaining to dueling techniques. Professor Flitwick showed no reluctance in sharing his knowledge. He was delighted that a young wizard was eager to learn the art of dueling, and he generously imparted his wisdom to John. With Professor Flitwick's assistance, John came to understand the spell system employed by competitors in the Wizard Duel Championships. This system was exceedingly unique, as it discarded any unnecessary spells, focusing on a select few as primary and secondary spells for extensive training and study, thereby maximizing their potency and casting speed, even developing muscle memory. The consequence of such specialization was that duelists typically became proficient in a limited repertoire of spells. Some extreme participants might even struggle with everyday charms. In contrast, duelists adhering to this system possessed formidable combat abilities and could attain impressive fighting power in a remarkably short time. This advantage prompted John to unhesitatingly pursue the path of a duelist. After experiencing a series of events in Saint Brélade, he had become enamored with the concept of power. Only through strength could he attain a sufficient sense of security. Aspiring to become a legendary wizard akin to Dumbledore, mastering an extensive array of spells while possessing notable combat prowess was an exceedingly daunting task. In comparison, John felt that, for the time being, specializing in combat techniques as a duelist might be more fitting for him. As for his choice of primary and secondary spells, John had currently settled on the Shatter spell, the full body bind curse, and the strength release charm. Among the spells, the Shattered incantation is the first enchantment learned by John. As John's magical prowess has grown, the effectiveness of this spell has continuously enhanced. At present, if it strikes a vital point, John can even eliminate his adversary with a single incantation, demonstrating formidable lethality while consuming relatively little magical energy, making it highly suitable as a primary offensive spell. Conversely, the Petrification spell and the Force Release spell have been designated by John as control-type secondary offensive spells. Both possess remarkable controlling capabilities. The Petrification spell renders the victim immobile as if turned to stone, while the Force Release spell functions more like a lesser disarmament spell. Its effect does not drain the target's strength, but compels the individual to relinquish their held items or causes an internal repulsion in the target object, facilitating the opening of boxes and similar items, though it cannot unlock doors. After a week of relentless practice with these three spells, John surmised that his practical combat abilities might surpass those of some weaker Newt students. Yet, this remains merely John's conjecture, lacking genuine combat experience. His understanding of his own practical capabilities is rather imprecise. Consequently, he has begun contemplating a venture into the Forbidden Forest, as it is said to be inhabited by numerous magical creatures, providing an excellent opportunity for honing his skills. However, before he could embark on his expedition to the Forbidden Forest, he overheard Draco discussing news of a wizard duel, igniting his interest. He set aside his toolbox, approached Draco and his companions without a trace of concealment, and inquired, "With whom do you intend to duel?" "Who else could it be? Naturally, it's Harry," Goyle replied somewhat impatiently. But as his words trailed off, he suddenly sensed something amiss and abruptly turned to look. Upon seeing John, Goyle froze as if struck by a petrification spell. Draco gazed at Goyle with a look of despair. He was acutely aware of the foolishness of his two companions. Yet he cherished and cared for them deeply. This affection stemmed not only from their lifelong companionship, but also from their unwavering loyalty to him. However, at this moment, Draco realized he had misjudged the situation. Goyle's foolishness had reached unprecedented heights, plunging him into an unimaginable predicament. After all, John was known for his temper. "You intend to duel Harry Potter?" John asked with a smile, prompting Draco and his companions to awaken from their stupor. Goyle and Crabbe quickly covered their mouths and shook their heads vigorously, their eyes glistening with tears, nearly on the verge of sobbing. Meanwhile, Draco gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding to protect his dim-witted companions, and replied in a gruff tone, "Indeed, I have challenged Potter to a wizard duel scheduled for tonight." John's smile widened, and he tilted his head, scrutinizing Draco. "What led you to consider a wizard duel against Harry Potter?" At this, Draco's expression turned awkward. Initially, he had felt quite buoyant and had indeed begun to emerge from the shadow of having his position usurped by John, because his father once imparted to him the wisdom that a momentary defeat is of little consequence. This adage has become the Malfoy family's ancestral creed. It is precisely due to this maxim that the patriarchs of the Malfoy lineage have endured the sufferings and humiliations that others cannot bear, ensuring the family's continuity while patiently awaiting the opportune moment for resurgence. Therefore, the harm inflicted by John upon Draco was not as significant as John had envisioned. Nonetheless, having lost face, Draco felt the need to vent his frustrations, and thus, Harry emerged as the most suitable target. As for Draco's choice of dueling as the means of confrontation, the rationale was simple. Draco aimed to retaliate against Harry in the same manner John had employed against him. After all, despite John's repeated provocations, Draco recognized him as a genuinely formidable adversary. John's methods bore considerable merit. Just as during today's flying lesson, Draco successfully employed John's rhetoric to confront Harry. However, this incident must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, the Malfoys would be ridiculed as mere scholars, an utterly laughable fate. Draco pursed his lips and remarked, "In any case, it has nothing to do with you." John, unfazed, countered, "All right, if you choose not to speak, that's your prerogative. But have you ever pondered a particular question?" John shook his head and continued, "Do you truly believe you can best Harry Potter?" This was not John's intention to belittle Draco. Rather, in John's mind, Harry was an unequivocal prodigy. Although Harry's repertoire of spells was limited compared to Draco, a scion of the Malfoy family, he excelled in close combat. In his second year, he single-handedly vanquished a basilisk with nothing but a sword and a bird. Truly, he was a master swordsman. In a direct confrontation, it was plausible that Harry's mere punch could leave Draco on the ground, whimpering for quite some time. To John's surprise, Draco, upon hearing this, wore an expression of smug satisfaction. The nearby Goyle and Crabbe erupted into foolish laughter, clearly in agreement with Draco's brilliant scheme. Only John furrowed his brow in disapproval. Firstly, even if Harry Potter were caught out at night, he would undoubtedly not face expulsion. As I mentioned on the night of the sorting ceremony, I shall not elaborate further. Suffice it to say, the regulations at Hogwarts are not as stringent as you might imagine. John stated coldly. Secondly, have you considered the consequences of your actions? What consequences? Draco replied nonchalantly. I did not break any rules. Indeed, it was true that he had not violated any regulations, and the professors could not penalize him. However, he currently represented Slytherin. By initiating a duel with Harry Potter and subsequently failing to attend, what would others say? John began to hum lightly. The serpent issued a challenge to the lion, and the courageous lion eagerly accepted. Yet, the cowardly and despicable serpent failed to show. Oh, what a timid serpent! Oh, what a vile serpent! Before John could finish, Draco's complexion turned ashen. If such a ballad were to circulate, it would spell the ruin of both his reputation and that of Slytherin. Even more terrifying is the certainty that the upperclassmen in the academy would undoubtedly tear him apart. Thus, he must attend the meeting. Yet, as John had just inquired, could he truly defeat Harry Potter? After all, that infamous boy had vanquished Voldemort in his infancy, emerging as a savior. Who knows what formidable powers lie hidden within him? Contemplating this, Draco felt a pang of anxiety and instinctively glanced towards John. Having experienced success today by employing John's words to confront Potter and utilizing John's dueling techniques against him, Draco had unwittingly cultivated a habit. Whenever faced with a challenge, he would ponder what John would do. It was rather humiliating, considering John had bested him numerous times. Nonetheless, he had to admit, it was effective. For instance, Regarding the upcoming duel, if he were to go alone, his chances of victory appeared slim. However, should John accompany him, with his formidable prowess, victory would be assured. He could then compose a little tune, echoing the melody John had just hummed, to mock those foolish Gryffindors. What bliss that would be! Of course, he was well aware that he was not John, lacking his combat skills. But what if John joined them? This was a matter of Slytherin's collective honor, and John, as a member of Slytherin, ought to contribute. Draco felt a flicker of hope, but just then, he was taken aback to see John once again grasping his toolbox and heading for the door. "Hey, where are you going?" Draco instinctively questioned. "What about tonight's duel? You are now the king of the Slytherin freshmen. You must lend your support." Panic surged within Draco. Suddenly, memories of John's words during their flying lesson and the Malfoy family motto flooded his mind. In that moment, Draco's heart raced, and he called out, "Please, John, I beg you help me. Be my dueling partner and face Potter with me. If you plead with me, I shall teach you." John had said that himself. He surely wouldn't go back on his word, Draco thought. As for the embarrassment of such a plea, he had long ceased to care. After enduring countless humiliations in his confrontations with John, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Upon hearing Draco's request, John's footsteps suddenly halted. He turned his head. A look of surprise etched on his face, and after a moment, a slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Is begging merely a matter of words? Draco's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained composure, retrieving a small pouch embroidered with golden threads from his pocket. His face a mask of struggle as he extended it to John. "Here are 20 galleons. I implore you to assist me." As he spoke, Draco's heart bled. This was his entire week's allowance. Giving it all to John meant he would be unable to purchase anything next week. Nevertheless, the impact of those 20 galleons was indeed significant. As John beheld the dazzling pile of gleaming gold coins, a warm smile instantly graced his face. 5 minutes later, he strode towards Snape's office, the money bag in hand, his spirits soaring. He certainly could not be swayed by a mere 20 galleons to assist Draco against Harry. Although he was in dire need of the funds, the notion of buying his loyalty with such a paltry sum was utterly ludicrous. Thus, he had already devised a plan. When the duel finally transpired, he would deftly bring both Draco and Harry to their knees, ensuring that Harry would have no further words to utter. As for Draco, with the galleons firmly in his possession and having indeed fulfilled his promise to subdue Harry, what could Draco possibly say? Delightful. With a beaming smile, John pushed open the office door, ready to embrace the day's tasks. However, upon entering, he found Snape seated at his desk, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon John. "Draco is to duel our savior this evening?" Snape inquired softly. John raised an eyebrow in response. "How do you know that?" Snape's brow furrowed. "That is not your concern. Simply tell me if it is true or not." Setting down his toolbox, John took his seat. Snape's expression darkened further. Slytherin indeed upheld the doctrine of victory above all, yet honor preceded victory. True nobility was not solely defined by lineage from pure-blood families, but encompassed individuals endowed with noble and admirable qualities. Just as Salazar Slytherin, the founder of their house, emerged from humble beginnings, yet possessed a radiant heart and unparalleled honor. Draco's actions had clearly transgressed the boundaries of Slytherin, lacking any semblance of glory. Since Draco had issued a challenge, he was bound to accept it, Snape declared with unwavering resolve. "Indeed, I share your sentiments," John replied while organizing his workstation. "I have already advised him against it. He will go tonight." At this, Snape's countenance grew even more forbidding as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by John. "I detest being kept in the dark. If it happens again, you will leave my office," Snape hissed through clenched teeth. John remained unfazed, nodding as he commenced his material processing for the day. He had little faith that Snape would actually dismiss him. Throughout the week, he had sparred verbally with Snape more than once, and each time, Snape threatened to expel him. Yet here he was, still seated, diligently working, with a silver serpent coin not still glow when it was meant to. Like John, Snape also held little confidence in Draco's capabilities. In other words, if Draco chose not to attend, it would be a disgrace to Slytherin. If he went and failed to prevail, it would be equally humiliating. What to do then? Snape paced thoughtfully, and suddenly his gaze fell upon John. Over the past week, Snape had borne witness to John's remarkable talents. In a remarkably short period, mastering the handling techniques of numerous materials is not an accomplishment attainable by the average individual. Even Severus Snape had to concede that John was indeed a prodigy in the realm of potion making, rivaling his own innate talent. Furthermore, John's aptitude for spell casting was equally commendable. Snape was acutely aware of John's recent endeavors to study dueling under Flitwick, having chosen the path of combat specialization and making substantial strides in his abilities. This signified that John had developed considerable combat prowess. Should John choose to assist Draco in battle, victory would undoubtedly elude Harry Potter. As this thought crossed his mind, a mischievous smile spread across Snape's face. He rapped on the workbench and declared, "John, tonight's duel, you shall aid Draco." John paused his current task, refraining from mentioning his prior commitment to Draco, and simply gazed intently at Snape. After spending considerable time together, Snape had come to understand John's sentiments rather well. "As a reward, I can teach you a spell," Snape proclaimed, producing his wand and inscribing a series of incantations in the air. "Reverse hanging bell." Gazing at the shimmering golden words suspended in the air, Snape momentarily lost himself in thought. This particular spell was of his own creation. However, it was James Potter, that shameless individual, who had once wielded it against him, humiliating him before Lily as he hung upside down. Taking a deep breath, Snape struggled to suppress the fury that threatened to engulf him. This incident was a profound source of anguish throughout his life, tormenting him repeatedly in nightmares. Yet now, Snape felt as though he had discovered the sword that could sever this nightmare. John, although reluctant to admit it, Snape often regarded John as a reflection of himself. After all, he had investigated John's background and knew that, like him, John hailed from humble beginnings, possessed remarkable talent, had a childhood sweetheart, and, like him, had been sorted into Slytherin, thus forced to part ways with his companion in Gryffindor. Moreover, there was still a certain Potter in Gryffindor. If John could utilize the reverse hanging bell to humiliate James's son, Harry, as James had once humiliated him, the thought alone sent a shiver of exhilaration through Snape. "Shafiq," Snape exclaimed, regaining his composure, "I need you to use this spell to hang Harry Potter upside down and strip him of his dignity." John, engrossed in examining the incantation, was startled by Snape's sudden outburst. "Do not tell me you are incapable," Snape said, his excitement palpable. "With your prowess, you could easily defeat 10 of Harry Potter." Upon hearing this, John fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he finally responded with solemnity, "Professor Snape, are you aware that I have known Harry since before we arrived at Hogwarts? We bonded immediately, as if we were long-lost friends. I would dare say that Harry is my dearest companion, akin to a brother." The smile on Snape's face gradually faded. An almost palpable fury was coalescing deep within his eyes. What a jest! To think that John, whom he regarded as a reflection of himself, had befriended that insufferable fool. He would not accept it. So what? Snape uttered coldly, having resolved that should John dare to refuse, he would unceremoniously expel him from his office, never to allow his return. Yet, in the face of Snape's formidable gaze, John remained undaunted. With a resolute expression, he met Snape's eyes and boldly declared, "Thus, I require a raise." Chapter 25, The Reversed Bell. Snape had been prepared to cast John out. An eerie silence lingered in the office. After a full 2 minutes, a twisted smile finally graced Snape's face. "Truly, you are remarkable," he exclaimed. Initially, Snape had considered John merely another version of himself, but upon reflection, he realized he had underestimated him. With John's audacious spirit, his future was undoubtedly boundless. "Very well, John, from this day forth, your hourly wage shall be doubled." Snape retrieved a small wooden box from behind his desk and added, "Additionally, I shall provide you with 5 vials of dreamless sleep potion and 1 vial of intelligence enhancer." As the 6 vials of potions were arrayed upon the workbench, John's eyes sparkled with delight. Ever since departing from Saint Brélade, he had been plagued by terrifying nightmares, which had reduced him to fitful, brief slumbers, rendering his existence utterly unbearable. The dreamless sleep potion was precisely what he needed, as it would grant him the gift of uninterrupted slumber. As for the intelligence enhancer, John recalled that its effects would sharpen the drinker's mind. Although he was not entirely aware of its potency, it was undeniably a potion of considerable quality, often fetching exorbitant prices, up to 20 galleons per small vial, during exam season. Moreover, with Snape's generous raise, his hourly pay would now reach 4 sickles. Coupled with additional income from side jobs, his earnings were nearing those of an adult wizard. "My apologies, Harry, but Professor Snape's generosity is simply overwhelming," John mused inwardly, while maintaining a composed exterior as he discreetly stowed the potions into his pocket, and then stated earnestly, "For the glory of Slytherin, I shall show no mercy." Snape nodded in acknowledgement, extending his wand to complete the incantation for the reverse bell. Having accepted payment, "It is time to commence our task." Snape grinned malevolently. "You must master this spell within the next few hours. Otherwise, ha ha ha." In the face of Snape's ominous threat, John remained unfazed. He confidently pounded his chest and declared, "What difficulty lies in this? I have already mastered it." "Oh, are you certain? Absolutely. Very well. Then let me witness your prowess. Now, cast the reversed bell spell upon me. Hearing Snape's command, John wasted no time in complying. The complexity of the hanging bell spell is indeed not formidable. With his second magical reservoir's extraordinary compliance, merely glancing at it suffices for mastery. John brandished his wand and aimed directly at Snape. Hanging bell. There were no visual effects or sounds. John felt an invisible surge of magic emanating from the tip of his wand, directed at Snape. Simultaneously, as if sensing impending danger, Snape abruptly waved his wand. A burst of white light erupted before him, dispersing John's attack effortlessly. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes. He was aware of John's commendable talent in spellcasting. Yet to succeed on the first attempt was utterly absurd. Fortunately, John had not yet unleashed the full version of the spell. Too slow, Shafiq. Even Neville's grandmother is quicker than you. Moreover, the hanging bell does not require incantation. Do not foolishly utter the spell aloud, as it will only alert your adversary. Snape reprimanded sternly. Again, gritting his teeth, John once more wielded his wand. Hanging bell. A similar result ensued. Oh, is this what you call mastery? Such audacity. With your meager abilities, how dare you speak of advancement? What give you such confidence? Have you imbibed a confundus potion before your arrival today, rendering you delirious? Snape sneered. Continue. Once more, John persistently cast the hanging bell spell. Snape's series of sarcastic remarks ignited a fierce determination within him. He clenched his jaw and consciously controlled the flow of his magic, striving for the silent release Snape had described. Although the hanging bell spell was inherently designed for silent casting, making it significantly easier than other spells, it still posed a challenge for someone like John, who was only just beginning to grasp its intricacies, even with his second magical reservoir. Fortunately, Snape afforded John numerous opportunities. Finally, on his ninth attempt, John gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering the incantation. Snape was evidently taken aback by John's swift mastery. In previous attempts, he had anticipated John's spoken incantation as a cue for his defenses. Suddenly, Snape felt a force collide with his chest, followed by an overwhelming sensation of being dragged upward, as if he were about to be inverted. The bell falls. With a resounding shout from Snape, the pulling sensation abruptly vanished, and just as his legs had begun to lift off the ground, they returned to the floor. His face contorted with fury. "You are quite impressive," Snape said through gritted teeth. He had not anticipated that John would successfully execute the complete hanging bell spell within 10 attempts. Otherwise, he would not have fallen victim to it. This was a testament to John's magical aptitude, which not only rivaled his prowess in potion-making, but perhaps even surpassed it. Logically, one would expect a professor to take delight in having such a remarkably gifted student. Yet, Snape remained irate. Just moments ago, he had come perilously close to experiencing the same humiliation he had faced against James. Moreover, on this occasion, the individual who employed the hanging bell curse against him was none other than his own student. If he could, he would have relished the opportunity to administer a large vial of confusion potion to John, rendering him utterly foolish. Alas, such actions were beyond his reach. He still harbored hopes that John would soon exact retribution on James's son. Stay calm, stay calm. If others are angry, I shall not succumb to fury, for falling ill brings no one to my aid. With his eyes closed, Snape recited in his mind a phrase he had gleaned from an obscure tome, while envisioning John delivering a thorough thrashing to Harry, which somewhat eased his troubled spirit. However, John had no intention of letting Snape off so easily. Mimicking the sarcastic tone Snape had just directed at him, he exclaimed, "I must be mistaken, Professor Snape. Did you just suffer a blow? Surely not. You are the illustrious Severus Snape. After all." Upon hearing these words, Snape's tightly shut eyes flew open, and he bellowed, "Get out of my sight." Witnessing Snape's wand pointed ominously in his direction, John seized a potion from the desk and bolted from the office. As he departed, he shot Snape a mischievous grin, saying, "Rest assured, Professor Snape, I shall go teach Harry Potter a lesson, and I promise you one to be disappointed." With John's footsteps gradually fading away, Snape lowered his wand. Although his face still bore traces of anger, the corners of his mouth betrayed a faint, imperceptible smile. Chapter 26. What are you doing here? Upon reaching the ground floor of the castle, John slowed his pace. He retrieved a vial of antidote he had obtained from Madame Pomfrey and downed it in one go, replenishing his magical reserves entirely. A jubilant smile spread across his face as he realized the effects of the hanging bell curse exceeded his expectations. While its control was not particularly strong, it consumed very little magical energy and could be employed silently and swiftly without the need for incantation. Such a spell was inherently designed for ambush. Even a master like Snape could inadvertently fall victim to its effects, a testament to its formidable nature. John had firmly resolved to adopt it as his fourth course spell. Additionally, he had cunningly extracted 20 galleons from both Draco and Snape today, along with 6 vials of potions and doubled wages, significantly enriching his treasury. He believed he could begin preparations for potion making by tomorrow. How delightful! However, what potions should he brew? Contemplating this question, John adeptly navigated the magical staircase, and before long, he arrived at the 4th floor trophy room. This was the venue he had arranged with Draco, and it would soon serve as the battleground for their duel. Truth be told, John felt that Draco had chosen a rather inadequate location. The space was quite limited. In such an environment, Harry could easily close the distance in just a few strides. Given Harry's prowess in close combat, a single punch could swiftly conclude the encounter. In this space, numerous crystal glass cabinets displayed an array of trophies, shields, medals, and statues. Should anything be accidentally toppled or shattered during a duel, it was likely that the furious Professor McGonagall would unearth those responsible with relentless determination. At that moment, everyone would face dire consequences together. John was observing the environment of the trophy room when he noticed Draco stealthily entering from outside. Upon seeing John, Draco was evidently startled but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Ah, so you have arrived." John glanced behind him and inquired, "Why are you alone? Where are Goyle and Crabbe?" Draco fell silent, wanting to directly express that those two were too foolish to manage a simple night outing, which was why he hadn't brought them along. However, after a moment's hesitation, he chose to spare his companions some dignity. They have an upset stomach," Draco muttered weakly. Upon hearing this, John merely nodded. He would never believe such a flimsy excuse if it were anyone else, but with Goyle and Crabbe, it was a different matter entirely. Those two were indeed gluttons. Each meal was like a feast for the famished, refusing to stop until they had filled themselves to the brim. Thus, it was entirely plausible that they were suffering from ailments due to their excessive indulgence. Lost in thought, John suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Ignoring Draco, he retrieved a small piece of rock cake from his pocket and began to nibble on it. Meanwhile, Draco grew increasingly uneasy in the silence. After a brief moment, he cast a furtive glance towards the door and murmured, "Shafiq, do you think Potter and the others might not come? What if they went straight to report our night out?" "You needn't worry about that," John replied, chewing on his rock cake. "After all, there were scarcely a few in all of Hogwarts as despicable and foolish as you. Harry and his friends should be safe from such folly." Draco was nearly incensed to the point of cursing. He dared not provoke John further, especially since it had not been 3 days since John last struck him. At that moment, 3 more shadowy figures slipped into the trophy room. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Draco's eyes brightened. While he refrained from challenging John, he still had the audacity to confront Harry, and quite boldly at that. "Potter," Draco exclaimed with excitement, "you're late." "Weasley, can't your family afford clock?" "Ridiculous," Ron retorted, irate. "It's not even time yet. It's clearly you who arrived early." Draco paused, momentarily caught off guard. He had instinctively sought an excuse to provoke, not truly paying attention to the time. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Draco continued, "That's irrelevant. The key point is we agreed that each of us would bring only one companion. Why are there 3 of you now? Ah, so this is the way of Gryffindor. Unprincipled. 3 against 2. The brave lion. Ha, how amusing." Draco's words thoroughly incited Harry and Ron's ire. Harry clenched his fists and shouted, "Hermione is not my assistant. She chose to accompany us of her own volition, which is none of your concern." Draco completely disregarded Harry's explanation, laughing heartily as he remarked, "Hermione? Oh, you mean Miss Rabbit? You actually found a girl to join you? Hilarious." Before Draco could finish his sentence, Hermione stepped forward, her teeth clenched, and exclaimed, "Do not call me Miss Rabbit." As she spoke, her eyes glimmered with a green light in the darkness, her thick, unruly brown hair frizzing with rage, creating a rather intimidating appearance in the dead of night. Draco was taken aback, retreating behind John. It was then that Harry and Ron noticed that the person standing beside Draco was neither Goyle nor Crabbe, but John. "John, what are you doing here?" Harry and Ron each questioned, incredulous. "Shouldn't you be on our side?" John, with a resigned gesture, replied, "I have no choice, Harry. Tonight, I am to be Draco's assistant." Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron fell silent. They wished to persuade John against aiding Draco, but were at a loss for how to do so. After all, John was also a Slytherin. It was only natural for him to assist his fellow housemate, Draco. Meanwhile, Draco realized he had a strong ally. He stepped out from behind John, tilting his head back with pride as he declared, "Potter, with Shafiq and I united, we will utterly dominate you. You should kneel and surrender while you still can." Harry retorted indignantly, It seems you've squandered a grand opportunity. What a pity. Draco shook his head, his expression one of arrogance, as he drew his wand. Then let me end your wretched lives. Chapter 27. The Midnight Duel. Listening to Draco's melodramatic proclamation, John felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The others present, however, remained unfazed, as Harry and Draco solemnly completed the formalities of their duel. Draco raised his wand first. Fiery blaze. With a bang, a burst of white light shot forth like fireworks. Harry was startled and instinctively attempted to retaliate with the spell. However, whether due to his unclear incantation or a flaw in his wand movement, no magical effect materialized. In a moment of haste, Harry rolled to evade Draco's attack. Seeing this, Draco gritted his teeth, eager to continue his assault. Yet, at that moment, Harry had discarded his wand and charged at Draco. It was now Draco who found himself at a loss. The cramped space of the trophy room left him no room to escape, and he had no time to slowly recite a spell. In the midst of Draco's terrified gaze, Harry unleashed a fierce shout as he charged forward. Delivering a powerful kick, struck in a vulnerable area, Draco clamped his legs together, his expression contorted in agony, about to let out a scream. Quick as a flash, John stepped in to cover Draco's mouth. Muffled cries escaped Draco, who, having lost the will to fight, lay in John's embrace, his face flushed like a boiled lobster. Convulsing in desperate struggle, their duel had lasted a mere 17 seconds, culminating in Harry Potter, the master of close combat, ending it with a decisive blow. John shook his head in resignation, fully aware that this would be the outcome. Despite Draco's lineage from the Malfoy family, his youth rendered him incapable of mastering formidable spells or combat techniques. As for Harry, having just enrolled for less than a month, it was likely that under pressure he could barely articulate a spell, leaving him with no choice but to resort to physical confrontation. Observing Draco's tear-filled eyes, John retrieved a pouch containing a salve made from leftover white radish and toad skin. "Apply this to your wounds," he said with a hint of disdain. "Though it's primarily for burns, it should provide some cooling and analgesic effect." Trembling, Draco accepted the salve and began to apply it. Following another bout of anguished cries and spasms, he finally began to feel some relief. Noticing this, John rose and turned to Harry and Ron, who were embracing and celebrating on the other side. "Harry, you were too rough," he remarked. Harry's smile faltered, revealing a trace of guilt. He was acutely aware of the severity of his previous kick and its precise target. In contrast, Ron, unperturbed, proudly declared, "That's how wizard duels go. It's a matter of life or death." John, unfazed, chuckled as he drew his wand. "Well then, with Draco defeated, it's my turn as the assistant to step into the fray." A look of struggle crossed Harry's face. "Do we really have to go this far, John? We are not enemies." John remained silent, merely beckoning Harry to attack. Left speechless, Harry hesitated for a considerable time before finally picking up his wand and slowly beginning to cast a spell. Expelliarmus. A burst of light shot forth. At last, he had successfully cast a spell. However, in the face of Harry's attack, John couldn't even muster the energy to dodge, standing still in place. For there was no need to evade. Harry's aim was far less precise than John had anticipated, veering off course at such close range. "Your casting speed is abysmally slow. Even Neville's grandmother could outpace you. The time it takes you to cast a single spell is ample for me to cast 3, John remarked, grinding the marks left on the ground with his foot. "And your aim leaves much to be desired, Harry. Perhaps you should consume more apples. Night blindness can be quite perilous, rendering one blind night." John's sharp tongue, reminiscent of Snape, caused Harry's face to flush. Once more, he discarded his wand and charged at John, intending to repeat his earlier tactic. However, John was no pampered aristocrat like Draco. While he was engaged in battle with the Red Hat, Harry found himself confined within a cupboard. With a fierce shout, Harry lunged forward, aiming a punch at John's arm. John's expression remained unchanged. He countered swiftly, his palm clasping Harry's fist with an iron grip. The two entered a state of grappling, and Harry felt as if his hand were ensnared by a vice, utterly immobile. As John's magic surged, the force in his hand intensified, ultimately compelling Harry to kneel in submission. A cry of anguish escaped Harry's lips, unable to withstand the pain. Ron, unable to restrain himself any longer, disregarded the rules of the duel and charged at John. Meanwhile, Hermione, unlike the reckless Ron, took a more strategic approach, hiding in a corner to incant a spell. Noticing this, John furrowed his brow, kicked Harry aside, and drew his wand with a swift flourish. All petrified, released the force. Boom! 2 beams of light, one white, one gray, shot forth. The white light struck Ron directly, rendering his body rigid. He fell face first to the ground, propelled by inertia. The gray beam, meanwhile, hit Hermione's wrist as she attempted to control her wand, sending it flying from her grasp with a startled gasp. John had indeed not lied. Harry and his companions' spell-casting speed was woefully inadequate. Although Hermione was slightly quicker than Harry, it was still insufficient to prevent John from casting 2 spells in quick succession. "How is this possible?" Hermione exclaimed, clutching her wrist in disbelief. "You're only a first year. How can you use a disarming spell?" John couldn't help but sneer. "Are you illiterate? Can't comprehend English? I clearly cast Release the Force, and yet you claim it was a disarming spell?" Flushed with embarrassment from his retort, Hermione longed to argue that it was John's peculiar Jersey accent that had caused her misunderstanding. However, John had no time to entertain her. From the midst of his distraction with Ron and Hermione, Harry had risen once more. Witnessing the defeat of his friends, Harry was consumed with fury, resolved to hold nothing back as he aimed to kick at John's vulnerable spot. A glint of cold determination flashed in John's eyes as he retaliated, landing a punch squarely on Harry's calf. Harry cried out in agony, collapsing and rolling on the ground, clutching his leg in torment. John had also not held back. Had Harry's kick landed, he would have found himself in a predicament similar to Draco's. With a deep breath, John pointed his wand at Harry. Alarmed, Harry stammered, wait, I surrender." Yet before he could finish his plea, as John raised his wand slightly, an immense force seized Harry's legs, lifting him upside down. "I apologize, Harry," John lamented, closing his eyes in reluctance. "I too am a captive of circumstance." With that, John raised his wand once more, and the chamber echoed with Harry's mortified and furious cries. Chapter 28. "You handle the chaos, I will rain down destruction." "The silencing charm?" Hermione murmured in a daze. The scene that had just unfolded before her had shattered her understanding completely. The ability to cast a silent spell was a sophisticated skill reserved for only a select few advanced wizards. Yet here, it was being executed by John, a mere first-year student. Hermione instinctively yearned to inquire how John had accomplished this feat, but the next moment, her peripheral vision caught a glimmer of white. Hermione's eyes widened in shock, and as she comprehended what she was witnessing, a shriek escaped her lips. Hermione hastily covered her eyes, although not entirely. Through the gaps between her fingers, she continued to steal glances at Harry, unable to suppress her thoughts. "So, Harry is this pale?" At that moment, Harry also became aware of the commotion on Hermione's side, which filled him with a mix of embarrassment and anger. He struggled to pull up his trousers but found them just out of reach. Attempting to shield his modesty, his small hands flailed helplessly in the air, letting out an impotent roar. Meanwhile, John, sensing the moment was ripe, flicked his wand once more. The golden bell fell to the ground. Thud! Harry crashed to the floor. He immediately straightened his clothes, disregarding Hermione and Ron, and, choking back his emotions, dashed out of the trophy room. Realizing what had happened, Hermione gritted her teeth, shot John a glare, and then released Ron from his petrification spell before chasing after Harry. John's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he observed their retreating figures. It appeared they were headed in the wrong direction, not towards Gryffindor Tower, but rather toward the forbidden area mentioned by Dumbledore on the right side of the corridor. Initially, John contemplated chasing after them to warn them, but recalling the words of the female prefect from the earlier feast, he decided against it. Whatever, they won't die anyway, he thought to himself. At that moment, Draco finally managed to rise from the ground, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he seized John's sleeve. "You are incredible, truly remarkable." "John," Draco exclaimed, "I always said that together we would wreak havoc." John, somewhat speechless, replied, "Ah, yes indeed, havoc it is. You handle the chaos, and I shall deliver the destruction, correct?" Draco, oblivious to the innuendo in John's words, continued to laugh heartily. "Did you see Potter's expression? Absolutely hilarious. I never imagined he would be so pale." John chose to ignore Draco and exited the trophy room. However, Draco was not willing to let him go so easily. By heaven's grace, when Harry had knocked him out, he had nearly despaired. Little did he know that John had turned the tide, even causing Harry to make a fool of himself. Draco was unaware of the deal John had struck with Snape. He simply felt that John was avenging him. "John Shafiq is a truly good person," Draco shouted internally, following John with a pronounced limp, showering him with incessant praise. Goyle and Crabbe had long succumbed to slumber, their rhythmic snores filling the air with an almost jovial melody. Observing this, Draco instinctively lowered his voice and gestured animatedly, inquiring, "By the way, John, what was that spell you used to suspend that pesky Potter? Might you impart it to me?" Having donned his pajamas and settled in a bed, John waved his hand dismissively. replying, "Regrettably, I cannot." Upon hearing this, Draco's eyes glimmered with determination as he stepped closer, grasping John's arm earnestly. "I implore you, John, please teach me. You promised, didn't you? As long as I beseech you, you would impart your knowledge. Of course, I'm aware of the rules. Once my mother sends my allowance next week, I shall promptly pay you." Draco's humble entreaty flowed forth with practiced ease. Following their recent midnight duel, his perception of John had undergone a profound transformation. Despite John's occasionally irritable demeanor and penchant for bullying him, his prowess was indisputable. Most importantly, John was willing to assist him in dealing with Potter. This was nothing short of a cherished bond, a fraternal connection for Draco Malfoy. At the mention of gold, John's interest peaked. After all, it was a substantial sum of 20 galleons. However, after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. The Levi Corpus spell had been taught to him by Snape. While it was not an advanced piece of magic, Snape was notoriously meticulous. Should he divulge a spell bestowed by Snape to Draco, who could fathom the repercussions? John preferred to exercise caution. After all, the majority of his long-term income was reliant on Snape, rendering Draco's galleons insignificant in comparison. Naturally, slumber was not on John's agenda just yet. He had a crucial task at hand, crafting a song in the style of John's previous verses. Meanwhile, John, indifferent to all else, uncorked a bottle of dreamless sleep potion and consumed it in one swift motion. As the magical essence surged into his secondary reservoir of magic, he felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. With a mix of trepidation, he closed his eyes. The nightmares that loomed over him were no ordinary terrors. Lavender essential oil, pre-sleep exercises, and even the occasional self-induced fainting spell had been his attempts at tranquility. Thus, he harbored doubts about the efficacy of this so-called dreamless sleep potion. Yet, John's concerns were unwarranted. As it turned out, the quality of the potions crafted by Snape was exceptionally reliable, perhaps even surpassing expectations. When John finally awoke, he found that the afternoon sun had already graced the following day. "You finally awakened, Shafiq. You slept for a good 12 hours. It was peculiar," he mused, how Professor Snape had placed such trust in him, even sending food for John. "Huh. Others claim you are Professor Snape's illegitimate son. I was skeptical at first, but now I find myself inclined to believe it. After all, Professor Snape is not known for his tenderness. Tell me, how might you repay me? Perhaps by revealing that spell?" Draco continued to ramble on, his eyes shadowed and clearly deprived of sleep, yet he remained exuberantly animated. Indeed, the thrill of vanquishing the so-called Chosen One was intoxicating. However, John scarcely grasped the words spilling from Draco's lips. At that moment, he squinted, relishing the lingering drowsiness that followed his refreshing slumber. Last night had granted him the most delightful sleep he had experienced in a fortnight. For the first time, he had evaded his nightmares. This extraordinary experience compelled him to resolve that his inaugural potion would be one for dreamless sleep. The potency of such a concoction was undeniable, and although the complexity of its creation surpassed that of ordinary low-level potions, John was determined to succeed. Of course, he would first need George and Fred to procure some materials from outside. With this thought, John suddenly sprang up, startling Draco, and began composing a letter to the Weasley twins. Chapter 29. John surely has his reasons within the Gryffindor Tower. Harry kicked open the dormitory door and, shrouding himself with his blanket, succumbed to tears. Today had been the most arduous day since his arrival at Hogwarts. He had endured an entire morning of Draco's relentless taunts, which were only exacerbated by Snape's sardonic commentary, filling the potions classroom with mocking laughter that left Harry feeling utterly despondent. The afternoon offered no respite. Draco's song had spread like wildfire, and wherever Harry went, he was met with the echo of derisive melodies. His frustration toward John had reached a boiling point. Had it not been for John's involvement the previous night, he would not have found himself in such a dismal predicament. Ron's words rang true. Slytherins were indeed born troublemakers, and John was no exception. He had been deceived by him before. Harry seethed internally. Ron and Hermione entered the dormitory, their expressions also bearing the weight of distress, though they fared slightly better than Harry. After all, Draco's attention had been solely fixated on Harry, so the songs crafted were aimed exclusively at him, sparing Ron and Hermione from the brunt of the ridicule. Faced with Harry's emotional collapse, the two exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to offer comfort. Just then, the dormitory door swung open. "Hermione, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Michelle entered, rubbing her stomach, quickly noticing the somber atmosphere. "Why is everyone so unhappy? Has someone been bullying you?" Ron felt an urge to retort, but restrained himself after careful consideration. Over the past fortnight, Michelle had not merely focused on her meals. Just as John had risen to prominence among the Slytherins, Michelle, with her charming demeanor and helpful nature, had thrived within Gryffindor, earning her the reputation of being universally adored. Many senior girls have taken to spending their days idly, enamored with Michelle, adorning her, offering her treats, and selecting exquisite little dresses. They have entirely transformed Michelle into a living doll. Most notably, Michelle possesses remarkable strength, rendering Ron quite wary of provoking her. Hermione sighed and explained, "Yesterday, Harry and Ron sought to duel with Malfoy, but they ended up losing." With a look of disappointment, Hermione lamented, "I called out to you for nearly 10 minutes, yet you slept like a log and remained utterly unresponsive. Is that so? Haha, you can't blame me for that. Can you?" Michelle scratched her head and added, "Besides, didn't I teach you a powerful technique? With that move, Malfoy should have been no match for you." This was indeed the secret technique Michelle had imparted. It was undeniably dirty, but also undeniably effective. Suddenly, Harry flung aside the blanket covering him, glaring with bloodshot eyes, and exclaimed, "I used it. Of course I did. I knocked Malfoy down with one kick. But then what happened? Your brother John stepped in, apologizing with words while showing no mercy, swiftly knocking us all down. And he insulted me, viciously, humiliated me." Hermione and Ron were taken aback by Harry's furious demeanor. Yet Harry, still unsatisfied, stormed up to Michelle and continued to yell, "John Shafiq is a traitor, a born villain. I once trusted him so much. But little did I know." Harry's outburst abruptly ceased as Michelle seized his collar and lifted him off the ground. "You shall not speak ill of John," she declared, enunciating each word with gravity. In that moment, she was devoid of her usual cheerfulness and kindness, her small face filled with fury, and a faint blue glow gathering in her eyes. Under her imposing presence, Harry could only stiffly nod in compliance. "I believe John had his reasons for acting as he did. What reasons could he possibly have?" Despite his lingering fear, Harry stubbornly retorted, "Harry, think back to our first meeting at the Leaky Cauldron. What impression did you have of John then?" Upon hearing Michelle's words, Harry's face flushed. He had perceived John as charming, graceful, and cultured, a quintessential young man who inspired an irresistible desire to befriend him. Of course, such sentiments were not ones he could express now. Thus, he continued to obstinately argue. That was all a facade. It was fake. Very well. Let us revisit the incident on the Hogwarts Express. Was it not John who intervened to help you fend off Malfoy? At this, Harry's distorted expression gradually softened. If that were the case, why had John felt the need to humiliate him the previous night? What advantage could John gain from such an act? Clearly, Malfoy stood to benefit the most. Surely, it was Malfoy who had coerced John into such behavior. That entire family was filled with malice. Such deeds were certainly within their capacity. Ron voiced the sentiments of Harry's heart. Harry nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, it must be so. Poor John. He is so unfortunate. He must be bullied by Malfoy every single day in Slytherin. To assist us, he might even be ostracized by all of Slytherin." Having said this, Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, both envisioning John's tragic plight in Slytherin, nearly moved to tears. This left Hermione somewhat perplexed. Unlike Harry and Ron, she had never seen eye to eye with John, largely due to his repeated antagonism towards her. She felt an urge to counter Harry and Ron's perspective, but found herself at a loss for words. After all, she too believed that John had no valid reason to humiliate Harry. As Hermione pondered this, the door to the dormitory swung open once more. George and Fred entered, carrying a cloth bag. "Hey, we heard you all the way from afar. What is going on?" they inquired. Silence enveloped the room, as the situation was too embarrassing for Harry and the others to discuss. Meanwhile, Michelle's eyes were fixed intently on the bag in the Weasley twins' possession. Noticing her gaze, George quickly concealed the bag behind him, saying, Oh, you can't eat this. Little Michelle, this is for old Mr. Shafiq." "Mr. Shafiq? Are you referring to John?" Michelle tilted her head in inquiry. "Who else could it be?" Fred replied. "Listen, Michelle, this is merchandise meant for your brother. We really can't give it to you." George added, "How about this, Michelle? Since your brother is a millionaire now, why not ask him for some pocket money to buy it yourself?" Michelle remained silent, her adorable, pleading eyes still fixed on George and Fred. Just 3 seconds later, George could no longer withstand her gaze. All right. I admit you are quite charming, almost rivaling my little sister." With a fond smile, George stuffed a bag of sweets into Michelle's arms, explaining that these were new, expensive candies from Honeydukes, and advised her to savor them and not share with others, especially not with Ron. "Hey," Ron protested, "I am your brother." George turned to him, his expression shifting instantly. "So what? Who told you to be both foolish and unattractive?" This left Ron infuriated, grumbling to Harry about his two unfortunate brothers. It wasn't until Michelle began distributing the sweets to him and Harry that smiles finally graced their faces. Meanwhile, Hermione was lost in thought. She had learned from Michelle about John's circumstances and knew that the siblings were orphans with a difficult upbringing. Given this, how could John afford to order goods from George and Fred? It was well known that the Weasley twins were notorious merchants in Gryffindor, adept at taking advantage of others. Hermione felt she had uncovered the crux of the matter. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Harry, is it possible that John Shafiq was bribed by Malfoy with galleons? That is why he helped Malfoy take you down last night." "That's impossible," Harry replied, his words muffled by the candy in his mouth. "John isn't that kind of person." Then explain why George and Fred refer to John Shafiq as Lord Shafiq and the Millionaire. From what I know of them, they would require at least 15 galleons in spending to earn that title, Hermione declared, crossing her arms triumphantly, feeling assured of her victory. However, in the next moment, she heard Michelle mumble, "It's quite normal for John to have 15 galleons. He's been helping Professor Snape with potion ingredients since last week. I heard him say he has to work at least 5 hours in Snape's office every day." "5 hours?" Ron exclaimed, his mouth agape. "Doesn't that leave him no time for fun?" Harry added, "You also overlook one thing, Ron. John's employer is that old bat, Snape. Furthermore, John had previously offended Snape to defend me during potions class." At this, Harry and Ron fell silent for a moment before heaving a heavy sigh. Alas. Poor John. Hey, are you focusing on the wrong issue? I refuse to believe he could earn 15 galleons solely from working. That is too suspicious. Hermione shouted in frustration. But Harry, visibly displeased, retorted, "Hermione, I know your relationship with John isn't great, but you can't slander him just because he said a few things about you, can you?" "Oh, come on, Harry. Girls can be so petty and troublesome. Let's not pay attention to her," Ron began, then suddenly realized, turning to Michelle, "Oh, I'm really sorry. Michelle, I was talking about you. You're definitely our best friend." At this point, Michelle had immersed herself in her delightful feast. She merely waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was unbothered, and continued to savor the sweetness of the candy. Seeing this, Ron sighed with relief and added, "Michelle, let me tell you, after our duel last night, we ventured into the forbidden corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. You'll never guess what we found. There's a 3-headed dog hidden there, Harry, and I believe there must be treasure concealed there. Would you like to join us next time? If we find something, we could strike it rich." "Hey, Ron, don't say any more," Harry urged urgently. Unlike Ron, he possessed more knowledge. On the day Hagrid took him to Diagon Alley, they first visited Gringotts to retrieve a treasure, and now, Harry was almost certain that the item nestled in the brown pouch was currently beneath the 3-headed dog's trapdoor. However, Harry was reluctant to divulge this information to others, as it was Dumbledore's treasure, and he feared someone might attempt to seize it if they found out. Upon hearing Harry's remarks, Ron muttered his discontent, soon engaging in playful banter with Harry. This, however, thoroughly infuriated Hermione. She felt as though the 3 individuals before her were entirely disregarding her presence. "Oomph." Hermione stomped her foot in frustration, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she stormed off. As she walked away, she continued to mutter under her breath about John Shafiq. Meanwhile, in the dungeons outside the Slytherin common room, John seemed to have sensed Hermione's scorn as he involuntarily sneezed. "Master Shafiq, are you coming down with something? Do take care of your health. Our modest business relies on your patronage." George and Fred flanked John, supporting him on either side. "Indeed, Master Shafiq, we have fresh, invigorating potions, guaranteed to cure you with just 1 application. Only 4 sickles. Would you care for a dose?" John rolled his eyes, swiftly withdrawing his arm. What a joke. Such invigorating potions for colds are provided free of charge at the school infirmary. Only a fool would spend 4 sickles on them. Enough talk. Let's complete the transaction swiftly. Seeing there was no bargain to be had, George and Fred finally handed over the cloth pouch to John. Upon inspecting the contents, John found it filled with materials for crafting a dreamless sleep potion, and of the cheapest, unrefined variety at that. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. Meanwhile, George and Fred busily counted the coins John had provided. There was hardly much to tally, as John had given them a mere 15 galleons. Yet, George and Fred fussed over it, using light spells and charms to check, which left John feeling somewhat exasperated. The Weasley brothers were currently his collaborators, tasked with handling some leftover potion ingredients and assisting him in sourcing inexpensive materials from outside. During their partnership, John had come to realize that George and Fred were genuinely good-natured individuals. The last time they offered him a wage of 20 nuts was simply because their venture had just commenced and they only had that much spare change. Furthermore, their work efficiency was commendable. He had only written to place an order that afternoon, and they had delivered it before nightfall. Of course, they had their shortcomings as well, namely their overwhelming greed. After all, they aspired to establish a magical joke shop, and in pursuit of this dream, they were operating with an almost relentless fervor to amass wealth. John felt this keenly. Initially, they had addressed him as Shafiq, but upon discovering he was a means to their financial gain, they began to refer to him as Dear Mr. Shafiq. Now that John had become their major client, their address had evolved to Master Shafiq. It felt all too real. The payment is settled. Well then, Master Shafiq, we shall take our leave. George and Fred cheerfully remarked as they made their way toward the exit, with Fred even sticking his tongue out at John, inviting him to return again. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Oh dear, Master Shafiq, how can you personally handle such laborious tasks? Allow me to assist you with your burden. Upon hearing this voice, John couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The speaker was Draco, who, ever since John had carried him through a group endeavor the previous night, had become quite attached to him. As of now, Draco insisted on following John everywhere, like a shadow. John swiftly swatted away Draco's hand, which aimed to snatch the bag, and retorted with irritation, Do not mimic George and Fred's manner of speaking, nor follow me around. Do you understand? Of course, Master Shafiq. No problem at all, Master Shafiq. Draco replied with a mischievous grin. But when do you intend to teach me that spell? If you don't, I shall persistently cling to you. It was the first time John had encountered someone threatening him with such a pretext, and he couldn't help but mutter, You're insane. He then quickened his pace towards the dormitory. Tomorrow marked the weekend, and he intended to concoct the dreamless sleep potion during this holiday. Chapter 31. The Dreamless Sleep Potion. The dreamless sleep potion is documented in the Book of Potions. Its widely accepted recipe includes lavender, wormwood, valerian root, and belladonna. To minimize costs, John had the Weasley brothers procure unrefined materials. Consequently, he only spent 15 galleons for an ample supply of ingredients. After all, aside from the rare components that can only be sourced from the extraordinary realm, the majority of the primary ingredients for the dreamless sleep potion are commonplace plants, which are remarkably inexpensive before any wizardly processing. However, this also resulted in an increased workload for John. It wasn't until the following afternoon that he barely managed to finish preparing all the materials, set up the cauldron, and ready himself for the actual brewing. Flames roared to life as John lightly tapped his wand, conjuring a burst of orange-red magical fire beneath the cauldron. This spectacle made Goyle and Crabbe somewhat apprehensive. They cautiously approached, tentatively suggesting, John, brewing potions in the dormitory isn't advisable, is it? Open flames are prohibited here. At these words, John paused for a moment, then silently regarded Goyle and Crabbe. Goyle gritted his teeth, eager to continue speaking. However, before he could utter another word, Draco, who had been squatting nearby, delivered a sharp slap to his forehead. Be quiet. Master Shafiq can do as he pleases, even if he wishes to set this dormitory ablaze. We must comply and facilitate the fire, understood? Listening to Draco's shrill voice, Goyle and Crabbe nodded in compliance, albeit with a sense of grievance. Their intellect was rather lacking, as their daily routine comprised little more than eating and sleeping, and they were exceedingly slow-witted, even failing to notice Draco's shift in attitude toward John. At times, John even wondered if there was a history of inbreeding in their family, as it was difficult to comprehend how they could be so dim-witted. As the flames continued to lick at the bottom of the cauldron, the clear water within began to emit steam. John extended his hand to gauge the temperature of the liquid, then proceeded to add the sliced valerian root. Suddenly, a fierce stench emanated from the cauldron, startling Draco, who instinctively recoiled. Meanwhile, Goyle and Crabbe wore expressions of despair, convinced that their dormitory was beyond redemption. Such is the nature of valerian root. It possesses sedative properties and aids sleep, yet it is accompanied by an unbearable odor. Fortunately, John had already enchanted the dormitory with a ventilation system, and once it was fully operational, the foul smell diminished to a tolerable level. Seizing the moment, John added an infusion of mugwort, lavender petals, and various other ingredients, stirring the concoction continuously in a clockwise manner for 3 circles, and then counterclockwise for 2. This was no simple task. The Slytherin dormitory was already warm due to the ample heat supply, and the boiling liquid in the cauldron made it unbearably hot. Goyle and Crabbe had retreated early, as they were particularly averse to heat. In stark contrast, the pampered Draco approached, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, mirroring John's. However, Draco's eyes were wide with fascination, reflecting the flickering flames of magic. It was evident that he was genuinely interested in potion making. John mused that had he not been the one brewing today, Draco might have snatched the stirring rod for himself. After nearly half an hour of relentless stirring, the liquid in the cauldron transformed into a grassy green hue with a slight viscosity. Sighing in relief, John wiped his brow and extinguished the magical flames. Once the potion cooled, he began to add finely ground toad bone powder, employing a tool to clarify and filter the mixture. After several iterations, the potion's viscosity vanished, and its color returned to a crystal-clear state. "Is this about right?" Draco inquired, his excitement palpable. "Silence. Step back," John admonished. "The current potion is corrosive. Be careful not to splash it." Draco pouted at the reprimand, but obediently retreated a few steps. Only then did John don his dragonhide gloves and, taking a bottle of belladonna juice and lavender essential oil, began to add them drop by drop into the potion. This was the most critical step in the crafting of the dreamless sleep potion. Originally, only belladonna juice was required, but John discovered that the resulting mixture still retained the unpleasant odor of valerian root. Thus, he added lavender oil, which also possessed tranquilizing properties yet carried a delightful fragrance. It proved to be a wise decision. As with the addition of the two purple liquids, the potion in the cauldron swiftly transformed into the deep purple hue described in the texts, while the noxious odor in the dormitory was rapidly replaced by the soothing scent of lavender. John poured in the last of the two liquids, then took a silver spoon and scooped a portion of the potion to taste. "Is it ready? Is it ready?" Draco asked impatiently. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he observed John's brow furrowed deeply, his entire face contorting in dismay. Draco's expression shifted dramatically. "No way. Could have failed. That's impossible. Indeed, the potion is quite successful, its effects rivaling those of Professor Snape's concoction, although it is exceedingly bitter." John furrowed his brow, remarking that it was even more bitter than the original dreamless sleep potion, akin to the taste of herbal medicine. Upon hearing this, Draco exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "Truly, you are remarkable, Shafiq." John, disregarding Draco, began adding some rock candy and honey to the cauldron. With the addition of these two ingredients, the potion's aroma transformed into a delightful sweetness. However, due to the dilution, its sleep-inducing properties were somewhat diminished. Of course, John was unconcerned about this slight reduction. He valued the fragrance and flavor, the true user experience, far more than the diminished effects. He had long been displeased with those traditional potions. Why endure such bitterness when it could be avoided? Nodding in satisfaction, John commenced bottling the potion. During this process, Draco joined in, and the two worked with remarkable efficiency, swiftly organizing everything. Ultimately, 20 bottles of dreamless sleep potion were neatly arranged before John. In his mind, John calculated that his costs amounted to around 15 galleons. If all the materials had been processed, the cost would have reached 20 galleons. Producing 20 bottles of the potion at a retail price of 5 galleons, each equated to a profit margin of 5 times. It is worth noting that the dreamless sleep potion is not particularly popular, and its brewing difficulty is relatively low. Many wizards who are not potion masters can brew it themselves, even with the inherent risk of failure that could render initial investments futile. This fundamental potion should not command a high price. Yet, despite this, the profit margin remains astonishing. John mused inwardly, contemplating the prospect of earning money through the production of the dreamless sleep potion. However, he was also aware that as a basic potion for treating insomnia and other mental ailments, it would be challenging to sell to the average person. Nevertheless, he dismissed these concerns. With these thoughts, John gathered all the potions. Hey, can you spare me a bottle of that potion?" Draco asked, somewhat anxiously. After all, this was the first batch we had painstakingly brewed together without the guidance of a professor. "I wish to keep a bottle as a memento." "What do you mean by we? What connection does this potion have to you?" John retorted. "Your statement is rather inaccurate. Did I not assist you in bottling it at the end? Moreover, throughout the brewing process, I was silently supporting you mentally." "Oh, is that a valid argument?" John replied incredulously, as he had not anticipated Draco's audacity to this degree. However, after careful consideration, John ultimately tossed a bottle of potion to Draco. After all, the 15 galleons spent on materials had originated from the 20 galleons Draco provided. If one were to argue that Draco had contributed to the potion, it could indeed be justified. Draco, ecstatic at having acquired the potion, carefully concealed the vial within a box beneath his bed. Shortly thereafter, he noticed John exiting the dormitory, toolbox in hand. "John, where are you headed?" he inquired. "To work," John replied, waving the silver snake coin. "Professor Snape's enthusiasm is calling me." "Ah yes, off to see Professor Snape." A knowing smile flickered across Draco's face. It was time to showcase their achievement. Perhaps he would even grant us extra points. However, John was far too principled for such shamelessness. Chapter 32. Is such fortune truly possible? John had no intention of revealing to Snape that he had concocted the dreamless sleep potion. There was little purpose in doing so, as he held no genuine interest in grades. Moreover, he doubted that Snape would reward them for such a feat, having spent considerable time at Hogwarts. John had gained a nuanced understanding of Snape. The potion's master was not only sharp-tongued, but also rather petty. While he was protective of his own, he was not generous towards his students. When one of his own erred, his reprimands were often more severe and his words more biting. John had first-hand experience with this, having worked under Snape and made mistakes more than once. However, upon arriving at the office, John sensed something was amiss with Snape. Typically, Snape's expression was perpetually dark, as though someone had owed him a significant sum of galleons. Yet today, a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips. Upon John's entrance, he even offered a nod of acknowledgement. This peculiar behavior left John feeling uneasy. He set down the toolbox and immediately immersed himself in work, adopting an even more diligent demeanor than usual, fearful of attracting Snape's ire. Meanwhile, Snape continued to observe John with an unexpectedly congenial gaze. Unbeknownst to John, Snape had discreetly followed them during the midnight duel and had witnessed Harry's humiliation firsthand. When Draco later approached him to request John's absence, Snape had readily acquiesced, showing no signs of anger. At that moment, he regarded John with increasing fondness, for John had, in a sense, avenged him against Potter. However, Snape's smile soon faded as he detected an unusual scent emanating from John. Wormwood, belladonna, and lavender. Have you brewed the dreamless sleep potion? Snape inquired, his brow furrowed. Are you not aware that the concoction process is corrosive? You brewed such a dangerous potion without notification? John hadn't anticipated Snape's keen sense of smell. Considering the potential repercussions of deceit, he opted for honesty. You're correct. I was reckless. Snape remained silent, scrutinizing John intently. Noticing that John bore no signs of burns, he extended his hand. What is it you require? John expressed his confusion, prompting Snape to glare at him and demand, what of the potion you brewed? You are my student. Do not tell me you failed at such a simple concoction. With a slight grimace, John begrudgingly handed over a freshly bottled dreamless sleep potion. Snape, not wishing to engage in further trivialities, swiftly uncorked the bottle, wafting the fragrance to his nose before delicately sampling it with a silver spoon. The aroma was off. The taste was amiss, yet the desired effect was somehow present. What exactly did you add? Snape inquired, his curiosity piqued. At this, John chuckled, feeling a swell of pride in his innovative approach, and proceeded to disclose the methods he employed to alter the potion's scent and flavor. However, Snape's facial muscles twitched in agitation. He recognized that John, much like himself, possessed an extraordinary talent for potion making. Particularly, they shared a willingness to transcend traditional textbooks and embrace innovation. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in John's alterations, which appear to be aimed solely at enhancing the potion's sensory appeal rather than its efficacy or efficiency. Watching John bask in his self-satisfaction, Snape felt his frustration mount. Foolish. Utterly foolish. He bellowed. I truly wonder if you have been possessed by a troll. No, no. To suggest you are akin to a troll is a grave insult. Even a troll would not waste its intellect on trivialities of scent and flavor. You are squandering your talents. I do not perceive this as foolishness. John retorted. As a chef, no. As a potion master, we cannot solely focus on efficacy and efficiency. We must also strive to enhance the potion's flavor. This is what a new generation of potion masters ought to pursue. Snape felt as though he might burst with exasperation. The noble art of potion making he cherished had been sullied by John's association with mere cooking. It was a desecration of his beliefs. No, he could not permit another version of himself to veer down such a misguided path. With a sudden surge of purpose, he turned to John with a grave expression. Your thinking is fundamentally flawed. I must rectify it. Upon hearing this, John immediately prepared to counter, but Snape interjected, thus, from this day forward, you shall not only handle materials, but also assist me in potion making. I hope that through this process, you'll truly grasp the allure of potion making, rather than conflating it with the lowly art of cooking. Taken aback, John paused. Snape's request for him to assist in potion making was tantamount to a hands-on instruction in the craft. Had he not just clashed with Snape? Why was Snape, instead of reacting with indignation, now offering to teach him? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss about Snape today, prompting him to inquire, Professor Snape, this course of action does not seem characteristic of you. Have you been possessed by a troll? Severus Snape let out a furious roar, his hand poised to draw his wand. Yet, in the end, he restrained himself. Just wait and see, John Shafiq. Soon, you will come to regret this. Snape hissed through clenched teeth. Many of the potions I brew are laced with poison, and should you err and cause a potion to fail, I shall pour every last drop down your throat. You will experience the exquisite agony of a life worse than death. With that, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Snape's mouth. He reveled in his own cruelty. However, John's eyes sparkled with sudden brilliance upon hearing this. He couldn't help but murmur, is there truly such a fortunate opportunity in this world? You see, consuming potions is akin to absorbing magical energy, and the efficiency is exponentially greater than in normal circumstances. Thus, Snape's intention to torment him by forcing him to drink failed potions would essentially aid John in enhancing his magical prowess. After all, even failed potions contain some semblance of magical essence. Moreover, Snape could never genuinely poison him. In mere seconds, John even devised a way to cycle through this process. Just think of the rapidity with which he could elevate his magical aptitude through such repetition. The thought was almost beyond his wildest imagination. Now, John fervently hoped Snape would remain steadfast, unwavering in his convictions. Chapter 33, I shall repay you in the future. As it turned out, Snape ultimately lacked the courage to continuously force John to ingest toxic potions. After all, he was under the watchful eye of Albus Dumbledore, a formidable presence. If Dumbledore were to discover that Snape was harming Hogwarts students in such a manner, he would undoubtedly flay Snape alive. Consequently, after John had endured a week of this cyclical torment, Snape finally relented. He altered the punishment for John's failed potions to a deduction from his wages. This blow struck at John's very core, leaving him seething with indignation. Understandably, John had anticipated that it would take at least a month of persistent effort before Snape would relent, yet he was taken aback by Snape's capitulation after just 1 week. If he couldn't earn, then he was, in essence, incurring a loss. Reluctantly, John had no choice but to obediently follow Snape's teachings in potion making. He simply could not tolerate the constant wage deductions. Naturally, a furious John was not about to let Snape off the hook so easily. Having gained ample insight into Snape's temperament, John began to test the limits of Snape's patience, launching a relentless barrage of insults. He incessantly remarked on Snape's excessively greasy hair, suggesting he ought to use the potent shampoo invented by the Potter family, or belittled Snape's foul temper, implying he would likely find it exceedingly difficult to ever secure a spouse. The variety of nonsensical jabs was virtually endless. In this regard, John inflicted considerable damage upon Snape. After all, John not only mastered Snape's techniques for handling potion ingredients and brewing, but also learned the art of his sardonic wit. Snape, caught off guard by John's clever use of his own tactics against him, began to retaliate in kind. The two individuals engaged in a verbal sparring match not only within the confines of the office, but also in the Slytherin common room, and even during potions class, exchanging cryptic remarks that showcased the true artistry of language to both Slytherins and Gryffindors. Witnessing this, Harry was moved to tears, believing that John was once again coming to his defense. However, amidst the bickering and insults, John's commitment to his studies remained unwavering. Consequently, his proficiency in potion-making began to ascend rapidly. Within just over a month, John had mastered all the potions required of first-year wizard, integrating many of Snape's unique techniques, which set him apart from his traditionally trained peers. Subsequently, Snape commenced instructing John on the second-year potion curriculum. John found himself immersed in this lively learning environment, even losing track of time, particularly when surrounded by the older female students. Whether clad in tight-fitting cat suits or resembling blood-drenched nurses, they were indeed a delightful sight. John unabashedly stood in the corridor, reveling in the view. "John, look what I brought for you." Suddenly, Michelle's sweaty visage entered his line of sight. "Oh dear, why are you all sweaty again? I told you not to run around like a boy all day. You're a girl, after all. What will you do if you can't find a husband in the future?" As he lectured her, John produced a tissue to wipe her face. Michelle, sporting a goofy grin, patiently awaited his assistance, then presented him with a large bowl of pumpkin stew. "This is the very first bowl of pumpkin stew we've made this year. I just fetched it from the kitchen," Michelle proclaimed proudly. "Only I could get it. The house elves wouldn't give it to anyone else." John was momentarily at a loss for words. It could only be said that Michelle was indeed unique. While many Gryffindors had an appetite for food, only Michelle would go to such lengths to befriend the kitchen. John took a spoonful of the pumpkin stew and found it quite delectable, perfectly suited to his palate. "Well then, the rest is yours to enjoy." Michelle, already impatient, bypassed the spoon and performed an impressive display of rapid consumption directly from the bowl, licking her lips afterward in satisfaction. Observing her antics, John couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment's thought, He retrieved 10 galleons from his pouch and placed them in Michelle's hands. This is your pocket money. Your brother is doing well now. If there is anything you wish to buy, just ask. Feeling the weight of the coins, Michelle's eyes sparkled, and she quickly tucked the money away, then replied earnestly, John, you are truly kind to me. Rest assured, I will repay you in the future. At her words, John's smile abruptly faltered, for he remembered that the last person Michelle had vowed to repay was Professor McGonagall. Shortly after Michelle uttered those words, she purchased a set of premium magical cat toys from McGonagall, along with a collar equipped with an automatic warning feature, leaving Professor McGonagall utterly speechless. Reflecting on the expression that adorned McGonagall's face upon receiving the gift, John couldn't help but shudder, hastily waving his hands. Enough, enough. My kindness towards you is not intended for recompense. Please do not feel obligated to repay me. How could that be? Michelle retorted. I, Michelle, am a person who values gratitude. Be quiet. If you dare to repay me, I shall confiscate all your pocket money. Upon John's proclamation, Michelle ceased her insistence on repayment. However, although she remained silent on the matter, she had already resolved to prepare a grand surprise for John as a token of her appreciation. With this determination, Michelle seemed to recall something and tugged at John's sleeve, saying, By the way, John, could you assist Hermione? She's been suffering greatly. Huh? Is Gryffindor involved in this too? John replied, somewhat astonished. He had presumed such matters were exclusive to Slytherin. Who would dare to bully her? Michelle pouted. There are indeed many. Most Gryffindors are not fond of Hermione. Even the other two girls in my dormitory refuse to associate with her and speak ill of her behind her back. You're the only one who can help her now, Shafiq. Chapter 34. Halloween. In summary, Hermione's personality is currently quite unappealing. She is assertive and adheres strictly to rules, often presenting herself as a disciplinarian or manager. This resembles the ESTJ personality type, the executive. Yet, she lacks the accompanying authority and competence, and her social skills are lacking. She seldom considers the feelings of others, frequently causing those around her to feel awkward and uncomfortable, easily stifling conversations and creating an atmosphere of tension. Alarmingly, she remains oblivious to her impact on others, often feeling deeply wronged when faced with criticism. This is perceived by others as the height of shamelessness. I merely reciprocated what you did to me, so why are you crying? Given these circumstances, Hermione inevitably faces ostracism. In Gryffindor, aside from Harry and Michelle, hardly anyone is willing to associate with her. If life were to continue in such a manner, it might be bearable. After all, Hermione has likely grown accustomed to this exclusion. However, this has led to a series of cascading effects. After all, Harry is widely recognized as the savior. Although he has not displayed extraordinary traits since entering Hogwarts, many still respect and admire him. His attitude towards Hermione can significantly influence others. When he was on good terms with her, even those who disapproved of Hermione would grant her some leeway for Harry's sake. But now, with Harry and Hermione at odds, the hostility surrounding Hermione has dramatically intensified. Hermione found herself alone at Hogwarts, often unable to find someone to confide in, and over time, it was only natural for her to withdraw into herself. After grasping the situation, John let out a soft sigh. Well, Hermione is indeed quite pitiable. Yet, I still fail to comprehend how this relates to me. Why is it said that only I can save her? Because you are the best friend of Harry and Ron. They hold you in high esteem and are constantly pondering how to express their gratitude towards you. Michelle remarked with certainty. If you were to mediate, Harry and Ron would undoubtedly heed your words and reconcile with Hermione. John was somewhat at a loss for words. Michelle had previously mentioned Harry and Ron's attitude towards him, which he truly found perplexing. One could only say that Harry and his companions possessed an imagination bordering on the bizarre. Nevertheless, John had no intention of assisting Hermione in mending her relationships, as Michelle suggested. After all, he harbored little affection for her, and her current demeanor was far from endearing. He had mockingly critiqued her on several occasions. Had it been a more mature Hermione, who learned to consider others, John might have been inclined to extend an olive branch. As for the present version of her, well, he thought it best to refrain from such efforts. Why should he press his warm visage against her coldness? Glancing outside at the darkening sky, John deftly shifted the topic. Michelle appeared ready to respond, but was soon captivated by the increasingly rich scent of pumpkin in the air. That bowl of pumpkin stew had hardly satisfied her hunger. The two continued along the corridor, eventually arriving at the Great Hall. The scene within had transformed dramatically. Thousands of bats flitted near the walls and ceiling, while clouds conjured by Professor Flitwick floated nearby, collaborating with the Hogwarts ghost to stir a chill wind throughout the hall. As this gathering was not a formal event like the start of term or end-of-year feasts, The professors exercised minimal control over the students. The evening was organized as a buffet, perfectly described as come and go, eat and play. Even Dumbledore had arranged for a magically animated band to perform, providing music for the festivities. In this lively atmosphere, many students thoroughly indulged in the revelry. George and Fred, donning pumpkin head masks, scuttled between the long tables of the houses, masquerading as ghosts, eliciting bursts of laughter. Harry and Ron were preoccupied with their meals, oblivious to everything around them. Even the Slytherins had relaxed considerably, shedding their stern expressions and engaging in laughter. Among them, Draco was particularly animated. Caught up in the infectious atmosphere, John also felt a surge of excitement. The Slytherins, who once harbored animosity towards Gryffindor, now showed great care for Michelle, John's sister. The female prefect who had previously served him steak at the welcome feast was now fulfilling her traditional role, incessantly offering food to Michelle, her face adorned with a warm, maternal smile. As the banquet progressed, John took Michelle by the hand and danced to the increasingly joyous music, eliciting a stirring response from Professor Snape, whose face flushed with excitement and whose lips involuntarily curled into a broad smile. Suddenly, Professor Quirrell, responsible for teaching defense against the dark arts, burst into the room. Observing this, many attendees furrowed their brows. Throughout Hogwarts, Quirrell was not particularly well liked, not only due to his lackluster teaching methods that consisted solely of dry recitation, but also because he often adorned himself in a manner reminiscent of an Indian, wrapping his head in layers of fabric and emanating a strong, pungent odor of garlic. Under the scrutinizing gazes of both disdain and curiosity, Quirrell tremulously shouted towards Dumbledore. "Their essay troll in the underground classroom. I thought you should know." No sooner had he uttered these words than he collapsed to the floor, fainting. Chapter 35, Confectionery. As Quirrell lay unconscious, the dining hall erupted into chaos. It was only when Dumbledore raised his wand high, causing the tip to emit a series of explosive fireworks, that the crowd managed to subdue their tumult. At this pronouncement, the Slytherins were the first to respond. Several prefects, both male and female, sprang into action, gravely leading a throng of Slytherins to evacuate. It is important to note that trolls are a subspecies of giants. They possess low intelligence, yet boast immense size and terrifying strength, often acting with violent ferocity. Most crucially, their skin, akin to that of giants, exhibits magical resistance, making it exceedingly difficult for even adult wizards to inflict harm upon them, let alone young witches and wizards. Should a troll breach the gathering of students, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. In the midst of this, the female prefect's face flickered with anticipation, for she genuinely cherished Michelle, given her endearing nature. However, the usually carefree Michelle, with an unusually serious demeanor, declared, "I'm sorry, prefect, but I just realized that Hermione has yet to attend the banquet, and she is unaware of the troll's presence. I must go rescue her." With that, Michelle unleashed a surprising burst of strength, breaking free from the prefect's grasp and dashing towards the Great Hall's entrance. John, taken aback by her sudden action, quickly regained his composure and pursued her, his face a mask of anger and concern as he shouted, "Michelle, you're going to get yourself killed. Once this is over, I'm confiscating your allowance." As the two of them departed the group, leaving the hall, the prefect stood in bewilderment. With no other options, she turned to the male prefect beside her for assistance. He, already overwhelmed with sweat, raised his hands in resignation, stating, "There's nothing we can do. We must report this to Professor Snape." Meanwhile, Hermione was hidden away in a bathroom stall, weeping. She could not comprehend what she had done wrong. After all, she had strictly adhered to school rules, diligently studying each day, exceeding her homework requirements, and even self-studying knowledge beyond the curriculum. In addition, she frequently assists her classmates, offering tutoring and generously providing support to those facing difficulties. If anyone violates school rules, she is the first to intervene. Yet, inexplicably, she is disliked by everyone. Whispers of disparagement surround her, and she is mockingly referred to as Miss Rabbit, ridiculed for her teeth. However, Hermione pays little heed to such remarks. After all, she does not consider these individuals her friends, and if they wish to speak ill of her, so be it. Recently, though, even her friends, Harry and Ron, have abandoned her. This is all John Shafiq's fault. He has been deceitfully influencing them, and during that fateful midnight duel, he directly targeted Harry. Yet they continue to view John as a misunderstood individual. When she attempted to articulate her perspective, offering a fair assessment, Harry and Ron only grew resentful towards her. Reflecting on the argument in Harry's dormitory, Hermione's sobs intensified. Regrettably, every attempt she made to reach out and befriend them seemed to backfire, often resulting in Ron's scorn. The mounting pressure became unbearable, and she finally reached her breaking point. With a sudden thud, a hard candy wrapped in paper tumbled from Hermione's pocket, a casualty of her tears. Startled, she ceased her crying and hurried to retrieve it, carefully wiping it to ensure it remained uncontaminated before sighing in relief and clutching it tightly in her palm. This candy was a gift from Michelle. The bag of sweets the Weasley brothers had given to Michelle had not been entirely consumed by her, Harry, and Ron. This gesture touched Hermione deeply, as she knew Michelle's fondness for food. Typically, Michelle only shares treats with her closest friends. Admittedly, Michelle has quite a few best friends, but that is no fault of hers. Her kindness is simply innate. Moreover, Michelle is currently the only student at Hogwarts who still chooses to associate with Hermione. On occasions, she even stands up for Hermione, confronting those who bully her. Hermione is acutely aware of this. The more Michelle extends her friendship, the more hesitant Hermione feels about drawing too close. After all, she is the pariah, and she fears that her presence might bring trouble to Michelle. The candy Michelle gave her remains untouched, only brought out in moments of overwhelming stress. Just a glance at that piece of candy fills Hermione with sweetness, for it reassures her that she is not alone. Michelle is still her friend. This moment was no different, as she felt the shape of the candy in her hand. Hermione suddenly felt a surge of comfort. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to head to the Great Hall for dinner. If Michelle did not see her arrive, she would surely worry. However, before she could push open the stall door, a massive shadow loomed over her. An indescribable stench assaulted the senses. Hermione instinctively looked up, only to find a colossal creature, towering at a staggering 12 feet, standing before the door of her cubicle. The creature's bald, coconut-like head immediately revealed its identity to Hermione. A troll. She felt an urge to scream, but fortunately, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Tears streamed down her face, a result of her terror. Yet this time, she dared not wipe them away, fearing that if she let go, a scream would escape her lips. In a moment of fervent prayer, the troll failed to notice Hermione, who was merely a step away, and turned to leave. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, Michelle's voice echoed from afar. "Hermione, where are you? There's a troll in the corridor. Professor Dumbledore has ordered us to evacuate." Hermione's heart sank once more, for she realized that the troll outside had heard the voice and was now searching intently, clearly intent on finding and attacking Michelle. A torrent of thoughts raced through Hermione's mind, and she clenched her teeth, shouting, "Run, Michelle. Don't worry about me. Just escape." After uttering those words, Hermione's face turned pale as she slumped back in her cubicle, understanding that her voice would surely draw the troll back to her. She was doomed. To say she had no regrets would be a lie. At just 11 years old, she was incapable of facing death without fear. Yet, if given another chance, she would undoubtedly make the same choice, for Michelle was her only friend. The thought of death was truly terrifying, Hermione mused despairingly. Suddenly, the door to her cubicle was flung open with a bang. But instead of the grotesque troll, it was Michelle who appeared. "Hermione, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you," she exclaimed with a smile. In that moment, Michelle appeared so tall and divine in Hermione's eyes, as if radiant wings unfurled behind her and a halo shone atop her head. "Oh, Michelle, are you an angel?" Hermione found herself whispering involuntarily. Yet in the next moment, a deafening roar erupted nearby. The troll, wielding a crude wooden club, swung it menacingly toward Michelle. Michelle remained blissfully unaware of the imminent threat, her sole focus on rescuing Hermione, completely disregarding her own safety. Meanwhile, Hermione's gaze was fixed on Michelle, her eyes nearly sparkling with affection. It was only at the last possible moment that she managed to react. By then, the troll had completed its swing, the massive, rough club descending swiftly. "Watch out!" Hermione screamed in terror, reaching out to push Michelle aside. But it was too late. Just at that critical juncture, another familiar voice rang out from the restroom. "Disarm." With that command, the troll's crude club shattered into pieces instantly. Scattered wooden fragments whirled around Michelle and Hermione, littering the ground as they were propelled by inertia. A bewildered giant, still trying to comprehend the unfolding chaos, scrutinized the weapon in its grasp, which had been reduced to a mere handle. Seizing the moment, a flash of blue ignited in John's eyes. As emotions surged within him, both of his magical reservoirs surged forth, enveloping him in a powerful aura that propelled him towards Hermione and Michelle with an almost ghostly swiftness, lifting them both and fleeing. Hermione's vision was completely consumed by John's handsome visage, and as she felt his embrace, her mind went blank. It was not until they burst out of the restroom and he released them that a semblance of awareness returned to her, a rosy hue blooming on her previously pale face. It dawned on her that John had come to rescue her alongside Michelle. Instinctively, she wished to express her gratitude. However, John was preoccupied. The giant had emerged from the restroom. "John, let's take it down together," Michelle exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager for action. John remained silent, his gaze fixed on the towering creature before them. Though the beast was somewhat dull-witted and massive, its speed was surprisingly swift, especially when it charged forward. John realized they could not outrun it while carrying two people. Thus, a confrontation was inevitable. A stoic nod from John signified his resolve. "Cover me," he commanded, then dashed to the side like an arrow, simultaneously flicking his wand with force. Splinters. A brilliant beam shot forth, transforming in midair into a sharp blade that struck the giant's neck. Over the past 2 months, John had absorbed the magical prowess of numerous wizards at Hogwarts and occasionally indulged in potent potions, elevating his magical capacity to that of a near-newt student. This level of magic, combined with his mastery of the Splinter spell, enabled him to cleave even rock. Yet, despite the formidable strike, the damage inflicted upon the giant was merely a shallow cut, barely registering with the creature, which scratched its neck in confusion. John was not surprised. The giant's granite-like, anti-magic skin was exceptionally resilient. This was precisely why he had opted to target the weapon rather than the behemoth itself in the restroom. Nevertheless, that was of little concern. While a single incantation of splinters yielded limited damage, what if multiple strikes were unleashed upon the same spot? A sardonic smirk crept across John's face. He waved his wand repeatedly, unleashing several more blades, all of which found their mark on the giant's neck. This time, the relentless assault finally breached the creature's magical defenses. Blood gushed from the wound, and the giant let out a furious roar, incited to rage by the pain. With its eyes blazing red, it charged violently towards John. The colossal creature, with its immense size, thundered forward like a terrifying tank, its roar reverberating painfully against John's eardrums. Most crucially, it raised a hand to shield its neck, rendering John unable to employ his previous strategy of targeting its vulnerable spots. At that moment, Michelle finally launched her attack. Obstacles galore. All petrified, her legs froze in place. A barrage of spells was hurled at the giant. Michelle, unwavering in her dedication to John's advice, aimed to use control spells to slow the creature down and provide cover for him. However, her efforts proved futile against the giant's magical resistance. This drove Michelle to desperation. Out of nowhere, she produced a metal rod, shouting as she charged forward, wielding it to strike at the giant's ankle. The scene appeared somewhat comical, as the rod was far too slender and short to serve as an effective melee weapon. Yet, in the next moment, with a flash of blue light in Michelle's eyes, her transformation spell activated, and the rod morphed into a massive weapon reminiscent of the giant's earlier crude club. Under the influence of inertia and gravity, even though Michelle lacked sufficient strength, the colossal iron bar struck the giant's ankle with considerable force. A piercing howl escaped the creature, causing it to stagger. Reacting swiftly, the giant swung its massive fist in anger towards Michelle. Unfazed, she grinned and reverted the enormous iron club back to a slender rod, planting it firmly in the ground. This spectacle nearly elicited a gasp from Hermione, who perceived Michelle as courting death. Just then, John also approached the giant. All petrified, he exclaimed, with the utmost magical power. He unleashed a petrification spell. The spell did not disappoint. The giant's previously resistant skin was penetrated. The arm that had been aimed at Michelle instantly turned ashen hue, rendered completely rigid. The raised fist could no longer descend. "Well done, John," Michelle shouted excitedly, as she activated her transformation spell once more, the rod on the ground swiftly morphing into a thick iron pillar. With a resounding thud, the end of the pillar struck the giant's jaw, forcing its head upward and pushing aside the hand it had raised to block. Seizing the opportunity, John's eyes glowed with blue light as he channeled all his remaining magical energy into his wand. Shatter, a blade, 1/2 meter long, sliced through the air with a whoosh, crashing down upon the giant's neck. As foul blood gushed forth, the creature's head tumbled from its shoulders. Meanwhile, Professors McGonagall and Snape, having received word and rushed to find them, entered the corridor just in time to witness John's triumph over the giant. Their faces instantly registered sheer astonishment. Chapter 37. Alas. Not departed. McGonagall and Snape could scarcely believe their eyes. It is imperative to recognize that their apprehension was not unfounded. Encountering a troll is tantamount to a one-sided massacre for young wizards. The troll's magical resistance is extraordinarily formidable, unless one employs an exceptional strategy and is exceptionally fortunate. A conventional spell would not penetrate the troll's defenses. Yet what did they witness? John had, with remarkable audacity, severed the troll's head with a single spell. Professor McGonagall, as if struck by a sudden realization, whirled around to interrogate. Severus, did you teach John the killing curse? After much contemplation, McGonagall surmised that only a powerful and lethal spell like the killing curse could have enabled John to achieve such an extraordinary feat. This thought incited her fury. For the killing curse is, after all, dark magic. Snape, fully aware of McGonagall's thoughts, felt his initial surprise gradually replaced by a deepening gloom. His mood had plummeted to an all-time low. Nevertheless, he responded with unsettling calmness. I did not. At these words, McGonagall exhaled in relief. She did not believe Snape would lie about such matters. His pride would not permit it. I apologize, Severus. I merely instinctively considered that possibility, McGonagall murmured, then, pursing her lips, marched furiously toward John and Michelle. Though the outcome was fortuitous, she was not inclined to let John and Michelle off the hook so easily. They had grossly violated regulations and needed a thorough reprimanding. In response to McGonagall's apology, Snape offered no acknowledgement. Being misunderstood is never a pleasant experience. Although accustomed to such misinterpretations, his spirits remained low. However, this bleak atmosphere soon shifted. He observed, from a distance, Michelle leaping onto John's back, laughing exuberantly, seemingly celebrating their recent victory over a formidable adversary. As he watched Michelle giggling and twisting on John's back while John struggled to maintain his balance, irritation etched across his face. Snape felt an unbidden pang in his heart. Meanwhile, the exuberant duo finally noticed McGonagall and Snape. Upon witnessing the fury etched on McGonagall's face, Michelle gasped and promptly hid behind John, fully aware that she had made a grave mistake. What kind of foolery are you two engaged in? Professor McGonagall said through gritted teeth. Consider yourselves fortunate to have escaped unscathed. Why were you not dutifully confined to your dormitory? At this proclamation, Michelle shrank even further. John remained unfazed, even contemplating whether to pull Michelle out so that Professor McGonagall could continue chastising her directly. Michelle's previous actions had been exceptionally reckless, not only in her impulsive search for Hermione, but also in her prior engagement in close combat with the troll using transfiguration. Two matters, both of which could have been resolved through more prudent means, were approached by Michelle with a reckless and foolish demeanor. Such behavior warranted a stern lesson. Otherwise, she would remain oblivious to the consequences of her actions. Hermione's thoughts, however, diverged sharply from John's. Observing Professor McGonagall's exasperated expression, she clenched her teeth and implored, Please, Professor McGonagall, they're searching for me. Miss Granger, I have yet to inquire about you. McGonagall retorted, reaching out to drag Michelle from her hiding place. To be fair, although Hermione was indeed a commendable student, McGonagall harbored a greater trust and fondness for Michelle. This was precisely why she was so insistent on bringing Michelle to light. The depth of her reprimands stemmed from her affection. At that moment, however, Snape unexpectedly positioned himself before Professor McGonagall and proclaimed loudly, Oh dear, children will be children. It is inevitable that they occasionally stray from school regulations and act mischievously. As professors, we need not be excessively harsh. His words rendered all present momentarily speechless. McGonagall was so taken aback that her tightly pressed lips parted in astonishment. It was important to note that her initial authoritative stance was not only a reflection of her genuine anger, but also a means to protect John and Michelle. After all, she had already established the nature of the incident and imposed a reprimand, which would prevent Snape from inflicting further severe punishment or scolding upon John and Michelle. Now, however, she found herself in the role of the antagonist, while Snape appeared to defend both John and Michelle, an entirely unprecedented turn of events. For a fleeting moment, McGonagall questioned whether Snape had been possessed by a troll. Unbeknownst to him, Snape remained oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts swirling among McGonagall and the others. Or perhaps he simply did not care. At that moment, he endeavored to muster a congenial smile and remarked, You have all performed admirably. It is not every first-year student who can contend with an adult troll. Michelle, and yes, John as well, I shall award each of you 10 points. Michelle's eyes sparkled, and she peeked out from behind John, exclaiming excitedly, Hooray! Long live Professor Snape. Upon hearing this, Snape's spirits lifted even further, chuckling heartily, much to the increasing bewilderment of McGonagall, Michelle, and the others. Hermione even forgot her next line. Just then, a loud thudding of footsteps echoed from a distance. As the group turned to investigate, they were surprised to see Harry and Ron running towards them. Clearly, they had noticed McGonagall and Snape among them. Yet they continued to charge forward unabashedly, shouting, Hermione, are you all right? We've come to rescue you. You? Come to rescue me? Hermione muttered in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. It was reasonable for Michelle to come to her aid, and John's involvement was understandable, given that he was Michelle's brother. But for Harry and Ron to come to her rescue was truly a delightful surprise. It is evident that their relationship has completely deteriorated. Yet, despite the intense conflict, Harry and Ron still arrived. Observing their breathless expressions, filled with concern and trepidation, Hermione felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Severus Snape's demeanor shifted dramatically. He stepped forward, looking down at Harry and Ron with an air of condescension, mockingly stating, "Harry Potter and his loyal companion Weasley find life at Hogwarts too mundane, desiring a thrill, do they? A troll is indeed a splendid choice, considering its intellect aligns closely with yours. To our savior, this appears to be a worthy adversary." Harry's face flushed crimson, ready to retort, but Snape interjected, "You are indeed fortunate. John and Michelle have already dealt with the troll on your behalf. Thus, you are spared from a gruesome demise beneath its feet. If I were you, I would express my gratitude to them. Oh, and by the way, due to your violation of Dumbledore's orders, each of you shall lose 5 points." At this proclamation, Professor McGonagall, whose mouth had just begun to open, promptly sealed it shut once more. She realized that Snape was not merely reacting to the troll, but was deliberately targeting her. Chapter 38, John, you lack loyalty. This is quite comprehensible. After all, McGonagall had just mistakenly judged Snape. To her, his peculiar attitude now seemed a form of revenge. The back and forth resulted in Slytherin gaining 10 points out of thin air. John not only avoided reprimand, but was rewarded. Snape was clearly favoring Slytherin in front of her, the head of Gryffindor. The most frustrating aspect was that McGonagall could hardly voice her objections. Snape's actions were entirely within the rules. Yet, one could not help but think him rather petty. Was it too much to ask for a little understanding? McGonagall mentally berated him. Meanwhile, Harry and the others began to grasp the unfolding events. They were no longer concerned about Snape's sarcastic remarks. Instead, they regarded John with a mixture of admiration and excitement. They knew that John always had the ability to emerge victoriously in crucial moments. Seeing their adulation, Professor McGonagall's ire flared even more. She struggled to contain her anger, while Snape seemed quite pleased with himself, pacing as he examined the troll's remains. After a considerable time, he nodded in satisfaction. It was no wonder McGonagall initially misinterpreted John's actions as the use of the killing curse. Only after observing the troll's injuries could Snape truly appreciate the sheer efficacy of John's dismemberment spell. Apart from lacking the characteristics of dark magic, its lethality could indeed rival that of the killing curse. Of course, the most significant factor remained John's combat skills. With his vast experience, Snape recognized the tactics John employed to vanquish the troll. Previously, he had only perceived John's remarkable talent in spells and potions. Upon reflection, it is evident that John's innate talent for combat surpasses that of his peers. Such is the mark of a naturally gifted individual. Whatever the endeavor, he excels beyond measure. With this thought, Snape's gaze toward John was tinged with a newfound admiration. At that moment, John also noticed Snape observing the troll. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled and remarked, "Professor Snape, the troll's magical resistant skin must be quite valuable. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps you would like to acquire it? I could offer you a generous discount of 5%. As soon as the words left his lips, the glimmer of admiration in Snape's eyes vanished, and John transformed from a prodigy in his view to a mere money-obsessed brat. "You might as well keep it for your own leather armor. After all, your intellect is on par with that of a troll. Wearing the stinking hide would suit you perfectly." With that, Snape dramatically swished his robes and strode towards the entrance hall. John hurried after him, pressing on with, "You wouldn't want the troll-less skin. But surely you'd be interested in its legs? I've read that many pure-blood wizards delight in crafting items from troll legs and heads. Surely that must hold some value." At this, Snape stumbled slightly, but quickly quickened his pace, visibly embarrassed to be associated with John. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall shook her head in resignation and sighed. "John, the fascination of pure-blood wizards with troll legs is a relic of the past. Nowadays, they would not engage in such folly. Moreover, they only collect trophies from creatures they have personally hunted, seeking to flaunt their prowess. They have no interest in the spoils of others. As for the troll's magical resistant skin, it cannot be deemed entirely useless, yet few would consider it suitable for armor, as no one wishes to don the stench-laden hide of a troll." "Ah, I see," John replied, his gaze towards the troll suddenly growing cold. Beside him, Michelle exclaimed excitedly, "You must be dreaming. What would a girl want with such things?" John's eyes widened as he retorted, I haven't yet addressed tonight's incident with you." He turned to Professor McGonagall, adding, "Surely, Michelle's behavior warrants punishment?" Regrettably, Professor Snape has already addressed this matter, and according to Hogwarts regulations, I am unable to impose further penalties, McGonagall stated calmly. At her words, Hermione, Harry, and the others rejoiced, while Michelle erupted in cheers. Yet in the next moment, they beheld McGonagall's lips pressed tightly together as she continued. However, as her words lingered, Harry and his companions froze, akin to having been struck by a petrification spell. Michelle, observing McGonagall's rising irritation, felt an ominous sense of foreboding. She grasped John's arm tightly and cried out, "John, I want to switch houses. I wish to transfer to Slytherin. Professor Snape is a good man. He would surely agree." As Michelle's words hung in the air, Professor McGonagall gently placed her hand upon her shoulder. Indeed, there have been exceptional cases in the history of Hogwarts where students transferred houses, but regrettably, Miss Shafiq, you do not meet the criteria for such a transfer. Listening to Professor McGonagall's words, despair gradually seeped into Michelle's eyes. John, however, cheerfully interjected, "This is precisely how it should be, Professor McGonagall. Please impart a proper lesson to Michelle so that she may remember this experience. Only then will she refrain from repeating her mistakes." Upon hearing this, Michelle and Harry's eyes brightened in unison. They suddenly felt that if John were to accompany them during their reprimand, Professor McGonagall's safety education session might not be so unbearable after all. Yet, John was far from naive. Facing the earnest yet somewhat mischievous gazes of Harry, Ron, and Michelle, he scratched his head and said, Professor McGonagall, your classes are undoubtedly of the highest quality. If I could, I would surely attend. Alas, I have already made arrangements with Professor Snape to assist him in his office. So farewell." With that, John swiftly dashed toward the entrance hall, not forgetting to levitate the troll's corpse along with him. Although Professor McGonagall had not rated it highly, John believed the creature could still prove quite valuable. As he watched John's figure recede into the distance, Michelle cried out in despair, "John, you lack loyalty." Chapter 39. The Troll Slayer, Shafiq. John continued with the troll's corpse until he reached the door of the potions classroom. Thanks to the silver snake coin authorization given to him by Professor Snape the previous week, John opened the door and stepped inside. However, to his surprise, Professor Snape was absent from the room, which was rather unusual. From John's understanding of Snape, he was typically a rather aloof individual. Aside from his sarcasm and potions, he had little else that captivated his interest. Unless absolutely necessary, Snape rarely ventured outside, sometimes during weekends. John and Snape would even spend the entire day cooped up in the office, fervently brewing and researching various potions. Thus, had Professor Snape been assigned new task, John shook his head, quickly discarding that thought. Snape was more than capable of managing himself. He placed the troll's corpse on the ground and proceeded to dissect its magical-resistant skin, severing its 2 lower legs and head, then performing a deodorization spell. After completing these tasks, John meticulously cleaned the area before rising to take his findings from the troll towards the Slytherin common room. In his estimation, the troll could yield significant benefits. After all, the troll's magical-resistant skin was indeed formidable. The 2 legs might even serve well as umbrella stands, albeit they might be somewhat difficult to sell. Professor McGonagall was unlikely to deceive him. Those items probably wouldn't be in high demand. Nevertheless, John held confidence in the Weasley twins. These 2 individuals truly possess an extraordinary talent for commerce. Presently, they are not only trafficking magical goods between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, but have also remarkably established connections with certain Muggle suppliers, preparing to introduce a selection of Muggle curiosities for sale at Hogwarts. This is truly impressive, especially considering that George and Fred, both pure-blood wizards, have a rather limited understanding of Muggles. Thus, John surmised that handing over troll hides and troll legs to them might yield a profit from unsuspecting buyers. Naturally, similar to the troll legs, another item that could serve as a trophy is the troll head. However, John was not optimistic about that. Trolls are such dim-witted creatures that, even in death, their eyes still emanate an unsettling glimmer of intelligence. It would indeed be quite challenging to sell such a head, and it was likely destined for the rubbish bin. While John pondered this, Draco's voice suddenly reverberated from ahead, startling him. He glanced around the surroundings and retorted, "Have you lost your mind? Why are you lurking in the dungeon maze? What is this?" Draco stammered, pointing at the troll head. Upon noticing this, John's eyes brightened as he smiled and introduced, "Troll trophy, what do you think, Draco? Would you care to purchase one? I believe it suits your demeanor splendidly." As the heir of the Malfoy family, Draco was well aware of the customs among ancient pureblood families regarding trophy collection, one of which strictly forbids purchasing trophies from others. If word of this were spread, he would be the subject of ridicule. Consequently, as soon as John finished speaking, Draco quickly shook his head and inquired, "So, you've been gone for so long just to slay that troll in the underground classroom?" "Well, I didn't specifically set out to kill a troll," John replied. Unwilling to concede, the fact remains that this troll indeed met its demise in my hands just moments ago. It is absolutely fresh. So, would you consider it? Merlin above, you actually killed a troll. "A troll!" Draco exclaimed excitedly. And then, as if recalling something, his tone grew even more fervent. "Why didn't you invite me to join you for such a remarkable adventure? We are roommates, after all." His voice crescendoed to a pitch at the end. Hearing this, John sighed. It was clear that Draco had no intention of purchasing the troll head, which only deepened John's disappointment. After all, if even someone like Draco, who might be seen as an easy mark, was unwilling to buy it, then it seemed that selling it would be an impossible feat with this thought in mind. John thrust the troll head into Draco's arms. "Here, take this. It's a gift. Just be quiet." With that, John briskly made his way toward the Slytherin common room, while Draco, upon receiving the troll head, instantly transformed into a visage of delight. Indeed, purchasing someone else's trophy with galleons was quite an embarrassing affair. However, if the owner of the spoils voluntarily bestows it, the nature of the act transforms entirely. This gesture signifies that the owner, namely John, is expressing goodwill and a desire to form an alliance. Cradling the silly yet imposing head of the troll, Draco felt an exhilarating surge of emotions. It was only upon entering the Slytherin common room that Draco relinquished his pursuit of John. He raised the troll's head high and proclaimed to the still awake Slytherins, "Behold, this is the head of the troll from the underground classroom. That beast has been vanquished by Shafiq. Shafiq has protected Hogwarts. He is the heroic troll slayer." At his words, all attention was drawn to him. The crowd quickly enveloped John and Draco, buzzing with inquiries and clamoring for details. Reluctantly, John recounted the general circumstances. However, the excited Slytherins remained skeptical. "Come on, that SA troll. Many upperclassmen at Hogwarts can't even contend with trolls. How could it be so easily defeated?" They protested, convinced that John was merely stringing them along. Ultimately, it was Draco who stepped forward. He hung the troll's head prominently above the fireplace, facing the portrait of Salazar Slytherin. He then stood upon a chair, narrating the events with fervent enthusiasm. This was quite absurd, as Draco had not been present during the encounter. All his storytelling was pure fabrication. In his account, John's battle with the troll was portrayed as far more intense than Dumbledore's clash with Grindelwald. Strangely enough, this implausible tale captivated everyone present. They gathered around Draco, intently listening, and clamored for him to recount it once more after he finished. Observing Draco, who was flushed with pride amidst the adoring crowd, John scratched his head in disbelief. He pondered the peculiarities of these Slytherins. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. The battle with the troll had nearly drained his magical energy, leaving him utterly exhausted. With this in mind, John yawned and made his way toward the dormitory. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, it was customary for her to have retired for the night by this hour. However, today she found herself wide awake, clutching that piece of candy, her heart fluttering with sweetness. As she reflected on the events of the evening, John's figure gradually emerged in her mind. Should she also seek him out to express her gratitude? Lost in thought, Hermione found herself in a state of inner turmoil. Chapter 40, Hermione. The following afternoon, as soon as class ended, Michelle pulled Hermione toward the library. "Oh, Michelle, slow down a bit. I'm feeling a little anxious." "What is there to be afraid of?" "It's just John. He doesn't tea-bite," Michelle replied nonchalantly. At this, Hermione felt her cheeks flush. After expressing her gratitude to Michelle last night, she spent a considerable amount of time alone in bed contemplating her decision to thank John in person today. However, as the moment approached, anxiety overwhelmed her. It is important to note that John had previously mocked and ridiculed her on numerous occasions, resulting in an abysmal relationship between them. Until the events of last night, Hermione was infuriated merely by John's presence. Yet, following her recent experiences, her perspective had shifted. She no longer found herself entangled in the dilemma of adhering to school rules. After all, had Michelle not broken those rules to seek her out yesterday, Hermione would likely have faced dire consequences at the hands of the troll. This transformation allowed her to reconcile her relationships with Harry and Ron, and it also illuminated the fact that John's taunts had often stemmed from her own sharp tongue. This realization filled her with remorse and heightened her apprehension, fearing that John might still harbor resentment and greet her with sarcasm. As she traversed the corridor leading to the library, she encountered a throng of students, many from Slytherin, animatedly discussing John's recent battle with the troll. Students from other houses were drawn to the spectacle, their faces alight with admiration as they listened to the Slytherins recount the tale. Draco Malfoy even began to sing the newly composed Troll Slayer song. A tune reminiscent of the Weasley is our King's song, the only distinction being that the former celebrated John, while the latter disparaged Harry. Upon hearing John's name, Hermione instinctively halted, eager to listen to the song in its entirety. Yet Michelle tugged her along, guiding her directly into the library. Perhaps due to the early hour, the library was not yet crowded. And soon they spotted John seated in a corner by the window. "I told you we would find John in the library," Michelle declared triumphantly. "Aside from attending classes and working for Professor Snape, he spends most of his time here." Hermione was well aware of this, as she often frequented the library herself. However, in the past, when she encountered John there, she would merely curse her luck and seek a distant spot to sit. Today, however, she discovered an unexpected admiration for John's studious nature and his love for reading, revealing a shared interest that excited her. Meanwhile, John noticed Michelle and Hermione's arrival. Observing their eagerness as they approached him, he furrowed his brow and said, "Michelle, I will not give you the troll's leg. That is not a toy for someone of your stature. You underestimate me, John. I brought Hermione here to thank you," Michelle retorted, playfully nudging Hermione forward. "Ah!" Hermione exclaimed, momentarily flustered. Once she regained her composure, she quickly bowed and said, "Thank you for your assistance last night, Mr. Shafiq." As Hermione spoke, her cheeks flushed crimson. Usually, the Weasley brothers refer to John as Sir Shafiq, and she had heard it so many times that she accidentally slipped up. John cast a sidelong glance at Hermione, noting her respectful demeanor, which seemed to indicate a change in her character. He gestured to the seat across from him, saying, "No need for formality. It's merely a trivial matter. Please take a seat." Upon hearing this, Hermione discreetly assessed John's expression, noticing that he appeared neither angry nor mocking. She timidly took a seat beside Michelle. At that moment, she finally discerned the cover of the book in John's hands, The Adventures of Link in the Jungle. Do you enjoy this book as well? It chronicles the legendary wizard Link's escapades in the rainforest, detailing over 100 fascinating herbs and creatures. I recall there is a mushroom called the jumping umbrella fungus, and the juice extracted from it can be used to brew potions. She felt her previous behavior had been commendable. Initiating a conversation with a common topic was undoubtedly the best way to break the ice between strangers. As her father had once said. In response, John maintained a calm expression and remarked, "Indeed, I have seen that. However, I must correct you. The proper method for handling the jumping umbrella fungus is not to extract its juice, but to collect the spores from its gills. Only the spores hold the value for potion making. As for the mushroom itself, I believe it would make for a delightful dish." "That cannot be true. The Adventures of Link in the Jungle clearly states." Hermione began, but abruptly clamped her hand over her mouth, realizing she had once again succumbed to her compulsion to contradict others when they spoke incorrectly. "I'm so sorry," she murmured, her head bowed in a display of regret. She felt she had undoubtedly ruined her meeting with John. "You're not entirely wrong. The book does indeed say that," John replied, shaking his head. "But you must understand that what is recorded in books is not always accurate. I mention this because I have practiced it myself. Practice is the sole criterion for truth. You come from a Muggle family, so you should be familiar with this saying, right?" Hermione's face reddened further. She realized that John's last statement was likely a Muggle proverb, yet she had never heard it before. This only deepened her admiration for him. His breadth of knowledge surpassed her expectations. "John, you are truly remarkable," Hermione exclaimed involuntarily. Upon hearing this, John rolled his eyes. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged banter with Snape, but he felt that Hermione's compliment was laced with sarcasm. However, he had no evidence to support this suspicion. Sighing, John tossed The Adventures of Link in the Jungle onto the table. His interest in the book stemmed from his preparations for venturing into the Forbidden Forest, a matter of high priority in his plans, second only to refining his skills in the duelist system. After all, the Forbidden Forest was known to yield a plethora of extraordinary materials. These extraordinary materials, when subjected to a modicum of refinement, may be transformed into potions, which John could consume, thereby amplifying his magical aptitude and prowess. As a young wizard hailing from the mundane world, utterly oblivious to the marvels of the extraordinary jungle, John deemed it essential to peruse some instructional tomes and assimilate the wisdom of those who had come before him. One such volume he selected was the Chronicles of Link, Jungle Edition. Alas, the character named Link within the pages of this book was exceedingly formidable, his adventures in the jungle resembling an unstoppable force, almost as if he operated under some enchantment. Such experiences were difficult for John to extract practical knowledge from. Observing his furrowed brow, Hermione quickly inquired, "Mr. Shafiq, have you encountered a conundrum? Is there anything I might assist you with?" John surveyed Hermione and nodded, responding, "At present, I require a comprehensive guide on survival, hunting, or foraging in the jungle. You have read extensively and widely. Do you have any recommendations in this regard?" Upon hearing this, Hermione sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I haven't read many similar books, but I know a true expert in hunting. His name is Hagrid. I have a good rapport with him. If you wish, I can take you to consult with him directly." Chapter 41. The True Tycoon. John looked at Hermione in mild astonishment. In his recollection, Hermione was not typically so accommodating. However, today, she exhibited an extraordinary kindness. Could it be that the events of the previous night had impacted her so profoundly that her previously irascible demeanor had undergone a fundamental transformation? John found himself perplexed. Nevertheless, he accepted Hermione's invitation. He was not one to spurn goodwill. Since she had extended her hand in friendship, he had no qualms about forging a bond with Hermione. Moreover, visiting Hagrid was already on his agenda. The trio promptly set off toward the outskirts of Hogwarts Castle. Along the way, Hermione remained steadfast in her endeavor to break the ice, engaging in a fervent discourse about the intriguing content of various books. She appeared quite exhilarated, her speech rapid and her thoughts seemingly scattered. This left John somewhat at a loss for words, primarily due to Hermione's authentic London accent. John, originating from the remote Jersey Island, almost on the brink of France, spoke English, albeit with a markedly different accent. While such phonetic discrepancies did not impede everyday communication, Hermione's velocity of speech was truly overwhelming. Much of what she articulated was beyond John's comprehension, resulting in a rather awkward exchange of conversation regarding common interests, one that could leave bystanders cringing in discomfort. Yet, despite this stilted dialogue, Hermione radiated exuberance, reveling in the joy of engaging in a harmonious discussion about learning and knowledge with a peer, a rarity in her life of over 10 years. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, she had not experienced a single moment of respite and was on the verge of losing her sanity. Thus, rather than asserting that she sought to endear herself to John through shared topics, it would be more accurate to say she was simply expressing her longing for conversation and social interaction. In fact, even if John were to remain silent, Hermione could find joy in merely speaking. We have arrived." Hermione finally concluded her discourse on the role of the herb tansy in the process of concocting calming potions, and pointed to a small cabin before them. "This is Hagrid's hut. I wonder if he is home." As she spoke, Hermione approached and knocked on the door, gently rubbing her flushed cheeks, still warm from their previous discussion. Immediately, a cacophony of barking erupted from within. It was Fong, Hagrid's loyal hunting dog. Though he had a somewhat intimidating appearance, rest assured, he was quite amiable and had never bitten anyone. Fong simply delighted in knocking over guests and showering them with affectionate licks, perhaps believing this was the best way to express his welcome. Hermione turned to explain this to John and Michelle, her smile slightly strained, as her relationship with Hagrid was not particularly close. They had merely met a few times through Harry's introductions. Fortunately, Hagrid had not forgotten Hermione, and, as the door swung open, he called out her name. "Hermione? Well, are you here to visit me?" What a delightful surprise. As Hagrid spoke, a massive black dog that had been nestled in his lap broke free and charged towards John and the others. "Wow, Fong!" Michelle exclaimed brightly, leaping forward and directly pinning the dog to the ground, rubbing and nuzzling him as if he were an oversized toy. This bewildered Fong, who was accustomed to being the one to topple guests and shower them with affection. Today, however, the tables had turned, driven by his robust sense of pride. Fong attempted to rise, but Michelle's surprisingly strong grip held him down, continuing to cuddle him as though he were an enormous stuffed animal. Eventually, Fong surrendered, rolling onto his back, tongue lolling out, tail wagging enthusiastically against the ground in a display of goodwill. Hagrid, who had initially intended to intervene, breathed a sigh of relief. It was at this moment he noticed that Hermione was accompanied not by Harry and Ron, but rather by others. "Who are you?" Hagrid furrowed his brow in contemplation. Hermione was about to introduce them when Hagrid exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, you are the siblings from the Leaky Cauldron, right? Harry has mentioned you both numerous times, saying how will you take care of him." Come in. Well then, we shall intrude," John replied, not hesitating to step into Hagrid's hut. The interior comprised a single room, with a cauldron boiling water over the fire, and a large bed in the corner, its patchwork quilt giving the space a rather shabby and disheveled appearance. Fortunately, it is winter now, Had it been summer, the small cottage would likely be pervaded by an indescribable, peculiar odor. "Do not stand on ceremony. Please find a place to sit," Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, producing a heap of rock cakes and pouring water for John and the others. However, despite his invitation, only Hermione took a seat. Meanwhile, Michelle was excitedly darting around the cottage with Yaya, exploring everything from the bed to the benches, all of which seemed to be significantly larger than her usual belongings, filling her with wonder. John's attention was drawn to the walls and ceiling, where an array of hams, wild fowl, and herbs hung, alongside whole animal hides and decorative taxidermy. At first glance, it appeared to be the typical assortment one might find in an ordinary hunter's cabin. Yet John discerned an underlying peculiarity. Among the desiccated herbs were various magical plants, such as angelica, blackroot, marshmallow, the jumping mushroom, and aconite. Additionally, he discovered items in the corners of the cottage, including unicorn tail hair and fairy wings. This revelation left John astounded. Many of these items, even in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade, would require careful storage by shopkeepers, intended for sale at exorbitant prices, particularly the unicorn tail hair, a material for wand crafting, typically sold by the strand at a price of 10 galleons. The Ministry of Magic subsidizes the purchase of a first wand for young witches and wizards, reducing the price to 7 galleons. Hagrid possessed an entire bundle, and these treasures were carelessly strewn about as if they were mere rubbish. At that moment, John's gaze towards Hagrid transformed entirely. This was no mere scruffy gamekeeper. This was a veritable magnate. Chapter 42. The chicken soup is here. "So, have you come to see me for a particular reason?" After setting out the tea and rock cakes, Hagrid finally inquired. As the one who introduced the group, Hermione naturally began to articulate their purpose. However, after observing Hagrid's collection, John had developed a different intention. He raised his hand to halt Hermione, then smiled and picked up a rock cake. "So, that is certainly because of this. The rock cakes are truly delicious, and especially for someone like me, who is often too busy to catch a meal, they are incredibly convenient. So, I was wondering if you might spare me some more." Thanks to his past experiences and time spent in St. Brendan's, John had mastered the art of conversing with both people and spirits alike. It was evident that Hagrid held a deep fondness and appreciation for the rock cakes. Otherwise, he would not have chosen them as a treat for his guests. Thus, praising the rock cakes would undoubtedly enhance Hagrid's goodwill significantly. As expected, upon hearing John's words, Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, John, I knew from the moment I met you at the Leaky Cauldron that you had a discerning palate." Hagrid laughed heartily as he pulled out a large sack of rock cakes, stuffing it into John's arms. "Here, take it. Don't be shy. Whenever you wish to indulge again, just come find me. I have plenty." "Thank you so much, Hagrid. You have been a tremendous help." John expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Hagrid waved his hand generously, and John continued, "How about this? As a token of my appreciation, allow me to prepare a dish for you." "John, you can cook?" Hermione could no longer contain her astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. To her, it seemed implausible that John, only 11 years old like herself and equally engrossed in the pursuit of knowledge while working for Snape, could possibly have time to master the culinary arts. However, Michelle chimed in, licking her lips, of course. "John's cooking is the best. Indeed, John is quite adept in the kitchen. Hermione, you may not be aware, but he once worked at the Leaky Cauldron. Just the other day, when I visited, Tom lamented to me that after John's departure, the food sales had plummeted by a staggering 70%. Hagrid nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you, John. Feel free to use any ingredients in the house, and if that is insufficient, there is a small greenhouse behind the cottage with some vegetables I've grown." John nodded, promptly retrieving 2 chickens hanging from the ceiling. Unlike the other hams and cured meats, these were remarkably fresh, likely slaughtered recently by Hagrid, making them perfect for stewing. He drew his wand and, with a slicing charm, divided the chickens into pieces, placing them into a stone pot filled with fresh water to bring to a boil. Once the initial preparation was complete, John exchanged the water and added the chicken pieces along with other ingredients. Covering the pot, he began to manipulate the magical flames to heat the stone pot. Given the pot's poor thermal conductivity, John increased the flame's intensity, mindful of the cooking time. Throughout this process, Hermione observed with a skeptical gaze. When John seemed to have a moment's respite, she immediately inquired, "John, are you certain that what you are making will be palatable?" "Of course," John replied, his wand still guiding the magical flames. "But you just added bouncing mushrooms, medicinal herbs, blackroot grass, and a haphazard assortment of magical herbs, didn't you?" Hermione frowned. "This hardly resembles cooking. It feels more akin to potion brewing." John had articulated the unspoken thoughts in Hermione's mind. She nodded vigorously. With a gentle smile, John sliced some ham and added it to the pot, then remarked, "What do you believe is the difference between cooking and potion making?" Both require meticulous and precise handling of ingredients, subjected to the heat of flames and simmering, ultimately consumed by someone. If that is the case, why can I not apply potion-making techniques and materials to cooking? Hermione found herself momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing in bewilderment. She subjectively sensed that something was amiss. Yet John's words seemed so reasonable. This caused a slight turmoil in her thoughts. Time passed, and before she knew it, the sky had darkened. Finally, John lifted the lid of the stone pot. Instantly, a rich aroma, accompanied by billowing white vapor, surged forth from the pot, quickly permeating the entire small room. Hermione's mind buzzed to a standstill, leaving only the intoxicating scent to fervently stimulate her senses, causing her mouth to water incessantly. Gulp. Hermione swallowed audibly, the sound unmistakably clear. Hagrid and Michelle, who had been engrossed in lively conversation, were drawn to the enticing aroma. John paid no heed to their reactions and added a spoonful of fine salt, pepper, and a generous handful of chopped green onions into the soup, before casting a levitation charm to guide the steaming stone pot toward Hagrid. "Ah, here comes the chicken soup," John exclaimed as he set the pot down, serving himself a bowl first. After tasting it, he sighed, declaring that drinking soup was indeed a delightful experience. Observing the rapture on John's face, Hagrid and the others could no longer contain themselves. They clamored for spoons, eagerly ladling the soup and meat into their bowls, and began to eat with abandon. The chicken, having been simmered to tender perfection, practically fell off the bone. The soup, enriched by a layer of golden chicken fat on the surface, locked in moisture and flavor, delivering an unimaginable burst of savory goodness mixed with hints of herbal essence that overwhelmed their senses, even as the heat scorched their tongues. Hagrid and his companions dared not cease their voracious consumption. Hagrid even pulled out a piece of black bread, as large as half of John's body, and began to dip it into the chicken soup. In just a quarter of an hour, the entire pot of chicken soup had been devoured completely. Hagrid, Hermione, and Michelle slumped in their chairs, expressions vacant, gazes unfocused, with satisfied smiles lingering on their lips. Meanwhile, John reveled in the sensations coursing through his body. After his careful preparation, this pot of chicken soup transcended traditional culinary definitions, resembling more of a medicinal dish or even a potion. This implied that John could similarly absorb the magical essence contained within such cuisine, though its potency would not match that of specialized potion. This discrepancy stemmed from Hagrid's evident lack of expertise in potion-making and herbology, leading to a rather rough handling of the magical ingredients, thus diminishing their quality and effects considerably. Nevertheless, some benefits remained. For instance, the addition of ground elder not only enhanced the soup's aroma, but also imparted certain health benefits. Black root contributed liver protection and a slight uplift in mood, while gastrodia and the dancing mushroom provided calming effects. Together with black root, they were sufficient to induce a state of complete relaxation, truly marvelous. "John, your dish is simply exquisite. This is undoubtedly the best meal I have ever had in my life," Hagrid exclaimed with heartfelt appreciation. As he spoke, his tone was languid, and his eyes radiated a gentle warmth, clearly indicating that he was utterly relaxed. This was precisely the effect John desired. To be candid, this was the most satisfying meal I had ever prepared. After much contemplation, I attributed this success to the superior quality of the ingredients here, particularly the magical components. After all, even the most skilled cook cannot create a feast without proper provisions. John's eyes narrowed slightly, and he revealed his intentions, saying, "Hagrid, could you spare me some of your magical ingredients? I would be willing to purchase them as well. I have some new dishes in mind that will require these materials, and I promise to let you be the first to savor them once they are ready." Upon hearing this, Hagrid initially felt elated and instinctively inclined to agree. However, in the next moment, he seemed to recall something, and a serious expression replaced his previous ease. Chapter 43. Hagrid. Hagrid's demeanor turned grave as he struggled to rise, and said, "John, when you mention new dishes, do you mean those that, like the stew you just made, necessitate magical ingredients, akin to potion making?" "Indeed," John replied with a smile. "The inclusion of magical materials can elevate the dishes to extraordinary levels of flavor, as I believe you have just experienced." Hagrid nodded emphatically, but then he declined, stating, "If that is the case, I cannot simply give you my magical materials. In fact, I regret allowing you to prepare that stew just now." John furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity crossing his features as he silently regarded Hagrid. Both magic and potion making can be exceedingly perilous. I trust your professors have shared numerous accounts of the severe consequences resulting from failed spell casting and potion crafting. Hagrid elucidated. The development of new potions or innovatively applying potion-making techniques to cuisine as you intend carries even greater risks. If by chance, your culinary creation has adverse effects and someone consumes it, the ramifications. Hagrid shuddered at this thought, suggesting he had perhaps endured a similar experience in the past, leaving him with a profound psychological scar. Yet John was not dissuaded and continued to persuade. Rest assured, Hagrid, what about Madame Pomfrey? I have witnessed her remarkable healing skills. Moreover, I would never be foolish enough to use myself or others as test subjects. Madame Pomfrey is not infallible, and there are inherent dangers in the process, Hagrid countered, shaking his head once more. If you're determined to proceed, why not have a professional like Professor Snape supervise you? Only then would I feel comfortable providing you with the ingredients for your experiments. At this suggestion, John's mind conjured an image of Snape's sour visage. He quickly shook his head. Inviting Snape to oversee his magical culinary endeavors would be tantamount to courting disaster. With a sigh, he contemplated that what he truly desired was a long-term, low-cost supply of high-quality magical materials from Hagrid. To achieve this, ordinary justifications would not suffice, especially considering that John and Hagrid had only met a handful of times. Even with Harry's connection, it is unlikely that Hagrid would permit John to casually empty his little hut. In this context, the rationale of developing new dishes becomes rather exquisite. This endeavor would allow Hagrid to indulge in delectable taste, while John gradually expands his procurement of materials to include other non-potion ingredients, such as unicorn tail hair. Who says such an item cannot be utilized in culinary creations? John envisions using it to weave ropes for making dompa pork, which he finds quite appealing. Unfortunately, he never anticipated Hagrid's earnest care for his students. Observing John, who had ceased his insistence and was now sighing in solitude, Hagrid felt a pang of sympathy. He was well aware of Snape's demeanor towards students, which made him understand John's desire to avoid supervision. However, it was imperative for John's ongoing research to have the guidance of a professor. After much deliberation, Hagrid finally gritted his teeth and proposed, "John, how about this? If you're determined to pursue this new culinary development, why not conduct your experiments here under my supervision? I may not be able to provide much assistance, but at the very least, I can ensure your safety in case of any unforeseen incidents. Plus, I can help taste the dishes. After all, my constitution is quite robust. Even if there are some side effects, I can endure them longer than you." At this point, Hagrid instinctively swallowed hard. John, witnessing this scene, felt somewhat speechless. He strongly suspected that Hagrid's proposal stemmed from a desire to be the first to savor more delightful food. Moreover, this plan deviated from John's initial conception. However, it mattered little. According to Hagrid's scheme, John would merely be unable to line his pockets and secretly stash away some materials. The normal preparation of magical dishes would still be feasible, and John could acquire magical energy through consuming these dishes. Thus, he could continue to benefit from a substantial increase in magical aptitude, albeit without the ability to profit from selling materials. This was, in fact, acceptable. With these thoughts in mind, John smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Hagrid." Upon hearing this, Hagrid awkwardly scratched his head. "Don't mention it, John. I should be the one expressing gratitude. After all, your creations are simply delightful." Hagrid declared this with conviction, though it concealed a hint of guilt. In response, John's lips curled into a slight smile. Guilt implies the possibility of further requests. Generally speaking, if a second, less significant request is made immediately after the first one is declined, the likelihood of success increases significantly. John nodded and said, "Then, Mr. Hagrid, why don't you share with me some knowledge about survival in the jungle? I'm quite interested in this subject." Hagrid paused for a moment at this suggestion. He is merely somewhat lacking in intelligence, not truly foolish, especially since he's almost driven to the brink of PTSD by the antics of those Weasley twins. He quickly deduced that John's objective was the Forbidden Forest. Initially, he contemplated refusing and sternly warning John against such an endeavor. After all, it was exceedingly perilous. Yet, he soon realized that forbidding John would not deter him. Much like the Weasley twins, how many times had he attempted to stop and caution them? And what was the outcome? Those two still ventured into the Forbidden Forest at every opportunity. Therefore, a warning was indeed essential. However, it was equally important to impart some genuine wilderness skills to him, to at least make him aware of the areas he must unequivocally avoid, as this would maximize his protection. "Very well, John, let me enlighten you about the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid sighed, directly addressing the matter. "I generally categorize the forest into inner and outer layers. The outer layer is where we can engage in our daily activities. For instance, The care of magical creatures class occasionally takes place in the outer layer of the Forbidden Forest. The inner layer, however, is the domain of monsters. True monsters. Creatures that consume humans. Believe me, a young wizard like you would not survive a mere half-day in the inner layer of the Forbidden Forest alone. Therefore, I implore you, do not venture into the inner layer. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend, John replied. Upon hearing this, Hagrid produced a bone whistle. Of course, you will have difficulty distinguishing between the outer and inner layers. Sometimes, even I cannot tell them apart. So, if you find yourself in peril, immediately blow this whistle. The centaurs are quite sensitive to this sound and will come to your aid upon hearing it. Centaurs? John inquired. Indeed, precisely the type of centaurs you envision. Their tribe has dwelled in the Forbidden Forest for generations, intimately familiar with every tree and blade of grass. They are protective of the young of other creatures and may offer you assistance or directly rescue you. However, this is contingent upon your showing them respect. Centaurs are proud beings. They regard the Forbidden Forest as their territory and are wary of humans. Hagrid shook his head in resignation. Let us conclude our discussion for today. There are far too many precautions regarding the Forbidden Forest for me to cover in one sitting. You may attend my wilderness survival class every weekend, where you can also explore new culinary creations using the resources available here. Furthermore, I must advise you against entering the Forbidden Forest, especially against harming the magical creatures residing there. Should I catch you, I will not hesitate to expel you. John nodded with a smile. Of course, a visit to the Forbidden Forest is still necessary. Just observing the various collections in Hagrid's dwelling reveals the astonishing yield of the forest. Should this venture become established, his income would rise exponentially. The revenue from galleons and magical materials would directly enhance John's capacity to absorb magical power. An increase in income essentially equates to an augmentation of John's strength. Moreover, weekly visits would allow him to enjoy a generous pot of magical cuisine crafted from these materials. Thus, he was resolute in attending the wilderness survival classes henceforth. Taking a deep breath, John rose to express his gratitude to Hagrid. At that moment, the door of the hut swung open, and Harry, gazing in astonishment at the few individuals inside, exclaimed, "Ah, what are you doing here?" Chapter 44. The Despicable Potter. John glanced at Harry and, straightening up, smiled. I was just about to pay my respects to Mr. Hagrid. He is an exceptionally kind and knowledgeable individual who has provided me with considerable assistance. Do you share this sentiment? Harry, somewhat surprised, replied, "Indeed. Hagrid is a truly wonderful person." Hagrid blushed at their compliments, waving his hands modestly. "Oh, stop it. If you keep this up, I shall feel embarrassed. By the way, Harry, what brings you here at such a late hour? Is there something on your mind?" Upon hearing this, a hint of awkwardness crossed Harry's face. He inadvertently cast a glance at John and, feeling somewhat guilty, confessed, "Well, I wanted to invite you both to watch my very first Quidditch match." Hagrid, clapping Harry on the shoulder, laughed heartily. "You needn't worry. I would have gone regardless. I've been counting the days." John furrowed his brow slightly. "Quidditch match? Harry, if I recall correctly, first-year students are not eligible to try out for the Quidditch team." "Ah, but you may not be aware, John, that Harry, like his father, possesses an extraordinary talent for Quidditch," Hagrid said with a hint of pride. "Last week, when Harry and I were cleaning the broomsticks, he demonstrated a remarkable sloth grip roll. So I recommended him to Professor McGonagall, who evidently also values talent. She immediately contacted the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and after a series of evaluations, Harry is now the new seeker for Gryffindor." "Congratulations, Harry," John said with a smile. Harry, feeling a bit bashful, lowered his gaze. "John, will you come to my first match? It's next Saturday." John nodded. "If I have no other commitments that day, why not?" At this, Harry burst into excitement, while Hagrid watched them with a warm smile. Once Harry's enthusiasm had settled somewhat, Hagrid spoke again. With that, John bowed once more to Hagrid, waking Michelle and Hermione, who had fallen asleep after indulging in a hearty meal. The group, laughing and chatting, departed from Hagrid's hut, continuing their conversation about Quidditch as they headed toward Hogwarts Castle. This dialogue persisted until they reached the entrance hall of Hogwarts, where they were abruptly halted by Draco and his companions. "Malfoy, what do you want now?" Harry said angrily, believing that the trio had come to trouble him once more, as was their custom. However, this time Draco completely ignored Harry, his gaze fixed firmly on John. "John, why are you with the filthy Potter?" Draco exclaimed incredulously. John sighed in exasperation, asking, "So what brings you to me?" Draco had been squatting to master the hanging charm for quite some time. When John posed his question, Goyle reached for his pocket. However, he was halted midway by Draco. Leaving Goyle in utter bewilderment, his small eyes filled with confusion. Within his pocket lay a book entitled A Concise Guide to Jungle Exploration. This tome had been meticulously crafted by the author after consulting various experts in magical creatures, herbology, and exploration, specifically aimed at jungle adventurers. Despite its title suggesting brevity, the book offered extensive details on hunting, gathering magical materials, taming extraordinary creatures, and crafting rudimentary alchemical tools and traps, effectively serving as an encyclopedia for jungle survival. Draco had procured this book as a surprise for John, having learned of his recent quest for knowledge on jungle survival, and it had only just arrived at noon. Yet now, Draco was preventing him from taking it out? Goyle found this utterly perplexing. Little did he know, Draco was nearly beside himself with frustration. It was precisely this that led him to discover John's search for jungle survival knowledge, prompting him to order a concise guide to jungle exploration. Furthermore, the trio had spent the entire afternoon waiting in the foyer to present the book to John personally. What did he see instead? Draco clenched his fists, exclaiming, "I've searched for you all afternoon. This is why I asked what you needed." John frowned and replied, "Of course. If it pertains to that spell from the midnight duel, you need not mention it. I will not teach you." Upon hearing this, Hermione and Harry were taken aback. They understood that the spell in question referred to the silent charm that had suspended Harry upside down. Thus, it dawned on them that John was enduring Draco's harassment because he refused to teach him that particular spell. They were touched by this realization. "Thank you, John. You are truly my best friend," Harry exclaimed, patting John's shoulder. "You are absolutely right. You must not teach that spell to Malfoy, for he would undoubtedly misuse it. However, you may teach it to me. I'm not like Malfoy. I would only use it for self-defense." With that, Harry cast a warning smile at Draco. Draco was left speechless, gasping, "John, you are a Slytherin. You should not associate with Gryffindor. You certainly ought not to mingle with such fools as Potter. You will be influenced." John found this sentiment oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After pondering for a moment without recalling, he simply shook his head and dismissed it. No school regulation prohibits Slytherin from befriending Gryffindor, and you have no authority to dictate whom I may associate with. With that, John and his companions circumvented Draco and his entourage, heading towards the Great Hall. Draco's fury intensified, however, as he watched John and his friends depart. Particularly upon glimpsing Hermione and Michelle, a sudden epiphany struck him. "I understand now. It must be a ploy involving beauty." The more Draco pondered, the more convinced he became of this theory. Although John possessed considerable strength, the most formidable challenge for a hero often lies in matters of the heart. Even his father, Lucius Malfoy, had faced similar tribulations in his youth. Yet, John's attraction to Miss Rabbit seemed to indicate a significant flaw in his taste. Otherwise, should John become increasingly entangled, he might even enlist help from Potter to counter him. Merely envisioning such a scenario sent shivers down Draco's spine. But how to proceed? Should he also employ the same tactic? With this thought, Pansy's smiling visage naturally appeared in Draco's mind. He quickly and resolutely shook his head. He was not willing to part with her. Yet, apart from Pansy, he truly did not know any other attractive girls. Draco fell into deep contemplation. After an indeterminate period, he finally inhaled deeply, his expression shifting to one of determination and fervor, as if he were making a difficult yet pivotal decision. Meanwhile, John remained oblivious to Draco's inner turmoil. After bidding farewell to Harry, Michelle, and others, he promptly retreated to the library to begin his research. This was in preparation for the impending expedition into the Forbidden Forest. After all, the yield from the Forbidden Forest during winter is notoriously low. However, that does not imply a complete absence of rewards. Moreover, John had an inkling that these rewards might surpass those from Hagrid's domain. Chapter 45, Draco's Tactics. Days later, all preparations were complete. John set off towards the Forbidden Forest with a bulging cloth bag slung over his shoulder. November at Hogwarts was already quite frigid. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in snow, while the surface of the Black Lake resembled hardened steel, cold and unforgiving. For John, who had spent his previous life in southern plains, unaccustomed to snow and seldom encountering mountains, this scenery was utterly novel. He continually gazed around in wonder, marveling at the picturesque surroundings. Occasionally, he would stomp his feet in the snow to hear the satisfying crunch of the powdery layer compressing beneath him, admiring the footprints he left behind. This behavior made him appear less as an intrepid explorer about to venture into the Forbidden Forest and more like a tourist encountering snow for the very first time. However, as he drew nearer to the forest, John swiftly adjusted his mindset. Taking several deep breaths, he conducted a final check of his equipment and provisions before calling out towards the direction behind him. "Stop hiding. You followed me all this way." John was forced to draw his wand. At this, Draco, who had been lurking behind a rock, finally emerged. "Don't attack. I'm coming out," Draco exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. Perhaps it was a disdain for the unsightly, thick robes of Hogwarts that led Draco to don the less formidable autumn cloak. Standing amidst the snow, shivering uncontrollably, his nose a vivid shade of red, twitching intermittently. Observing his plight, John was rendered completely speechless. He gestured for Draco to approach, then tossed him a vial of orange-red potion. "Drink this," he urged. Without hesitation, Draco struggled to twist off the cap and gulped it down. Immediately, his eyes sparkled with life. This was entirely expected, as John had concocted a warming potion, specially modified to taste like orange soda, delicious and effective against the cold. "No way." Draco firmly shook his head. "I must accompany you. Are you heading into the Forbidden Forest?" "That's none of your concern," John frowned. "Why do you insist on following me?" At this, Draco fell silent, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. While he could not enlist the aid of a beautiful maiden to distract John, he had his own strategies. This did not imply that Draco intended to personally charm John. Rather, he was resolutely committed to his strategy of tailing him. Wherever John went, he would follow. Undoubtedly, this was an exceedingly foolish tactic. Yet Draco found it to be quite effective. After all, in the days since he began this pursuit, John had engaged only in trivial exchanges with the Weasley twins, avoiding contact with any other Gryffindors. To Draco, this was a clear indication that his strategy was working. With a long sigh, John lamented. Had he known of Draco's thoughts at that moment, he would have undoubtedly delivered a couple of punches to the lad. The reason he had refrained from mingling with Michelle and others was solely due to his intense preparations for entering the Forbidden Forest. As for Draco's strategy of following him, it was nothing but a source of annoyance, serving no purpose whatsoever. Who would appreciate a constant shadow, occasionally chiming in with trivial remarks? The situation remained unchanged. Fine. I'll allow you to continue following me." John relented. Elated, Draco hurriedly moved closer to John, but before he could reach him, John tossed a heavy, full cloth bag into his arms. "What is the meaning of this?" Draco struggled to articulate, bewildered by the weight of the bag. "It's merely your luggage." John raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you unwilling?" "I am willing," it's just Draco began, but John had already stepped into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, compelling him to quicken his pace to keep up. In winter, the Forbidden Forest lay desolate. The once lush canopy was now entirely cloaked in ice and snow, and most magical creatures had either succumbed to hibernation or sought refuge from the biting cold in their nests. Beneath a blanket of silver, the branches of the trees drooped despondently, exuding an air of lethargy. It seemed impractical to gather herbs in such an environment. However, this greatly diminished the menacing aura of the Forbidden Forest. At least the sunlight managed to filter through the sparse foliage. John and Draco traversed the woods, one after the other. Throughout the journey, Draco incessantly chattered away. Fortunately, the large cloth bag he bore was exceedingly heavy. After a short while, he became breathless and was left with no energy to speak. This was precisely why John had assigned him the burden of carrying the luggage. As they ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest, several hundred meters onward, John finally halted when the trees ahead grew increasingly dense. "Why have we stopped?" Draco exclaimed, throwing the cloth bag onto the ground, hands on his hips, panting heavily. John paid him no mind. Instead, he retrieved the bone whistle that Hagrid had gifted him and blew into it with vigor. The sound was not sharp, but rather dull. Strangely, its penetrating quality was remarkable. John could even feel the vibrations of the sound waves resonating through his body and radiating outward. Draco regarded the bone whistle with curiosity, perplexed by John's intentions. To him, John's actions today seemed utterly nonsensical. Why, on a frigid winter's day, would one eschew the warmth of the fireplace to venture into the cold, inhospitable Forbidden Forest? Yet, he had long ceased to ponder such questions. For less than half an hour later, a dozen centaurs emerged from all directions, encircling them with an imposing presence. These beings resembled the centaurs of Greek mythology, human above the waist and robust equine below, complete with long tails. "You should not be wandering in our territory. This is our domain," declared the black-haired centaur leader with a tone of disdain. "Even with Hagrid's token, you must leave at once. Do not compel us to take action." Upon hearing this, the centaurs surrounding John stepped forward in unison, their fierce appearances accentuated by the bows and arrows they wielded, some even knocking arrows in a display of intimidation. Draco, startled by the scene, instinctively sought refuge behind John. In response, John slowly bowed to the centaurs and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "Gentlemen, please do not be alarmed. Ikomin goodwill." wishing to bring warmth and value to my neighbors in the Forbidden Forest during this winter season. Indeed, you've guessed correctly. I am a merchant who can enhance your lives. Come, my friends, feel free to select from my wares. I am open to bartering. With but a few herbs or some pelts, you may obtain the coveted items of your dreams. With that, John opened the cloth bag, revealing a collection of mundane Muggle items such as Swiss Army knives, magnesium fire starters, and trinkets. Thus began the trade with the centaurs. This was a notion that instantly sprang to John's mind upon learning of the centaur community residing within the Forbidden Forest. After all, Hagrid had only served as the gamekeeper for a few decades, yet his modest abode was brimming with various magical materials. One could only imagine the wealth amassed by the centaurs who had lived there for generations. It was a rather straightforward deduction. To this end, he hastily bulk ordered a plethora of supplies from the Weasley twins. However, the centaurs appeared disinterested in any form of trade. Upon hearing John's intentions and witnessing his wares, the centaur opposite him erupted in fury. "Damn it! You wretched wizards dare to insult us!" The black-haired centaur leader bellowed, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow that landed mere inches from John's feet. "Get lost, you despicable scoundrel. Do not think for a moment that you will procure even a single hair from us. Leave at once. This is our territory. We would rather perish, consumed by spiders, than engage in commerce with you." Simultaneously, the other centaurs grew agitated, raising their bows and hurling curses. Their wrath was palpable, with an array of incomprehensible invectives cascading forth. Yet John remained unfazed. It was as though he had not heard the earlier warning from the black-haired centaur, as he maintained a genial smile and declared, "From this day forth, every Friday afternoon, I shall set up my stall right here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Whether it be sharp weapons, warm clothing, convenient tools, or exquisite jewelry, I have it all." Upon hearing this, the centaur's insults intensified, believing John to be belittling them. Draco, unable to restrain himself, tugged at John's sleeve and whispered urgently, "We should leave, John. Centaurs are classified as XXXX creatures. They are perilous. I do not wish to be shot by their arrows." Unperturbed, John continued to gaze at the black-haired centaur with a smile. After a tense 10 minutes, the black-haired centaur snorted derisively and swiftly led his fellow centaurs into the depths of the forest. Witnessing this, Draco, who had been on the verge of panic, finally exhaled in relief and collapsed into the snow. Meanwhile, John chuckled softly, nodding in approval of Draco's previous demeanor. Although this fellow could be rather arrogant and vain, unable to tolerate criticism, he at least possessed a sense of self-preservation and an instinct to avoid conflict. Perhaps that wasn't entirely a virtue, but it did confirm that Draco was not a fool. Had he recklessly provoked the centaurs, John's venture would have encountered significant obstacles. Fortunately, Draco had managed to hold his tongue. In a buoyant mood, John explained to Draco, "You need not worry. Those centaurs would never harm us. In fact, they will ensure our safety." Draco, still recovering from the earlier fright, turned sharply, his face a canvas of bewilderment. "Because we're the little ponies of humanity." Huh? Noting Draco's continued confusion, John proceeded to unpack his wares and set up his stall, continuing his explanation. The so-called younglings, when applied to humanity, refer to minors. The centaurs may be proud and sensitive, yet they adhere to the laws of nature, unless absolutely necessary. They do not harm the young of other creatures and often extend protection to them. Do centaurs possess such virtues? Draco clearly harbored doubts, yet they are undeniably beasts. Monstrous hybrids that feast on flesh and blood. This prideful supremacy of purebloods and wizards. What distinguishes your mindset from the centaurs you so disdain? John remarked with disdain, adding that if we follow your logic, there is no reason to fear centaurs at all. After all, wizards are the supreme rulers above all creatures, the mightiest race on this planet. How could they possibly fear centaurs? Oh, and the secrecy laws are utterly unnecessary. Given that wizards are so powerful, why would they conceal themselves? John's words struck Draco like a dagger, piercing his heart. He extended a trembling finger towards John, yet he could not formulate a retort. John continued to drive the point home, stating, "Nobility must always embody reason and grace. They certainly possess pride, yet they do not exhibit arrogance, for that is sheer folly. It is only the pretentious nouveau riche who flaunt their wealth, status, and lineage with reckless abandon, unaware that to those of genuine nobility, they appear as mere jesters." Frankly, Draco, are you truly Malfoy? Your family has boasted a legacy of nearly a millennium, yet how do you manage to appear so crass? Upon hearing this, Draco was utterly taken aback. His gaze swept across the goods displayed by John, and he crossed his arms in derision, retorting, "Indeed, I am Malfoy." May come off as a vulgar and arrogant nouveau riche, but what of you, a Shafiq from time-honored family? Observe your wares. They are nothing more than the detritus of Muggle manufacturing. How could they possibly sell? Huh, truly, you are quite foolish. John remained unfazed, calmly responding, "Allow me to clarify once more, though my surname is Shafiq, I am not of the Shafiq lineage. I am merely an ordinary wizard of Muggle descent. As for whether your so-called Muggle trash sells, I can only say that you are truly ill-informed. Huh, I have encountered many who masquerade as purebloods, but encountering a pure blood masquerading as a Muggle is a first for me, though I suppose it is to be expected." Draco seemed to adopt a similar tone. Having learned a few sarcastic remarks, "Considering you are a Shafiq, your family has maintained such a low profile and elegance for nearly a century, hiding away as recluses. Even when the Dark Lord sought your family's allegiance, you refused to emerge. Truly remarkable." John shook his head at this, choosing not to argue further. Instead, he constructed a fire pit from stones, retrieving some pre-skewered meat and vegetables, placing them on the grill to cook. Initially, Draco continued his sardonic remarks, claiming the Shafiq family was too timid to join the Dark Lord in grand endeavors. Shortly thereafter, he criticized John for being foolish, peddling Muggle trinkets that would surely result in a loss. However, as the aroma of the barbecue intensified, particularly after John sprinkled cumin and chili powder over the meat, Draco fell silent. He could not help but keep his mouth shut, lest he drool. "What kind of meat are you roasting, Shafiq? It smells divine," Draco exclaimed, reaching out to grab some. John, however, was not inclined to indulge him and swatted his filthy hand away. "Don T. touch. This ISN tea meant for you." Draco rubbed the back of his hand in dissatisfaction. "What? Are you planning to feast alone? I merely spoke a few ill words about you. Why are you being so stingy, just like Professor Snape?" John rolled his eyes, secretly resolving to relay this remark to Professor Snape. Then he called out towards the distant forest, "My dear centaur friends, come forth. The weather's chilly. Let us hasten to conclude our transactions and enjoy some roasted meat to warm ourselves." "Save your breath, John," Draco retorted, shaking his head. "Do you truly believe I Haven T read about centaurs? Those creatures revere nature and despise anything unnatural. In other words, they would never buy your rubbish." No sooner had Draco finished his statement than a centaur indeed emerged from the depths of the forest, approaching slowly. This left him gaping in astonishment. John's face also displayed a flicker of surprise, for standing before him was the very centaur leader with black hair, who had previously boasted vehemently, even declaring he would rather be consumed by spiders than purchase anything. Nevertheless, John quickly regained his composure and greeted, "Greetings, my dear centaur friend, and to you, little human. You are a commendable wizard, humble and respectful towards us and nature alike. You are worthy to roam our forest, which is why I have chosen to appear before you again," the black-haired centaur replied, before turning a menacing glare towards Draco. "As for you, cursed one, you would do well to avoid wandering the forest alone in the future, or else." Draco shivered involuntarily, trembling at the threat. Meanwhile, John's smile grew ever brighter. He had anticipated that a centaur would return. This was hardly surprising. After all, even if not seeking to make a purchase, the centaurs, who regarded the Forbidden Forest as their territory, would not permit two young wizards to roam freely within it. Thus, surveillance was inevitable. This explained why he had debated with Draco for so long about the virtues of centaurs and the supremacy of wizards. Now it seemed this strategy had borne fruit. With Draco serving as a foil, John, who harbored no prejudice against centaurs and appreciated their virtues, had evidently won the favor of the black-haired centaur. Now, as the centaur responded to John's call from the forest, it was highly likely that he was prepared to engage in a transaction. "Do you have any exquisite jewelry?" "Ah, indeed I do," John replied with delight as he snapped his fingers and retrieved two necklaces from the stall. "Take a look at these. They are crafted from pure silver, each weighing around 20 grams, with pendants designed in the shapes of the sun and moon. They should suit you well, considering your evident passion for astronomy and celestial phenomena." The dark-haired centaur nodded eagerly, his gaze fixated on the necklaces, yet a flicker of hesitation lingered on his face. Observing this, John swiftly added, "The most important aspect is that these necklaces are entirely handcrafted by ordinary folk, just like my skewers. They were made without any Muggle technology or magic, absolutely natural. Moreover, they are a matching set. Surely, you understand the significance of a couple's jewelry, yes? Good. I'm glad to hear that. Just imagine you wearing this sun pendant while your enchanting counterpart." John emphasized the words natural land couples set. At the mention, the hesitation vanished from the centaur's expression. "Enough," he exclaimed, In an instant, a leather pouch was thrust into John's arms. Upon opening the bag, John was astonished to find it filled with billywig stings. This substance serves as an ingredient for various potions, including the waking potion, and when used alone, it induces a dreamy state and levitation. The going price in Diagon Alley is 7 galleons per bottle containing 39 stings, and this small pouch contained no less than 70. In other words, for merely those 2 worthless silver necklaces, he had exchanged over 10 galleons. John took a deep breath, suppressing his inner joy, and continued, "This is more than sufficient. My dear centaur friend, I am neither greedy nor deceitful. You have indeed allowed me a substantial profit. This is well deserved. We centaurs are always generous towards friends. However, when it comes to enemies, the dark-haired centaur paused momentarily, casting a fierce glare at Draco. I shall be colder than the north wind." Draco, however, was unfazed this time, as the unfolding events had long surpassed the limits of his comprehension. He felt as though he had been petrified, his entire being stiff with an incredulous gaze fixed upon John. Yet John paid him no mind, smiling as he offered a skewer to the centaur. "You have spoken splendidly. I too am not one to be stingy. Come, taste my culinary skills. You shan't be disappointed." The centaur furrowed his brow at these words. Principally, he was reluctant to accept food from a wizard. However, captivated by John's earnest eyes and out of friendship, he cautiously took the skewer and took a small bite. Instantly, his eyes widened in astonishment. "How does it taste?" John inquired softly, continuing to offer him more skewers, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Centaurs, having lived in forests for eons and revering nature, typically consume a rather bland diet. When confronted with the robust flavors of barbecued food, there are generally 2 responses. Either a complete rejection, discarding it like refuse, either one opens the door to a new world, an irreversible journey. The dark-haired centaur before us undeniably embodies the latter. After indulging for nearly half an hour, he finally paused, gazing at the scattered remnants of his feast, belching with slight embarrassment as he scratched his head. Upon uttering these words, the centaur's eyes ignited with fervor. He excitedly clapped John on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You have gained my friendship, little human. From now on, you may freely enter and exit our forest. Should danger arise, you may sound that bone whistle at any moment, and I shall hasten to your aid. This is my promise to you, bestowed by Bane." John stood rooted in place, watching the centaur until his figure vanished completely. Only then did Draco, who had been lurking nearby, like a statue, finally come to his senses. "How did you accomplish that?" Draco asked incredulously. Centaurs are known to be quite averse to humans. They don't even wear clothes and wield primitive bows and arrows. How could they possibly desire your muggle trash? "That is precisely why I say you know nothing at all," John replied, shaking his head with a light chuckle. "While it is true that centaurs cherish their connection to nature and harbor disdain for humans, it does not imply that they do not yearn for a more convenient and enhanced living environment. This is an instinct inherent in all beings. Driven by this primal instinct, or desire, certain centaurs will undoubtedly wish to engage with human creations. This is indisputable, much like the presence of both good and evil within any community. The centaur villages surely contain traditionalists, modernists, and those who waver between the 2. Moreover, John S.'s selection of goods was exceptionally astute. Everything he had brought was a hodgepodge of various items procured from the muggle world over the past few days. To a wizard like Draco, these were mere trifles, devoid of any magical properties. However, for the centaurs, the situation was entirely different. Had John attempted to sell them alchemical artifacts or technological devices, they would have shown disinterest. In contrast, the low-tech, life-enhancing artisanal products he offered would certainly appeal to them, with John S.'s enticing narrative of these items being purely handcrafted and naturally sourced. Their acceptance would be significantly heightened. Crucially, the centaurs remained oblivious to the true value of magical materials versus these muggle trinkets. To them, trading their abundant magical resources for muggle goods appeared to be a lucrative exchange. Conversely, for John, acquiring precious magical materials in exchange for seemingly worthless muggle items was equally advantageous. It was a quintessential win-win situation. Of course, John would not elucidate these details to Draco. Just as Bane departed, John noticed other centaurs approaching his stall. Chapter 48, a concise guide to barehanded jungle exploration. As John anticipated, another new customer arrived, and soon, a steady stream of such patrons would follow. As one foot departed, another swiftly emerged to engage and trade with John. This prompted John to suspect that these centaurs had arrived long ago, but were merely avoiding the embarrassment of encountering acquaintances, hence forming a queue in the dense forest. However, John had no intention of exposing them. To each centaur that approached, he greeted them warmly, employing a repertoire of entirely natural, handcrafted rhetoric to showcase his wares. Even when they showed no intention of purchasing anything, John would enthusiastically invite them to stay, offering a complimentary barbecue in the spirit of friendship. It turned out that the centaurs were rather sensitive to such overt hospitality. They simply could not withstand this form of enthusiastic marketing, and ultimately, even those who had no plans to spend ended up purchasing some items as a token gesture. Many sentimental centaurs, upon departure, even flushed with excitement. Similar to the earlier Bane, patted their chests and promised John that should they encounter any troubles in the Forbidden Forest, they would be readily available to assist him. During these moments, John would display immense exhilaration. After all, the profits yielded by this group of centaurs were exceedingly substantial. Preliminary estimates indicated that the centaurs had bestowed upon him magical materials valued at over 70 gallons throughout the afternoon, for which he had only exchanged some mundane goods easily purchased with Muggle currency. However, not everyone was filled with joy. Draco, in particular, was quite disheartened. He had recently asserted that John's decision to bring a plethora of Muggle trinkets for trade would surely result in loss. Little did he expect John to swiftly contradict him. More importantly, all of John's skewers had been consumed by the centaurs. Heaven help him. He had not even had lunch to keep him company while trailing John. After spending an entire afternoon in the cold, desolate forest, he was utterly famished and chilled to the bone. Moreover, he had assisted John by carrying his luggage and completing tasks. Initially, he had hoped to indulge in John's skewers to satisfy his cravings, only to realize that John had not offered him a single skewer all afternoon. He merely sat there watching others devour the feast. The mere thought of this infuriated Draco. "Hey, Draco, come here and help," John called out as he replaced the magical flames in the fire pit. Upon hearing this, Draco scoffed, reflecting on the grievances he had endured that day, and turned his body away in defiance. Observing his demeanor, John did not press him further. Instead, he chuckled softly and began to prepare another batch of food. Minutes later, as John generously sprinkled seasoning over his creations, the tantalizing aroma of barbecued goodness wafted through the forest. Draco caught a whiff of the delightful scent, his body involuntarily responding. Yet he stubbornly refused to approach. Seeing this, John shook his head, took 2 steaming chicken wings, and pressed them into Draco's hands. "Eat up. I want tea. I'm not hungry at all," Draco retorted, his eyes wide with defiance. But before he could finish his protest, he could not resist taking a hearty bite out of the chicken wing. Then, he could no longer restrain himself, rushing to the fire pit and whirling around with John, his appetite more voracious than that of the centaurs before. John savored the magical essence he had absorbed from the barbecue for a moment before tossing a bottle of orange-flavored cold-resistant potion to Draco, and then spoke. "It's the essence of airship lily. I marinated all this meat and vegetables in its juice. This enhances the barbecue's flavor, rendering it richer and more delectable, thus more palatable. In short, you are not mistaken. This batch is indeed superior to what was served to the centaurs." Draco nodded repeatedly, though he had no idea what the airship lily was, nor did he wish to know. Curiosity piqued, he inquired if this ingredient enhances the taste. "Why didn't you use it when grilling for the centaurs? Have you lost your mind to a ghoul?" John retorted gruffly. "A bag of airship lily costs 5 galleons. Such a fine ingredient is reserved for our own." Given Draco's temperament, he would typically bristle at such an insult, perhaps even retort. Yet this time, Draco felt a warm glow in his heart. Tentatively, he asked, "John, does that mean we are in this together? We are allies." This revelation thrilled Draco further. He rubbed his hands together, seemingly eager to express something. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly produced a book from his robes and tossed it into John's hands. "This is for you, John." Draco feigned an air of haughty indifference, lifting his chin as he proclaimed, "I bought this at great expense from Liechtenstein's bookstore. You ought to be grateful." Upon hearing Draco's boastful declaration, John instinctively recoiled. The very book in his hand was a concise guide to barehanded jungle exploration. John recognized it as the very reference he had sought initially. Unfortunately, it was not available in the Hogwarts library and bore a staggering price tag of 40 galleons at Liechtenstein's, far beyond what he could afford. Connecting the dots to Draco's antics in the hall the previous evening, John suddenly comprehended everything. He felt a genuine warmth swell within him. He sighed. "So, you spent all afternoon in the hall just to obtain this book for me?" Draco's eyes widened, and he hastily retorted, "Who told you that? I am Malfoy. I would never." His words trailed off as John stood up and extended a hand toward him. John's voice resonated, leaving Draco momentarily speechless. In his fantasies, He had envisioned John being profoundly grateful, bowing in reverence, and willingly becoming his subordinate to assist in dealing with Potter. Oh, perhaps that was a stretch even for Draco's imagination. In truth, he felt fortunate that John had not struck him. After all, John had always exuded strength, mystery, and pride in Draco's eyes. Yet now, John was thanking him as the golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the branches. They bathed John in a radiant glow. Observing the hand shimmering in the golden light and the smile adorning John's face, Draco felt a surge of emotion within him. Although he had not formally taken John under his wing, the current progress was promising. There remained hope that John might one day become one of his subordinates. With this thought in mind, he took several deep breaths to steady himself before reaching out to grasp John's extended hand. Draco spoke, and John nodded with a smile, his arm tensing as he prepared to pull him up. However, at that moment, as Draco rose, the snow beneath their feet suddenly gave way. Caught off guard, the two plummeted into a hidden pit. Chapter 49. The Eight-Eyed Giant Spider. John furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings. He noticed numerous strands of spider silk enveloping the area. It was not unusual to find spider silk in a pit, as many spiders seek out such places for hibernation and to lay their eggs, typically weaving a layer of silk in their nests. However, the problem lay in the fact that this pit was several cubic meters in size, with a seemingly bottomless tunnel leading deeper into darkness, all coated in a thick layer of spiderweb. If this were indeed a hibernation site for spiders, the size of the creatures residing here must be immense. Just as John pondered this unsettling thought, Draco's scream pierced through his contemplation. Startled, John instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. Draco, however, had not sustained any injuries, at least not yet. Like John, he had fallen into the pit, and the layer of spider silk on the ground had cushioned his fall, leaving him unscathed. Yet, he clearly detested the sticky sensation of the spider silk. This aversion prompted a primal fear, causing him to struggle and scream, and the more he fought, the more entangled he became in the web, amplifying his trepidation. To John, Draco resembled a fool drowning in a shallow pool. Truth be told, the scene was somewhat comical. Yet John found no humor in it, for just beyond Draco's position, nestled in the shadows, lay a black spider the size of a full-grown horse, curled up in slumber. Surrounding it were countless strands of silk that connected directly to the webbing throughout the pit. Each of Draco's frantic movements sent vibrations through these silken threads, causing the hairs on the giant spider's legs to quiver. John instinctively drew his wand, ready to cast a petrification spell on Draco. Unfortunately, it was too late. With another violent struggle from Draco, a bundle of intertwined silk suddenly unraveled. One particularly elastic strand snapped back like a slingshot, striking the giant black spider squarely on its forehead. With a resounding crack, the spider jolted awake, its entire body quivering. Then, under John's horrified gaze, the curled mass of the spider slowly began to unfurl. Before them loomed a monstrous arachnid, an imposing 15-foot wide creature. Its body cloaked in a dense mantle of black fur, and its 8 ebony eyes glinting with a ferocious light. With a mere glance, John immediately recognized the identity of this beast, the eight-eyed giant spider, classified by the Ministry of Magic as XXXXX, a creature known to have slain wizards. At that moment, Draco too finally discerned the imminent peril that loomed close by. He resembled an exaggerated performer, every muscle in his face taut with fear, contorting his expression to an extreme. Ultimately, after gathering his strength, a thunderous scream erupted from his throat. John, save me!" In a moment of desperation, a slicing spell whistled through the air, severing the webbing that ensnared Draco, causing his scream to ascend several octaves. The eight-eyed giant spider, just roused from its slumber, began to stir, excitedly shaking its massive pincers, producing an audible clattering sound before lunging violently at Draco. In the nick of time, John unleashed another slicing spell. In a flash of white light, the eight-eyed giant spider was repelled, its formidable pincers crashing into the rock wall and shattering a substantial boulder. John's expression grew increasingly grave. Although his slicing spell was not quite capable of cleaving iron, it could easily shatter stone. Yet, when this razor-sharp incantation struck the eight-eyed giant spider, it merely pushed the creature back without penetrating its exoskeleton. It is crucial to note that the eight-eyed giant spider possessed no magical resistance. Its shell was simply impenetrably hard. Furthermore, this beast was not only venomous, but also possessed terrifying physical strength. The sheer force with which it crushed the rock suggested that a mere touch from it would likely be fatal. Taking a deep breath, John gestured to Draco, urging, "Draco, You must flee. Upon hearing this, Draco instinctively began to crawl towards the cave's entrance. However, in the next instant, he hesitated, his expression revealing an internal struggle. The Malfoy family's ancestral principle of self-preservation was a belief Draco had held steadfastly. Yet, it was John who had chosen to remain behind, facing the spider alone to save him. Moreover, John had recently expressed his gratitude, reflecting on the hand John had extended to him earlier. Draco felt his unwavering conviction waver for the first time. He repeatedly reassured himself, "We are allies, kin. How could I abandon my own? Therefore, John, I shall come to your aid." Upon hearing this, John rolled his eyes. He believed Draco to be hopelessly misguided. In moments demanding courage, he faltered, and when retreat was warranted, he acted bravely. Did Draco not recognize that John's urging him to flee stemmed from a desire not to hinder him? While John internally criticized him, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for Draco's spirit was still commendable. Meanwhile, the eight-eyed giant spider had regained its composure and roared as it charged once more. Its colossal pincers cleaved through the air, accompanied by a terrifying rush of wind. As they lunged menacingly toward John, in John's eyes, a blue radiance surged as, under the influence of magic, he forcefully stomped his right foot onto the ground, deftly evading the attack by shifting to the right. The eight-eyed giant spider withdrew its massive pincers from the rock wall and resumed its relentless pursuit. The man and the spider danced through the cave, constantly maneuvering. The speed of the eight-eyed giant spider increased exponentially, its pincers raining down like a torrent, nearly cornering John into a desperate situation. Draco, witnessing this scene, felt his vision blur with frustration as he waved his wand vigorously, casting various spells in vain. Yet, his efforts proved futile. His magical power was far too feeble. The spells he commanded lacked potency, and most critically, his accuracy was woefully inadequate. Against the swiftly moving eight-eyed giant spider, his attacks missed their mark entirely. He couldn't even manage to divert the spider's attention, plunging him into despair. At that moment, a broad hand gently patted the top of Draco's head, and a soothing voice resonated, "Fear not, young one, for I have come to rescue you." Startled, Draco looked up to behold a centaur smiling down at him. Unlike the wild centaurs he had encountered before, this one possessed strikingly handsome features. With remarkably blue eyes and shimmering platinum hair, its lower half was adorned with a silver body and a flowing silver tail, exuding an aura of purity and strength. "Are you serious?" Draco murmured. The centaur, with a confident smile, replied, "The eight-eyed giant spider may indeed be an insurmountable foe for you, but for me, it is a different story. My kin and I have battled these creatures for decades. This solitary individual is rather easy to handle, at least for me." As it spoke, the centaur knocked an arrow and aimed effortlessly at the eight-eyed giant spider engaged with John. However, in the next instant, the confident expression on the centaur's face froze. The situation had taken a dramatic turn. John had suddenly unleashed a powerful blow, creating distance between himself and the eight-eyed giant spider. He then waved his wand repeatedly, and with a series of cracking sounds, the spider's 8 elongated legs were swiftly severed, leaving only a writhing torso on the ground. "What did you just say?" Draco exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 50, The Stench of Blood. Everything transpired in a heartbeat, so swiftly that both Draco and the centaur scarcely grasped what had occurred. The once ferocious eight-eyed giant spider lay utterly defeated, stripped of its combat capabilities. After a brief moment, Draco finally processed the events. Excitedly, he rushed toward John, exclaiming, "John, we are truly remarkable. We managed to defeat such a creature." John shot Draco a glare, retorting, "What do you mean by we? How is this in any way related to you? How can you say such a thing? Was I not part of the battle?" Draco replied, adopting a serious demeanor. "I risked my life to save you. You must remember this debt." "Ah, yes, indeed." In the distance, a few feeble pranks intended to tickle could hardly be deemed a worthy call to arms. Yet here you are, possibly accompanied by a brother named Jiao. As John spoke, he advanced, unleashing a series of slicing spells upon the forehead of the eight-eyed giant spider, delivering the final blows. In response, Draco, perplexed by the mention of Jiao, maintained his composure and retorted, "So what? Ultimately, I still participated in the battle. But what about you? What magic did you employ to vanquish this creature?" In truth, he had just utilized a prank curse, the hanging bell. This may seem rather absurd, yet is quite reasonable. After all, the hanging bell could suspend even adults upside down, implying a considerable strength of several hundred pounds. Shaking his head, John feigned ignorance to Draco's inquiry and continued his work. Once he had completely dispatched the eight-eyed giant spider, he began to dissect its remains. Before long, John had extracted the creature's venom sac, collecting approximately 4 ounces of venom. This venom was highly valuable, fetching up to 5 galleons per ounce in Diagon Alley. Thus, this single 8-eyed giant spider had bestowed upon John 20 galleons, nearly equaling 1/3 of his sales with the centaur earlier that afternoon. To be candid, this yield was quite commendable, yet John felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, this was a creature the size of an adult horse. One would expect it to harbor at least a pint, 20 ounces, of venom within. The current quantity seemed rather scant. It was already impressive for an 8-eyed giant spider in hibernation to possess such venom. The centaur beside him seemed to sense John's thoughts and chuckled softly, saying, "But young man, I advise you not to let this victory breed arrogance, underestimating the 8-eyed giant spider. If these dangerous creatures were mature or in a non-winter environment, their speed would be such that you could scarcely react. Most importantly, these monsters are social creatures. Are you implying that the Forbidden Forest is teeming with 8-eyed giant spiders?" John pondered aloud. "Far more than you can imagine," the centaur nodded. "Their nests, large and small, are densely scattered throughout the depths of the Forbidden Forest, with some even in the shallower areas. I believe you can attest to this, can't you?" John nodded, his expression somewhat complex. He merely estimated the regions of the deep and shallow Forbidden Forest, and by merely setting up a stall at the boundary, he could inadvertently choose a spot right above a nest of 8-eyed giant spiders. This alone illustrated the density of their nests within the forest. One cannot deny the inherent danger, yet danger also signifies potential reward. It is well known that even a feeble 8-eyed giant spider can yield 3 to 4 ounces of venom. Imagine the profits if one were to slay several. That would amount to a considerable sum of galleons. You need not worry excessively. Those that are driven out to nest in the shallow areas are typically the old, weak, or ailing 8-eyed giant spiders, the centaur continued. Their lethality is not as formidable as one might think, and our centaur tribe regularly conducts cleanups. "Ah, I see now," John replied with newfound understanding. John said, "My name is John Shafiq. May I ask who you are?" "Forenza. You may call me Forenza." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Forenza." "Likewise, Mr. Shafiq." As the two shook hands, Draco, who was nearby, gathering the limbs of the 8-eyed giant spider, scoffed. "All right, John, you need not show such reverence to that centaur. He is merely a pompous fool. You should have seen his arrogant demeanor before. He boasted about battling trolls for decades, claiming he could easily handle such monsters. And what happened? Before he could even make a move, we had already dealt with the creature." Upon hearing this, Forenza's expression became exceedingly awkward. He scratched his cheek, somewhat embarrassed, and remarked, "It is primarily because Mr. Shafiq is exceedingly powerful. You are undoubtedly the most gifted young wizard I have ever encountered. That much need not be reiterated. Everyone at Hogwarts knows John is a genius," Draco declared, tilting his head with pride. He then hoisted a segment of the 8-eyed spider's leg and exclaimed with enthusiasm. John nodded nonchalantly and walked towards the cave's exit. He held a favorable impression of the centaur. After all, Forenza possessed a striking appearance that nearly rivaled his own. Given the chance, John would not mind conversing further with him, sharing insights as fellow handsome individuals. Unfortunately, the sun had already set. Forenza was not surprised by John's departure. He waved to John, saying, "Farewell, mighty Mr. Shafiq. I shall perform a divination for you. The stars will illuminate your path forward." John waved back, bidding farewell, and then he and Draco made their way towards the brightly lit castle. Throughout their journey, Draco maintained an exuberant demeanor, undeterred even by the heavy legs of the 8-eyed spider. He intermittently hummed a tune, seemingly preparing to compose a new song titled The Ballad of the 8-eyed Spider Slayer. This left John perplexed. After all, as long as he wasn't caught in the Forbidden Forest, he had ample excuses to evade scrutiny. He simply could not comprehend Draco's behavior. What significance lay in flaunting such matters to others? It wouldn't earn a single galleon. Discreetly amassing wealth was the prudent approach. Just like him, a mere trip into the Forbidden Forest had netted him nearly 90 galleons from the centaur trade and the 8-eyed spider's venom. Would he boast about this? Certainly not. At most, he might allocate a handful of galleons to Michelle for spending money. All the rest would be exchanged for potions to enhance his magical prowess. With these thoughts, a smile gradually crept onto John's lips. While Draco eagerly ran off to boast about the 8-eyed spider's legs, John headed towards Snape's office, intending to borrow some tools to process the spider's venom. However, as he opened the stone door of the office, he was suddenly met with a whiff of a metallic scent. Chapter 51, Bitter Almonds. Sensing the metallic tang of blood in the air, John initially paid it little mind. After all, numerous potion ingredients necessitated the procurement of live specimens, making the scent a common occurrence in the potions office. However, upon realizing that the faint odor emanated from Snape's small chamber, he immediately grew cautious. He doubted that Snape would be foolish enough to extract biological materials within his own quarters. Thus, the situation became decidedly more complex. Slowing his breath, John drew his wand and stealthily approached the bedroom. He was prepared to petrify whatever lay within the moment he opened the door, followed by shattering it into pieces. Yet, when he burst into the room, he found himself frozen in place. There were no petty thieves or unwelcome creatures, only Snape, sitting alone at the edge of his bed, his robes hiked above his knees. The exposed leg was drenched in blood, a gruesome sight. Snape was struggling to apply a potion, one hand gripping bandages while the other clutched a vial of white essence. Hearing the door open, Snape instinctively looked up, locking eyes with John. The atmosphere grew awkward between them. Snape's facial muscles twitched unnaturally, and he immediately attempted to shoo John away. He certainly did not wish for his student to witness his vulnerable state. Moreover, based on his understanding of John, witnessing such a scene would likely provoke mockery. Yet, this time Snape misjudged the situation. Before he could utter a reprimand, John had already crossed the room to kneel beside Snape. Without uttering a single word, he silently took the vial and bandages, beginning to tend to Snape's wounds. Observing John's focused ministrations, Snape felt a flicker of emotion. His lips moved slightly, as if searching for words. However, after a lengthy pause, he merely stated, "Be cautious of quarrel." John's hands halted momentarily, but he maintained his pretense of nonchalance, responding, "Oh, did he injure you?" Snape, well aware of John's thoughts, felt warmth spread within him, yet feigned disdain as he retorted, "Him? Huh, that sort of scum is far from a threat. Then how did you get hurt?" John inquired further. "That is not a matter for your concern," Snape replied, covering his left forearm. "Just avoid provoking quarrel and remain vigilant. I can sense something is amiss with him." Once John's bandaging was complete, Snape rose and added, "By the way, I will be taking a day off tomorrow. Harry has invited me to witness his first Quidditch match." Snape's demeanor turned icy as he declared, "No, Michelle will be attending as well." "Oh, then it's fine. Go ahead," John said, bemused by Snape's sudden shift in attitude. He shook his head, perplexed, and remarked, "I truly do not understand why, whenever matters concern both Michelle and me, you become so peculiar." Snape lowered his head, enveloped in a profound silence. His gaze fixated upon the leg that John had just bandaged. To his surprise, after a lengthy pause, Snape's voice emerged, ethereal and deliberate. "John, you ought to treat Michelle with more kindness." John remained silent, merely observing Snape, aware that his words were far from finished. "Indeed," Snape continued, "do not devote all your time to the study of potions and spells. You will have ample opportunity for that in the future. Refrain from losing your temper with Michelle, from uttering harsh words, and from being overly critical. You should spend more time with her, accompany her to matches, stroll through the streets, and engage in trivial pursuits together. Furthermore, now that you possess wealth, do not be stingy. Buy her delightful treats, lovely dresses, and charming accessories. Oh, and flowers. You know how much young girls adore those." A fleeting smile graced Snape's face as he recalled something, but alas, it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared. Human emotions are mutable and require sustenance through tangible gestures and actions. If you fail to treat Michelle well, others will certainly step in to do so. If you lose your temper with her, others will comfort her. In time, you may very well lose her altogether. Do you understand? Listening to Snape's words, John felt an overwhelming urge to clarify that he regarded Michelle merely as a sister, devoid of any romantic feelings. He longed to jest about Snape's own status as a solitary figure, questioning his authority to dispense advice on love. Yet, in the end, those thoughts remained unvoiced. Not only because Snape appeared to be in pain, but also due to the palpable magic emanating from him. Since arriving at Hogwarts, John's ability to absorb magical essence had been nearly incessant. However, he had never encountered the magic of Dumbledore or Snape before. John surmised that these two possessed a unique ability or spell that restrained the outward expression of emotions and the overflow of magic. Yet just moments ago, during Snape's unprecedented and peculiar lecture, John experienced the first instance of absorbing Snape's magic. It bore a bitter almond flavor, potent, even more so than that of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. Yet, it was profoundly bitter, an anguish that gnawed at one's core. A sensation that incited a desire for madness, an unrelenting torment. Based on past experiences, the flavor of a person's magic often reflects their character and virtue. For instance, Michelle's magic, reminiscent of sun-dried quilts, demonstrated her remarkable warmth and vivacious spirit, while Professor McGonagall's gingerbread-scented magic revealed her adherence to rules and a hidden wildness. What then? Had Snape endured to render his magic so acutely bitter? John found himself at a loss for an answer. As he met Snape's gaze, which was simultaneously cold and tinged with a hint of expectation, he could only nod vigorously and utter, "I understand." Chapter 52, The Back of the Head. After concluding the discussion on emotions, Snape abruptly transformed back into a figure of irritation. Observing John extracting venom from the acromantula to commence his work, he derisively remarked that John was akin to a foolish lion donning a serpent-esque headpiece, perpetually engaged in frivolous antics instead of serious matters, and that he ought to be expelled for sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. John was well aware that Snape intended to alleviate the surrounding awkward and oppressive atmosphere through such banter. Thus, he played along with a sarcastic retort, suggesting that it was actually Snape who deserved dismissal. After all, it was rather pathetic for a distinguished potions master to sustain injuries while merely walking through the school grounds. The two exchanged barbs in a spirited back and forth. Ultimately, having completed his task with the acromantula, John departed the potions office in a huff. The following day dawned bright, yet frigid. Taking advantage of the lingering effects of a dreamless sleep potion, John indulged in an uncommon lie-in. It wasn't tea until nearly noon that he ambled onto the stand surrounding the Quidditch pitch, a rock cake in hand. Accompanying him was none other than Draco Malfoy. Unbeknownst to John, since being referred to as one of his own in the Forbidden Forest the previous day, Draco felt that his strategy of trailing John had met with remarkable success. Consequently, he deemed it essential to continue this approach indefinitely. Moreover, he was quite eager to witness the Quidditch match, especially since it was the Slytherin team facing off against Gryffindor today. Throughout their journey, he incessantly extolled the virtues of Quidditch to John, eagerly imparting various facts about the sport, his excitement palpable. Unfortunately, his mirth was short-lived. For, as John led him through the stands, they inadvertently wound up in the midst of the Gryffindor supporters. "John, you finally made it," Ron exclaimed, waving enthusiastically, while Hagrid rose from his seat, bellowing, "Come over here. I've saved you a spot." John nodded in acknowledgement and started to make his way over, only to be halted by Draco tugging at his sleeve. "John, how can you associate with this bunch of Gryffindors?" Draco hissed, his voice lowered, anxious about the surrounding company that could potentially lead to trouble. Ron, noticing Draco, scowled. "What is he doing here?" Raising an eyebrow, John replied to Draco, "What? Michelle is also a Gryffindor. Are you implying that I cannot watch the match alongside my sister?" Draco fell silent, recalling the incident from their last flying lesson, where John had fiercely defended Michelle, teaching him a rather harsh lesson. Turning to Ron, John asked, "This is my friend joining me for the match. Is there a spot available?" At this, Ron's expression soured considerably. If it were up to him, he would prefer not to have Draco seated here. Yet, he was reluctant to offend John, who had previously been quite helpful to them. After enduring the extraordinary incident, Ron became acutely aware of John's formidable prowess. After a prolonged internal struggle, he begrudgingly relinquished a spot. Hagrid, on the other hand, harbored little prejudice against Draco, gently patting Ron to soothe his ire. John nodded slightly and nonchalantly took a seat. Draco, who had initially appeared reluctant, now adopted an air of bravado as he settled beside John. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, for John had referred to him as my friend, instilling in Draco a feeling of victory. Furthermore, Ron's submissive demeanor sent Draco into a state of exhilaration. He felt emboldened, shedding any fear of the surrounding Gryffindors, and adopted an excessively arrogant posture. With a powerhouse like John by his side, he felt invincible. Even if a Gryffindor dared to confront him, such efforts would be futile. As the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams entered the arena, the match swiftly commenced, igniting a competitive spirit among Draco, Ron, and Hagrid. Each time Gryffindor scored, Ron and his companions erupted in cheers, while Draco celebrated Slytherin's successes with equal fervor. Neither party was willing to concede defeat, their voices escalating with each point scored. Their faces flushed with excitement and enthusiasm. Michelle, on the other hand, exhibited a rather neutral stance, cheering for both sides without discrimination. This was hardly her fault, as she had yet to grasp the rules of Quidditch. She merely reveled in the lively atmosphere. Hermione, fully engrossed in Michelle's antics, lavished her with snacks and occasionally burst into fits of delighted laughter. As for John, he remained entirely uninterested in the Quidditch match. Amidst the fervent crowd, his expression remained placid as he slowly chewed on a hard rock cake. With each motion, the surging magical energy, fueled by the excitement of the students and faculty, flowed into him, first entering his secondary magic pool and subsequently transforming into magical aptitude. The sensation of effortlessly enhancing his power simply by indulging in food was intoxicating for John. Eventually, He found himself enjoying the moment so much that he closed his eyes in bliss. Time passed unmeasured until, just as John was on the verge of slumber, Michelle's startled exclamation pierced the air. "Oh no, Harry is going to fall." At the sound of her voice, John's previously closed eyes snapped open. He then beheld Harry's broomstick tumbling wildly through the sky, with Harry struggling to maintain his balance, a precarious situation that clearly could not last. Ron, clutching his hair in despair, exclaimed, "It's over. His broom is broken." "Impossible," Hagrid replied, his voice trembling. "Harry's riding the Firebolt 2000 that Professor McGonagall just gifted him. Such a superior broomstick is not easily damaged." Observing their worried expressions, John confidently asserted, "Someone has placed a confundus charm on Harry's broom, causing it to misinterpret his commands." At this proclamation, both Ron and Hagrid looked at John in astonishment. Who could possibly do such a thing? Ron spoke with scorn as he directed his gaze towards Draco, shaking his head in disdain, seemingly implying that Draco could never master such advanced magic. This incensed Draco completely, causing his face to flush with rage as he prepared to seize Ron by the throat. At that moment, however, Hermione pointed towards the distant stands, exclaiming, "Look, it's Snape." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention that way and indeed saw Snape sitting in his seat, his eyes fixed intently on Harry, silently muttering incantations. "Slytherin is about to lose. That is why he is casting a spell on Harry's broom." Ron seethed through clenched teeth, and Hermione, equally irate, shared his sentiments. Only John displayed a contemplative expression. Although Snape was somewhat petty, John did not believe he would resort to such underhanded tactics. Furrowing his brow, John continued scanning the stands, and, as expected, his gaze fell upon another individual who was casting spells, Quirrell. A slight smile crept upon John's lips as he swiftly made his way towards that section of the stands. Ron and the others noticed his actions and erupted with excitement. "John is definitely going to stop Snape," Ron exclaimed eagerly. Hermione clenched her fists in anxious anticipation. Meanwhile, John had already reached the stands occupied by Snape and Quirrell. Concealing himself within the crowd, he discreetly drew his wand and swiftly flicked it towards Quirrell, casting the spell Inverted Bell. Without any sound or light, Quirrell suddenly felt a tremendous force surge from his ankles. In an instant, he was turned upside down, his head crashing violently against the seat of the stands. Chapter 53. It turns out to be the Philosopher's Stone. Despite Quirrell's head being wrapped in a turban thicker than that of an Indian, one would expect him to be unharmed from such a bump. Yet, he let out a wail as if he had sustained a fatal injury and promptly fainted. This spectacle startled the surrounding spectators, who frantically rose to lower Quirrell. However, their efforts proved futile. As a creation of Snape, Inverted Bell, like Disarming Charm, possessed a specific countercurse. A group of students, unaware of the nature of Quirrell's affliction, surrounded him, casting spell stop in vain for a considerable time without success. In their frantic attempts, one of them even stumbled onto Snape, forcing him to cease his casting. Of course, Snape had no intention of rescuing Quirrell. Rather, he observed the crowd thoughtfully before coldly enjoying the spectacle. "You did brilliantly, John. I knew you could do it," Ron shouted with excitement. "You're practically our savior." "Thanks to you," Harry won. "Ha, we did it." Hearing this, John glanced at the field, where he saw Harry triumphantly holding a small golden ball with wings aloft for everyone to see. The stands erupted into a cacophony of cheers akin to a roaring tide. Hagrid, in a state of exhilaration, continuously waved his fists in celebration. Michelle was still munching on snacks, occasionally taking a moment to applaud. Beside her, Hermione had already embraced her, squealing with excitement. In stark contrast, Draco wore a mask of anguish. John, unable to comprehend this, sat expressionless next to Draco, listening to his futile complaints. 20 minutes later, the match officially concluded. Draco seemed unable to accept the defeat of his house and hastily fled the stands. Meanwhile, Harry removed his protective gear and joined John and the others. "It was Snape," Ron explained to Harry. "We all saw it. He was casting a spell on your broomstick, which is why you lost control." "Thank goodness John intervened, or we would have been doomed," Harry exclaimed with excitement. "John, I truly don't know how to thank you. You've helped me so many times." "Gratitude can wait," John interrupted, raising his hand. "But I must clarify one thing. It was not Professor Snape who cast the confundus charm on you during the match, but Quirrell. He was mumbling and casting spells at you. Consequently, I retaliated with a hex, disrupting his incantation, and I believe you've already witnessed the outcome." Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over everyone's faces, but the chaos caused by Professor Quirrell being hit by a hex also interrupted Snape's spell, Hermione said, a hint of frustration in her voice. This doesn't prove who attacked Harry. Ron muttered in agreement. Exactly. Perhaps Snape was caught by Quirrell while trying to use the Confundus charm on Harry, and Quirrell was preparing to save him. John frowned at their remarks. Why do you insist on believing it was Professor Snape? While he may be petty, he wouldn't stoop to such tactics. Harry's expression faltered as he exchanged swift glances with Ron and Hermione, ultimately seeming to resolve something within himself. Meet me in the hall at 10 tonight. I will explain why. This left John somewhat perplexed. Nightfall soon enveloped Hogwarts Castle. Perhaps due to his distress, Draco retired early. After a day of play with Michelle, John, having completed his evening routine, finally remembered his agreement with Harry and leisurely made his way to the hall. You're late. John, Harry suddenly exclaimed, springing from a corner. John waved his hand dismissively. All right, my fault. But what exactly do you want me to see? Harry cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching them before he pulled John towards the 4th floor. Do you remember that night of the midnight duel? Harry pointed to a door leading to a corridor on the right of the 4th floor. After the duel, we got lost and accidentally ended up here. John's brow furrowed in realization as he quickly grasped Harry's implication. What did you discover there? At John's inquiry, Harry could not suppress a triumphant smile. It is quite challenging for me to articulate the sights I have encountered. Hence, I must allow you to witness them firsthand. However, do take heed not to be frightened. As he spoke, Harry drew his wand and magically unlatched the tightly secured door. The scene within the corridor unfolded before John's eyes. There stood a monstrous 3-headed dog, its colossal form nearly occupying the entirety of the space from floor to ceiling. Almost instantaneously, as Harry opened the door, those 6 malevolent eyes fixated on John and the others outside. With a swift motion, Harry slammed the door shut. At that moment, he was devoid of his earlier bravado, nervously swallowing hard, and spoke in a quivering voice. You saw that, didn't you? That beast guards a trapdoor beneath it, serving as the sentinel for that entrance. On the day Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley, we first visited Gringotts to retrieve a treasure he mentioned was entrusted to Dumbledore by an old friend. I dare say that treasure must be concealed beneath that trapdoor. As for why I consider Snape a villain, Harry paused momentarily before continuing. Just yesterday, Snape sustained an injury to his leg. He must have attempted to stealthily access the trapdoor to pilfer the treasure, only to be wounded by the 3-headed dog. I am not merely speculating. Mind you, Harry continued to elaborate on his thoughts. However, John had lost interest in listening. He was not exactly a devoted fan of Harry Potter. He had neither read the novels nor watched the films, and his understanding of the series stemmed solely from snippets and analyses on short video platforms. Among these, the most vivid in his memory were the performances of Hermione and the cosplay enthusiasts portraying Voldemort, engaged in some peculiar interpretative dance. Thus, his grasp of the unfolding narrative remained fragmented and nebulous. Yet, the sight of that 3-headed dog struck him like a bolt of lightning, knitting together his scattered recollections. He suddenly remembered the small brown bag that Hagrid carried with him on the day at the Leaky Cauldron, emanating an unprecedented and delectable magical aura, contained a Philosopher's Stone. That was the legendary treasure of the alchemical master Nicholas Flamel, reputed to turn stone into gold and produce the elixir of life, the pinnacle of alchemical achievement. The notion that such a treasure lay concealed beneath that trapdoor was beyond description, stirring an exhilarating thrill within John. Although the Philosopher's Stone likely was not yet beneath the trapdoor at this time, possessing this information made the acquisition of the stone almost a foregone conclusion. As he recalled the exquisite magical essence of the stone, John could not help but lick his lips, a radiant smile blossoming upon his face. Meanwhile, observing John's elation, an ominous premonition surged within Harry. He suddenly felt that divulging this matter to John might not be the most prudent choice. Chapter 54. The Shadows of the Forbidden Forest. As Harry exited the corridor on the 4th floor, a furrowed brow and a countenance laden with concern marked his demeanor. In stark contrast, John radiated an air of exuberance. He had no intention of directly entering the trapdoor at that moment, as he surmised that the Philosopher's Stone was not present there at all. The stone, being relatively diminutive, could easily be carried by Dumbledore should he truly wish to safeguard it. There would be no need for the elaborate setup of a secret chamber. Thus, John conjectured that the entire arrangement was merely a playground devised by Dumbledore to cultivate Harry, the prophesied savior. Dumbledore was known for such whimsical endeavors. A senior student had mentioned during the sorting ceremony that Dumbledore enjoyed orchestrating so-called treasure hunts to entice students into adventure. This was fortuitous news for John, for treasures of the Philosopher's Stone's caliber were typically beyond the reach of a mere novice wizard like himself. However, now, with Harry's momentum, John found himself presented with an opportunity. If all went as anticipated, John believed he could simply bide his time and intervene at the critical moment, making the acquisition of the stone nearly certain. With this in mind, John chose not to disclose any information regarding the stone or the trials to Harry, allowing him to continue his own investigations. Instead, John immersed himself with greater fervor in enhancing his own abilities. After all, one ought to possess some means of self-preservation before the impending showdown. On Christmas Eve, the weather grew increasingly frigid. The snowfall surrounding Hogwarts thickened with each passing moment, and the surface of the Black Lake froze solid. In the dormitory, John busied himself, occasionally checking on the bubbling cauldron while organizing a large bag. As the alarm rang, a delicate, silvery steam wafted from the cauldron. Having just finished arranging the fabric bag, he rose and began to decant the potion into several small vials. This marked the 5th batch of calming potions he had brewed over the past month. This potion was effective in soothing and alleviating feelings of anxiety, akin to the comforting chicken soup he had concocted in Hagrid's hut, albeit imbued with greater magical potency. Additionally, John had crafted numerous elixirs of joy, which induced involuntary feelings of delight and excitement, perfectly counterbalancing the calming potions without any adverse effects. Thus, a harmonious cycle was established. Throughout the past month, John had consistently consumed the elixirs of joy and calming potions. He also made it a point to attend Hagrid's classes every weekend, indulging in sumptuous meals crafted from magical ingredients. Through this regimen, John's magical prowess had made remarkable strides. He felt confident that should he encounter a troll again, he would not require Michelle's assistance for protection. With his current magical intensity, he could effortlessly enhance his magical output and employ control spells like the Petrifying Charm to temporarily subdue the troll, penetrating its magical defenses. Immediately following this, he executed a series of continuous slicing spells to deliver a final blow. However, the rapid enhancement of his abilities did not come without a price. In order to concoct a substantial quantity of elixirs of euphoria and soothing potions, John's finances and inventory had suffered a severe blow. The materials he had painstakingly amassed through labor, trade, and the hunting of the 8-eyed giant spiders, valued at over 100 gold coins, were nearly all exchanged for the ingredients required for these potions. Although John often reassured himself that this small sum was merely transformed into a different form, manifesting as his magical talents, the swift depletion of his wallet still stung his heart. Most critically, his materials were now exhausted. Should he fail to acquire more funds, his current method of training, which allowed for the rapid growth of his magical prowess, would come to a halt. Shaking his head, John picked up the prepared cloth pouch and ventured into the Forbidden Forest. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. John activated the spell of glimmering light, carefully discerning the marks he had left in the Forbidden Forest, ultimately stopping before a small mound of earth. This was the nest of an 8-eyed giant spider. John had never abandoned the idea of hunting these creatures, for their venom was exceedingly valuable. If he sought to accelerate his magical development through the continued consumption of potions, then the 8-eyed giant spider represented a lucrative source of income. However, the process was not as smooth due to the heavy snowfall. Fortunately, the centaurs were deeply moved upon hearing of John's intent to hunt the 8-eyed giant spiders. It should be noted that these creatures were, in fact, pests. Since their emergence in the Forbidden Forest, they had rapidly proliferated, preying upon other animals and posing a significant threat to the ecosystem. To protect the forest, the centaur tribe had indeed been battling these spiders for decades, just as the elder Forenza had mentioned. Now, a wizard like John sought to hunt the 8-eyed giant spiders, which greatly touched the centaurs. They not only generously provided John with materials, but also indicated several locations of spider nests. The one where John currently stood was among them. John set down the cloth pouch and first used a spell to break the seal of earth atop the mound, revealing a cavity enveloped in cobwebs. He then retrieved a collection of metal plates inscribed with various magical runes from his pouch, scattering them into the surrounding snow. These plates were a simple alchemical magical trap he had learned from the concise guide to barehanded jungle exploration. They contained a multitude of binding spells and leg-locking charms, capable of easily ensnaring unsuspecting prey and wizards, especially when arranged in an elaborate array. John had personally experienced the potency of such traps. Frankly speaking, they were indeed formidable. Moreover, they were inexpensive to produce and remarkably simple to craft. Even one as inexperienced in alchemy as John could manage with ease. It is no wonder that the A Concise Guide to Barehanded Jungle Exploration commands such a hefty price of 40 galleons. With a hint of nostalgia, John raised his wand towards the cave. Flames erupted. Boom! A vibrant orange blaze burst forth, swiftly igniting the cobwebs within the cavern and rapidly engulfing the interior. In no time, John heard the anguished cries emanating from the depths of the cave. Following that, two fire-wreathed, eight-eyed giant spiders emerged, thrashing about in the snow, desperately attempting to extinguish the magical flames consuming them. However, their frantic movements inadvertently triggered a magical alchemical trap hidden beneath the snow. Buzzing. A series of arcane discharges resonated, binding the two eight-eyed spiders in place. Observing this, John rose leisurely, methodically ending the lives of the spiders before retrieving his vials to extract their venom. 10 minutes later, he tucked 3 vials into his cloak, having procured a total of 10 ounces of venom from the 2 spiders, equating to a profitable sum of 50 galleons. With a smile, John extinguished the remaining magical flames to prevent a forest fire, then prepared to venture towards the next spider lair. He had marked a total of 4 similar nests. Just then, a creature radiating a silvery glow abruptly entered John's line of sight. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a unicorn. This revelation filled John with exhilaration, recalling the bundle of unicorn tail hair back in Hagrid's hut. If he could approach the unicorn and take a handful, it would be a windfall. Thus, he began to advance towards the unicorn. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he froze in place. For behind the unicorn, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized. Accompanied by this apparition, the already frigid air around John dropped even further in temperature, enveloping him in an ominous chill. Chapter 55. The Pure and Benevolent Unicorn. Within the Forbidden Forest, 2 figures, one white and one black, darted swiftly among the trees. Just as John had noticed them, they, too, had become aware of his presence. The unicorn, as if spotting a savior, abruptly changed direction and galloped toward John. The shadow paused momentarily before drawing its wand. Sleep. A grayish-white beam pierced the night, hurtling towards John. The adversary cast the spell with astonishing speed, almost catching John off guard. Fortunately, the distance between them provided a brief window of time. With a swift roll, John narrowly evaded the curse. As he regained his footing, he countered with his own spell. Shatter. Hiss. In terms of cutting spells, the speed, flight, and power were akin to that of an experienced wizard. He stood resolutely in place, waiting until the blade neared him before swiftly raising his wand. Armor. The translucent shield flickered briefly, and the blade was deflected upon contact, severing a nearby large tree. The figure shrouded in shadow, concealed beneath a hood, displayed a fleeting expression of surprise. Originally, he intended to rebound this slicing spell back at John, but he had not anticipated the spell's potency exceeding his expectations, resulting in a miscalibration of the armor's defensive angle. Not bad, a gravelly voice praised from the shadowy figure. However, upon hearing this, John's expression soured considerably. Over the past month, apart from indulging in potion making, he had been diligently documenting and consolidating his memories of the original narrative. With the information at hand, he had pieced together a rough outline of the first-year plot. Thus, he was acutely aware that the shadowy figure before him was none other than Quirrell, the primary antagonist of the first year, possessed by a remnant of Voldemort's soul. At this moment, Quirrell was likely just beginning his hunt for unicorns to collect their blood, and by sheer coincidence, he had crossed paths with John. A wizard of Quirrell's caliber was far beyond John's current capabilities, even with Voldemort's presence lingering at the back of his mind. Therefore, retreating was the wisest course of action. With this thought, John hurled several disintegration spells towards Quirrell and, amidst the surge of magical energy, transformed into a shadow, swiftly fleeing towards Hogwarts Castle. John reasoned that since Quirrell's primary objective was the unicorn, as long as he did not interfere with Quirrell's hunt, the latter would likely not pursue him relentlessly. This logic proved sound. But John had one oversight. Would the unicorn cooperate? As John's speed increased in his escape, the unicorn, which had been approaching him, also quickened its pace, closely trailing behind. Its speed surpassed John's full magical exertion, and in no time, it had bounded to his side. This startled John. He had never anticipated the unicorn would follow him. It is well known that unicorns are celebrated for their absolute purity and benevolence, generally preferring to associate with innocent maidens, and they usually scorn men. Realizing this, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you foolish? Why are you following me?" The unicorn feigned innocence with a neigh and then surged ahead, surpassing John. This left him momentarily stunned. He began to comprehend the unicorn's reasoning. "I don't need to outrun that monster behind me. I only need to outpace you." Such was the nature of a pure-hearted unicorn. John could not help but scoff. However, a spell launched from behind interrupted his thoughts. John executed a roll to evade the attack, and, steeling himself, swung his wand once more. Flames ablaze! Flames ablaze! Several fire dragons erupted forth, Yet their target was not the rapidly approaching Quirrell, but rather the surrounding trees. The temperature of magical flames surpasses that of ordinary fire by a considerable margin. Under the caress of the fiery tongues, the snow-laden trees surrounding the area were effortlessly ignited, and the flames rapidly spread outward. Within mere seconds, the spot where John had once stood transformed into a sea of fire. Meanwhile, John had already traversed the fiery expanse, continuing his flight towards Hogwarts. Witnessing this, Quirrell let out a furious roar, poised to pursue. Yet, before he could rush into the inferno, a hoarse and eerie voice echoed within his mind. "Fool, extinguish the flames first." "But, there is no but. Do you wish to attract Dumbledore's attention?" Upon hearing this, Quirrell felt a wave of despair wash over him. In a flustered manner, he meekly acknowledged, lowering his head as he cast the spell-pure waters to extinguish the fire, while inwardly grumbling, "This is utterly absurd. The so-called benevolent and orderly white wizard is setting the forest ablaze, while I, a supposed dark wizard, am here putting out the fire? What kind of world is this?" Quirrell's thoughts did not escape the notice of Voldemort, who was currently residing at the back of his head. However, this time, Voldemort seemed at a loss for words and did not chastise Quirrell as he usually would. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "That was John Shafiq from Slytherin, was it not? Did you truly believe he was a white wizard?" Quirrell seemed to grasp something and stammered a question. "Why, you mean? The Shafiq family can never produce good individuals. Those from that lineage are eternally ruthless, mercenary fiends." Voldemort sneered. "This John Shafiq is rather impressive. He possesses a ruthless heart and considerable magical talent." "Ha ha ha. Quirrell, you should engage with him more. I have a premonition that he will be of great use to me." "Yes, master," Quirrell replied with deference. At this moment, John had escaped the Forbidden Forest. Casting a glance back at the diminishing flames within the forest, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. The act of setting the forest ablaze had been a desperate measure conceived in haste, banking on Quirrell's reluctance to allow the fire to expand, thereby preventing Dumbledore from discovering the situation in the Forbidden Forest too early. If successful, it would undoubtedly delay Quirrell. Conversely, failure would spell disaster for the other creatures residing within the forest. Once a wildfire gained momentum, it would be catastrophic. Nevertheless, John did not regret his actions. After all, his life was of paramount importance. This was a matter of emergency self-defense, and John was well-versed in the law. Yet, the mere mention of emergency self-defense triggered memories of the unicorn, igniting a surge of anger within him. He had studied emergency self-defense, but that did not mean he relished being used as a means of such defense by others. Curse that unicorn! Where is the goodness? Where is the purity in it? Just as John uttered these words, the very unicorn in question emerged slowly from the forbidden forest before him. To be fair, the unicorn was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. However, this held no significance for John. The recollection of its earlier behavior fueled his fury, and taking a deep breath, he prepared to unleash his ire once more. Before he could utter a word, the unicorn lowered its head in a graceful bow, then flicked its tail with great vigor. A few strands of its tail were cast off, seemingly lifted by some kind of enchantment, soaring towards John. Quick as a flash, John caught the midair, and the frown that had previously marred his face instantly vanished, replaced by a broad smile. "Well, you are quite kind and pure-hearted," he exclaimed, extending his hand toward the unicorn. However, the unicorn seemed to sense John's intentions, snorted loudly, and then, with the same astonishing speed as before, vanished into the night. Undeterred, John was not angered. He had roughly counted the tail strands he caught, which amounted to at least a dozen, worth well over 100 galleons. How delightful! Watching them, John reminisced about the days spent in Saint Brélade. On Christmas Eve, the nuns would host a banquet with the food they had saved throughout the year. "Ah, Christmas Eve! May you find peace, dear nuns," John whispered softly, turning towards the foreboding labyrinth of dungeons. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at Malfoy Manor, another Christmas Eve banquet was underway. In the dining hall of Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy were seated at a long table with their son, Draco Malfoy, enjoying a long-awaited family dinner. The atmosphere was lively, as Draco animatedly recounted his experiences at Hogwarts. To be frank, this was not entirely in accordance with the Malfoy family customs. While the Malfoy family had not become so strict as to require silence at the dinner table, behaving like an uncouth country bumpkin was certainly frowned upon. Yet this time, Lucius and Narcissa simply listened to Draco's storytelling, smiles gracing their faces, showing no inclination to interrupt. After all, this was their son's first return home in 4 months, and they were rather nostalgic for this kind of delightful noise. The only issue was that Draco did not focus his narrative on the renowned savior, Harry Potter, but rather on a roommate named John Shafiq. When recounting how John had made a strong impression on him during the sorting ceremony, Draco gritted his teeth in frustration. As he described how John publicly humiliated him during a flying lesson, he seethed with anger. Yet, when he spoke of John helping him win a midnight duel against Harry and decisively besting him, Draco was animated with excitement. His admiration was evident when he recounted how John managed to barter a plethora of magical materials from foolish centaurs using a bunch of muggle trinkets. And when he mentioned barbecuing in the Forbidden Forest with John, he could not help but praise the culinary delights John had prepared. At this point, Narcissa could no longer contain herself. "Is the food prepared by this John Shafiq truly that delectable?" she inquired, her eyes narrowing slightly, hinting at her curiosity. Upon witnessing the scene, Lucius immediately reacted, savoring a mouthful of creamy veal stew before exclaiming with evident delight. It is likely that Draco was simply too famished at the time, thus finding everything delectable. "Children often are such," he remarked. "In terms of culinary skills, how could that John Shafiq possibly be your equal, Draco? Wouldn't you agree?" With a playful wink towards Draco, Lucius continued his banter. Draco, grasping his father's subtle implication, yet only partially comprehending it, exclaimed loudly, "Mother, did you personally prepare the meal today? No wonder the dishes are so lavish and exquisite, especially this delightful French onion soup and the pan-seared sole." He praised every dish laid out on the long table, finally pointing at the creamy veal stew and declaring, "The only unpalatable dish must be this one. It surely must be Dobby's doing, right? Dobby, your culinary skills have notably declined. You lazy house elf should put forth more effort in this regard." At Draco's outcry, a gaunt, fairy-like house elf suddenly appeared in the dining room, clutching a rag in trembling hands, his bulging eyes scanning his masters in fright, while his long ears drooped in terror. Lucius coughed, seemingly choked, while Narcissa's breathing grew heavy with indignation. Indeed, she had personally prepared the meal, but had only cooked the creamy veal stew. At this moment, Draco finally sensed something amiss. His mouth agape. He struggled to articulate a response, but ultimately, in a fit of determination, he began to devour the creamy veal stew voraciously, giving a thumbs up as he ate. This sight amused Narcissa, who sat beside Draco, delicately using a napkin to wipe the smudge from her son's mouth. Lucius, observing this tender moment, wore a proud smile, savoring a sip of red wine before continuing, "Hearing you speak of him, that John Shafiq truly seems remarkable. Indeed, the mere mention of John Shafiq's name lights up Draco's eyes. He is an inherently gifted individual. Professor Snape holds him in high regard, having taken him on as an assistant to brew potions in his office daily. I dare say, compared to him, the so-called savior Harry Potter pales in comparison." Lucius concurred. Severus thinks highly of him as well? Then he must indeed be exceptional. "Draco, what is your relationship with him? Need you ask?" Draco declared proudly, "We are friends. Comrades." Lucius, intrigued by this revelation, nodded with a smile. "Quite right. A talent such as John Shafiq, hailing from a lineage of pure bloods, is certainly someone to be allied with. Of course, if possible, you should also cultivate a better rapport with Harry Potter. Your father excelled in such matters during my time, particularly with your Professor Snape. Severus, even now, I vividly recall his appearance when he first arrived at Slytherin. He was so disheveled, a frail little boy, a rather impoverished half-blood, and he was quite unlikable at first glance. Many looked down upon him. Even some members of Slytherin would bully him. Yet I was different. I recognized his innate talent and took it upon myself to nurture and protect him. And what has become of him now? Indeed, he has risen to prominence, hasn't he? Ha ha! This gratitude he shall never forget." Lucius became increasingly animated, gesturing with his wine glass as he continued to regale his tale. His demeanor mirrored that of Draco when he spoke of John Shafiq. This time, Draco had assumed the role of an audience, gazing at his father with admiration. Observing this father-son duo, Narcissa shook her head in resignation. They were both commendable in many respects, yet they possessed an excessive penchant for boasting. In her view, the relationship between the Malfoy family and Severus Snape was far from what Lucius had portrayed. For Lucius's so-called care for Snape amounted to little more than refraining from joining other Slytherins in their bullying, coupled with some empty platitudes. As for John Shafiq, from Draco's words, she could sense that he was undoubtedly a naturally gifted youth, possessing intellect and emotional intelligence far superior to Draco's. This was indisputable. The mere fact that he could forge friendships with both Draco and Harry Potter attested to this. Rather than Draco attempting to win over John, it seemed more accurate to say that Draco was the one being led by John, the one who had been won over. Draco was certainly no match for John. One could imagine that if John were to sell him out, Draco would be the one counting the money for him. Contemplating this made Narcissa uneasy. She gently patted Draco's back and suggested, if the opportunity arises, invite John to Malfoy Manor for a visit. This way, we can also gauge his character. Lucius enthusiastically concurred, and upon hearing this, Draco nodded seriously. Chapter 57. Quirrell's invitation. Unbeknownst to John, events were unfolding within Malfoy Manor. After diligently tending to the venom of the acromantula and the unicorn-tail hare, he took the dreamless sleep potion and retired early for the night. When he awoke the following day, he was greeted by an array of colorful packages stacked beside his bed. This surprised him somewhat, as he considered his social standing to be rather unremarkable. He had not actively cultivated any particular connections. Within the entirety of Hogwarts, he believed only Professor McGonagall, Michelle, and Draco might consider bestowing gifts upon him. Oh, and perhaps the trio of Harry and his friends might also present him with something. Based on what he learned from Michelle, these three possessed particularly vivid imaginations, and it seemed he was perceived as a very good friend in their eyes. As for Professor Snape, regrettably, John found it utterly inconceivable to picture him clandestinely wrapping gifts in colorful paper within his underground office. The scene was undeniably peculiar, and thus John did not anticipate receiving any gifts. However, he had significantly underestimated his social standing. The number of presents before him far exceeded his expectations. Upon casually rummaging through the assortment, John was astounded to discover that nearly the entire cohort of first-year Slytherins had bestowed gifts upon him, including several from the Slytherin prefects. Most of the first-year students had crafted handwritten cards, but Draco had gifted him an entire set of brand-new potion-making tools, complete with cauldrons and dragon-hide gloves, all of exceptional quality and considerable value. The prefects had contributed trinkets and handmade macarons, which John could easily surmise were the handiwork of the female prefect. Furthermore, Michelle and others had also gifted him presents. Ron had opted for a card. Hermione had given him Plato's The Republic. Harry presented a model of a golden snitch. And Professor McGonagall bestowed upon him a well-annotated textbook on intermediate transfiguration. As for Michelle, she predictably gifted him a rather unexpected bag filled with cockroach-shaped magical candies, which repulsed John greatly. These gifts clearly reflected the sentiments of their givers. Ron, constrained by financial limitations, could only afford a card. Harry, in a gesture of camaraderie, shared something he cherished. Hermione recalled their previous discussion about Muggle quotations and thus gifted him a classic work of Muggle literature. Professor McGonagall, ever thoughtful, seemed unaware of John's current economic situation and provided him with a textbook that would serve him well in 3rd, 4th, and 5th years, saving him the expense of purchasing it later. Of course, there may have been an implicit encouragement for John to improve his transfiguration skills, which, while not poor, paled in comparison to his remarkable prowess in charms and potions. As for Michelle, her actions were best left unmentioned. John had completely lost patience with her antics. Most astonishingly, Severus Snape had also presented him with a gift, a magical materials storage box. It appeared to be an ordinary black leather suitcase. Yet it was imbued with the undetectable extension charm, silencing charm, water and fire resistance charm, and the anti-Alhambra charm, resulting in an expanded internal space of 4 cubic meters, maintaining a constant temperature and humidity, effectively soundproofing and offering theft protection. Such items were plentiful in Snape's storage room, typically used for safeguarding precious or perishable materials. However, the one before John was evidently a custom order from Snape, as it was smaller and more portable than those in his storage, enhanced with additional security features. John surmised that Snape had specifically gifted this to him after witnessing him handle the venom of an acromantula in his office. After acquiring it, John no longer needed to hastily enhance the durability of biological materials like the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider. He could simply place them directly into the storage box. Carefully transferring various materials into the container, John sighed with emotion. Professor Snape truly was an excellent teacher. However, John also considered himself a devoted and respectful student, as he had gifted Snape a Christmas present, shampoo that he had independently concocted without resorting to the Potter family's recipes. With such a bottle of shampoo, Snape should be able to manage his hairstyle well, potentially leading him to find companionship and perhaps even a little Snape in the future. Silently wishing the dear Professor Snape well, John stepped outside to seek out Michelle and the others for a game of wizard chess. The chess pieces were animated and would even berate the players for their poor skills. John particularly enjoyed the banter with those pieces, relishing their frustrated expressions when they could not outwit him. However, just as he reached the foyer, John's footsteps instinctively halted. He was met with a rather astonishing sight. The twins, George and Fred, were engaged in a snowball fight outside. Yet this was not a conventional duel. Instead, they were hurling snowballs at Professor Quirrell. It appeared that they had enchanted the snowballs, allowing them to home in on Quirrell with uncanny precision, striking him squarely on the back of the head, precisely where Voldemort's face would be. John recalled that one of the twins seemed to have perished in the climactic finale, which he thought might be directly related to their current antics involving snowballs aimed at Voldemort's visage. Speaking of which, John remembered that he too had caused Quirrell to bump his head recently with the spell Confringo. However, that surely couldn't have been a problem, as he had been hidden among the crowd, standing at a vantage point in the sunlight, and Quirrell had no idea who had cast the spell upon him. With these thoughts in mind, John decided to linger in the foyer, taking delight in the rare opportunity to witness Quirrell and Voldemort being pelted. It wasn't long before Quirrell and the Weasley twins noticed him. George and Fred made a shushing gesture towards John and, stifling their laughter, scampered off to the grounds. Meanwhile, a panting Quirrell approached John, managing to force a somewhat stiff and awkward smile as he stammered, "Shafiq, thank you." John waved his hand and smiled, interrupting, "No need for thanks, Professor Quirrell. You're a professor after all. Perhaps you could deduct point from George and Fred." He felt no qualms about penalizing the Weasley brothers, as they often found ways to trick him in their daily dealings. Yes, points. Slytherin gains 20 points. Quirrell seemed to misunderstand, suddenly enlightened as he clapped his hands. Additionally, Shafiq, I have a token of gratitude for you. Come, please accompany me to my office. I have it stored there. At these words, John's expression instantly turned grave. Chapter 58. The so-called gratitude. John had never contemplated reporting to Dumbledore that Voldemort was hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Firstly, there was no advantage for John in doing so. Dumbledore would not regard him with any newfound respect or bestow upon him any rewards. Secondly, informing Dumbledore of such matters could potentially disrupt the unfolding events concerning the Philosopher's Stone. In John's view, his priority was to quietly enhance his own abilities while leaving other affairs untouched. Quirrell merely needed to fulfill his own responsibilities. However, Quirrell had now sought him out and invited him to his office. What could this signify? An act of silencing? John shook his head inwardly. Such a possibility was slim. Had Quirrell truly intended harm, he would not have opted to extinguish the fire in the Forbidden Forest. While John was not yet a match for Quirrell, should a confrontation arise, he could certainly create enough commotion to attract the attention of other professors. Thus, the notion of silencing him was utterly unfounded. Upon dismissing that option, the most plausible scenario that came to John's mind was that Quirrell sought to exploit him. A faint smile crept upon John's lips. He bore no aversion to being used, provided the benefits were substantial. Moreover, when the time came, who could say who would be using whom? With these thoughts in mind, John nodded and inquired gratitude. What do you intend to present to me, Professor? Quirrell was momentarily taken aback. The so-called gratitude was merely a pretext to lure John to his office. He had not truly contemplated what to offer him and intended to provide something trivial as a mere formality. Yet, he had not anticipated John's audacity in directly asking for specifics. Quirrell stammered, "It's a surprise." "Professor Quirrell, to be frank, a low surprises," John replied, shaking his head. "I believe it would be best if you clarified things here first. Otherwise, I shall decline the invitation." At these words, Quirrell genuinely became anxious. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he hesitantly said, "I wish to teach you a spell that can be used to defend against dark magic, the Sandstorm Curse." "What do you think? Have you heard of this spell?" John was well aware of the Sandstorm Curse. It was often employed in wizard duels as a malevolent incantation. When cast, it would produce blue flames, resulting in an explosion that could devastate objects or severely injure an opponent. Of course, the spell's potency depended on the caster's magical prowess. John had long coveted this spell, but Professor Flitwick deemed him too young to learn such a volatile and destructive incantation. Quirrell, however, seemed unencumbered by such reservations. John nodded, his expression brightening. "I am quite intrigued by this spell, Professor Quirrell. Shall we depart at once?" With that, John promptly made his way toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, leaving Quirrell momentarily speechless. He was taken aback by the drastic contrast in John's behavior. Nevertheless, he eventually followed him. Upon reaching the office, they instinctively moved to close the door, only to hear John say, "Let it remain open. Your office could use some ventilation. It reeks of garlic. Garlic can ward off vampires," Sheila retorted. However, he nodded in agreement and walked straight to his desk, retrieving a notebook to hand it to John. "This contains my notes on the sandstorm spell I learned. Perhaps you could teach yourself. You know I struggle to articulate my thoughts and am not the best instructor." Stuttering and incompetence were the labels Chilo had imposed upon himself. As an actor, he was remarkably dedicated, even during classes, merely reciting theoretical knowledge without venturing beyond the textbook. John had not anticipated a hands-on teaching approach, so he retreated to a position near the door and began to peruse the notes. As he did so, his eyes lit up. Chilo, a graduate of Ravenclaw, was indeed quite talented. His notes were elegant and comprehensible, making for a pleasurable reading experience. More importantly, through these notes, John finally grasped the formidable nature of the sandstorm spell. To borrow some terminology from gaming, it was not akin to single-target skills like stone petrification or strength drain. Rather, it was an area of effect spell, non-directional, allowing for free control over the point of attack, timing, and even the range. Imagine two wizards engaged in battle. When one strikes first, the other's choices typically boil down to either dodging or blocking. Blocking requires precise timing, but what if the sandstorm spell detonated just before that critical moment? Dodging presents a similar dilemma. Thus, to counter or evade the sandstorm, one would need to employ spells of greater power and range to neutralize and obstruct it, or directly utilize teleportation abilities like disapparition to escape. However, this would be a disadvantage, as their magical energy consumption would be incomparable. The sandstorm spell required significantly less. With such a potent and convenient application, it was no wonder it was frequently employed in wizard duels. John was engrossed in the notes, while Chilo, unable to remain still, shifted uncomfortably in his seat. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Mr. Shafiq, I would like to ask you a question." John, flipping through the pages without raising his head, replied dismissively, "Go ahead." Chilo felt a pang of frustration at his demeanor, yet pressed on, "Ahem, what do you believe dark magic is?" John gazed intently at Chilo, inwardly acknowledging that this fellow's true intentions were finally surfacing. This question was likely one Voldemort wished to pose, rather than Chilo himself. Was this inquiry a test? John's mind whirred as he smiled and responded, "I believe that dark magic refers to those spells of great power that may adversely affect the user's mental and physical well-being. Do you not perceive them as malevolent? The very same knife can be wielded to take a life, yet it may also serve in the culinary arts, labor, or even in life-saving surgeries. To me, dark magic is akin to that knife. It is not dark magic that is evil, but rather those who employ it for nefarious deeds." Quirrell fell silent. Taking a deep breath, he continued to inquire, "So, do you consider the mysterious figure to be an evil person?" Upon hearing this, John's brow furrowed slightly. He felt Quirrell was being rather audacious. Was he no longer pretending? John replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Quirrell's eyes softened marginally. However, just as he was about to deploy his meticulously prepared rhetoric to distort John's worldview, he heard John continue, "In the game of power, the victor is celebrated while the vanquished is condemned. He is lost, thus he is undoubtedly the most wicked person in existence, which has nothing to do with whether he is inherently good or evil. Moreover, rather than labeling Voldemort as evil, it would be more accurate to deem him foolish. You dare to utter his name so casually and declare him foolish. Is that not the truth?" John chuckled lightly, asserting that his ideology was inherently foolish. In comparison to the first Dark Lord Grindelwald, he appeared as juvenile as a child. And even setting that aside, he was ultimately defeated by an infant. Does that not exemplify folly? Quirrell's face turned ashen with rage. He gasped for breath, preparing to expel John from his presence. In his view, someone like John could never be assimilated into the Death Eaters. However, before he could voice his thoughts, a searing pain coursed through his mind. He understood that his master had repudiated his decision. With a trembling hand pressed against his forehead, Quirrell struggled to articulate, "Very well, Mr. Shafiq. I have a task I wish to assign to you." Chapter 59. Such is the excellence of Slytherin. John glanced at Quirrell, stating in a subdued tone, "Oh, are you referring to a paid task akin to those on the notice board? What constitutes something special? It is an item that is conspicuously out of place, clearly not meant to be situated there." Quirrell's tone shifted as he explained that the reason for sending John to investigate was a suspicion that someone intended to introduce a sinister dark magical artifact into Hogwarts soon. Yet, he lacked concrete evidence to report to Professor Dumbledore. Furthermore, that location. "Enough, Professor Quirrell," John interjected with a wave of his hand. "I have no interest in your motivations. Merely inform me of the compensation." Upon this statement, Quirrell fell instantly silent. John, having lost even the slightest interest in listening, took several deep breaths to calm his emotions. "The reward is, in fact, a spell," Quirrell said in a somewhat subdued tone, "the disillusionment charm. You must be familiar with this incantation, yes?" "Indeed. The renowned invisibility charm allows one to blend seamlessly into their surroundings, as if they were a chameleon, matching both color and texture with their environment." John nodded and asked, Are you suggesting that I should master this spell and then use it to investigate that classroom while remaining invisible? Indeed, this is also to ensure that you can accomplish your task more effectively. Upon hearing this from Quirrell, a broader smile spread across John's face. He spread his hands and remarked, "This seems rather unreasonable, Professor Quirrell. If we follow your reasoning, the disillusionment charm is meant to assist me in completing my task. This implies that it is essentially a tool provided for my use during the mission, akin to the shovels and hammers utilized on a Muggle construction site. It is the employer's obligation to furnish employees with such tools. How can you possibly consider this as a form of compensation?" At this moment, Quirrell was utterly taken aback. His mouth slightly agape, his gaze fixed, he stared blankly at John, as if his entire worldview had been profoundly shaken. Observing this, John shook his head and continued, "All right. Perhaps this concept is still beyond your grasp. Allow me to provide another example. The disillusionment charm you intend to offer is quite similar to the dragonhide gloves Professor Snape provided me while I worked for him. Such items should naturally be offered free of charge. Yet here you are, intending to present the dragonhide gloves as a reward. This is not reasonable." John's explanation, however, did little to sway Quirrell, who remained in a daze. Of course, Quirrell was no fool. He had comprehended John's underlying message. His stupor was merely a reaction to John's audaciousness. After all, how could the disillusionment charm possibly be compared to dragonhide gloves? John was simply grasping at straws to demand an increase in his reward. Quirrell instinctively wished to refuse, but as this thought began to form, a sharp pain in his head quickly dispelled it. "How about I give you another vial of Felix Felicis?" Quirrell managed to say, clutching his head. Upon hearing this, John's eyes lit up as he stepped forward, grasping Quirrell's cold, pale hand and shaking it vigorously. "Deal, Professor Quirrell. I assure you, I will complete the task. But when will the reward be dispensed?" Quirrell, visibly displeased, withdrew his hand and tossed a notebook from his drawer, stating, "Rest assured, I will not let you down." As he spoke, John flashed Quirrell an okay sign and hurried out of the office, kindly shutting the door behind him. As the door clicked shut, Quirrell could barely contain his complaints, exclaiming, "Master, my esteemed master, why must you prevent me from killing him? Why stop me from refusing him? That Shafiq has clearly insulted you." "Silence, fool," came the eerie, rasping voice of Voldemort from the concealed part of Quirrell's head. "Do you not comprehend the meaning behind his words?" "What do you mean?" Quirrell asked, puzzled, which prompted a fit of maniacal laughter from Voldemort. Once the laughter subsided, Voldemort continued. He refers to dark magic as a knife, indicating that he does not reject it. He stated that victory belongs to the king, while the vanquished are mere losers, revealing his utter disregard for notions of good and evil, solely fixated on success and failure. He cleverly devised an excellent pretext to solicit additional rewards, showcasing his avarice coupled with cunning. As for his remark about my foolishness, it stemmed from his belief that, had he been in my position, he would undoubtedly excel beyond my capabilities. To stifle his urge to scream, he shoved his hands into his pockets. Voldemort shifted his tone, expressing disdain as he remarked that he had encountered too many petty Slytherins like this one, individuals who were easily manipulated. He craved profit, thus, a little sweetness would entice him. Once he had his fill, we would possess leverage over him, allowing us to control him at will. How naive, that arrogant little scoundrel, to even suggest my foolishness. Had he occupied my role, he wouldn't last 3 days. He could sense that his master was quite irate at Shafiq's comment about my stupidity. Meanwhile, John strolled towards the dormitory, his face adorned with satisfaction. Every word he had uttered in Quirrell's office was meticulously crafted, deliberately performed to project the archetype of a quintessential, haughty Slytherin student. The outcome was exceedingly delightful. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, had indeed fallen for his ruse. This was understandable, for during this period, Voldemort's fragmented soul likely rendered him mentally impaired, his intellect significantly diminished, as evidenced by his portrayal in the original narrative. This, in turn, granted John a plethora of unmerited advantages. The Sandstorm Charm need not be mentioned. Hogwarts itself offered instruction in it, albeit Professor Flitwick deemed John too young to learn it. The crux lay in the Disillusionment Charm and Felix Felicis. The former is a standard Auror spell, a compulsory subject in Auror training. Generally, unless one has connections, an ordinary wizard would struggle to acquire such knowledge. Its invisibility effect is both straightforward and highly effective. Felix Felicis, however, is even more extraordinary. It is a potion reputed to enhance the drinker's luck, described as yielding remarkable success in all endeavors. It is among the most challenging, time-consuming, and costly potions to brew. With it, John believed his chances of acquiring the Philosopher's Stone would significantly increase. And this was merely the beginning. Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, was undoubtedly a veritable goldmine, brimming with considerable potential for exploitation. Having made a promising start, he had already reaped his first rewards. What remained was to continue seizing more. John was confident that this endeavor would not prove too arduous. Yet for now, the immediate priority was to master the disillusionment charm. Chapter 60. It's too intense. The difficulty of learning the disillusionment charm exceeded John's expectations. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. Quirrell had encouraged him to inquire about anything he did not understand, and John was determined not to squander this opportunity. After all, Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, possessed invaluable experience in spellcasting and combat. A veritable treasure trove he was eager to explore. Thus, from the very next day of accepting the task, John abandoned the study of potion making and spent his days ensconced in Chiaro's office, diligently learning the disillusionment charm. This endeavor proved to be quite a torment for Chiaro, for John's dedication was unparalleled. In a bid to extract as much knowledge as possible from Chiaro before this metaphorical goldmine ran dry, John adopted an arduous schedule of 715, working 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. Whenever he found a moment of respite, even if it were merely during a class break, he would rush to Chiaro's office. As a wizard employed in the relatively lenient environment of Hogwarts, Chiaro had never encountered such fervor. Overwhelmed by John's relentless pursuit, Chiaro found himself in a state of utter exasperation. The crux of the matter was that Chiaro could not refuse John's inquiries or simply dismiss him. After all, as John himself articulated, his tireless efforts were driven by a desire not to disappoint Professor Chiaro's expectations and to complete the task expeditiously. This task had, in fact, been assigned by Chiaro's master, Voldemort. If this temporary worker was exerting himself to such an extent, how could Chiaro, a permanent employee, afford to be negligent and thereby risk disappointing his master? Thus, Chiaro had no choice but to accompany John in this fervent endeavor. As John observed Chiaro's state, he felt liberated, and his questions began to extend beyond the disillusionment charm to encompass spells such as Sandstorm and Shatter. Initially, Chiaro had no intention of teaching these, but by the third day of John's grueling regimen, Chiaro, utterly fatigued, ceased to think rationally. Seizing the moment, John tentatively posed numerous sensitive questions. Unfortunately, despite Chiaro's cognitive fatigue, Voldemort remained ever watchful, inflicting mental jabs whenever Chiaro seemed poised to divulge too much. Consequently, the information John gleaned from Chiaro was rather scant. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for John had already unearthed some of the coveted knowledge he sought. With Chiaro's assistance, John's proficiency in the Sandstorm and Disillusionment charms surged remarkably. Though his mastery of Sandstorm was not yet on par with Shatter, it had reached his expectations, and he began to wield it as a primary damage-dealing spell. Used in conjunction with Shatter, John felt a chilling surge of magic envelop him, swiftly coursing through his body, and to his astonishment, he found himself invisible. In that moment, Chiaro, who had been slumped behind his desk in a stupor, suddenly sprang to life, exclaiming with uncontainable joy, "You did it! By Merlin, you have finally succeeded!" He waved his arms in exhilaration, appearing even more jubilant than John himself. In response, John shook his head firmly. "There's still a long way to go, Professor Chiaro." He extended his right hand before Chiaro, demonstrating, "See? Movement reveals flaws, making one susceptible to detection. This unevenness in visibility signifies my need for further improvement." Upon hearing the word improvement, Chiaro could not help but shudder. He quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor, and stated, "Mr. Shafiq, please do not belittle yourself. The progress you have made is commendable. Even if you cannot achieve perfect invisibility in the darkness, no one will be able to detect you. So, please proceed with your task." "But there are no buts," Quirrell interrupted, forcefully pushing John towards the door. John, naturally reluctant, resisted in silence. However, before Voldemort, he refrained from using his magical powers. The two were at an impasse in the office, with Quirrell's forehead and neck veins bulging, and John's expression one of sheer ferocity. Ultimately, Quirrell managed to gain the upper hand, laboriously pushing John out of the room. With a swift motion, Quirrell closed the door behind him and leaned against it, gasping for breath, overwhelmed with relief at escaping a dire situation. He had endured days that felt inhumane. Before encountering John, he had never fathomed that human beings could sustain such intense labor. It was more harrowing than the plight of house elves. Thankfully, John had mastered the disillusionment charm. Perhaps, at last, his miserable existence was coming to an end? Just as Quirrell contemplated this, he heard Voldemort's raspy voice from behind. To learn the disillusionment charm in such a short span indicates considerable talent. More importantly, one must possess sufficient greed, such individuals, even if caught in the act by Dumbledore, will not betray us for the sake of personal gain. Voldemort continued, Quirrell, proceed with the plan I previously assigned, and also make an effort to engage with this Shafiq. A person of his caliber is destined to become the head of Slytherin. If we can control him, it will be tantamount to controlling Slytherin House. Huh? What? Do you intend to disobey? No, y shall cumplir. Quirrell replied weakly, feeling despondent as he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, John, having exited Quirrell's office while maintaining the disillusionment charm, cheerfully made his way to the second floor. He was acutely aware that Quirrell and Voldemort wanted him to investigate the Mirror of Erist. This enchanted mirror reveals a person's innermost, most fervent desires. Dumbledore had ultimately concealed the Philosopher's Stone within the mirror, ensuring that only those devoid of longing for it could obtain the treasure. Through his interactions over the past few days, although Quirrell remained tight-lipped under Voldemort's watchful eye, John had managed to glean some information. Voldemort likely had acquired insights regarding the Mirror of Erist, such as Dumbledore possibly using it as one of the obstacles. He wished to investigate, but feared that approaching it personally would lead to Dumbledore's discovery, hence assigning John this task. This was understandable. Quirrell was a cautious individual. John harbored no objections to completing this task for Quirrell, especially given the generous reward promised. Furthermore, he himself was genuinely intrigued by the Mirror of Erist. What might be the most urgent and intense desire lurking within the depths of my heart? Contemplating this, John pushed open the door to the abandoned classroom and stepped inside. Chapter 61. The Mirror of Erist. The interior of the classroom appeared to have been forsaken for ages. Numerous desks and chairs were haphazardly piled against the walls, casting large, dark shadows. Yet, in stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings, a magnificent mirror stood against the wall directly facing John. It soared to the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported by two claw-like feet at its base. Nevertheless, John was certain this was the Mirror of Erist. With a mixture of trepidation and excitement, he dispelled the illusion that cloaked him and approached the mirror, gazing into its depths. The reflection revealed no significant alterations. It was still a boy standing in an abandoned classroom, facing the mirror. The sole distinction was that the John in the mirror held a red gemstone, precisely resembling the magical stone he had envisioned. The mirrored John flaunted the gemstone before him, then slowly brought it to his lips and bit down. Crack! John imagined the sound of a hard chocolate shell shattering. The John in the mirror continued to chew, wearing an expression of sheer delight and ecstasy. With a swallow, he opened his mouth once more and took another bite of the gemstone, resembling someone savoring an apple. Unable to resist, John licked his lips, a smile creeping across his face. The sight was enticing enough to stir his appetite. However, he felt no envy, for he was confident that soon he too would partake in that tantalizing apple. At that moment, the mirror John seemed to sense John's thoughts. As he continued to nibble at the magical stone, he nodded knowingly at John with a smile. So, you have discovered this place as well, John? A gentle voice suddenly resonated. John's expression shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, he drew his wand, aiming it at the source of the sound. The tip shimmering with a burst of white light, ready to unleash the spell of fragmentation. However, upon discerning the figure concealed in the shadows, John lowered his wand and respectfully bowed. My apologies, Professor Dumbledore. I was merely startled. Quite all right, Dumbledore replied with a smile. In moments of excitement, fear, or anger, one tends to act irrationally. The fact that you managed to restrain yourself is commendable, certainly better than I was at your age. John bowed once more. You flatter me. Dumbledore chuckled as he approached John, casting a glance at the Mirror of Erist. Might you share what you have seen? John was not surprised by Dumbledore's inquiry. He glanced back into the mirror, observing the other John still gnawing on the magical stone, and replied with a smile, I see myself indulging in a grand feast. Indeed, a truly sumptuous banquet. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's face, compelling him to glance at John. I had thought you would envision yourself as the champion of the All-England Wizarding Dueling Championship. After all, Phileas once mentioned to me your profound interest in dueling, and how you sought his counsel on various aspects of this art. John forced himself to refrain from meeting Dumbledore's gaze, maintaining his focus on the Mirror of Erist. Indeed, I harbor a keen interest in wizarding duels. However, it seems you derive more pleasure from indulging in a feast rather than engaging in combat. For some inexplicable reason, Dumbledore appeared quite delighted as he spoke these words. John feigned embarrassment, scratching his head. That sounds rather shameful. Oh no, my dear boy. How could you think such a thing? Dumbledore replied, waving his hands dismissively. The pursuit of a more exquisite life is an inherent instinct within each of us. One does not need grand ambitions to achieve success. Take, for instance, a former student of mine whose sole desire was to frolic joyously with magical creatures. He has since become one of the most renowned figures in the entire magical realm. John nodded in acknowledgement. Dumbledore, still smiling, continued, "So do not feel discomfited. I have heard from Hagrid that you are exploring culinary arts through potion making. That is indeed a commendable avenue of research, and I dare say you shall find success in it. Of course, should the opportunity arise, I would love to partake in one of your weekend gatherings. Hagrid has boasted to me on several occasions about your unparalleled culinary creations." At this, a shadow flickered in John's eyes. First Professor Flitwick, and now Hagrid. Was Dumbledore concerned for every student at Hogwarts, or was he particularly attentive to him? John forced a smile, saying, "You're always welcome, Professor Dumbledore. I will be honored. I shall endeavor to attend." Dumbledore nodded. "The mirror is to be relocated tomorrow, John. I advise you not to seek it out again. Immersing oneself in illusory dreams is of no benefit. Remember that." "Oh, you do not intend to deduct my points? You seem rather indifferent to the points system," Dumbledore remarked. "The mirror of Ariste has already revealed the answer to you, has it not? If I truly cared for such things, I would have envisioned myself lifting the house cup." "Oh, Severus would surely be distressed to hear you say that." John bowed once more to Dumbledore before making his way out of the classroom. Just before departing, he could not resist casting one last glance at the mirror of Ariste. During his conversation with Dumbledore, the reflection of John in the mirror had devoured an entire piece of the Philosopher's Stone and was now advancing deeper into the mirror's depths. Simultaneously, a figure suddenly materialized from the darkness at the mirror's core. This figure was affixed to a cross, ensnared by a multitude of golden chains. John's steps froze instantly, and his expression turned vacant. Uncertain as to the reason, the silhouette evoked an intense sense of familiarity, yet he could not discern the identity of the figure. John had approached the shadow in the mirror and began to wave his wand fervently. With each movement, the golden chains binding the figure began to shatter one by one. Ultimately, the figure was freed. They fell from the cross, and John opened his arms to embrace them. However, just as they were about to make contact, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through John's mind. The agony was so overwhelming that he lost consciousness in an instant. Chapter 62, Awakening. John had endured a lengthy, tormenting nightmare devoid of specific content. It was merely a suffocating and dismal experience. It felt akin to being trapped in a sweltering 41-degree day without air conditioning, both mind and body ensnared in a stifling, oppressive state. Unable to cool down, yet not succumbing to the heat, he found himself in a maddening limbo, teetering on the edge of despair and resignation. Fortunately, this dream had an end. As a cacophony of sounds reached his ears, John gradually opened his eyes. There before him were several indistinct figures, brimming with excitement, each one frantically pressing closer to him, creating an even greater uproar. John furrowed his brow and squinted, attempting to sharpen his vision, while producing a dry croak. "Michelle, I'm here. John, I'm right here." A familiar voice called out, accompanied by a pair of small, soft hands that clasped John's hand. In that moment, the world around him became clear and vibrant. "All right, everyone step back. Don't crowd around John. Do you wish for him to faint again?" Madame Pomfrey shooed away Harry, Ron, and Hermione, leaving only Michelle at John's bedside. He held tightly to her hand, reluctant to let her go. Madame Pomfrey did not forcibly remove Michelle. Instead, she approached and gently lifted John's eyelids, inspecting his pupils before speaking. "How do you feel?" John remained silent, merely shaking his head. "You have been unconscious for an entire week. I suspect you experienced a severe trauma that inflicted significant damage on your psyche. Your ability to function normally prior to this was merely a manifestation of your body's self-protective mechanisms," Madame Pomfrey said, her tone softening from its earlier brusqueness. "Such occurrences are common at St. Mungo's, often resulting from wizards' miscasting spells. We have a comprehensive treatment protocol in place, so you can rest assured I will heal you. But before that, I wish to say..." Madame Pomfrey hesitated. She administered a vial of restorative potion to John before slowly exiting the ward. John refrained from inquiring about his condition, closing his eyes instead. As he ingested the potion, its restorative properties began to take effect at an accelerated pace, invigorating his body. When he reopened his eyes a few minutes later, aside from feeling somewhat weak, his overall mental state had significantly improved. At the very least, he was now able to think as he usually would. At that moment, Madame Pomfrey re-entered the room with Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore's breath was slightly hurried, as if he had rushed over in a hurry. The moment he laid eyes on John, a faint smile crossed his face. "Good afternoon, John." "Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore nodded with a smile and then seated himself in a low chair beside John's bed, continuing, Madame Pomfrey has informed me of your condition, and there is a question she believes must be posed, as the answer may aid in your treatment. However, if not approached delicately, this question could potentially provoke you anew. So she has entrusted this challenging task to me. It is my duty as the headmaster of Hogwarts to assist students in resolving issues deemed too intricate by the faculty. Yet, before I inquire, I would like to hear your thoughts on the matter. John, do you believe I should ask you? Go ahead, Professor Dumbledore, I don't mind. John replied softly. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore took a deep breath and spoke gently. Very well then, John, could you share what you saw in that mirror afterwards? At this, John's expression first hardened, then quickly became one of confusion. After several seconds, he shook his head and said, I forgot. Forgot? Yes, I remember nothing. As he spoke, John smiled wryly and shook his head. He was not lying. He truly did not remember. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Madame Pomfrey, as if communicating silently, and then turned back to John with a smile. This is also good news, for it suggests that your body's self-protection mechanism has functioned effectively. Well, your mental issues seem to have temporarily self-corrected. As long as you are not subjected to further stimuli in the short term, everything should return to normal. Of course, Madame Pomfrey will continue your treatment. I trust she has already mentioned that your condition is not particularly severe. At this, John looked towards Madame Pomfrey, who nodded with a smile. The formal treatment will commence shortly, and your body requires further recuperation, Dumbledore continued. Thus, I shall not disturb your rest. With that, Dumbledore rose and made his way toward the door. Although Severus warned me not to tell you, I must mention that he has visited you numerous times over the past week. Naturally, your roommates and friends have also been here. Their gifts for you are right over there. John glanced in the direction Dumbledore indicated and indeed saw a large pile of candies and snacks. Upon seeing this, he could not help but smile. The mere thought of Snape sneaking in to check on him was enough to bring a grin to his face. Just as John was lost in thought, Draco and the others, having heard the news, hurriedly entered the room. The trio of Harry entered alongside him. As soon as they crossed the threshold, they swiftly initiated a spirited yet juvenile debate centered around John. Every so often, they would turn to John and exclaim, John, you agree, don't you? In a bid to garner his support. Naturally, John chose to ignore their inquiries, as he was preoccupied with soothing Michelle. The news of John's sudden fainting had startled the young girl, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried multiple times. After completing his task, John was no longer polite, summoning Madame Pomfrey to usher the noisy Harry, Draco, and others out of the room. Finally, tranquility enveloped his hospital chamber. John closed his eyes once more, needing to gather his strength to formulate a perfect strategy for the visitor he anticipated. As time passed, the outside world gradually darkened, and it was not until the moon hung high in the sky that a shadowy figure silently slipped into the ward. What did you discover in that abandoned classroom? The dark figure inquired with an air of urgency. John sat up and silently extended his hand. Observing this, the figure's breath quickened. Ultimately, he tossed a small vial containing an orange-golden potion into John's palm. John accepted the potion, a slight smile gracing his lips. Professor Quirrell, it was you who lured the troll into Hogwarts that night, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure, Quirrell, stiffened, instinctively drawing his wand. Chapter 63. This is quite the work injury. Quirrell pointed his wand at John, the tip shimmering with a faint green light. The appearance of this green glow instantly chilled the atmosphere of the room, rendering it foreboding. Yet John, seemingly unfazed, examined the golden potion in his hand, even uncapping it to take a whiff. Felix Felicis, I can confirm it is genuine. Just by inhaling its scent, John sensed the immense magical power it contained. Having verified this, he stowed it away in his bag. Meanwhile, Quirrell lowered his wand, visibly grappling with an internal struggle, his face contorted in a manner that even his hood could not conceal. John interrupted him. I saw a mirror in that abandoned classroom. Dumbledore referred to it as the Mirror of Arist. I presume I need not explain what the Mirror of Arist is to you? Quirrell remained silent at this remark. Assuming his silence was acquiescence, John continued. Your imagination is quite vivid, Shafiq, but the truth remains as I previously stated. I merely suspected there was a dark magical creation there, hence why I asked you to investigate. Quirrell hesitated momentarily before continuing in a twisted tone, by the way, have you shared these suspicions with Dumbledore? John regarded Quirrell with a look of incredulity, replying, if I had, you would be on your way to Azkaban right now. I have previously explained to you that I do not. Enough. I have just awakened from a state of unconsciousness, and my head is throbbing. So cease your evasions. John interrupted, raising his voice. Furthermore, put away your wand. Who are you trying to intimidate by waving it about? Dumbledore is right here at Hogwarts. And even with 100 lives, you would not dare lay a hand on me." At these words, Quirrell displayed a mixture of surprise and fury. He glanced towards the door of the infirmary, fearing that John's suddenly elevated voice would attract Madame Pomfrey, then shot a furious glare at John, making him appear quite ludicrous. Under normal circumstances, John would have relished the sight of Quirrell's comical distress, especially knowing that in a few months, Quirrell would be reduced to ashes. However, due to the intense contemplation he had engaged in regarding his conversation with Quirrell, his head was genuinely pained. Let's get straight to the point. This matter has nothing to do with me, and I wish to avoid trouble. Therefore, you need not worry about me informing Dumbledore. John rubbed his temples and stated plainly, "But as you can see, I have suffered significant injuries and was unconscious for an entire week. Given that this injury was incurred while carrying out your task, it is only reasonable for me to seek compensation for a work-related injury, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Quirrell first sighed in relief, then retorted angrily, "In your dreams, I will not give you a single canute." With that, Quirrell turned to leave. He was utterly exasperated with this greedy little brat. Not only was John tormenting him, but he was also extorting him repeatedly. Having taken to Felix Felicis was not enough. Now he sought compensation for a work-related injury. What Quirrell found most intolerable was that throughout their recent exchange, he felt utterly manipulated by John. It was as though John could see right through him. The last time Quirrell felt such a sensation was during his encounter with Voldemort. That conversation had irrevocably bound Quirrell to Voldemort, willingly offering everything in his service. But Voldemort was the most terrifying Dark Lord in existence, and John was merely a child. Quirrell could endure being treated that way by the Dark Lord, yet he could not abide being led by a mere boy. If he could, Quirrell would have relished the opportunity to unleash a curse upon John. Alas, as John had pointed out, Dumbledore was present in the school, and Quirrell truly dared not kill John unprepared, particularly since John exhibited a remarkable control over the situation. His simple declaration of not wishing to cause trouble rendered Quirrell devoid of any necessity to act against him. After all, based on John's past actions, it seemed he genuinely desired to avoid trouble. In such a context, the Dark Lord would not permit Quirrell to harm John, thus alerting Dumbledore. This only deepened Quirrell's sense of humiliation, feeling utterly intellectually overpowered. Reflecting on the recent events, Quirrell quickened his pace. All he wished was to escape the infirmary post-haste, to flee from the enigma that was John Shafiq. Yet, an abrupt sharp pain in his head halted him in his tracks. Again his master thwarted him once more, compelling him to yield to John Shafiq again. With a stiff motion, he retrieved a pouch of coins from his waist and tossed it into John's embrace. 97 galleons and 11 sickles, 24 nuts. Ah, this is a tidy sum. Could this be the entirety of your fortune? John chuckled as he counted the coins. Upon hearing this, Chilo responded in a tone imbued with despair and a touch of ethereality. "Isn't this sufficient? If I were to assert otherwise, you likely wouldn't be able to offer me any more." John waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Let it be, for after all, what can one expect from a beleaguered worker like myself?" Chilo appeared utterly despondent, his reaction to John's words muted as he turned away, laboriously making his way towards the door. "Oh, by the way," John spoke again, "I neglected to inform you that Dumbledore has relocated the Mirror of Arist to another location, so you needn't exert yourself in that direction any longer." Chilo halted mid-step, his movements stiff as he turned back and murmured, "Had I not compensated you for your work-related injury, would you have withheld this information from me?" He hastily exited the infirmary, forcefully slamming the door behind him. The loud thud echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. John couldn't help but dig at his ears, grumbling at his age. Throwing a tantrum like a child is such immaturity. With that, he downed a bottle of dreamless sleep potion and blissfully drifted into slumber. John, after all, was not a machine. Having accompanied Chilo through so many days of turmoil, he too felt considerable distress. Now that Dumbledore had granted him a leave for recuperation, he was more than pleased to take a respite. It was also time for Chilo to recover. Enduring constant setbacks could drive him to a breaking point, which would be unfortunate. Meanwhile, there was another opportunity to seize. How delightful. Chapter 64, Snape's Inquiry. It became evident that the world was not lacking in sheep to shear, but rather in the discerning eyes to identify them. Initially, John believed that Chilo represented the largest opportunity for him at present. However, Madame Pomfrey soon provided him with a delightful surprise. To treat John, she began administering a variety of potions, such as calming draughts and dreamless sleep potions, aimed at stabilizing his mental state. With the aid of these potions, John's condition had returned to perfection by the third day of treatment. Yet, John would not let such a golden opportunity for shearing slip through his fingers. Previously, even with the use of happiness potions, calming drafts, and dreamless sleep potions as his daily regimen, John had incurred significant expenses in galleons. Now, these potions were not only provided at no cost, but their quantity far exceeded what he typically consumed, bestowing upon him an abundance of magical energy. To forego such a bargain would border on criminality. Thus, John continued to feign illness throughout the rainy season until Madame Pomfrey, after thorough examination, confirmed that John had indeed recovered and subsequently discharged him from the hospital wing. On the day of his release, John felt somewhat reluctant, while Harry and the others appeared elated. Several individuals not only accompanied Michelle to welcome John upon his discharge, but also organized a modest celebration with the collaboration of George and Fred. During this gathering, Harry appeared to confide in John. As he spoke, a somber atmosphere enveloped the celebration. Almost everyone urged Harry to refrain from competing. Ron and Hermione even suggested that Harry should deliberately break a leg to avoid the contest altogether. Such a ludicrous idea, of course, garnered no support from the others. Nevertheless, it underscored the prevailing belief that Snape would resort to unscrupulous tactics during the match. Fortunately, Harry remembered that the focal point of the celebration was John, and he swiftly redirected the conversation. By the conclusion of the gathering, Harry mysteriously informed John that they had uncovered the secret concealed beneath the trapdoor. It was none other than Nicholas Flamel's Philosopher's Stone. John, however, exhibited little surprise at this revelation. After all, Hagrid was notoriously kind-hearted. Extracting secrets and clues from him was an exceedingly simple task. Moreover, a legendary alchemist like Nicholas Flamel was almost a household name in the wizarding world. It was rather peculiar that it had taken Harry and his friends so long to comprehend this. Yet, shortly after they entered the dungeon maze, John encountered the very greasy-haired, middle-aged wizard they had discussed at the celebration. He stood there, arms crossed, leaning against the wall as if he were deliberately obstructing their path. "Professor Snape, goodness, are you here to greet me?" John stepped forward with a smile, expressing his gratitude. "Professor, truly." After this, John even bowed respectfully to Snape. Although Snape had not visited him since he regained consciousness, John's appreciation for him was entirely sincere. One could easily deduce that Madame Pomfrey must have been aware of John's recovery long before. Yet, even in light of this, Madame Pomfrey had generously supplied John with an abundance of high-quality potions, solely to ensure his comfort and enhance his well-being. This was clearly uncharacteristic of the usual practices in the school infirmary. No matter how wealthy Hogwarts might be, such extravagance was unwarranted, considering the considerable expense of those potions. Thus, the answer became evident. These potions had been graciously provided by a benevolent potions professor at no charge. Hence, Madame Pomfrey felt no psychological burden in dispensing them. Realizing this, John instantly felt a profound respect for Snape. Although his professor was somewhat acerbic, brooding, and greasy, he was undeniably kind-hearted and endearing. However, in response to John's earnest gratitude, Snape exhibited an icy demeanor, perhaps even fury. He merely twitched the corner of his mouth before speaking in a stern tone from his elevated position. "I remember distinctly instructing you to remain vigilant and cautious of Quirrell." "Indeed, Professor, I have always heeded your counsel," John replied with a smile. "Lies. Did you think I was unaware of your constant association with Quirrell before your coma?" Snape remarked coldly. "You foolish, self-righteous imbecile, John Shafiq. I am placing you in detention for an entire semester. Henceforth, you shall report to the potions office after classes for your punishment." With that, Snape did not simply storm off, but stood there, fixing his gaze upon John, as if anticipating the comical display of John's mortification. John, however, bowed his head, his mind racing. He understood that Snape's intentions were benevolent, aiming to shield him from the imminent perils entwined with Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone. Yet this was not what John desired. A profound silence lingered for nearly a minute before John finally lifted his gaze. Meeting Snape's eyes, he spoke slowly. "Professor Snape, I am not lying to you. It appears we have merely encountered some misunderstandings. Would you care to hear my explanation?" Snape remained silent, a faint smirk playing upon his lips, clearly skeptical that John could offer any argument persuasive enough to sway him. Nevertheless, he was not averse to a bit of amusement. In response, John nodded. Maintaining a neutral expression, Harry and the others have already ventured into the forbidden corridor. They discovered the three-headed dog and the trapdoor. Firmly believing that the treasure Dumbledore entrusted to Hagrid, the Philosopher's Stone, is concealed beneath that trapdoor. At these words, Snape's expression hardened, the mockery fading from his face. He stared intently at John, enunciating each word. "So what of it? Do you recall the injury to your leg?" Snape instinctively glanced at his own leg, but remained silent. John, undeterred, continued. After the last Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, Harry revealed to me the secret of the Forbidden Corridor, adamantly asserting that you have been plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, even going so far as to endanger students by unleashing a troll within Hogwarts. Their rationale? Your leg injury. They believe those wounds were inflicted by the three-headed dog while you attempted to breach the trapdoor. Furthermore, they suspect that during that Quidditch match, you cursed Harry's broomstick, intending to cause his fall so that Slytherin could secure victory. As these words left his lips, Snape's demeanor transformed dramatically. Chapter 65, Indifference. John felt he had struck a nerve with Snape. He could read an array of emotions etched across Snape's face. Shock, disbelief, fury, anguish, discomfort. This led John to believe he might possess an innate talent for legitimacy. The ability to glean emotions and memories from another's mind was not solely reliant on magic. It also demanded a keen perception of human behavior. Of course, John mused that his capacity to discern such emotions might be more a product of his overactive imagination. For Snape, in truth, did not exhibit much movement or change in expression following John's revelations. The shadows of flames flickered within his gaze, dancing vibrantly within his pupils. John refrained from interrupting Snape in this state. He understood him well enough to realize that such a man required no consolation. It was only when Snape emerged from his reverie and redirected his focus onto John that he continued speaking. I have reasoned with them, asserting that Professor Snape is incapable of such actions. He is, in fact, a commendable educator. At the very least, he would not engage in such deeds, as he harbors no interest in the Philosopher's Stone. The one who cast the curse upon Harry's broom during that Quidditch match was certainly not Professor Snape. Regrettably, they proved to be more obstinate than I had anticipated, particularly Harry. His revealing of the secret of the hidden door was merely a tactic to sway my opinion. Snape's lip twitched in disdain as he remarked, conceited, with an inflated sense of self. A characteristic flaw of the Potter family. John chose not to respond in kind, refraining from joining Snape in disparaging Harry. Instead, he continued, furthermore, recalling your warning to be wary of Quirrell led me to many realizations. I suspect Quirrell is the true thief attempting to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone. The notion of a thief, crying thief is not without merit. I trust you and Professor Dumbledore have discerned this as well. However, I lack the evidence to persuade Harry and the others thus. So you took it upon yourself to approach Quirrell, foolishly hoping to extract further evidence from him. Snape interjected, his expression impassive yet tinged with a hint of coldness. John lowered his gaze, choosing silence. The conversation had reached its limit. Based on his understanding of Snape, he anticipated that the latter would not press him further. Additionally, his remarks served a dual purpose, to relay these thoughts to Dumbledore through Snape, thereby providing a plausible excuse for his frequent involvement in the matter and reducing Dumbledore's wariness of him. Snape's reaction aligned closely with John's expectations. He refrained from unleashing further venom upon John, instead studying him for a moment longer before turning and departing. John lifted his gaze to Snape's retreating form, a slight smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Professor Snape, must I still report to your office for detention? This prompted an even broader smile from John as he straightened his robes and turned to make his way back to the Slytherin common room. There awaited a celebration orchestrated by the Slytherin prefects in his honor. It was rumored that the particularly skilled prefect in dessert making had crafted pumpkin waffles especially for him, a prospect that filled him with anticipation. Only when the stone door closed behind him did a fleeting expression of uncertainty cross his face. Leaning against the wall, he rubbed his temples and, after more than half an hour, returned to his workbench. Perhaps due to the overwhelming intensity of work, his once immaculate workstation had descended into disarray, cluttered with various ingredients required for crafting potions, such as calming draughts. Snape's gaze swept across the chaotic assortment, reflecting on the fact that John had now fully recovered, rendering those potions unnecessary. With this thought in mind, he retrieved the materials for the fire resistance potion and commenced his meticulous preparation and brewing. His movements were precise and efficient. Each cut, each stir was executed with impeccable accuracy. Throughout this process, the complex emotions etched on his face gradually subsided, reverting to his usual demeanor of cold indifference. Seemingly devoid of any sentiment, he approached his work with utmost seriousness, not merely because crafting the fire resistance potion was a task assigned by Dumbledore, but also because he refused to allow even the slightest flaw in the potions he created. As for the misunderstandings stemming from Harry Potter, Snape remained unconcerned. It mattered little to him. His sole desire was to protect those vibrant eyes. To Snape, Harry was merely the vessel of those eyes. All he required was for Harry to remain alive, preserving the vitality and brilliance of those eyes, allowing them to witness the world. Conversely, John's actions stirred something within him. It could be said that John had not disappointed him in the effort he invested in the boy. His only flaw might be his naivety. However, considering that John was merely a first-year student, achieving this level of competence was commendable. Nevertheless, as the night passed and the alarm rang punctually the following noon, a sly smile flickered across Snape's face. He was to serve as a referee for Harry Potter's upcoming match. After all, during his last match, an unexpected incident had occurred. Even Dumbledore would be attending this match to ensure everything proceeded without a hitch. To be candid, Snape had not initially intended to officiate with bias. At least, he did not plan to be excessively unfair. But the circumstances had changed. Having learned of Harry and the others' opinions from John, he was now resolved to deliver a defeat that Harry would remember for a lifetime. With this determination, Snape inspected the state of the potion within the cauldron one last time before making his way to the Quidditch pitch. He deliberately took a detour to visit the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Confronted by Quirrell's fearful and resentful gaze upon seeing him, Snape coldly remarked, "Quirrell, 6 o'clock this afternoon. Wait for me in the Forbidden Forest." Chapter 66, Snape and Quirrell. In the afternoon, the Quidditch pitch erupted with raucous cheers as the match officially concluded. Gryffindor emerged victorious, and everyone appeared elated. Even Dumbledore rose to applaud. Naturally, this sentiment did not extend to Slytherin. As the losers, they hung their heads in despair, clutching their heads in frustration, with some of the more irate members vocally expressing their anger towards their own Quidditch team. Snape's expression was thunderous. In this competition, the referee exerted every ounce of his strength. The robust Slytherin Quidditch players, led by the boisterous and brutish Marcus Flint, were utterly frenzied, persistently committing fouls and engaging in physical confrontations with the Gryffindor team, nearly transforming the match into a brawl. Severus Snape, however, turned a blind eye to this chaos, even with Albus Dumbledore seated in the stands. Conversely, when it came to Gryffindor, Snape's standards of judgment were astonishingly stringent. George and Fred, merely colliding slightly with the Slytherin players, were promptly penalized. With Snape's blatant favoritism, Slytherin score soared, quickly distancing them from Gryffindor. Snape was convinced that victory was firmly within Slytherin's grasp. Yet at the last moment, Harry seized the golden snitch. With a remarkable score of 150 points, Gryffindor narrowly triumphed in the match. In that moment, Harry was being hoisted into the air by George and Fred, spiraling around as they showcased the golden snitch to the jubilant crowd. The applause resonated like thunder, even drawing the mermaids from the depths of the Black Lake, who gazed curiously toward the Quidditch pitch. Moreover, George and Fred incessantly exchanged mischievous glances with Snape, clearly taunting him. Snape inhaled deeply, his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the despondent Slytherin players exiting the pitch, causing them to lower their heads further in trepidation. Useless imbeciles. He strode swiftly, his voluminous black robes billowing dramatically in the wind, unmistakably displaying his foul mood. Quirrell, waiting anxiously in the Forbidden Forest, felt the weight of Snape's presence and instinctively tightened his grip on his wand as Snape approached with an imposing demeanor. Disarm. A flash of red light erupted from Snape's wand, striking Quirrell's arm with precision. A pained cry escaped Quirrell's lips as his wand was sent flying, tracing an elegant arc through the air before landing in Snape's hand. "You possess quite the audacity, Quirrell," Snape stated coldly, advancing step by step towards him. "I'm sorry." Severus Quirrell stammered, his face a mask of terror as he hastily retreated. If it were possible, he would have fled at that very moment. Snape, clearly in a state of uncontrolled rage, was utterly terrifying. However, he had only taken a few steps back when sharp pain in his head halted him. It was evident that his master would not permit him to face Snape in such a humiliating manner. Creature could only force himself to halt, mustering a stiff smile as he spoke. "I wonder why you chose to meet here, Severus." "Oh, I believe this matter should not be made public," Snape replied, having approached Creature and locking his gaze onto the latter's eyes with an icy demeanor. After all, the students ought not to be aware of the existence of the Philosopher's Stone. Creature sighed in relief. "I thought you were seeking a hidden place to eliminate me." Snape remained silent, his unwavering stare intensifying, causing Creature to break into a cold sweat, his expression freezing in place as he anxiously uttered, "You don't intend to do that, do you?" "We are," Snape interjected. "Haven't you yet figured out how to subdue Hagrid's beast?" "But Severus, you wouldn't want to find yourself in opposition to me, would you, Creature?" I don't know what you fully comprehend my meaning." Snape pressed the tip of his wand against Creature's chin, compelling him to tilt his head upward. I will not allow you to harm Harry Potter. He is the Dark Lord's quarry. No one can usurp that role. I also will not permit you to harm any other students at Hogwarts, particularly Slytherins, and especially John Shafiq. They are invaluable, the fresh blood of the magical realm. They represent the strength for the Dark Lord's vision of a new magical world. Do you think I've spent so many years lurking in Hogwarts merely to observe Dumbledore? I am safeguarding the power that belongs to the Dark Lord. It is my duty. Naturally, you have your own duties, and I am well aware that you do not trust me, and that you vigilantly guard against my involvement. Ha ha ha. Let me guess, you fear I might usurp your credit, correct? At this point, Snape abruptly brandished his wand. Sectum Sempra, a swift, invisible blade grazed Creature's earlobe, effortlessly severing a nearby tree. As the tree collapsed, startled birds took flight. Creature's legs gave way, and he crumpled to the ground. Meanwhile, Snape continued in a frigid tone. I too do not wish for others to steal my accolades or disrupt my plans. If you dare to lay a hand on John Shafiq, Harry Potter, or any other student, I will kill you. Creature, thoroughly petrified, could only stammer in response to Snape's murderous gaze, trembling uncontrollably. I. Observing Creature's sheer terror, Snape nodded slightly, discarding Creature's wand onto the ground. Very well. In a short while, once you have had the time to reflect and determine your allegiance, we shall converse again. Snape felt quite satisfied with his dealings with Creature that day. After years of teaching, he had come to understand children of John's age all too well. In the current state of affairs, it is utterly impossible to prevent him from provoking Chilo or causing him any further trouble. However, Chilo, as an adult, is quite different. The recent encounter, where he confronted him to instill fear, is something that others might hesitate to do. Nonetheless, it ensures that John's most fundamental safety is at least secured. With these thoughts in mind, Snape strode purposefully out of the Forbidden Forest. Unbeknownst to him, above the dense canopy, Harry, mounted on his flying broom, gazed at his retreating figure with a look of sheer terror.